Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support, subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. Harry Potter embraced Emerald Trace power against Voldemort and Dumbledore. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support, subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When both Voldemort and Dumbledore seek to control him, Harry unlocks the Forbidden Emerald Trance, a power that could save the world or destroy it. In Slytherin, betrayed and alone, he must decide whether to bow to destiny or shatter it. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The first meeting of Hermione's defense club had begun, and things were already a fiasco. Harry had arrived early, with Tracy and Theo in tow. They had met Hermione, Ginny, Ron, and Luna in the 7th floor hallway, and Ginny had opened the room of requirement for them all. Hermione, predictably, spent the first several minutes goggling at the library. Harry, meanwhile, showed Tracy and Theo the dueling dummies and the dark detectors. Once her initial excitement wore off, Hermione distributed charmed galleons to the other 6 students. I created these using a variant of the Protean charm, Hermione said proudly. I got the idea from the way you know who uses the dark mark to summon his Death Eaters. I can change the numbers on my coin, and they'll change on all the other coins, as well. Hermione tapped her coin with her wand, and Harry watched in amazement as the numbers on his coin changed and rearranged themselves to show a date and a time. Now we'll all know when the next meeting is, but we won't have to be obvious about it. Where'd you get all the money? Theo asked. I know a couple of gentlemen who had an unfortunate experience with leprechaun gold, Hermione said. Harry knew that she was referring to the Weasley twins, who had won a bet against Ludo Bagman at the World Cup of Quidditch, and had been paid in leprechaun gold. They had spent most of the previous year trying to strong-arm Bagman into repaying them. These galleons are more substantial. They're not going to disappear on you, but don't try to spend it or deposit it. The goblins at Gingotts would give you hell. Theo nodded and began to inspect his coin, probably looking for some evidence of counterfeiting, or some detail that Hermione had missed. Harry was confident that his friend had done a bang-up job with the galleons. The goblins at Gringotts might be able to tell that the coins weren't legitimate, but Harry guessed that they would pass muster with just about anybody else. You used the Protean charm on this, Tracy was saying to Hermione. Well, modified Protean charm, Hermione said. That's NEWT level charms work, Tracy said. And you were modifying it. I didn't say it was easy, Hermione said smugly. Ron, who was standing nearby, threw his arm over Hermione's shoulders and gave her a quick squeeze. It's brilliant, that's what it is, he said. Hermione blushed immediately. That was the last thing that had gone well. The rest of the defense club began to arrive in pairs and trios. Each group entered the room of requirement in almost exactly the same way. First, they tentatively crept through the door, worried that they were in the wrong place, or had somehow been set up by Umbridge. Second, as they stepped inside, they looked about in wonderment, astonished by the scope of the room. Third, they looked to see who else had arrived. Fourth, and worst of all, they stopped short when they saw the green and silver trimmed robes of Harry, Tracy and Theo. When Seamus Finnegan, Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas and Cormac McLaggen arrived, McLaggen had actually reached for his wand while shouting in his thick Scottish brogue, "It's a trap." The only thing that prevented him from firing hexes was the fact that Hermione, Ginny and Ron quickly placed themselves between McLaggen and the 3 Slytherin students. What are they doing here? McLaggen asked, when Hermione finally convinced him to put away his wand. We discussed this already, Hermione said pedantically. We're here to practice defense so that we can protect ourselves from you-know-who, so Harry is part of the club. What about them? McLaggen said, gesturing toward Theo and Tracy. They're here with me, Harry said simply. We can't trust one Slytherin, let alone 3. McLaggen was looking around now, arms outstretched, making a general appeal to those club members who had arrived. Harry was not surprised to see many heads nodding up and down. They signed the same parchment that you did, McLaggen, Harry said. They've got just as much of a right to be here as you do. Maybe we should vote on it. McLagan said. Maybe we already elected a leader. Ginny called back, stepping forward. Maybe we should let Hermione decide. All eyes turned toward Hermione. Tracy and Theo stay, Hermione said firmly. What? McLagan blurted. Do they have you under the Imperious curse or something? Don't be foolish, Hermione said. The more she spoke, the more she reminded Harry of McGonagall. You heard the Sorting Hat at the beginning of the year. It's time to unite, and set aside our differences. When did it say that? McLagan said, placing his hands on his hips. It was the whole song. Mate, Ron said. Hermione gave him a quick smile, and Ron beamed. McLagan stammered, ready to protest again, but fell silent when Longbottom reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. Longbottom whispered something in McLagan's ear, and McLagan cast a glare at Harry and his two Slytherin friends. Anything else? Hermione asked. McLagan shook his head. Good, Hermione said. We'll get started in 5 minutes, then, in case there are any stragglers. I think we should choose a name. Ginny said. Defense Club, Hermione said. It's practical, and perfectly descriptive. Right, but if somebody overhears us talking about Defense Club, we'll all be in trouble, Ginny said. We need a code name, or an acronym. Why don't we just call it the DC? Cho Chang said. She was standing off to one side, next to a cluster of Ravenclaws. Boo-ing, Ginny said. Umbridge is here to prevent Dumbledore from turning us into some kind of army, right? So why not call ourselves Dumbledore's army? Ginny's suggestion was largely met with silence. Don't you guys get it? If the Ministry hadn't sent Umbridge to prevent Dumbledore's army from forming, it wouldn't have. It's ironic. How is Dumbledore's army less conspicuous than Defense Club? Tracy asked sarcastically. We'll call it the DA for short, Ginny said. How is the DA any better than the DC? Tracy asked. It's cooler, Ginny said. She turned back to the crowd. All in favor of Dumbledore's army, raise your hands. Surprisingly, a majority of the students in the room put their hands in the air. Harry, Tracy, and Theo were not among them. Tracy exchanged a look with Harry, and Harry rolled his eyes. He agreed with Tracy's assessment. Calling the club Dumbledore's army was a terrible idea. If they were ever found out, the consequences would be disastrous. Harry knew why Ginny was suggesting such a brazen name, though, she never expected to be found out. It was the sort of thing Sirius would have done. Harry could practically hear Ginny and Sirius speaking in unison. Do you plan on getting caught? Then what's the harm in a little fun? Now that we've settled on a name, Hermione said, giving Ginny a little glare, we should get to work. Today, we're going to talk about shield charms, and we're going to work on a simple shield charm in particular. Hermione looked around. Is there a blackboard in here? There should be. Hermione wandered behind a couple of bookcases that were setting in the center of the room, and Harry heard her exclaim with delight. She returned to view, pushing a freestanding blackboard. In the tray at the bottom of the blackboard were several new pieces of chalk, in various colors. Now, Hermione said, once the chalkboard was positioned in front of the rest of the students, we're going to talk about simple shields. The incantation for the most basic is Protega, and I'm certain that everybody knows it already. What you might not know is that the arithmetic derivation of the incantation, Protega, gives the spell its power. Hermione wrote the incantation on the blackboard, and began to draw a series of arrows and symbols around the word. Her spell diagram was perfectly correct, but incredibly dry and boring. Harry could see that the students were becoming restless already. Harry let their discontent grow for a few more seconds. Once his peers began to grumble and talk among themselves, Harry spoke up. Hermione. Yes, Harry, Hermione said, glancing over her shoulder, hand still poised to write on the chalkboard. Do you have a question? I do, Harry said. I thought that the purpose of Defense Club. Dumbledore's army, shouted Ginny. I thought the purpose of the DA, Harry said, reluctantly correcting himself, was to practice spells. I think we've all had enough theory and lecture from Umbridge. Harry glanced around the room, and was pleased to see heads nodding. Not McLagan or Longbottom or any of their friends, but several in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Oh, Hermione said. I just thought it would be better if we talked about some principles before we started. I think we're all ready to cast some spells, Harry said. Why don't we practice for a bit, and you can observe? Once you know what people are doing wrong, your lecture can be more focused. And shorter, called George Weasley. Hermione glanced down and blushed in embarrassment. Okay, let's practice. Everybody work on shield charms. Let's break into pairs, Harry said loudly. One person cast stinging jinxes, and the other cast shield charms. Right, Hermione said. She gestured at the group. Go do that. The students broke into pairs, mostly along house lines. Harry saw that Ginny Weasley was practicing with Luna Lovegood, who would otherwise have been partnerless. Ron and Hermione joined Neville and the rest of the Gryffindors. Rather predictably, Harry discovered that nobody wanted to join him to practice, other than Tracy and Theo. Just like old times, Theo said, as the Slytherin trio separated themselves from the crowd. I feel like we're back at the lake. Now with 1000% more risk, Tracy said. Anybody in this room could betray us to Umbridge. Quiet, Harry said to Tracy. If you spout off like that where McLaggen can hear, you'll get us kicked out. Fine, fine, Tracy said. She drew her wand and took up a dueling stance. So, are you going to jinx me, or what? Harry turned to Theo. Any chance you're going to start dueling Tracy? Theo shook his head and held out his hands. No way, he said. I know what's good for me. Harry sighed and drew his wand as well. He and Tracy fell into the familiar pattern of practicing jinxes and shields. After several exchanges, Harry switched opponents and began to practice with Theo. It was clear that both of his friends were competent with their shield spells. Their pronunciation was accurate, their wand movements were precise, and their execution was quick. Not a single one of Harry's jinxes made it past their shields, and vice versa. After calling a halt to his practice with Theo, Harry took some time to evaluate his fellow DA members. He was not impressed by what he saw. The Creevy brothers, who Harry privately thought were far too young to be members of the DA, were so inept that they couldn't reliably cast a stinging jinx on one another, let alone a shield charm strong enough to stop it. Fred and George Weasley, meanwhile, were taking turns casting stinging jinxes at Ernie Macmillan. Macmillan was dueling with a fellow Hufflepuff, and couldn't seem to understand why he kept getting stung on the side of his leg even though his shield charms seemed perfectly adequate. The Ravenclaw contingent was casting shield charms first, then stinging jinxes second. They seemed to be conducting an experiment to determine whether or not the charm could withstand the jinx. Harry rolled his eyes. The parameters of their experiment were wrong. Of course a shield charm could withstand a stinging jinx. The question the Ravenclaws should have been asking was whether or not they were personally proficient in casting a shield charm. They were completely missing the point of dueling practice. Cho Chang seemed to be urging them to change their tactics, but from where Harry was standing she didn't appear to be having much success. Watching all the ineptitude made Harry's head hurt. Harry wandered over to where Luna and Ginny were practicing their spells. Luna seemed as happy as ever, but Harry could tell that Ginny frustrated about something. Harry watched the next exchange carefully. Luna sent a stinging jinx toward Ginny, who waved her wand and incanted, Protega. Luna's stinging jinx struck Ginny on the collarbone, causing the redhead to wince and rub her shoulder. All right, Ginny? Harry asked. No, I am not, Ginny snapped. My stupid shield charm isn't working. Do you mind if I watch a little bit? Harry said. Sirius and I worked on shield charms quite a lot this summer. Ginny sighed. Fine, but you'll see the same thing I do. I wave my wand and Luna's jinx goes right through my shield. Ginny narrowed her eyes and glared at Luna. I'm starting to think that Luna is doing something tricky. Harry looked over at Fred and George and confirmed that their attention was still upon Ernie Macmillan, who was now banging his wand with the palm of his hand. I don't think anything tricky is going on, Harry said. Just show me. Once again, Luna cast a stinging jinx. Ginny waved her wand, produced a shield, and the jinx struck her in the chest. Ginny hissed in pain. Come on, Luna, she said. Could you not hit me in the beep? I could aim for your eyes, Luna said with a shrug. Harry laughed. I think I see your problem, Ginny. Harry stood next to Ginny and faced Luna. You're waving your wand across your body, but the shield charm is produced from a single point, radiating outward. When you wave your wand, you're causing your shield charm to start off center. The jinx is probably going around the side of your shield, but everything happens so quickly it looks like it's passing through. Harry raised his wand and thrust the tip toward Luna. Try jabbing your wand at Luna's jinx, like this. Harry watched as Ginny practiced the motion, then stepped back to give Ginny some space. Luna fired another stinging jinx, and Ginny jabbed her wand forward. Protega. Luna's stinging jinx bounced off the shield and ricocheted toward the ceiling. Ginny laughed and hopped in the air. Thanks, Harry, Ginny said. That was brilliant. Glad to help, Harry replied. Then, changing the subject, Harry asked, Are you still planning to stay late tonight? Ginny nodded enthusiastically. I've got my memory picked out and everything. If you're as good at teaching the Patronus charm as you are shield charms, this will be a piece of cake. I make no promises, Harry said. But I'll do my best. Harry felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned and saw that Hermione, looking nervous, was standing behind him. She was chewing on her lower lip, in the way that she did when she was either thinking hard or enormously concerned. Or both. How are things going? Harry asked. Terribly, Hermione said, glancing around the room. What sort of problems are you seeing? Everything, Hermione said. I know I wasn't very good when I was practicing with you out at the lake, but almost everybody here is worse, even the 6th and 7th year students. Hermione gestured toward the Gryffindor students. Look at Angelina. Her shield charm literally has holes in it. Harry looked over and was surprised to see that Hermione was correct. When Johnson cast her charm to stop a hex from Katie, Harry saw the translucent silvery barrier pop into existence, but it was riddled with holes. Katie's charm flew through one of those holes and struck Angelina in the arm. I don't even know what could cause something like that, Hermione said. How am I supposed to teach this class? Calm down, Harry said. Let's call everybody together and demonstrate proper technique. Teach the incantation more carefully, then the wand motion, then more practice. Hermione nodded. Okay. Good idea. You'll do the technique demonstration, won't you? I don't know, Harry said slowly. He wanted to accept Hermione's offer, but he didn't want to seem overeager, in case anybody was watching or listening. Please, Harry. You said you'd help. Fine, Harry said, feigning grudging resolution. Fantastic, Hermione said. Her relief was obvious. I'll get Ron to call everybody together. A few moments later, Ron was shouting at the assembled students. Oi, you lot, stop casting spells and get over here. When all the students had crowded around, Hermione began to speak. So, we definitely have a lot to work on, she said. I saw some good things out there, but it's clear that our fundamentals are lacking. And that's why we're all here, right? Nobody responded. Right, Hermione said to herself. Now that we've identified some problems, we're going to have a demonstration of proper technique. Harry, would you come up here? Harry stood and walked toward the front of the crowd. As he came forward, Hermione explained the incantation. The incantation, Protega, will create a shield, Hermione said. The shield is rounded, like a bowl. A runic analysis of Protega reveals that proper pronunciation of the O sounds is absolutely necessary to reliably and successfully cast the shield charm, as the rounding of the O emphasizes the roundness of the shield. Also, the sharpness of the T sound is echoed in the wand motion, and when all three syllables are correctly combined, your shield will be most successful. When Harry took his place at the front of the crowd, he saw dozens of blank faces looking back at him. These dunderheads couldn't keep their attention on anything important for more than a second. It's important to say Protego, Harry said, simplifying Hermione's instructions. If you don't say the O's, it won't work. Heads began to nod. This was simple enough for them to understand. Right, Hermione said. Now, Harry is going to demonstrate the proper technique. Why is he demonstrating? Cormac McLaggen called from the back of the room. Because I asked him to, Hermione said. Harry looked at the back of the room, where McLaggen was standing. Neville Longbottom was standing slightly behind him, looking down at the floor. It was difficult to see, due to the angle of Longbottom's head, but Harry was fairly certain that Longbottom was mumbling something under his breath. When the motion of Longbottom's mouth stopped, McLaggen spoke again. "Didn't we elect you to be the leader?" McLaggen asked. "Why is Potter teaching instead?" Hermione began to turn red. "Everyone in this room, raise your hand if you've ever dueled Voldemort," she said. Nobody moved. Not even Harry, until Hermione gave him a sharp look. Feigning reluctance, Harry slowly put his hand in the air. "Hands down," Hermione said, and Harry quickly lowered his hand. "Now, raise your hand if you've ever dueled Voldemort and won." Again, slowly Harry raised his hand. Hermione looked up at his hand in affected astonishment. "Wow," she said sarcastically, "it looks like Harry's the person most qualified to demonstrate." Harry struggled to restrain a smile. That couldn't have gone better if Harry had scripted it. "Yeah, but," McLaggen began. "Can it?" shouted Ginny Weasley. "Hermione chose Harry to demonstrate because it's something he does well. If she needs a demonstration of something you do well, like being a loud-mouthed arsehole, she'll ask you." A ripple of laughter went through the crowd, and McLaggen began to turn red. He opened his mouth to speak again, but Harry saw Longbottom begin to mumble again. McLaggen's jaw snapped shut, and he folded his arms in fury. Watching that interaction confirmed Harry's suspicions. McLaggen was acting as Longbottom's pawn. Harry gave his head a quick shake. He would have to think on that later. Right now, Harry had to focus on successfully demonstrating a shield charm. If he failed, the DA would lose its confidence in him immediately, and he would spend months trying to earn it back. Harry turned to address Hermione, and Hermione raised her wand. "Ready?" she asked. "It doesn't matter," Harry replied. "If we get attacked, the Death Eaters won't." "Aculia. Protega." Harry thrust his wand forward, and his wand tip met Hermione's jinx dead on. Harry's shield flared to life, expanding outward from the point of contact, and Hermione's jinx was reflected directly back at her chest. She dropped to the floor in a desperate attempt to avoid her own jinx, which flew over her head and impacted on the wall 20 feet away. Harry lowered his wand and terminated his shield charm. He turned to face the class. The Creevy brothers seemed to be completely in awe of Harry, but they were the exception, rather than the rule. The majority of the members of the DA didn't seem to be impressed, but at least they were wearing expressions of something resembling respect. "The key to a successful shield charm," Harry said, "is the wand thrust. Time it so that it coincides with the T in Protega. The shield will emanate outward from the tip of your wand. That's the first place that will be shielded, so you want tip as close as you can get to the oncoming spell." "Break into pairs again," Hermione said, as she brought herself to her feet. "Focus on pronunciation and your wand thrust." As their classmates dispersed once more, Hermione approached Harry. "What was that for?" she asked. "You're the one who interrupted me with a jinx before I was ready," Harry said. "You were literally asking for it," Hermione pointed out. "Literally. So were you," Harry said with a shrug. "You wanted a demonstration of proper technique." Hermione laughed. "I guess I did, didn't I?" She glanced around the room, where the rest of the DA had resumed their practice. "Your demonstration seems to have worked. Everybody seems to be more focused." Harry looked around the room, as well. Hermione was correct that efforts of the DA members were more focused than before, but given the previously low-level performance, it wasn't saying much. Harry got the impression that this was being done as a lark by most people, and those who were taking it seriously were doing so because of their grades and not the belief that their lives were actually in danger. In fact, outside of Harry's immediate friends, the only person who seemed to be taking the DA seriously was Cho Chang. "I think this just might work," Hermione said. She was beginning to smile. "I think I can do this." Harry kept his thoughts to himself. He would have bet against his friend on both her statements. At the end of practice, Hermione released the DA members from the room of requirement in pairs and trios. Harry stood off to the side with the Marauder's map, pretending to write notes as if it were a piece of normal parchment. Whenever the halls were clear of prefects and teachers, Harry would raise his quill and chew on the end, and Hermione would send out the next set of students. Tracy and Theo were among the first to leave, and Harry was surprised that Longbottom and his posse didn't make a stink. If the Slytherins were going to betray the DA, now would be the time to do it. As the Gryffindor Quidditch girls left, Harry gave Katie Bell a wink. Katie suddenly seemed to have an added bounce in her step as she entered the hallway, which earned her an odd look from Alicia and Angelina. Among the last to leave were Neville Longbottom and Cormac McLaggen. Harry got the impression that Longbottom was trying to chaperone Harry's interactions with Ginny and, to a lesser extent, Hermione. But finally there were no more excuses, and a sour-faced Longbottom reluctantly left the room of requirement. Only Harry, Hermione, Ron and Ginny remained, and Hermione dropped all pretense of controlling the release of the DA members. "How long should we wait, Harry?" "Only a minute or two," Harry said. "There's nobody this high up in the castle at this time of night. Can't get into trouble in an empty hallway, right?" Harry watched on the map as Longbottom and McLaggen's dots descended the main staircase. "You could probably go now, if you wanted." "Thanks, mate," Ron said. He opened the door but did not step through, instead gesturing for Hermione to precede him. "Why, thank you, Ronald," Hermione said, turning slightly red. Ron smiled awkwardly, blushing a bit himself. To cover his embarrassment, he turned to his sister. "You ready to go, Ginny?" "Actually, Harry and I are going to stay after," Ginny said. Ron's eyebrows drew together, and he gave Harry a cross look. "What are you doing with my sister, mate?" It was the second time that Ron had said the word in as many minutes, but this time the meaning was quite different. "He's teaching me the Patronus charm," Ginny said. "You know how I feel about Dementors. You two don't need to have late-night private." Ron seemed to be searching for a word. "Liaisons. Why don't you teach it to us all, at the next DA meeting?" "Because we're surrounded by dunderheads," Harry said. "It'd be a waste of everybody's time." "Harry's right," Ginny said. "And I'm not going to let Ernie Macmillan keep me from learning this charm. Or any overprotective big brothers." Ron looked at Harry. The red-headed boy's glare intensified, his lip raised a little bit, and Ron actually began to growl. "If you do anything inappropriate, I'll have to answer to you," Harry finished. "And the twins. And Charlie. And Bill. And your mum and dad. Maybe even Percy." Harry smiled, in what he hoped was a reassuring manner. "You don't seem to be appropriately worried," Ron snarled. "I'm not worried, because I'm not going to do anything inappropriate." Hermione, who was smiling broadly, tugged on Ron's arm. "Come on, Ronald. If you keep this up, Ginny will be driven to take some sort of horrible revenge on you." All anger disappeared from Ron's voice and demeanor. "Ah, you know I'm just saying those things because I have to. It's part of being a big brother. And I'm sure Ginny appreciates it," Hermione said reassuringly. "So let's leave before she doesn't." As Ron closed the door behind him, Harry heard Ron speaking to Hermione. "Did I sound scary? I tried it on Dean but I'm not sure it worked." The door clicked shut. Harry shook his head in amazement. Ron was a fantastic actor, when he wanted to be. He simply lacked the motivation. "So," Ginny said from behind Harry, "what do we do now? How do we start?" Harry turned and grinned. "We start with a boggart." Harry and Ginny were at the back of the room of requirement, standing before a large cherry wardrobe. Every minute or two, the wardrobe rattled and shook a bit, not enough to be noticeable, unless you were looking for it. "How did you get a boggart in there?" Ginny asked. "I didn't," Harry said. "I guess it's in there because I required it." Even he was a little surprised that the boggart was present. At the beginning of the night, when Ginny had opened the room of requirement, Harry was struck by an interesting thought. Did the room's properties become fixed when the door appeared, or could changes happen on an ongoing basis, depending on the needs of its occupants? Harry had suspected that he would need to leave the room and return before a boggart would appear, but apparently that wasn't so. Despite the fact that Ginny hadn't given a boggart a single thought when she opened the room for the DA at the beginning of the night, they were standing in front of a boggart-infested wardrobe. Ginny whistled slowly. "That's impressive. I wonder what else this room can do." "We should test the limits of the room, but not now," Harry said. "We've got a boggart on hand. We shouldn't let it go to waste." Harry began to walk toward the wardrobe. "Stand over there, in front of the wardrobe. I'll open the door, and the boggart will come out. You're going to focus on your happy thought, point your wand, and say the incantation, Expecto Patronum. Ginny opened her mouth to protest, but Harry shook his head. Don't worry about getting it right the first time. It took me weeks to cast the Patronus charm successfully. That isn't it, Ginny said. A boggart is supposed to take the form of my greatest fear, right? Yes, Harry said absently, as he reached toward the wardrobe. And the Patronus charm is used to drive away Dementors, right? Right, Harry said, his hand on the door. What makes you think that my boggart will become a Dementor? Harry paused, hand on the wardrobe's handle. He couldn't believe that he had forgotten something so fundamental. His boggart was a Dementor, but that wasn't true for everybody. What form does your boggart take, anyway? Harry asked. Ginny put her hands on her hips and fixed Harry with a glare. Would we be having this conversation if I knew? Good point, Harry said, releasing the wardrobe handle. Didn't you learn about boggarts with Professor Lupin? Harry remembered the lesson clearly. Why couldn't Ginny? I studied defensive spells with Professor Lupin, Ginny said. Disarming charms, tripping jinxes, leg-locking curses, you know, second-year stuff. Harry rubbed a hand through his hair. Different students learn different things in different years, naturally. Lupin taught Harry and the other third-year students about dark creatures, but Ginny, who was a year younger, had learned about spells. Didn't Moody show you a boggart last year, then? Harry asked. That would have been Ginny's third year. Moody was focused on things like Inferi, giants, werewolves, Dementors, Ginny shrugged. He mentioned boggarts, but we never did a demonstration. Harry nodded slowly. The creatures that Ginny had listed had all been allied with, or used by Voldemort during the First War, precisely the sort of thing that Moody would teach. Boggarts were more of a household nuisance. Well, Harry said, you're here because you hate Dementors, so there's a chance that your boggart will be a Dementor. If it isn't, we'll trade places. I know my boggart is a Dementor, so you can practice on that. Ginny raised her wand. Fine, let's get it over with. Harry hesitated for a moment. Ginny clearly didn't want to do this. Harry could try teaching Ginny the Patronus charm without the faux Dementor, but Harry knew from experience that the true challenge of casting a Patronus charm lay in summoning a happy memory while under the influence of the Dementor's aura of despair. It was worth trying, at least, to see if Ginny's boggart would take the form of a Dementor. After giving one last look to make sure that Ginny was ready, Harry opened the wardrobe and released the boggart. Harry was immediately disappointed. The boggart had not taken the robed form of a Dementor. Harry drew his wand and prepared to drive the boggart back into the wardrobe, then paused. The boggart had taken the form of Ginny herself. The Ginny boggart looked young, around the age that Ginny had been when Harry had rescued her from the Chamber of Secrets, and it was wearing a Hogwarts school uniform. Harry lowered his wand slightly, perplexed. Ginny's greatest fear was herself. Please don't hurt me, the boggart said to Ginny. The boggart held its hands out pleadingly, and crept toward Ginny. Ginny's wand hand, still extended in front of her body, began to waver. Stay away from me, she said. Please, the boggart said in Ginny's own, quavering voice. I'm just a little girl, there's nothing I can do. You're not, Ginny said. You're not a little girl. Harry raised his own wand and took aim at the boggart. He knew that he should intervene, but watching Ginny confront her deepest fear was absolutely fascinating. He would allow this to go on for a moment or two longer. If Ginny didn't do anything in the next few seconds, Harry would rescue her from the boggart. But I'm you, the boggart was saying, still creeping forward. Just a girl. You're not, Ginny said, taking a half step back. You're a monster. You're right, the boggart said triumphantly. It grinned, and the boggart's mouth opened wider and wider, far past the limits of a human's jaw, past the limits of physical possibility, until the lower half of the boggart's face had become an enormous, gaping maw, filled with an uncountable number of needle-sharp teeth. At the same time the boggart's eyes were receding, leaving two black, sunken holes in their place, with tiny pinpricks of light in the center that glittered with malevolent intelligence. The boggart's fingers lengthened, as well, and it was holding them out like claws. I'm a monster, the boggart Ginny thing hissed, but I'm still you. You can jinx me, hex me, but it doesn't matter. I'll always be inside you. The boggart crouched, ready to leap forward, and Harry decided that he had seen enough. Ridiculous, Harry said, flicking his wand. The charm struck the boggart in the shoulder, spinning it in a rapid circle. When it came to a stop, its Hogwarts uniform was gone, and instead the boggart was dressed in a pastel pink leotard and a ballerina's tutu. Harry snorted with amusement. Pansy had once remarked that Ginny's red hair would clash horribly with Slytherin green, but this combination was far worse. And Harry couldn't think of any activity more unlikely for Ginny than ballet. Ginny was many things, but delicate was not one of them. Harry waved his wand again. Levicorpus. The boggart was unceremoniously hoisted into the air by its heel. Harry began to laugh, and the boggart twisted in the air, struggling to see its attacker. Its futile struggles only added to Harry's amusement and laughter. The boggart grabbed its hair and began to screech in pain. Chiropterus mucosum. Ginny had recovered from her indecision and managed to cast a spell on the boggart. Harry didn't recognize the hex, but its effects were quickly apparent. Several bogies began to crawl out of the boggart's nose, sprouting dripping, sticky, membranous wings as they went. The bogies doubled in size, then doubled again, and began to flap around the boggart, swooping in to smack it in the face with their wings. Harry was laughing uproariously. Now, this was the bad bogey hex that Ginny had once used to threaten Draco, and seeing it in action was well worth the wait. Ginny was laughing, too, and the boggart was thrashing around in the air, obviously in pain. Harry cast a banishing charm on the boggart, sending it hurtling through the air toward the wardrobe. As the boggart entered the wardrobe, it stretched out its hands and grabbed the doors of the wardrobe, slamming them shut behind it and trapping the bogies outside. The bogies flapped around the wardrobe for a few more seconds, seeking a way past the doors until Ginny dispelled them with a wave of her wand. "Looks like we'll be using my boggart," Harry said as he moved toward Ginny. "I don't want to talk about it," Ginny snapped. "Obviously," Harry said. "That's why I didn't ask you to." Ginny's face turned red as she realized that Harry hadn't asked about her boggart, or what her boggart had said. She stomped forward toward the wardrobe, and Harry had the impression that she was doing so out of a desire to hide her face rather than a desire to proceed with the lesson. "Wait a moment," Harry said, as Ginny reached for the wardrobe doors. "Do you have your happy memory in mind? You're the one who's going to be fighting this Dementor." Ginny made an angry noise. "How am I supposed to focus on a happy memory after that?" This part, at least, Harry had remembered. Harry waved his wand at his bag. Accio chocolate bar. A bar of Honeydukay's best chocolate flew out of his bag and into his hand. Harry unwrapped the chocolate bar, broke a piece off the end, and offered it to Ginny. "Have some chocolate. It will help." "Chocolate," Ginny said. "Really?" "Yes," Harry said. "It was Lupin's favorite way to cheer me up. No matter what, every situation is better if you're eating chocolate." Ginny gave Harry a skeptical look, but took the chocolate anyway. Harry left her in peace while she ate, pointedly looking around the room of requirement and allowing Ginny to regain her composure. Harry took a bite of the chocolate for himself and was going back for a second when he saw Ginny's outstretched hand. "Give that over," Ginny said. "You're not the one who just had your greatest fear put on display." Harry shrugged and handed her the rest of the candy bar. It disappeared quickly. Harry was reminded that Ginny was Ron's sister and probably shared his appetite. Harry had often wondered how Mrs. Weasley had fed all 7 of her children. He would have thought that magic was the answer, except that first principle exception to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration stated that food could not be conjured from nothing. Perhaps Mrs. Weasley simply multiplied the food after she had purchased it. "I think I'm ready," Ginny said, bringing Harry's attention back to the present. "Do you have your memory in mind?" Harry asked, and Ginny nodded. "Good," Harry said. "Here's the plan, then. When you open the wardrobe, I have to keep the boggart's attention. If I don't, it will try to transform out of its form as a Dementor. You can stand off to the side and practice the Patronus charm. I'll give you a few chances, then I'll drive the boggart back into the cabinet." "Sounds fine to me," Ginny said. She grabbed handle to the wardrobe door. "Ready." "Ready," Harry said. Harry raised his wand and braced himself for the familiar chill of the Dementor's aura. Ginny opened the wardrobe and stepped back, and the darkly robed boggart climbed out of the wardrobe. That was Harry's first clue that something was wrong. Dementors, as he had been reminded at his trial, did not walk, or run, or climb, or do any action that required feet. And yet, the robed figure that emerged from the cabinet was definitely climbing, no doubt about that. And the hands which reached up to draw back the hood were not the skeletal black hands of a Dementor, but small, flesh-covered hands of a human, probably a woman. When the boggart lowered the cloak's hood, it revealed the familiar skull of a Death Eater's mask and a head of medium-length golden owned hair. Harry, Ginny asked. What's going on? I don't know, Harry said uncertainly. This wasn't right. His boggart was a Dementor, not a Death Eater. Death Eaters didn't frighten Harry. Or, rather, they frightened Harry, but certainly not as much as Voldemort frightened Harry, and not nearly as much as Dementors frightened Harry. What's going on? The boggart asked rhetorically. The voice was horribly familiar. I think it's rather obvious. I've finally realized that you're a lost cause. The boggart reached up to remove its mask, but Harry already knew the face he would see behind it, Tracy's. It had to be this way, the boggart said in Tracy's voice, once the mask was pulled away. There's a war coming, and I will finally be able to cleanse myself of the taint that my ancestors created. There will be plenty of opportunities for greatness, but not if I'm standing at your side. Get rid of it, Harry, Ginny said from behind the boggart. Don't listen to it. Harry nodded. He set his feet and flicked his wand. Ridiculous. The spell struck the boggart, but there was no effect. Instead, the boggart transformed into a different shape with a snap. Now Harry found himself facing Theo Knott. We're not really your friends, the boggart said. Tracy and I are just waiting for the best chance to betray you to the Dark Lord. It's all an act. Ridiculous. Harry repeated. Again the boggart changed shapes, and now Harry was staring at Hermione. Joining the Dark Lord was the logical thing to do, the Hermione boggart said. You don't have any hope of winning. Anybody with basic intelligence can see that. It wasn't easy, finding the courage to reach out to him. But if Pettigrew could do it, I knew I could, as well. The Dark Lord doesn't like muggles, but he does respect talent. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Harry repeated the charm, over and over, and the boggart continued to cycle among his friends, first Ron, then Fred, George, and Ginny, all of them speaking the same sentence, with only brief interruptions caused by transformation. It's the best thing we could do for our family. Giving you to the Dark Lord bought us our lives. When Ginny saw the boggart once again take her shape, she stepped forward angrily. Ridiculous. Struck from behind by the spell, the boggart was unable to resist its effects. The boggart Ginny was now wearing a ratty old dress, which Harry recognized as some approximation of the dress that Ginny had worn for Yule Ball. Ridiculous. Ginny repeated. Now the boggart's face was covered in horribly applied makeup, almost clown-like. Ridiculous. A pair of ill-fitting shoes with perilously tall high heels appeared on the boggart's feet. As it began to totter around, Ginny finally started to laugh. Her laughter grew and grew, and the boggart began to wobble its way toward the wardrobe. It climbed unsteadily inside and closed the door after itself. Harry fell to one knee and put a hand to his forehead. His face was hot with embarrassment. What had just happened? Ginny was suddenly at his side, sitting on the ground next to him. Are you okay? No, Harry said. I'm not. Do you want to talk about it? Harry took a deep, unsteady breath. It was so much worse than a Dementor. I know, Ginny said. I can defeat a Dementor with a spell, Harry said. All it takes is a charm. But that, Harry shuddered. I can't stop that. I can't stop people from betraying me. That was just the boggart talking, Ginny said softly. Nobody is going to betray you. Did Draco tell you that? Harry said, voice full of bitter sarcasm. Or was it Pansy? Maybe we should ask Mr. Malfoy if it's possible to betray your closest friends and family. Or, better yet, we could have one of my parents ask Peter Pettigrew. Ginny reached out and put her hand on Harry's arm. I don't know about them, but I can speak for myself, she said. I would never do that. You saved me, and you saved Percy. As long as the fight against you know who lasts, I'll fight by your side. Harry placed his hand atop Ginny's. He felt her fingertips flutter hesitantly, and he moved his fingers slightly in response. For the briefest of moments their fingers intertwined, then Harry released Ginny's hand, feeling embarrassed. Thank you, Harry said. I don't know if I'll ever truly be able to believe it, but, thank you. So, Ginny leaned back and placed her hands on the ground. I take it that we're done for the night. Harry shook his head, then put his hands on his knees and pushed himself to his feet. No. You actually want to keep going. No, but that's the point. Harry said again. If we can't produce a fake Dementor, then now's the best time to practice our Patronus charms, when we feel our absolute worst. I think I might be starting to hate you again, Ginny said jokingly as she, too, stood. We'll practice together, Harry said. Think of your memory for a moment or two. Harry thought back to the Chamber of Secrets, calling to mind the surge of elation he felt when he saw Ginny open her eyes, and the surge of elation he had felt only moments earlier, when their hands had clasped together. Harry felt his heart swell with happiness. Are you ready? Harry asked Ginny. Ginny, who had been humming to herself, stopped. As I'll ever be. On three then, Harry said. 1, 2, 3. Harry and Ginny spoke together. Expecto Patronum. A few wisps of white sputtered out of Ginny's wand, but an enormous shield emerged from Harry's. The shield's opalescent whiteness was almost opaque, and it stretched so far to Harry's right and left that it easily would have covered Ginny as well as Harry. Wow, Ginny said. Wow is right, Harry agreed, eyebrows raised. This was an enormous and unexpected change from what had happened this summer in the alley in Little Whinging, when his Patronus had been so pathetic. It wasn't unwelcome, though, and Harry was pleased that Ginny was so impressed. And the changes to his Patronus didn't seem to be done, either. As Harry pumped power into the charm, the opal colors of the shield were starting to resolve themselves into scale shapes. The semi-solid white light of the charm began to thicken where it emerged from Harry's wand, and as Harry watched the shield itself began to bend and wave, almost like the winding body of a snake. Harry waved his wand and dismissed the Patronus shield. Having a basilisk suddenly appear in front of Ginny wouldn't do him any good. That sort of thing takes a lot of practice, Harry said quickly. My first try looked a lot like yours. That sounds like a challenge, Ginny said. She smiled at Harry and raised her wand once more. Let's try again. An hour later, exhausted from repeatedly casting the powerful charm, Harry and Ginny emerged from the room of requirement. Harry considered inviting Ginny to share his invisibility cloak during the trip back to Gryffindor Tower, but ultimately decided that any such offer would be interpreted as a transparent attempt to get closer to Ginny. Instead, he settled for walking Ginny back with the Marauders map activated. As they went, Harry told her the story of the map, that his father and Sirius had made it along with Professor Lupin and Pettigrew, that it had been confiscated by Filch and later nicked from Filch's desk by Fred and George, and that the twins had given Harry the map in thanks for rescuing Ginny at the end of Harry's second year. My mother would love to get her hands on that map, Ginny said. Lupin and Sirius know I have it, Harry said. It's not going to hurt anybody. She wouldn't just want to confiscate it, Ginny said. She'd use it to check us. She's worried sick whenever we're out of her sight, even when we're at Hogwarts with Dumbledore. She's got this clock in the kitchen, you know, and it tells her where every member of the family is. It has 9 hands, one for each us and one for my mum and dad. Instead of numbers, it says, at work, or, traveling, or, home. Sounds neat, Harry said. Sometimes, despite years of immersion in the magical world, he could still be surprised by the power and ingenuity of enchantments. It is. Or, it was, until we woke up one morning this summer and discovered that mortal peril had appeared as an option on the clock. Now, no matter what we do, everybody's hand is creeping closer and closer to mortal peril. Ginny shook her head. It's driving Mum crazy. Harry and Ginny had stopped in front of the portrait of the fat lady, but Ginny made no move to go inside. The last few years have been rough on your mother, haven't they? Harry asked. Ginny nodded. I wind up in the chamber. Percy is captured by Death Eaters, you know who is back, not to mention her usual worrying. I mean, Bill and Charlie are in danger whenever they show up for work, and the twins seem hell-bent on poisoning one another. I never thought of all that, Harry said. Being a parent must be awful. There are rewards, too, I'm sure, Ginny said. She suddenly grinned proudly. Like me. Harry laughed, and his voice echoed through the halls, reminding both Harry and Ginny that it was well past curfew. Harry glanced at the map again and saw that there was nobody around to hear them talking. It was time to go, though, before some prefect or professor did arrive. Well, good night, then, Harry said. Practice again next week, same time. Of course, Ginny said. I'll see you then. She gave Harry a wave, then mumbled the password to the portrait of the fat lady and stepped into Gryffindor Tower. Harry's return to the Slytherin common room was uneventful. When Harry arrived back at his dormitory, his roommates were all asleep in their beds, except for Theo, who was completely absent. This was no surprise. Harry had seen the dot representing Theo tucked away in a broom cupboard on the second floor, his name overlapping with Tracy's. Harry quickly cast some diagnostic spells upon his bed and upon Theo's, then reinforced their wards for the night. The spells were becoming routine. Harry was done with the wards in less than a minute and under his covers in less than 5. Harry fell asleep almost immediately, exhausted from the evening's practice. His dreams came quickly, and all of them seemed to end in a vision of a blue, torch-lit door. Harry had been noticing a change in behavior around the school for several weeks, but it was only after the DA's first meeting that Harry was able to finally articulate what was going on. Harry's dismissal from the Slytherin Quidditch team had forced him to recognize that Umbridge would go to absurd lengths and commit great injustices in an attempt to break Harry's spirit. As a result, Harry had been on his best behavior, avoiding any behavior which would give Umbridge or any prefect a reason to issue him a detention. He wasn't able to avoid detentions altogether. Umbridge was far too slapdash with things like facts and truth for Harry to do that. But Harry was able to keep the majority of his evening's detention free. Tracy and Theo followed suit and reined in their own misbehavior, as well. With Harry keeping better control of himself, the social turmoil of Hogwarts began to settle down into something resembling normalcy. Conversations no longer seemed like bombs with lit fuses, waiting to explode at any moment. Harry was able to walk past Draco, Crabbe and Goyle in the common room without saying anything nasty, or having anything nasty said to him. Harry continued to ward his bed at night, but Draco gave him plenty of time and space to do so, and nobody teased Harry for his caution. Initially, Harry felt relieved. It had been exhausting for Harry to constantly stay on his guard, always looking out for one trap or another, and Harry could relax now that everybody had settled into some semblance of a routine. In fact, if Harry hadn't known that half of the students in Slytherin had parents who were Death Eaters, he wasn't sure that he would have been able to tell. Mostly, it felt like the time that Harry and Draco had fought after Quidditch tryouts during third year. His housemates weren't being nice to Harry by any stretch of the imagination, but the open antagonism had largely disappeared. Everybody in Slytherin seemed to be making their best attempt to get on with their lives. It almost seemed normal. That was the word that Harry had been struggling with for several weeks. It seemed impossible, but nearly everybody was acting as if nothing were out of the ordinary. As if the current condition of Slytherin and Hogwarts was the same as it always had been, and the same as it always would be. As if Umbridge's meddling and Draco's ascendance and Harry's subordination were all perfectly and unquestionably normal. Harry had been vaguely unsettled by the behaviors of his classmates, but now that he had finally put a name to things, Harry found that his disquiet had turned to outrage. Didn't these people realize there was a Dark Lord on the loose? How could Daphne and Astoria Greengrass sit in the common room, playing chess, when Voldemort was plotting to conquer all of Britain? How could Urquhart still be focused on making the Quidditch team? Didn't he realize that there might not be a Quidditch league by the time he graduated? Even Tracy and Theo. How could they constantly sneak off to Snog, when there was a war to be fought? If anybody understood, Harry would have expected it to be Tracy. But somehow, whenever they talked, she was going on and on about Theo this, and Theo that, and snogged here, and snogged there. It all made Harry want to scream. But the worst was Pansy and Draco. Harry had come into the common room after ancient runes one evening and found Draco and Pansy sitting side by side on the couch. Draco was working on his transfiguration homework, while Pansy was reading her Care of Magical Creatures textbook. They were holding hands, Draco's left clasped in Pansy's right. It was so casual, so comfortable. Harry realized for the first time that Draco and Pansy's relationship might be more than a tool that his former friends used to antagonize him. Draco and Pansy might actually fancy one another. Neither of them had looked up when Harry entered the common room. They didn't seem to know that he was present. That hand holding, that casually affectionate gesture, it wasn't being done for Harry's benefit. Harry wasn't meant to see it. Draco and Pansy were holding hands because they wanted to hold hands. Harry had turned around and left the common room with his stomach in a knot. Really, Harry should have expected something like this to happen. There was no reason for him to feel like vomiting. No reason for him to feel like lashing out and cursing the nearest suit of armor into oblivion. Sure, there was a maniac Dark Lord on the loose, but Harry was the only one who was confronted with that knowledge on a daily basis. Harry's every action was defined by his fight against Voldemort, or his fight against the Ministry to allow him to spread the truth about Voldemort. For other students, though, it was just another school year, even the students whose family trees were sprouting Death Eaters from every branch. Blaise Zabini, for example. For all the turmoil that had taken place in Harry's world, there were essentially no changes in Blaise's life. Blaise sat by Draco at lunch instead of Theo, but who was to say that the seating change wouldn't have happened anyway? Friends fight, and maybe it was time for Blaise to find a new best friend, regardless. What was happening at Hogwarts was business as usual, and Harry hated it. Now that Harry had noticed the change, named the change, it confronted him at every turn. People were laughing in the halls, complaining about homework, discussing who they wanted to ask to Hogsmeade, making Christmas lists. Harry couldn't stand it. Unfortunately, there was very little he could do. As Cedric's death faded further and further into the past, people seemed to be forgetting the horror that happened outside the maze. Cedric's lifeless body lying on the ground, staring blankly upward into the blackness of the night. Amos Diggory, fighting through the crowd, crying out in disbelief at the thought of his son's death. The panic, the chaos, the visceral fear, those things were fading into memory. If Voldemort had attacked that night, he would have caught Wizarding Britain at its weakest and most unprepared. Harry had thwarted that plan, and had sought to rally the opposition in order to counter Voldemort's impending attack, an attack that never came. Harry was grimly appreciative of Voldemort's plan. The more time passed, the more the memory of Cedric's death faded, the less likely it seemed that Voldemort had actually returned. The official position of the Ministry, that Cedric's death had been a tragic accident, seemed more and more likely. And if Harry tried to remind the public that Voldemort was out there, he seemed to be a boy crying wolf. Or, worse, an attention-grabbing liar. Harry and Tracy had considered the problem from every possible angle, then reconsidered, but no matter how much time and energy they devoted to the issue, they came to one conclusion: the only way to counter Voldemort's strategy was by publicly exposing him. Of course, doing so would be impossible from inside Hogwarts, which meant that Harry was absolutely and completely powerless. Harry desperately needed a distraction from the constant reminders of his own impotence, and he was lucky to have one close at hand in the immensely pleasing form of Katie Bell. His time with Katie was pure escapism, and Harry knew it, but it was better than constantly being confronted with the fact that Voldemort had returned and most of Hogwarts and Britain didn't care. But even Harry's time with Katie was tainted by Voldemort. When Harry found himself truly at ease, he would realize with a sudden jolt that he was falling into the same trap that Voldemort had set for the rest of Britain. Harry was being lulled into a false sense of security, a false belief that he could live a normal life like a normal teenager. Harry couldn't allow himself that luxury, fiddling while Rome burned around him. It was yet another reason that Harry didn't want his relationship with Katie to become public knowledge. In order to maintain their secrecy, Harry and Katie used school owls to communicate. It was efficient and nearly anonymous, and a student going to the Ollery was hardly suspicious. Hedwig was jealous, of course, so Harry kept her busy by sending, somewhat unnecessary, letters to Sirius. Harry's notes to Katie were thinly coded. They named a place, and then a string of numbers that represented the day and time. Instead of a date, however, which would be easy to recognize, they simply numbered the days of the week, starting with Monday. For time, they used 24-hour time. For example, Harry's last message to Katie had read, Gardens 011630, which meant that he would be waiting for her in the gardens on Monday at 4:30. It wasn't a complicated code, but it was enough to prevent the casually nosy from uncovering their liaisons. As Harry strolled through the snow-covered gardens toward his designated meeting place with Katie, his mind wandered to the last time he had walked through the gardens in the snow. It had been during Yule Ball, with Ginny, and they had overheard Snape and Karkaroff talking about Voldemort's return. Harry had handled that mess rather poorly, to say the least. It was something he badly wished he could do over. If he hadn't bungled things so badly with Ginny, so much might have turned out differently. Harry rounded a corner of the rose hedges and saw that Katie was already waiting for him, sitting on a stone bench that she had cleared of snow with a warming charm. She quickly rose and embraced Harry, and Harry wrapped his arms around her waist and squeezed back. "Were you waiting long?" Harry asked. "It sure seemed that way," Katie said, pecking Harry on the lips. "Tragedy is averted, then," Harry said. He stepped back slightly and gestured toward the gardens with one arm, while offering Katie his other elbow. "Would Milady care for a walk?" "She sure would," Katie said, grinning. She took Harry's arm and the pair began to walk farther into the gardens. Harry's suggestion was not made idly. The chances that someone would discover them in the gardens in the middle of winter were not large, but those chances were reduced substantially if they spent their time at the back of the gardens instead of the front. "I always think these hedge animals are creepy," Katie said, as she and Harry walked along the snow-covered garden path. "The topiary?" Harry asked. "What's wrong with it?" "It looks like it could come alive," Katie replied. "With McGonagall around, it might," Harry said with a grin. Katie pushed him lightly. "You know what I mean," she said. "It makes me scared to turn my back on them. I mean, look at those lions, over there. They look like they're ready to bound over here and gobble me up." "It would seem that the shrubbery has excellent taste," Harry said. Katie laughed and squeezed his arm. Harry continued to lead Katie through the gardens at a leisurely pace. Near the far end of the gardens was a small pond surrounded by fir trees. The pond was frozen, and the branches of the evergreens were heavy with snow. Harry brought Katie down toward the pond, under the overhanging branches of the trees. "I've always liked these trees," Harry said. "They're just so beautiful, with all the frozen berries and pine cones. Like, right there, you see." Harry pointed to the end of a branch. "No," Katie said, squinting her eyes. "I don't. It's just there," Harry said. "Take a closer look." Katie released Harry's arm and walked toward the edge of the branch, where the snow was heaviest. "I still don't see anything." "Just a bit farther," Harry said, reaching upward to grab the branch. "I don't." "Ow." Katie's sentence was cut short as Harry shook the branch and released a small avalanche of snow. Harry only received a light dusting, himself. Katie turned and gave Harry a look of pure indignation. She was holding her arms out at her sides, as if she couldn't believe that she was covered in snow from head to foot. Her cheeks red from cold and anger. "You look cute when you're covered in snow," Harry said, between gales of laughter. "You'll look cute when you're buried in it," Katie yelled. She charged at Harry, who gave a shout and began to scamper away. Harry managed to avoid Katie for a few seconds, laughing all the way, but he quickly lost his footing in the snow and Katie pounced upon him. Harry half-heartedly fought against her as she picked up handfuls of snow and shoved them down the front of his robes. Finally, as Katie shoved a particularly large lump of ice into Harry's shirt, Harry was able to sweep Katie's supporting arm out from under her. Katie fell forward and Harry caught her in his arms, pulling her close and into a key. The Gryffindor girl struggled for a moment, then relaxed and began to key. Harry more enthusiastically. At the same time, though, Harry's key dotting was growing less vigorous. This was precisely what he had come to do, but his anxieties weren't being driven away. In fact, with his eyes closed, it was even easier for his mind to focus on troublesome thoughts. Pansy, for example, had keyed him just like this last year. But Pansy wasn't with Harry any longer. She wouldn't even speak to Harry, or make eye contact with him, or do anything to acknowledge that he existed. Harry missed Pansy. She had been one of his closest friends, and for the briefest moment, he was able to imagine that they were still together, that she hadn't abandoned him to date his best friend. But then Katie moved, and the feel of her body made it obvious that it wasn't Pansy that he was keying at all. And why should it be? Pansy was probably off somewhere dotting Draco at precisely this moment. Harry took a deep breath and opened his eyes, forcing those thoughts away. He wasn't dotting Pansy. And he was okay with that. Totally okay with that. Katie pulled back slightly and smiled at Harry. This is nice, she said. She closed her eyes and leaned back in for another key. When Harry failed to lean in as well, Katie opened her eyes and gave Harry a curious look. Is there something wrong? No, Harry said unconvincingly. Maybe. I don't know. Why don't you tell me about it? Katie asked. It's nothing. You wouldn't understand. Then make me understand, Katie said, placing the palm of her hand lightly on Harry's chest. Tell me. Maybe telling Katie would help. It was worth a try. I just don't understand how everybody is acting like nothing is going on, Harry said. They're going to class and eating breakfast and nobody seems to care that Voldemort has returned. We started the DA, didn't we? Katie asked. That's something. But if Hermione and I hadn't done that, nobody would be doing anything, Harry said. I just don't understand it. What do you want us to do? What can we do? Katie asked. Run around school, yelling that you know who has returned. That wouldn't accomplish much. Katie had a point. There wasn't much that they could do at Hogwarts. As Snape had reminded Harry earlier in the year, Harry and his classmates were schoolchildren. Harry was doing everything he could do by participating in the DA, he was improving his dueling skills, and he was slowly rallying support to his cause. Maybe you're right, Harry said grudgingly. Katie smiled. It doesn't happen often, she said, but when it does, it's usually pretty obvious. She reached out and rubbed Harry on the shoulder. You shouldn't let yourself lose sleep over it. That's another thing, Harry said. I keep having this stupid dream, and it's really bothering me. You've had the same dream more than once. Harry nodded. How often? Katie asked. Once or twice. A month? Katie asked, surprised. A week, Harry finished. A week. Katie seemed excited. Now. Harry, you might be seeing something. Harry could hear her capitalize the word. I don't know, Katie. Divination isn't really my thing. What's your dream about? Katie said. Maybe it's something important. It isn't anything important, Harry said. The frustrating thing is that it's so mundane. I dream that I'm in a dark hallway, and at the end of the hallway is a blue door. Something is on the other side of the door, and I want it badly, but I can't get to it for some reason. Harry shrugged once more. It's stupid. Katie was leaning forward eagerly. It's like Trelawney says, the difficulty lies not in the seeing, but in the understanding. Harry rolled his eyes. He remembered Trelawney saying something like that to him, just before she advised him to quit divination. I don't think I'm having a vision, Harry said. But how do you know? Katie asked. You should ask Professor Trelawney. Trelawney has got to be the most incompetent teacher at this school, Harry said, at the same time Katie was saying, I think Trelawney is really great. Katie's face immediately fell, and she began to blush with shame. Oh, she turned away, but before she could hide her face Harry saw that there were tears forming in her eyes. Shit. On the first day I ever had class with her, she told me that I would be dead before the end of the school year, Harry said. How can I respect her after that? Katie simply shook her head. I didn't know that, she said quietly. You don't actually like divination, do you? Harry asked. There were several seconds of silence before Katie spoke. I should go. Katie, wait, Harry said, reaching toward her, but she was already standing and brushing snow off her robes. She was several steps away before Harry called out again. Katie, I'll go talk to Trelawney about the dream. Katie stopped and turned around slowly. There were tears in her eyes, but her voice was hopeful. Really? Harry nodded. Sure. It wasn't like he had any better ideas. Katie began to smile, the beaming smile she gave whenever somebody approved of something that she did. Then let's go. Now. Katie did not answer. Instead, she darted back, grabbed Harry's hand, and began pulling him through the snow toward the castle. Now, indeed. Katie remained outside of Trelawney's room and forced Harry to enter alone. Something about seer-seeker privilege, which, Harry was fairly certain, was not actually a privileged communication. Regardless, Harry was alone when he entered the divination classroom. Trelawney's room hadn't changed much from the last time that Harry had visited, and remained full of oddments and knickknacks that ostensibly aided her ability to focus her inner eye. In Harry's opinion, the paraphernalia aided Trelawney in burning excessive amounts of incense and distracted from the fact that she had made, according to Dumbledore, only 2 true prophecies in the last 15 years. But, this was also the woman whose help Harry had come to seek, so as he climbed through the trapdoor entrance to her classroom, he forced himself to focus on Trelawney and not her accoutrements. "Professor," Harry called, as he stepped into the room. "Who is it?" Trelawney shouted back. Her head popped around the most distant corner of her room, where her office must have been located. "Just, me," Harry said. "Harry Potter." "Oh, Mr. Potter. What brings you to my classroom?" Trelawney emerged from her office and drifted toward Harry, turning her head this way and that, enormous spectacles making her appear like some sort of curious owl. Or gigantic bug. Either one. Harry's couldn't believe that he was about to say this. "I need your advice. About a dream." "Ah, indeed," Trelawney said, drawing out the syllables dramatically. "As I recall, your inner eye was not well focused, and your interpretive skills suffered as a result. I understand why you might seek my sage advice." Harry clenched his fists and gritted his teeth together. "Yes," he said, "that's exactly it." "Have a seat, dear," Trelawney said, gesturing toward a desk. "Would you like some tea? I always have some brewing." "Thank you." "No," Harry said automatically. A response he had learned from many years of visiting Hagrid. Which was something that he should do, and soon. He owed his friend an apology. Harry made a note of it. Trelawney disappeared into her office, then reappeared with a cup of tea for herself. "Very well. Tell me, what is this dream that you find so concerning?" "It's always the same," Harry said. "You mean to say that you've had this dream more than once?" Trelawney asked. "Yes, since the beginning of the school year," Harry replied. "At first it was infrequent, but now I'm having the dream once or twice a week." "Oh my," Trelawney exclaimed, setting down her teacup and saucer. "This might be a powerful portent. Please, tell me about your dream." "I'm in a dark hallway," Harry said. "It's familiar. Someplace I know." Harry paused. "I really mean that. It doesn't just seem familiar when I'm dreaming. When I'm awake, I know that I should recognize where the hallway is, but I can't quite figure it out. Anyway." Harry gazed off into the distance as he spoke. "I'm in a dark hallway, and at the end of the hallway is a large, blue door. I know that the door is locked, and I want something that's on the other side. I want it badly, as badly as I've ever wanted anything. And I'm getting closer, slowly, and the closer I get the more I want whatever it is that's on the other side. And as I'm finally reaching the door, finally close enough that I should be able to reach out and open it, I wake up." Trelawney pursed her lips. "This thing that you want, the thing that is on the other side of the door, is it valuable?" "Priceless," Harry said immediately, although he wasn't sure how he knew that. Trelawney said. "Your dream is deceptively complex." She walked to her chalkboard and erased it with a wave of her wand. She pointed her wand at a piece of chalk, and with a mumbled word the chalk rose into the air, transcribing her words as she spoke. "There are several operative symbols in your dream. The dark, the blue, the door, the corridor, the lock, the desire, the value, and the unseen object." Trelawney glanced at the chalk, which had listed each of the symbols on the left side of the board, vertically, next to a bullet point, below the capitalized word symbol. "That will be sufficient," she said to the chalk. The chalk dipped its tip. Harry had the impression that it was nodding at Trelawney, and moved to the top of the board. "Your difficulty," Trelawney said to Harry, "as you rightfully acknowledged, lies in understanding not only what these symbols might represent, but also their interactions with one another." The chalk began to write again, creating a second and third column titled Representation and Interaction. "The dark, for example, suggests foreboding but also the unknown. When considered in concert with the desire, the unseen object, and the perception of the value, it is clear that foreboding is unlikely to be the dominant purpose of the dark, but instead simply an expression reinforcing the mysterious nature of the unseen object. Harry nodded. Trelawney suddenly seemed smart. He had not expected this. The blue might signifies coolness, in all its forms. The cold of temperature, the cold of death, the cold of pure water, the cold of absent emotion. The corridor suggests a journey, but also a journey with a clear end. Trelawney was no longer speaking to Harry, but musing to herself. The chalk was flying around the board, taking notes based on Trelawney's half-spoken ruminations. The door suggests transition, but the lock prevents transition, or perhaps together they are an indication of an option that is difficult to achieve, and the desire, of course, overrides all. Trelawney's voice trailed into nothingness. Do you know what it means? Harry asked. Knowledge is an illusion, Trelawney said. The belief that truth exists as an exercise in self-deception. What does that mean? Nothing means everything, Trelawney said. Or vice versa. Harry put his head in his hand. Maybe he would ask Luna about this conversation later. May I ask you, Trelawney said to Harry, do you desire something greatly? Of course, Harry said. Only about 1,000 things. Or, perhaps, someone. Trelawney asked. That was a slightly more interesting question. Harry had desired Pansy at the beginning of the year, but that desire was now muddled with a large portion of hatred. Hermione had always interested Harry, but she was together with Ron, and he hadn't really thought about her that way since the end of third year. Katie was nice, but he and Katie were already snogging regularly. It was difficult to desire something you already had. Tracy was making it clear that she was a desirable young witch, but also making it clear that she was together with Theo. And the only other witch who was a significant presence in Harry's life was Ginny. Then again, the wizard that Harry missed the most was Draco. Purely in terms of friendship, of course, but sometimes Harry missed his friend so badly that it hurt. I suspect that some desire is trying to make itself known to you, Trelawney said. Something or someone that you desire most of all. The desire is hidden and locked, not by external action, but by your own denials. You want something, Mr. Potter, but you are reluctant to admit it to yourself. You think, perhaps, that your desire is wrong, and thus you have locked it away in the darkness, tried to freeze it, tried to kill it. But you find yourself drawn to the object of your desire, more and more. The object of your desire has value, and thus you reach for this thing, you strive for it, and you will open the door, sooner or later. By the time you do, hopefully, you will have learned the nature of your desire and made your peace with it. Trelawney frowned and looked at Harry over the top of her glasses. If you do not, your desire may destroy you. Harry's mouth was dry with fear. Trelawney's interpretation of his dream was more frightening than any grim he might have seen in a teacup. He could think of dozens of things that he desired, and half of them were forbidden to some degree or another. The books Harry had taken from Grimmauld Place and the knowledge inside them, the skill to master his emerald trance and the power it would give him, the duel that Harry imagined having with Mr. Malfoy and the curses that Harry wanted to use, reconnecting with Draco as a friend, and what it would cost Harry to do so. Harry still desired Pansy, if he was being honest with himself. And if Harry was being really honest with himself, Ginny, and Tracy. How sure are you? Harry asked. As unsure as ever, Trelawney said lightly. The difficulty lies not in the seeing, but in the understanding. Perhaps everything I have said is wrong. Perhaps you are dreaming about an actual door that you once saw. Trelawney chuckled. Unlikely, of course. Such mundane things do not force themselves before your inner eye so insistently. Harry frowned. This was not what he had wanted to hear. He had wanted certainty, not more questions. What should I do? Harry asked. How can I make the dream go away? Trelawney looked shocked. You do not want to make this dream go away, she said. You want to open yourself to the dream. Allow yourself to fully explore your hidden desires. Your inner eye presents you with a chance to truly know yourself, a rare and valuable opportunity. Do not let it go to waste. When Harry left Trelawney's classroom, he was deep in thought. He almost ran into Katie Bell, who was still waiting for him outside the classroom. He had completely forgotten about her. Well, Katie asked. What did she say? She said that this was a chance to explore my hidden desires, Harry said. Sounds fun, Katie said, stepping closer. I'd like to explore those, as well. Harry forced a smile onto his face. Later, he said, talking to Trelawney gave me a headache, and I think I'd like to lie down. Oh, okay, Katie said. Disappointment was evident in her voice. I'll see you again before Halls, won't I? Of course, Harry said. He patted her on the arm. Just tell me. There was one more DA meeting before classes ended for winter holidays, and Harry suggested to Hermione that they should work on stunners. Hermione had wondered if stunners were too advanced, but Harry felt that it would encourage the DA to improve their shield charms quickly. The victim of a stunner might not remember falling to the ground, but the bruises hurt just the same when you were re-enervated. Harry, Tracy and Theo did not arrive quite as early for the DA's second meeting, and they were able to quietly enter the room of requirement behind a group of Ravenclaws. When Longbottom and his Gryffindor friends realized that the Slytherins were present, Harry and his friends were subjected to some angry glares, but nothing remotely like the first meeting. When it seemed that everybody had arrived, Hermione called the meeting to order. She spoke briefly about a stunner and its incantation, Stupefy. She had learned her lesson from the first meeting, and kept her lecture length under a minute. Once she was done, she called Harry up to the front of the room and asked him to demonstrate. Harry stepped forward and raised his wand. Hermione did the same, and Harry snapped his wand down immediately. Stupefy, Harry said loudly. A red jet of light burst from his wand and sailed toward Hermione, who defended herself with a shield charm. Harry's stunner deflected upward and struck the ceiling, leaving a small scorch mark behind. What should we be focusing on when it comes to our form? Hermione asked Harry. Focus on the snap of your wrist, Harry said. It doesn't matter how you swing your arm, as long as your wand snaps to a stop. The goal of a stunner is to stop your opponent, and the sudden stop of your wand will reinforce that desire and make your spell more powerful. Hermione nodded. Everybody got that. When there was no response, she continued. Great. Then break into pairs, and practice your stunners. Defend yourselves with the shield charms we practiced last week. And before anybody stuns anybody, we should drag those mats out here. Hermione gestured toward the wall, beyond the rest of the DA members. Harry glanced over at the wall and saw that there was a pile of large foam athletic mats that he somehow hadn't noticed before. Oh, if you manage to stun your partner, the incantation to awaken them is re-enervate. If anybody is having problems, ask me or Harry. As the DA members began to unroll the mats, Harry returned to Tracy and Theo. After the last meeting, Harry had realized that he would be spending much of his time giving feedback to members of the DA. As a result, he wouldn't have much time for duel Tracy and Theo, who were still unwilling to duel one another. This was unacceptable. If they were going to improve, they needed to duel regularly. Harry needed to find somebody who was open-minded enough to practice dueling with Slytherins, while also being brave or blithe enough to do so in front of everybody else in the DA. Harry needed somebody like Luna Lovegood. Luna and Ginny had dragged a practice mat into the center of the room and were preparing to practice their charms, just as they had the week before. As he approached the girls, Harry was increasingly convinced that this was a perfect match. Nobody was willing to practice with Luna other than Ginny, and nobody was willing to practice with Theo or Tracy other than Harry. If the five of them could practice together, they would get plenty practice, plenty of tactical variation, and plenty of rest. Hi Luna. Hi Ginny, Harry said as he approached the two girls. Do you mind if I talk to you about something? Is it about blibbering humdingers? Luna asked eagerly. No. Drat, Luna said. Go ahead, anyway. Nobody wants to practice with us Slytherins, Harry said, gesturing over his shoulder with his thumb. We're getting bored of casting spells at one another, so I was hoping that you and Ginny would come over and practice with us. Luna thought for a long moment. I accept. She breezed past Harry without another word. Harry looked at Ginny. How about you? I don't know, Ginny said. Mostly I was practicing with Luna because I didn't want her to be left alone. Harry nodded. I understand. I guess you'll want to go practice with Longbottom and his lot. Ginny looked over at the Gryffindor group. Ginny's brother Ron was exchanging spells with Dean Thomas, who was rather incompetently trying to shield himself from Ron's stunners. Ginny made a face when she saw Dean. "You know what?" Ginny said. "I think I'll go with Luna, after all. Maybe I can learn something tricky and devious from you snaky types." Harry suppressed a smile. Thank goodness Thomas had continued to come to the DA meetings. His failed date with Ginny was still managing to work in Harry's favor. When Harry and Ginny arrived, Tracy and Luna were already squaring off for a duel. Tracy had doffed her robes and was wearing her familiar revealing tank top. Theo was standing to one side, arms crossed, a small smirk on his face. Harry knew what he was thinking. Tracy looked good, and Luna didn't stand a chance. Luna was a year younger than Tracy, and, unlike Tracy, Luna hadn't spent the first 3 months of the year practicing her dueling with Harry. Theo's confidence was not misplaced. It was a matter of seconds before Luna was knocked to the ground, stunned into unconsciousness. Ginny stepped forward and re-enervated her friend, and helped Luna to her feet. "Come on, Harry," Tracy said. "There has to be someone better for me to duel." 2 out of 3, Luna said as she brushed herself off. Tracy looked at Harry significantly, and Harry shrugged. "You heard her," Harry said. "The DA is to help everybody get better, and Luna won't improve unless she practices against better duelists." Tracy rolled her eyes and threw Luna's wand back. "Fine, let's get this over with." Tracy and Luna raised their wands, and once again the 2B-owned girls dueled. Harry expected that Luna would once again be quickly stunned, but was surprised to see the younger witch dodging and deflecting Tracy's stunners. Tracy, judging by the furrow that appeared on her brow, was surprised as well. Surprise quickly turned to consternation as Luna began to launch jinxes back at Tracy. Tracy was able to shield herself from the Ravenclaw girl's assault, and retorted with a stunner that struck Luna in the shoulder, dropped her to the ground. Once again, Ginny re-enervated the Ravenclaw girl. Luna hopped up from the ground without hesitation. 3 out of 5, Luna said immediately, smiling at Tracy. Luna's smile had usually made Harry feel as if she might know something that he didn't. This time, he was certain she knew something. Tracy seemed to recognize it, as well. She shook her head. 2 out of 3 is good enough. "You aren't afraid," Luna said. Harry had to give Luna credit. Her inflection was perfectly calculated. If Luna had simply taunted Tracy, it would have been easy to resist. Slytherin students, being constantly exposed to Gryffindors, mostly managed to become immune to flagrant taunting by the time they had reached 5th year. But Luna's taunt was perfectly veiled, seeming as if it were some sort of epiphany. It was perfectly said, and Tracy couldn't stand it. "Afraid? Please. You're just wasting my time," Tracy said. "Duel again," Harry said. He wanted to see what Luna had discovered. "Harry, come on," Tracy began, annoyed. Harry shook his head. "Again." Tracy gave a huff of breath and turned sharply away from Harry. Tracy stormed away several steps, then turned and raised her wand aggressively, signaling readiness. Luna smoothly brought her wand upward, smiling all the while. For a moment, neither girl moved, then Tracy lunged forward, casting a stunner. Luna slipped to one side, allowing Tracy's charm to fly harmlessly past, and responded with a stunner of her own. The red light struck Tracy in the chest and she toppled backwards. 3 out of 5, Luna asked quietly, fully aware that Tracy could not hear her. Theo stepped forward to re-enervate Tracy, who scrambled to her feet without a word and raised her wand. Luna did the same, and almost immediately cast a stunner at Tracy. Tracy countered with a shield, reflecting the stunner back at Luna and following with a stunner of her own. Luna sidestepped the reflected stunner and deflected Tracy's spell into the ground. The girls continued to exchange spells for nearly a minute, neither able to gain a distinct advantage over the other. Tracy focused on her most powerful stunners and shields, while Luna was more willing to simply step aside to avoid a spell and facilitate a counterattack of her own. When Luna went on the offensive, she occasionally included a quick jinx to throw Tracy off balance, hoping that the disruption would allow her to sneak a disarming charm past Tracy's defenses. Finally, Tracy's power advantage won out. Luna was late in her movement to dodge a stunner, and was forced to use a shield, instead. Tracy seized the opportunity and cast stunner after stunner at Luna, hemming in the younger girl behind her shield. Eventually, Tracy caught Luna with her shield too high, and was able to sneak a stunner under the bottom edge. The spell struck Luna in the leg and the bee-owned Ravenclaw dropped to the ground, unconscious. Finally, Tracy gasped, exhausted from the effort of her duel. She turned away from Luna and staggered over to Theo, who embraced her and whispered, "Nicely done," in her ear. Tracy grinned and nuzzled her head into Theo's neck. "You're pleased with that performance?" Harry asked Tracy. She turned in Theo's arms and gave Harry a sharp look. "Because you shouldn't be," Harry said. "Luna noticed a flaw in your technique. Your first duel was an absolute rout, and less than 10 minutes later the two of you were evenly matched. That's a serious problem." Theo wrapped his arms around Tracy protectively. "I don't think there's any problem with how Tracy duels." "I didn't, either," Harry said, "until I watched that. Whatever Luna noticed, Tracy needs to fix it." "So what's my weakness?" Tracy said to Luna. Ginny had re-enervated Luna, and the Ravenclaw girl was brushing off her robes. "Don't tell her," Harry said, cutting Luna off before she could say anything. "She'll learn more if she figures it out on her own." "You know what, Harry?" Tracy said. "You're a bit of a bastard." "So I've heard," Harry said, glancing across the room at Neville Longbottom. "I need to go round and give people feedback. Before I do, I'd like to see Ginny and Theo duel." Theo unwrapped his arms from Tracy's shoulders and stepped forward. As he did, he pulled one arm across his body, stretching his muscles, emphasizing how much larger he was than Ginny. Even under his long-sleeved shirt, it was obvious that he was flexing his biceps to make himself appear bigger. A cheap attempt at intimidation, and Ginny recognized it as such, judging by her rolling eyes. "Let's see what you've got, Weasley," Theo said. It seemed that Theo shared Tracy's dislike for the red-headed Gryffindor. Ginny rolled her eyes again and raised her wand. Theo did likewise, and the two stood there, facing one another for several seconds. It was apparent that each was waiting for the other to cast the first spell, and 5 seconds turned into 10, then 20, then 30. Theo, smirking slightly, was the first to lose his patience. "Stupefy. Protega." Ginny's shield charm blocked Theo's stunner easily. She hadn't forgotten Harry's advice from the previous week. The shield wasn't precise enough to reflect Theo's spell back at him, so Ginny kept her shield active, expecting Theo to follow up with another charm. Theo, however, had once again taken a defensive stance. Ginny considered Theo for a moment. She clearly hadn't expected him to be so deliberate, not after his earlier attempt at intimidation. Harry could see her expression change as she considered and rejected several courses of action. Finally, Ginny set her jaw and thrust her wand forward, releasing her shield at the same time she cast her spell. "Stupefy. Stupefy." Ginny sent a pair of stunners at Theo, one high at his face and the other low, at his shins. Theo blocked the high stunner with a shield and simply raised his left foot, allowing the lower stunner to harmlessly strike the floor. Once the danger of the spell had passed, Theo lowered his foot and resumed his stare-down with Ginny. "Okay, enough," Harry said, stepping between the two of them. "Clearly the two of you don't need to work on your stunners. Work on general dueling, instead. Focus on stunners and shield charms, but feel free to use whatever spells are necessary to win the duel. Nothing that Madame Pomfrey couldn't fix. After a few minutes, give Luna and Tracy another chance." Theo and Ginny nodded their understanding, neither taking their eyes off the other. Clearly, Theo was trying to avenge Tracy's loss to Luna, and Ginny was doing likewise on Luna's behalf. Harry would have preferred that his friends liked one another, but healthy competition would eventually turn into respect, and perhaps friendship would come later. Harry moved away from his friends and started a circuit around the room. Hermione was talking to some Ravenclaws near the door, so Harry started at the back of the room with a small cluster of Gryffindors. It was a complete coincidence that the group was comprised of Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell. The girls were arranged in a triangle, firing stunners clockwise. Katie's stunner seemed adequate, and Johnson's was quite good. Spinnet, however, was taking the form of a diffuse orange cloud, instead of a focused and red bolt of energy. Harry held back for a moment, watching several of Spinnet's attempts, before he interrupted their practice. "Wait a moment," Harry said, the next time it was Spinet's turn. You're doing this all wrong. And since you're so brilliant, you've graciously decided to bestow the gift of your wisdom. Spinet snapped. No, but since Hermione asked me to help, I've decided to do it. Harry's eyes tightened. Honestly, if you were in a duel, would you feel comfortable casting, whatever that was? Spinet narrowed her eyes at Harry. I thought not, Harry said, taking that as her response. Your problem is here, in the motion of your arm. You're sweeping it across your body, which would be fine for a tripping jinx. A stunner is all about stopping, though. Snap your wrist at the end. I am snapping my wrist, Spinet said. Show me. Spinet cast a stunner toward Johnson, and once again, a translucent orange cloud wafted its way toward the dark-skinned girl. Johnson's shield stopped the spell easily. Okay, so you're snapping your wrist, Harry said. But you aren't stopping. Finish the spell with your wand pointing at Johnson. Like throwing a quaffle. Spinet looked at Harry skeptically, but addressed Johnson anyway. Spinet raised her arm and snapped it down, ending her motion with her wand pointed directly at Johnson. Stupefy. A red bolt of energy sizzled out of Spinet's wand, and Johnson wasn't able to raise a shield before the spell struck her in the chest and dropped her to the floor. Oh my gosh, Angelina. Spinet cried. I'm sorry. Harry was laughing as he re-enervated Johnson. Don't apologize. You did exactly what you were supposed to do. It seems like Johnson could use some work on her shield, though. Johnson glared at Harry as she pulled herself to her feet. And you could use some work on your mouth. Fine, fine, Harry said, raising his hands. I'll go help where I'm wanted. But don't forget who taught you all how to cast a proper stunner. Johnson gave Harry a dirty look, and turned toward Katie Bell. It was Johnson's turn to cast the stunner and Bell's turn to defend. As Harry was walking away, he was able to see Katie block Johnson's stunner. Katie looked toward Harry, and Harry gave her a small nod of approval. Katie blushed, and was flustered to the point that her next stunner went off target and struck Justin Finch-Fletchley in the back. Harry made his way around the room, offering advice where he could. He wasn't sure whether he should be discouraged or encouraged by the amount of advice he was able to give. On one hand, the DA members were, for the most part, rubbish at defense. On the other hand, it was clear that Harry and Hermione were doing a great service for the members of the DA. Unfortunately, it was absolutely clear that the DA members were a long way from being receptive to Harry's instruction. Not everyone was as openly hostile as Johnson or Spinet, but it was clear that very few of the DA members were comfortable around Harry. When Harry finally finished his awkward rounds, he made his way back toward his friends. He found them in an odd tableau. Tracy, furious, with her arms folded. Luna, looking up at the ceiling, gaze as vacant as ever. Theo, arms also folded, laughing loudly and wearing a broad grin. And Ginny, red-faced with anger and pointing a finger at Theo's nose. Don't you laugh at me, Ginny shouted as Harry approached. I will hex you into oblivion, I swear to Merlin. Theo only laughed harder. Ginny clenched her teeth together and began to draw back her wand. Hey, Harry said, dashing forward to stand between his two friends. What's going on? You're about to have a new pair of boots, Ginny said to Harry. Because that's all will be left of Not when I'm through with him. I like you, Weasley, Not said, looking past Harry. Come back next week, and I'll teach you how to really duel. You are the most arrogant, condescending. Ginny's hands were clutched into fists. Stop laughing at me. Harry motioned for Theo to step aside. Enough, Theo. Not, shaking his head and chuckling, moved to put his back against the wall. Tracy immediately appeared at his side and placed a possessive hand on his arm. Harry turned back toward Ginny. I take it things didn't go so well? He asked quietly. No, Ginny said petulantly, her voice also low. Things went fine. Great, actually. I was learning a lot from Theo's technique, and I think I was really challenging him. But he was being such a Burke about it. Kept calling me, sweetie, and dear, and kitten. It's infuriating. Of course it was. Theo was provoking Ginny, trying to get her to lose her composure so that he could win their duel. The fact that Ginny had still managed to duel him to a standstill was impressive. Theo's comments also explained Tracy's behavior. All the condescending diminutives that Theo had used on Ginny could also be used as terms of endearment. And after Harry bungled Yule Ball last year, if there was one person in school that Tracy didn't want her boyfriend calling kitten, it was Ginny Weasley. You have to learn to let it go, Harry said. If you're ever in a real duel, there's a good chance that your opponent will be taunting you. If they can provoke you into making a mistake, they've won. Says the person who stood up in class and dared Umbridge to accuse him of murder, Ginny said, rolling her eyes. My temper is a work in progress, Harry said. But it also means that I can recognize when somebody else is vulnerable in the same way. Ginny stuck out her lower lip and let her breath out with a huff, blowing her hair away from her eyes. Point. I know, Harry said. You're going to keep dueling Theo, because you have to learn to control your emotions. Harry glanced over his shoulder. Theo and Tracy were whispering to one another, while Luna was still staring vacantly off into space. Did Luna get to duel again? Ginny nodded. She and Theo dueled for a while. He beat her pretty soundly. Then he and I dueled again. Tracy and I were going to be next, but then you came over here. You'll have to save that duel for later, Harry said. He gestured toward the center of the room, where Hermione was calling for everybody's attention. It looks like we're done for the night. Done with the DA, you mean, Ginny said. You and I still have work to do, right? I didn't forget about you, Harry said, taking note of the slightly frantic tone that Ginny was failing to keep out of her voice. He patted Ginny on the shoulder, turning her toward Hermione. Let's go see what Hermione has to say. Hermione's closing remarks were rather brief. She thanked everybody for returning and reminded them that this would be the last meeting until after the holidays. Then she dismissed the DA, once again with the subtle assistance of Harry and the Marauder's map. Once the rest of the DA had vacated the room of requirement, Harry and Ginny began to practice their Patronus charms. They stood side by side and practiced casting the charm into the middle of the room. Ginny had managed to improve her charm a bit, and she was excited to see that the mist that emerged from her wand was visibly more opaque than it had been the week before. Harry, for his part, was surprised to see that his Patronus shield was stronger than it had ever been, short of producing a corporeal Patronus. As they practiced, Harry wondered what had changed to make his shield stronger than it had been during third year. Was he more powerful? From what he had learned from Snape last year, that was probably true, but he hadn't noticed a perceptible difference in the power of his other spells. Not without the help of his Emerald Trance, anyway. Or perhaps it was simply a matter of focus. 15-year-old Harry was able to focus his magic more effectively than 13-year-old Harry had been. There was a third possible explanation, but it was one that Harry was reluctant to consider, even in the confines of his own mind. It was possible that thinking about Ginny made him happier today than it had made him 2 years earlier. Maybe nothing had changed about Harry, or his magic. Maybe the change could be found entirely in his feelings for Ginny. Harry glanced over at Ginny. She had just finished her latest attempt at producing a Patronus, and her arm was extended in front of her body. She was smiling slightly, probably thinking about her happy memory. As Harry watched, Ginny raised a hand and brushed her hair away from her freckled cheek. Before Harry could look away, Ginny lowered her wand and turned toward him, catching him watching her. Her grin spread across her face, blossoming into a full smile. Harry's breath caught in his throat and he looked down, embarrassed that he had been caught. Ginny didn't say anything, however, which was a small mercy. Harry tried to hide his embarrassment behind a discussion of the Patronus charm. He focused on the technical aspects of the spell, pointing out his own failings as well as his strengths, offering suggestions that could help Ginny improve. Ginny, thankfully, played along with Harry's ruse, and graciously accepted his advice. Harry felt lucky. There had been a better than even chance that Ginny would directly confront Harry about staring at her, which would have resulted in many flustered sentences and awkward justifications, none of which would have been satisfactory, because none of them would have addressed the real reason that Harry had been staring at Ginny. That reason, of course, was that Harry was a 15-year-old wizard, and Ginny was a pretty young witch, and 15-year-old wizards tended to stare at pretty young witches. At the end of their practice, as he had the week before, Harry escorted Ginny back to Gryffindor Tower. Their whispered conversation slowed to a halt as they approached the portrait of the fat lady, but Ginny did not immediately give the password to go inside. Instead, she turned toward Harry, and gave him an appraising look and raising her chin slightly. If Harry hadn't known better, he would have thought that Ginny was considering the possibility of a good night key. But Harry did know better, because Ginny quickly turned away and gave the fat lady the password, mumbling goodbye to Harry as she slipped through the portrait. Harry was frustrated that winter break was so close. It would be almost 3 weeks before the next DA meeting, and consequently his next meeting with Ginny. It seemed far too long. During the last week of classes, Professor Binns decided to ruin Christmas. I have been instructed by the Hogwarts High Inquisitor to add some life to my class, Professor Binns droned. It was 5 minutes before the end of History of Magic, and Harry, like many of the Hufflepuffs and Slytherins in the class, was shaking himself awake from his semi-regular afternoon nap. Binns, who never noticed whether his students were awake or asleep, was obliviously floating above his desk at the front of the room. Despite the viviocentric and mortophobic nature of her request, my compliance is required. To satisfy the High Inquisitor's demand, each student with research a famous historical wizard. Choose a wizard from your own house. Upon your return to Hogwarts, each student will turn in 16 inches of parchment detailing the wizard's most important accomplishments. After your marks are returned, you will present your findings to the class in a lecture that will last no longer than 10 minutes, but no fewer than 7. A groan went through the class. Despite the clear political and social divisions in Slytherin, everybody was able to reach an agreement on the issue of homework over Christmas. It was lousy. Do you think one of you could suggest a wizard for me to research? Harry asked Tracy and Theo as they walked out of class. Pureblood history isn't really my thing. I'm still trying to catch up with the pureblood present. Not a problem, Theo said. Why don't we work on it over break? You're staying at Hogwarts for Halls, right? No change in plans. No change, Harry said. Officially, this was true. Unofficially, Harry was going to be briefly whisked away at Christmas via Flo Powder and Dumbledore's fireplace for dinner with Sirius. Theo, however, was still not privy to the fact that Sirius, although a fugitive, was innocent, let alone the fact that Sirius was Harry's godfather. But, given that Harry's visit with Sirius would last a few hours at most, and that Theo was unlikely to decide to do homework on Christmas night, Harry wasn't worried about finding time to work on Binns' stupid assignment. On the afternoon that classes concluded, Harry's dormitory mates spent the afternoon packing their trunks for holidays. The next morning they would be taken to King's Cross Station aboard the Hogwarts Express, leaving Harry and Theo alone in Boys' dorm for the next 2.5 weeks. Harry would be glad to see them go. It would be nice to relax, for once, rather than warding his trunk and bed every night. That night, Harry fell asleep quickly. His dreams were extremely confusing. At first, he dreamed he was dotting Katie under a sprig of mistletoe in the room of requirement, but when he pulled back from the key, he found that he was dotting Pansy. With each successive key, he found himself dotting a different girl. Tracy, then Ginny, then Cho Chong, then Luna Lovegood, of all people. As Harry leaned forward for yet another key, the dream twisted around him, and he was no longer in the room of requirement. Instead, he was in a long hallway, and at the end was a blue door. It was the same hallway and same door that Harry had been dreaming about all year, but this dream was somehow different. Harry was somehow different. Instead of curiosity and longing, he was filled with a sense of excitement. Tonight was the night. Tonight he would know what was behind the door. He was no longer impotently watching the door from afar. He was moving forward, low to the ground, slithering and sliding. At the end of the hallway, seated in front of the blue door, was a man with red hair. Harry was suddenly filled with desperate longing. How he wanted to bite the man. But Harry had to remain focused on his true goal, the door. But now the man was awake and towering over Harry, drawing his wand, and Harry was forced to strike. He reared up and darted forward, stabbing the man with his fangs 3 times in quick succession, and Harry felt the man's warm blood drip over his fangs. Harry bolted upright in bed, hand clutching his forehead. His scar was burning with blinding, searing pain. His dorm mates were stirring in their beds, Harry must have cried out, awakening them. Everything all right, Harry? Theo asked. No, Harry said, still clutching his head. He threw his legs over the side of the bed. I have to go. Harry walked quickly out of the dormitory, leaving Theo behind. Harry had finally recognized the man from his dream. It was Arthur Weasley, Ginny's father. Harry knew that Arthur was a member of the Order, and there was something about his dream that left Harry uneasy. Harry needed to talk to somebody, immediately, and that meant rousing Snape. Harry pounded on the door to Snape's quarters for nearly a minute before his head of house answered. Potter, Snape said nastily. What do you want? Snape was dressed in black pajamas with green trim. Harry might have found them amusing, in a different situation. As it was, the expression on Snape's face made it clear that he did not enjoy being awoken after midnight. I think Arthur Weasley has been hurt, Harry said. While I was asleep, I saw Mr. Weasley sitting outside a blue door in a dark hallway, and he was attacked by a snake. He was bleeding really badly. Snape's eyes narrowed. You awoke me because you had a bad dream. I didn't say I dreamed it. I said I saw it. It wasn't a dream, it was something else. When I woke up, my scar felt like it was on fire. Harry rubbed at his forehead. It still hurts, just not as much. Snape regarded curiously, considering the import of Harry's words. Harry grew impatient. Do you really think that one of your 5th years would be stupid enough to wake you over a nightmare? None of us are that thick, not even Crabbe and Goyle. Wait here, Snape said. He disappeared into his chambers and reappeared a moment later, shrugging robes on over his pajamas. Follow me. Harry obeyed Snape's orders, following close behind the larger man's footsteps. They moved quickly through the halls of Hogwarts, and Harry realized that they were headed toward Dumbledore's office. Snape mumbled a password to the gargoyle that guarded the entrance, and led Harry up the stairs. Professor Dumbledore, Snape said. Potter needs to speak with you. Dumbledore was still dressed in his robes, and was hunched over a large, ancient-looking tome. There was no indication that he had ever gone to sleep. He looked at Harry over the top of his half-moon spectacles, and raised a curious eyebrow. What has happened, Harry? Harry repeated what he had told Snape. Arthur was hurt, by a snake, lots of blood, and Harry's scar had been burning. Dumbledore's curious expression turned into a frown as Harry spoke. When Harry was finished, Dumbledore asked one question. Where were you when you saw this? In bed, Harry responded. I was asleep. Dumbledore shook his head. Let me be clearer. From what perspective did you witness this attack? Were you standing in the corridor? Were you floating above Arthur Weasley? Harry felt a chill run through his body. He had hoped to avoid admitting this, but it was as if Dumbledore already knew the answer. Why else would he ask the question? I wasn't in any of those places, Harry said quietly. I was the snake. Dumbledore immediately stood and approached a portrait on the wall of his office. Dumbledore awoke the wizard in the portrait and sent the wizard to his portrait in the ministry, asking him to investigate Harry's claim. Harry made a mental note. Wherever the blue door was, it was in the ministry. That might explain why the door looked so familiar. Perhaps Harry had seen it before, when Snape escorted Harry to his trial. Harry struggled to remember what halls they had passed. The Department of Muggle Relations, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the Department of Mysteries. As Harry pondered the blue door, Dumbledore awoke another portrait, this one of a witch. He sent the witch on another mission. Harry didn't hear the details. Then Dumbledore awoke a third portrait, this one of a wizard dressed in green robes, probably a Slytherin. Dumbledore sent the third wizard to Grimmauld Place to rouse Sirius, and Harry suddenly recognized that the portrait displayed Phineas Nigellus, the most recent Slytherin headmaster of Hogwarts. What now? Harry asked, when it appeared that Dumbledore had finished dispatching portraits. Now, Dumbledore said, we wait. Dumbledore turned away from Harry and plucked a strange instrument from his office. He began muttering and mumbling over the thing, and smoky figures rose and twisted in response to his words. Snape, meanwhile, took up station at the nearest window, arms folded, gazing silently and stone-faced into the night. Several minutes later, the male wizard returned from his ministry portrait. He confirmed that Arthur had been injured, Staff members had retrieved him from the lower levels of the ministry, and he was being transported to St. Mungo's hospital as they spoke. Dumbledore thanked the portrait, then raised his wand and summoned a corporeal Patronus in the form of a blue-white phoenix. Dumbledore began to speak to the ephemeral bird. Minerva, please awaken Arthur Weasley's children and conduct them to my office. Dumbledore waved his wand again, and the Patronus flew out of the office, passing through the headmaster's door with the ease of a ghost. Harry realized that it was the same method of communication that Snape had used 2 years previously, when he had found Harry and Hermione in the library on a night that Sirius had infiltrated Hogwarts. Harry promised himself that he would learn how to communicate via Patronus, as soon as his Patronus once again became corporeal. Dumbledore and Snape once again fell silent, and Harry took his cue from the older wizards. He kept thinking about his vision. How had he seen Arthur being attacked? Harry knew from divination that he had no natural clairvoyance. And even so, why did Harry see through the eyes of a snake? Why was a snake attacking Arthur? Why was Arthur in the ministry in the first place? Some of the answers were obvious. Arthur was in the ministry because of some type of business for the order. Probably guard duty, given how he was sitting outside the blue door. And if he was guarding something, he was guarding it from Voldemort, because that's what the order did, opposed Voldemort. That explained the snake, as well, because Voldemort was a Parselmouth, he had probably sent the snake on a reconnaissance mission. And the snake, once discovered, had attacked Arthur. But why could Harry see through the eyes of the snake? Why could Harry see this at all? Harry was very afraid to answer those questions. Harry discovered that his hand had risen and was rubbing his scar. Minerva McGonagall rushed into the room, with Ron, Ginny, Fred and George trailing behind her, and Harry allowed his hand to fall back into his lap. The Weasley children wore varying expressions of concern on their faces. Being awoken in the night could only mean bad things. Dumbledore told them the barest version of what had happened, that Arthur had been attacked and was on his way to St. Mungo's. Dumbledore had contacted Molly Weasley, and she was on her way to St. Mungo's, as well. The children were going to be sent to Grimmauld Place by Flo Powder, and Dumbledore was going to personally investigate what had happened. Is it serious? Ron asked. As I said, I will personally investigate, Dumbledore said. When I know more about your father's condition, you will be the first to know. How was Dad hurt? George asked. Dumbledore smiled gently. I am afraid that you will have me repeating myself. Why is Harry here? Ginny asked, perhaps the most insightful question of the night. Now that Voldemort has returned, I am obviously concerned for Harry's safety. So long as I am at Hogwarts, there is no place safer, Dumbledore said. Tonight, however, I will not be at Hogwarts. If this is an attempt at diversion, I must ensure his safety. Thus, Harry will accompany you. Dumbledore ignited a fire in his fireplace and passed a jar of Flo Powder to Harry. Harry took a handful and passed it to Ginny. Remember, Dumbledore said, number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry stepped forward and threw his Flo Powder into the fire. He clearly shouted Sirius's address, then stepped forward into the flames. Moments later, Harry was hurled out of the fireplace at number 12, Grimmauld Place. He had enough presence of mind to step quickly to one side as Ginny came spinning out after him. You and I need to talk, Ginny said pointedly. Sure, Harry said. Then Ron was spinning out of the fireplace, and Fred and George. The 5 students stood awkwardly in the living room, looking about, not quite sure what to do with themselves. Ginny was still looking at Harry, and it was plain that she had plenty she wanted to say, just not in front of her brothers. You lot. Sirius's voice was calling from the kitchen. Come in here and have some butterbeer, immediately. It was a long night in Grimmauld Place. The Weasleys, Harry and Sirius sat around the kitchen table, drinking butterbeer after butterbeer. The Weasleys wore near identical expressions of worry as they stared down into their mugs, unable to say anything of any worth. Fred tried a few times, but his voice faltered quickly and silence once again reigned over the kitchen, heavy and oppressive. It was nearly an hour before Molly Weasley's head appeared in Sirius's fireplace to update the Weasley children on their father's condition. Arthur had been stabilized at St. Mungo's, and he didn't seem to be in any immediate mortal peril. She would come to Grimmauld Place in the morning and take the children to visit. In the meantime, Dumbledore was having their trunks sent over from Hogwarts, and the whole family would be staying at Grimmauld Place for the duration of holidays for protective reasons. Now that Arthur had been attacked, there seemed to be a worry that Voldemort would send Death Eaters to finish what the snake had started. It was past 3 in the morning before people started wandering out of the kitchen. Fred and George were the first, and Sirius announced that they should all go off to bed. Sleep would be important when they went to visit Arthur in the morning. Harry acknowledged that sleep would be important for him, as well, because Harry expected to be answering plenty of questions over the next several days, many of them snake or dream related. The next morning, Molly Weasley arrived to collect her children. She was surprised to find that everybody was awake, dressed, and eating breakfast. The Weasley children were notoriously late sleepers and slow awakeners, but Arthur's injury had everybody eager to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Harry and Sirius had awoken with them, Sirius to prepare breakfast, Harry to send a letter to Tracy via Hedwig. Harry didn't want his friend to be worried about his sudden disappearance. He let Tracy know that he was okay, and that nothing had happened to him, but that he might be out of touch for a little while. His letter finished, Harry ate a leisurely breakfast and was preparing for a restful day with his godfather. Molly Weasley had other ideas. "Let's go," Molly said when she arrived at Grimmauld Place, "all 5 of you, into the fireplace." 5. Fred and George asked in unison. "Yes, 5, Molly said. Harry is coming along as well." As she spoke, Molly moved around the table, casting charms at chairs. When struck, the chair would tip forward and force the Weasley in question to his or her feet. Ron and Ginny each crammed one more bite of food into their mouths while standing, and Molly gave them a stern look. "I am?" Harry asked. "Of course you are," Molly said as charmed Harry's chair and forced him to his feet. "Dumbledore told me what you did for us, and Arthur wants to thank you personally. Now, into the study with all of you. We'll be using the Flow network." Once everybody had arrived safely in the St. Mungo's lobby, Mrs. Weasley led the way to Arthur's hospital room, first through the elevator, then past the floor's reception desk where Mrs. Weasley gave a withering glare to a nurse who made a move to stop them from visiting. After staring down the nurse, Mrs. Weasley marched directly inside Arthur's room, and her children followed close behind. Harry chose to linger in the hallway. He was closer to the Weasleys than he was most students at Hogwarts, but he wasn't family. This moment, the first time that the Weasley children were able to see their father after his brush with death, it seemed private. Harry was certain that he would be intruding. All of those reasons seemed perfectly legitimate, and Harry was almost able to believe them, but deep in his heart he knew that none of them was the real reasons he was staying in the hallway. How could Harry go inside that room? How could he express concern and relief, when last night Harry had been inside the snake that had attacked Arthur? It would be the vilest of deceptions. As Harry waited outside Arthur's room, he quickly grew restless. There was little to do in a hospital hallway, other than sit in an uncomfortable institutional chair and stare at bleach-white institutional walls. With so little to look at and so little to think about, Harry's mind turned the issue of his snake dream over and over in his head, but he was no closer to an answer about the dream than he was the night before. Or, at least, he was no closer to an answer he liked about the dream. As the Weasleys' visit with Arthur dragged toward the 20-minute mark, Harry finally stood and stretched. He was going to find something to do. Perhaps there was a cafeteria somewhere, or a copy of the Daily Prophet lying about. Anything to distract him from thinking about last night's dream. Before Harry could step away from his chair, Ginny appeared in the doorway of Arthur's room. "You all right out here?" she asked. "Bored to death," Harry said. "How's your dad?" "Already much better," Ginny said. "Things were bad last night, but the blood-replenishing potions seem to have worked well. Right now, Dad's telling the twins tall tales of today's terror." She paused and wiped a hand across her face. "Damn it, Fred's got me talking in tongue twisters, damn it. I identify with the inclination," Harry said jokingly. "Though, it isn't totally terrible if we're twisting our tongues together." Harry grinned, proud of his off-the-cuff alliteration, but Ginny was giving him an odd look. Harry took a moment to review his last sentence and began to blush. He had been so focused on his use of the letter T that he hadn't considered the subtext of his words. Let's start this whole conversation over, Ginny said. It appeared to Harry that Ginny was turning a little red in the face, as well, and she took a deep breath before she started again. Dad's telling stories about how brave he was during the attack. Mum hates it, but Ron and the twins are eating it up. Well put, Harry said. How about you? How are you doing? I don't really want to think about it, Ginny said. I reached the limits of my tolerance for snake attacks 2 years ago. Harry nodded. I was going to see if there was a cafeteria here, maybe get a pastry and a copy of The Prophet. Want anything? Sure, Ginny said. I'll have whatever you're having. She gave Harry a smile and ducked back inside the hospital room. Harry set out for the elevator, pausing briefly at the nurse's desk and asked about a cafeteria. The nurse directed him to the elevator and told Harry that the cafeteria was in the basement. In the cafeteria, Harry selected the pastries that he thought would be most likely to make Ron and the twins jealous. At the cash register, he also grabbed a copy of The Prophet. Even if it was pure propaganda, Harry wanted to know what lies the ministry was spouting. As Harry pulled the top paper off the stack of newspapers, he read the front page headline, High Inquisitor to form Inquisitional Squad at Hogwarts. Below it was a picture of a horrifically smiling Dolores Umbridge. There went Harry's good mood. Harry returned upstairs and sat down outside Arthur's room. He immediately opened The Prophet and began to read. The pastries were sitting neglected on the chair next to Harry when Ginny emerged from Arthur's room. I didn't realize you were back, Ginny said, making a beeline for her snack. I'm starving. Harry did not answer. Harry, are you okay? No, Harry said flatly, from behind the newspaper. Look at this. Ginny moved the pastries aside and sat down. Harry thrust the newspaper toward her and jabbed a finger toward Umbridge's picture. Ginny yanked the paper out of his hands, jaw dropping open. Her eyes scanned the paper quickly. The condition of Hogwarts is already much improved, said Senior Undersecretary and High Inquisitor Dolores Umbridge. Rigorous guidelines have been introduced to manage the curriculum of several core areas of study. Discipline among students is significantly increased. Ginny pointed at the word rigorous. Yeah, the guidelines are rigorous. Too bad the curriculum isn't. Harry nodded. And I wouldn't say that discipline has increased. More like, detentions have increased. The High Inquisitor then announced the formation of an Inquisition squad, in order to further the reformation of Hogwarts. Now that the most egregious wrongs have been corrected, I am able to turn my attention to the hidden systemic shortcomings that have deprived Britain's children of proper education, Umbridge said. The Inquisitional squad will be formed from trustworthy students of the highest character, and will assist in rooting out these insidious and disorderly elements. Harry did not like Umbridge's tone in these quotes. Insidious and disorderly elements sounded like a rather accurate description of the DA. Did she know, somehow? Or did she simply suspect? A voice spoke from behind the newspaper. I see that you have discovered the latest news about our fine educational institution. Ginny lowered the paper. As she and Harry had been reading, Professor Dumbledore had arrived at St. Mungo's. Standing slightly behind him, gruff-looking as ever, was Mad-Eye Moody. Hello, Professor, Ginny said. Miss Weasley, Dumbledore said, acknowledging her with a nod. How is your father? He's doing well, Ginny said. He was awake and talking about last night just a little while ago. Dumbledore smiled gently. Wonderful. I believe I shall intrude upon him for just a moment, Harry. Would you be so kind as to come along? Sure. Harry handed the newspaper to Ginny and followed Dumbledore into Arthur's hospital room. Arthur was lying in bed, a blanket covering his legs, and he was bandaged in several places that Harry could see, including a large bandage that was wrapped tightly around his head. He smiled as Harry came into the room. It was obvious that he had somehow learned of Harry's involvement. Dumbledore greeted Molly, Ron and the twins, and asked for a moment to speak privately with Arthur. The Weasleys agreed, and exited the room promptly. Harry was left with Arthur, Dumbledore and Mad-Eye. It seemed that Harry that some order-related business was about to take place, the sort of thing that he had been desperate to become involved in earlier in the year. Now, he was not so sure. I want to thank you, Harry, Arthur said once Molly had closed the door behind her. I am the latest in growing list of Weasleys who owe you their lives. Harry waved his hand. I did what anybody would do. Moody laughed gruffly. Don't be so sure about that, boy. You did what nobody else could do. Is that why I'm here? Harry asked Dumbledore. It is, Dumbledore said. I was hoping that you could tell us precisely what you saw in your dream last night. Use as much detail as possible, please. Harry took a deep breath. All right. It started in the hallway, just like all my other dreams. Other dreams? Dumbledore said sharply. Yeah, the other dreams, Harry said. I've been dreaming about this hallway all semester. I always feel curious about what's behind the door. I don't know exactly what it is, but I feel as if I want it, badly. I asked Professor Trelawney about it, and she said that I probably have some sort of unconscious desire that I'm repressing, and I need to open myself to understanding before it destroys me. Are you certain that your other dreams took place in the same hallway as last night's dream? Dumbledore asked. Absolutely, Harry said. I thought it was the same dream, at the beginning, at least. But then I started slithering forward. Harry winced. Please, Harry, it may be of vital importance. Dumbledore's words were gentle, but Harry could sense the urgency behind them. Did you know from the very start that you were a snake? I didn't know it, but all the signs were there, Harry said. I could feel that I didn't have toes, but I felt powerful. And large. And I smelled things when I stuck out my tongue. It was strange. I am certain it was, Dumbledore said. What happened next? I slid forward, toward the door, and I was excited to get inside. But then I saw Mr. Weasley. He was next to the door, sleeping. Harry glanced over at Arthur. Sorry, Mr. Weasley. Arthur smiled gently. Don't be sorry. It's the truth. I wanted. Harry paused, then started again. The snake wanted to bite Mr. Weasley, but getting through the door was more important. So it tried to get through the door, but I guess it made some kind of noise, because Mr. Weasley woke up. He stood up and drew his wand, and then I just started biting him, over and over. I was mad because I had been discovered. I couldn't even try to get through the door, now, because I couldn't afford to be caught. Harry raised his hand and ran it through his hair. That's when I woke up in my bed. How did you feel when you awoke? Dumbledore asked. Panicked, Harry said. And, my scar hurt. It burned. It was like somebody was driving a red-hot piece of metal through my skull. That's when I went to get Professor Snape. Dumbledore nodded, then turned to Mr. Weasley. Arthur, does Harry's account agree with your experience? Almost exactly, Mr. Weasley said. When I woke up, I saw an enormous snake making its way toward the door. I yelled and stood up, but before I could use my wand, the thing was biting me all over. I dropped my wand and fell to the ground, and while I lay there, I watched it slither away. Dumbledore nodded slowly, several times. What does it mean? Harry asked. Your dream matches Arthur's attack exactly, Moody said. That means you actually saw what was happening. Use your big Slytherin brain, Potter. Who do you think sent the snake? Voldemort, Harry said. And why did he send it? Mad Eye asked. To get whatever is on the other side of the door, Harry said. A door that you've been dreaming about all year, Moody pointed out. Why do you think that is? Harry frowned, and Moody folded his arms. You know, don't you? You just don't want to say it out loud. You've been dreaming about the door all year because the Voldemort has been spending time in your head. You mean, he's been possessing me? Harry asked. Yes, said Moody. No, said Dumbledore. The two older wizards exchanged a glance. Alistair and I have different opinions on the subject, Dumbledore said. If I had my way, I'd yank you out of Hogwarts, seize your wand, and lock you in a well-padded room until we figured out what was going on, Moody said. If Voldemort is possessing you, then you're a danger to yourself and others. Others, of course, being more important. Whereas I, Dumbledore said soothingly, believe that you have been seeing through Voldemort's eyes, much like watching a Muggle motion picture. I do not believe that Voldemort is even aware of the connection. So you think Voldemort was possessing the snake, Harry said, and that's why I was able to see it attack Mr. Weasley. Something of the sort, yes, Dumbledore said. In either case, I think it best that you begin a new course of study upon your return to Hogwarts. Occlumency. It is an obscure branch of magic, but one that should prove very useful. What is it? Harry asked. It is magic which will protect your mind from intrusion, Dumbledore said. Because the connection works both ways, Harry said. Even if Voldemort isn't possessing me now, he might in the future. Dumbledore smiled sadly. Succinctly put. I wish that this burden had not been thrust upon you, Harry. Not like I have a choice, Harry said. It's just like everything else in my life. Harry rubbed his temples. He was starting to get a headache. How will I be studying? Occlumency, Dumbledore said. You will study with Professor Snape. Harry looked up at Moody. Don't you have anything nasty to say about that? Moody's distrust and dislike of Snape was almost as deep as Sirius's. It's better than the alternative, Moody said gruffly. Which is? You study with Dumbledore, Moody said. But Voldemort is already taking a peek out of your eyes. If he takes full possession of you, he'd kill you both. I'm not going to let that happen. Moody leaned forward slightly. Why do you think I'm here today? Protection, Harry said glumly. Stop scaring the boy, Alistair, Dumbledore said. Harry, if I believed that you were a danger, or that others were in danger, I would not have you in Grimmauld Place, and I would certainly not have you in Hogwarts. Dumbledore reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. If you are diligent about your study of occlumency, I see no reason for you to worry. Harry wasn't so sure. Dumbledore looked over at Mr. Weasley. Arthur, thank you for your assistance. We will leave you, now, so you can spend more time with your family. Dumbledore led Harry and Moody out of the room, and Molly immediately rushed back inside. Ginny followed her mother, and as passed she touched Harry on the arm. Thanks for the pastries, Ginny said. Harry glanced past her and saw that both of the pastries were gone from the plate that Harry had brought back from the cafeteria. Before Harry could say anything about Ginny eating his snack as well as her own, she was safely inside Arthur's room. Ron and the twins were not far behind the pair of Weasley women. If I could have one last moment of your time, Harry, Dumbledore said, once the Weasleys were out of the hallway. Of course, Harry said. Thank you. Dumbledore led Harry aside, away from Moody and the nurse's desk. I wished to speak with you on a particular subject, and I believe it is something you would wish to speak about in private. Yikes. They had just been talking about the possibility that Voldemort was regularly possessing Harry, or that Harry was entering Voldemort's mind. What could be more private than that? What is it, Professor? Harry asked. I have noticed that you have rekindled your friendship with Miss Weasley, Dumbledore said. His blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon glasses. I guess so, Harry said. Harry was surprised that Dumbledore was taking such an interest in his social life. It seemed odd. I am glad to see that, Dumbledore said, now smiling openly. When a wizard saves another wizard's life, it sometimes creates a kind of bond between them. It is magic at its deepest, and most impenetrable. And not only have you saved Ms. Weasley's life, but also the lives of her father and her brother Percy. I believe that this has created that special sort of bond between the two of you. So, because I saved Ginny's life in the Chamber of Secrets, you're saying that we're, what, exactly? Soulmates. Harry hadn't wanted to say the phrase aloud, because the idea seemed almost as terrifying as the idea of Voldemort being inside his head. Nothing so easily named as that, Dumbledore said, or as certain. But if you take care to nurture your connection to Miss Weasley, she will be as true a friend as you will ever have. I firmly believe that you could trust her with anything, even your life. Dumbledore raised a hand and stroked his beard. In fact, it would not surprise me if your lives were to become inextricably intertwined. That just sounds like normal friendship, Harry said. I don't mean to be contrary, but wouldn't that happen anyway? If I saved the lives of 3 people in any family, and then went out of my way to be friends with them. Perhaps it would, Dumbledore said. But, I assure you, the magical bond of which I speak is no illusion, and its effects are very real. In many ways it is similar to the magic your mother triggered when she gave her life to protect you. Dumbledore paused, and his face became very grave. But even if it were not real, Harry, you should still heed my words. Unless I am sorely mistaken, You are a young wizard who could use another friend at Hogwarts. I could use another dozen, Harry said grimly. Dumbledore nodded. I understand, Harry. A great burden has been thrust upon you, the sort that can only be borne with the support of family and friends. It brings me great sadness to know that, in these dark times, those who should give you the greatest support have instead deserted you. Harry shrugged. What was he supposed to do about it? At this point, Dudley and Draco were more likely set aside their respective prejudices and join forces with one another than they were to offer help to Harry. My sadness is deepened, Harry, because I cannot offer you that support myself, Dumbledore said. Due to our recent discovery that your mind is connected to Voldemort's, it will be necessary for me to distance myself from you. I do not believe that Voldemort could use you to harm me in any way, but I am greatly concerned for the harm that you might suffer in any attempt. It is best to simply remove the source of temptation. What does that mean? Harry asked. After this conversation, I do not expect that we will speak again until you have become proficient in occlumency. In the meantime, Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall will always be available to assist you with anything you might otherwise have asked of me. What if Voldemort tries to use me to hurt them? Harry asked. It is unlikely that he would do so. If he were to exploit the connection that exists between the two of you, the element of surprise would be absolutely necessary. In other words, it is a trick that would only work once. Dumbledore smiled, a wry grin. With all respect to Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, who are powerful and intelligent wizards, they are not so powerful that Voldemort would squander an opportunity that could otherwise be used to strike at me. Harry nodded. I understand. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said. Once again, I am truly sorry that you are forced to endure these trials. It's okay, Harry said. I mean, it's not, but there's nothing I can do about it. Dumbledore glanced over his shoulder. Mad Eye was clomping around the hallway near the nurse's desk, keeping an eye on Harry and Dumbledore. It was clear that he considered Harry to be a risk to Dumbledore even now. Alistair and I have other business to conduct, Dumbledore said. Do you have any other questions for me? Actually, yes. How much longer are we going to have to put up with Umbridge? Hogwarts will be plagued by Dolores Umbridge until the truth of Voldemort's return is revealed to the public, Dumbledore said. My efforts to remove Umbridge and my efforts to combat Voldemort are therefore one and the same. Harry nodded. That was fair enough. Dumbledore. Moody barked from across the lobby. We should go. Goodbye, Harry, Dumbledore said, giving Harry a final nod before turning away and joining Moody near the elevator. With Dumbledore gone, Harry once again took up station in a chair outside Arthur's room. Dumbledore had given Harry plenty to think about. Or, rather, brood about, as nothing that Dumbledore said had put Harry in a particularly good mood. Harry had never relied much on Dumbledore's direct intervention, but the powerful wizard had always been available as sort of safety net if Harry had ever needed his assistance. Now that Dumbledore was formally stepping back from Harry, the safety net was gone. Harry felt like a tightrope walker, balancing on a thin cord above a massive void. Any mistake could be fatal. Dumbledore's announcement that Harry's dreams were actually brief glimpses through Voldemort's eyes was not overly surprising. Harry had suspected something of that sort, but he hadn't wanted to admit it to himself. Unfortunately, ignoring the problem hadn't made it go away. In fact, ignoring the problem might have made things worse, just as it had during Harry's fight with Ginny the previous year. Over time, Harry's visions had grown longer, clearer, and more detailed, which suggested that the connection between Harry and Voldemort was growing stronger. What was surprising to Harry, and most disturbing of all, was the discovery that his connection to Voldemort was actually a two-way street. Harry had guessed that the visions from Voldemort were a bit like watching a television, with a distinct and impassable separation between himself and what he was watching. Dumbledore and Moody had destroyed that misconception rather thoroughly. This wasn't like watching television at all. It was like watching a horrible play, and at any moment one of the actors could leave the stage, enter the audience and attack Harry, or worse. It was giving Harry a headache. The hits just kept on coming. Harry had thought that his biggest challenge this year would be dealing with Draco, followed distantly by carving out time to practice dueling. Instead, Harry was facing a nasty Gryffindor prefect with a personal vendetta against him. A deranged inquisition led by a loathsome woman hell-bent on destroying both Harry and Dumbledore. And a recurring dream that, if Voldemort ever realized it, would give the Dark Lord access to Harry's thoughts and possibly control over Harry's actions. And Harry was supposed to deal with all of this with less help than ever before. In retrospect, perhaps being stripped of his Quidditch captaincy and banned from the team was a good thing. He didn't need the responsibility. When the Weasleys finally emerged from Arthur's room, Molly announced that they would be leaving for the day and returning the next morning. Harry was grateful. Hopefully something at Grimmauld Place would be able to distract him from his gloomy thoughts. Harry and the Weasleys returned to Grimmauld Place via Flow Network, just as they had left. Harry was the first through the flow, so he was the first to discover that Hermione had arrived from Hogwarts. She looked up from the book she had been reading, worry plain on her face. "Harry," she said, "are you all right?" Hermione was just what Harry needed. A confidant when Harry wanted to discuss Voldemort, but easily distracted by any one of several academic pursuits when Harry did not. "I guess I'm oof." Harry was shoved roughly from behind. Ron had been next through the flow, and Harry had neglected to step out of the way. "Sorry, mate," Ron said, as Harry was forced aside. Harry managed to catch himself before he fell. "Barely." "Ron!" Hermione yelled. She leapt from the couch and flung herself at Ron, wrapping him in a tight embrace. "I was so worried." "Sake," Ron said, embracing Hermione and patting her on the back. "Watch out." Ron tightened his arms and lifted Hermione off the ground, spinning her away from a blaze of green fire. Ginny came hurtling out of the fireplace, and, thanks to Ron's quick thinking, she narrowly avoided striking Hermione. Ginny stepped quickly to one side, greeting Hermione as she did so. Fred and then George were next out of the fireplace, and by then Sirius had arrived in the living room, where he cheerfully greeted and was greeted by all. When Molly arrived a few moments later, the sitting room had been reduced to absolute chaos, and any hope that Harry had of a quiet conversation with Hermione was dashed. With Arthur's condition stabilized, the mood around Grimmauld Place was decidedly improved. Sirius insisted that everybody help decorate the house for Christmas, and Molly Weasley threw herself wholeheartedly behind his efforts. It was one of the few issues on which Harry had ever seen Molly and Sirius agree. Sirius sent Creature out to retrieve a Christmas tree, then sent the elf out again with more specific orders to retrieve a tree that was neither dead nor 2 feet tall nor infested with wood mites. Molly Weasley went about the house, transfiguring small, roundish knick-knacks into ornaments. Harry and Ginny were recruited to follow Mrs. Weasley as she went about, collecting the ornaments in a pair of large baskets. No object was safe. Small vases, mugs, old potions bottles, handheld mirrors, all were turned to ornaments at the wand of Molly Weasley. The only thing that proved resistant to Mrs. Weasley's transfiguration was a small locket that she found in a desk drawer, but Mrs. Weasley did not let it bother her overmuch, and the locket was tossed back into the drawer with a shrug of her shoulders. Harry tried to be excited about Christmas, he really did. When Creature returned with a more appropriate tree, Harry helped Ginny and Ron and Hermione hang ornaments. When Sirius went marching about the house, belting out an off-key version of "God Rest Ye Merry Hippogriffs," Harry quickly learned the lyrics so that he could join in singing the chorus. Despite all his efforts, however, the memory of his last conversation with Dumbledore cast a depressing pall over all festivities. Harry noticed that Ginny kept giving him sidelong glances, but he did his best to avoid her eyes. This wasn't anything he wanted to talk about. Not yet, anyway. As Harry helped hang Garland, he asked Hermione how she came to be at Grimmauld Place. Harry was surprised to learn that Ron had invited Hermione to spend Christmas at the Burrow. Arthur was attacked the night before the Hogwarts Express was set to arrive, and Hermione's parents could not be summoned on such short notice to pick up their daughter. After the majority of the students of Hogwarts had left for Hogsmeade in the Hogwarts Express, Professor McGonagall had escorted Hermione directly to Grimmauld Place from Dumbledore's office. Harry was desperate to speak with Hermione, but it was impossible for Harry to get her attention as Hermione refused to move more than 3 steps away from Ron. It was hard for Harry to fault her. Ron's father had almost been killed, and of course Hermione would want to comfort him. Hermione was Ron's, actually, Harry didn't know if Hermione and Ron had labeled their relationship. Whatever they were to one another, it was obvious that it was important. It was the sort of relationship that took precedence over mere friendship, which meant that Ron's needs took precedence over Harry's. The logic of the matter did nothing to make Harry feel better. After supper, Harry pulled Sirius into the den. With Tracy at Hogwarts and Hermione welded to Ron, Harry was running short on confidence. Dumbledore might be sure that Harry could talk to Ginny, but Harry wasn't. Although Sirius could sometimes be a pain in the rump, but Harry knew that he could count on his godfather to listen to him, even if he wasn't sure he could count on his godfather's advice. Before Sirius could finish asking Harry what was wrong, Harry began blurting out the entire story, starting with the dream of the blue door at the beginning of the year. Sirius listened attentively, nodding as Harry skipped from incident to incident. When Harry reached that morning's conversation with Dumbledore, Sirius began stroking his well-trimmed beard thoughtfully. The older wizard frowned when Harry mentioned that Snape would be teaching him occlumency. Sirius frowned, but otherwise he gave no indication of his thoughts. Well, Harry said, finally at the end of his tale. What do you think? I think Dumbledore is right, Sirius said. You aren't a threat to anybody. If you were, Dumbledore would never allow you to return to Hogwarts. Moody is probably being overcautious. Overcautious, Harry said. That's the nicest euphemism for paranoid that I've ever heard. Sirius shrugged. Moody's still alive, isn't he? Can't say that for many original members of the Order. Harry waved his hands in the air as if he were shooing away a gnat. That's not what I meant. Anyway, Harry said. I'm not asking if I'm a threat. I'm asking you, do you think I'm being possessed by Voldemort? It's not my area of expertise, Sirius said. Dreams and divination were never my strong suit at Hogwarts. But if Dumbledore and Moody disagree, I'd bet that Dumbledore has the right of it. So what should I do? I think you should listen to Dumbledore, Sirius said patiently. Even if Moody is right, learning occlumency is the correct choice of action. I'd rather you learn it from someone other than that greasy git. Sirius. But since you trust him, and Dumbledore trusts him, I guess he's as good a teacher as any. Sirius reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. It'll be all right, Harry. Harry pulled his shoulder away, shrugging off Sirius's hand. You don't know that, Harry said bitterly. Don't lie to me. It won't make me feel better. I'm trying to be reassuring, Sirius said, sounding hurt. Well, empty platitudes aren't really helping, Harry said. I want some advice. Dumbledore's a smart man, Sirius said. He's the leader of the Order for a reason. If he says that you should learn occlumency to stop this, then that's what you should do. So that's all you have to say, Harry said irritably. Do what Dumbledore says. Do what Dumbledore says. I wanted a second opinion, and all you can do is parrot Dumbledore. You don't really have a lot of options, Sirius said, folding his arms. Your connection to Voldemort is a fact. We can't change it. So you can either learn occlumency, or you can be defenseless. If there were other options, would you even tell me? Harry asked angrily. Or are you still so desperate to get on Dumbledore's good side that you'll do whatever he says? I'm trying to do what's best, Sirius said. For who, me or you? Harry said. Sirius looked shocked and hurt, but that was to Harry's advantage. Maybe he'd be shocked into actually doing something that would help Harry in the upcoming war. There had to be something more I can do. I'm sure there is, Sirius said quietly. But just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. I don't know much about the magic of the mind, so I'm just going to have to trust Dumbledore. The best course of action is learning occlumency. That was not the response that Harry wanted. When did you stop thinking for yourself? Harry asked. This summer. You were really helping me prepare for this war. You were teaching me spells, teaching me to duel. Now you won't do anything without Dumbledore's approval. Sirius sighed heavily. Harry, I don't want to fight with you. Let's just drop the subject, okay? That's an even better idea. Harry said sarcastically. Ignore a problem and it will go away. Last year's debacle with Ginny had proved to Harry, rather dramatically, that thrusting his head into the sand would not make a problem go away. You've got a solution to your problem, Sirius said. Dumbledore is giving you good advice. I don't know why you won't take it. Harry made a noise in his throat. You know what? You're right. Let's just drop it. Harry stormed out of the den, disgusted. He didn't want to sit back and react to Voldemort's attacks for the rest of his life. He wanted to fight. He wanted to win. Why couldn't Sirius see that? As Harry charged into the hallway, he almost plowed into Ginny, who was carrying a small plate of biscuits back to her room. A biscuit slid off the edge of the plate as Ginny jerked to a stop, and Harry's hand shot out automatically, catching the treat before it could hit the ground. Sorry, Harry said, holding out the biscuit to Ginny. No, you keep it, Ginny said with a smile. You certainly earned it. No wonder we lose to Slytherin every year. Thanks, Harry said, referring to both the compliment and the cookie. He took a bite as he stepped around Ginny, and gave her a little wave before making his way down the hall toward his bedroom. When Harry arrived in his room, he discovered that his trunk had been delivered from Hogwarts and was resting at the foot of his bed. In the corner of the room was also a pile of wrapped Christmas presents, neatly stacked. Harry had been collecting presents for his friends throughout the past couple of months, but in the chaos of the previous few days he had completely forgotten the gifts. Harry had asked Winky to wrap the presents for him a few days earlier, and the elf had gone above and beyond the call of duty, adding fancy bows and ribbon, and ultimately making sure that the presents made their way to Grimmauld Place. Harry took a look at the pile. He could see a tag for Hermione, one for Sirius, and small pile of tiny tokens for Ginny, Ron, Fred and George. Tracy's gift was missing, as was the small gift Harry had gotten Theo. Winky was good at her work, and had recognized that Tracy and Theo's gifts, like Tracy and Theo themselves, would stay at Hogwarts for the holidays. As Harry looked at the gifts, he began to feel uneasy. He was getting the feeling that there was a missing gift, that he had forgotten somebody, or something. He stared at the pile, wondering what it was, why he was feeling unsure of himself. He had been careful to get appropriate gifts for everybody. 4 years with Draco and Pansy had taught Harry the importance of adequate gift giving. Hermione, Sirius and Tracy were closest to Harry, so they got the biggest gifts. Ron, Theo and the twins were Harry's friends, but not his best mates, so they got tokens of friendship. Ginny was the same. Wasn't she? That was it. That was why Harry had been feeling uneasy. Harry's eyes fell on Ginny's gift. He had gotten her a tiny secrets box, the same thing that he had gotten Ron and the twins and Theo. It was slightly larger on the inside than the outside, a 6-inch cube that held at least a foot and a half worth of items. The box would lock itself every time it closed, and would only unlock when the owner used a wand and said a password. It was just the sort of thing that one needed when Umbridge was around, our nosy roommates with Death Eaters for fathers. Now, though, the secrets box seemed insufficient. Ginny had been one of Harry's staunchest supporters since the beginning of the year. She had reached out to him on the Hogwarts Express, and she had supported him when the DA was forming, even though it was an unpopular position for her housemates. And she was always focused and on task during DA meetings, the sort of leadership by example that had a subtle but significant effect on the other members. She deserved something more from Harry, something to acknowledge that she had been an important friend to him for the past several months. This was a fine plan, except that Christmas Eve was tomorrow. Harry immediately made his way toward the kitchen. Harry needed to go to Diagon Alley, and he needed to go tonight. The only adult who could help him was Molly Weasley. Sirius was confined to the house, and even if he hadn't been, the row he and Harry had just gone through would have prevented Harry from asking him. Harry pushed through the door leading to the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley, I was wondering if. Harry stopped short. Mrs. Welly was facing away from him, speaking with somebody. When she turned, Harry saw that she was speaking with Snape. Wondering what, dear? Mrs. Weasley asked kindly. She gave no indication that her conversation had just been interrupted. The glare on Snape's face, however, was sufficient for Harry. I can come back later, Harry said. No, Snape said sharply. Your needs are clearly more important than anything else that might be occurring in this household. Please, Potter, tell us what you were wondering. Harry felt himself flush with embarrassment. I know it's late, but there are still a few hours before the shops will close, and I was wondering if we could go out to Diagon Alley, Harry said. I just realized that I need to get one more present for somebody. Snape rolled his eyes, and Molly gave Harry a regretful smile. I'm sorry, dear, she said. I'm going back to the hospital to visit Arthur this evening. We have to speak with his healers. His wounds won't stop bleeding, and tonight we're hoping that they'll tell us why. Harry nodded. Of course, that's far more important. Hark, Snape said sarcastically, is that the sound of maturity? I should mark the day for purposes of posterity. We could go tomorrow, Molly said. After we visit the hospital in the morning, the whole family could just go to Diagon Alley. That won't work, Harry said. If Ginny was along, he wouldn't be able to buy her a proper gift. He glanced down at the floor. Never mind. Who is the gift for, dear? Molly asked. I'm sure they'll understand if it's a few days late. Harry flushed even more deeply. It's for Ginny, he said quietly. For Ginny? Molly asked, surprised. Harry nodded. I just realized a few minutes ago that I didn't get her enough for Christmas, Harry said. Ginny has been a good friend this year, even when the whole school has been against me. I have a gift for her, but I need to get her something more. Molly's raised her eyebrows, surprised. There was a moment where nobody said a thing. I will take you, Snape said abruptly. What? Said Harry. What? Said Molly. You and I have business to conduct, Snape said. We can discuss it at Diagon Alley just as easily as here. Are you really going to take me shopping? Harry asked. I will not say it again, Snape said, narrowing his eyes. If I am forced to repeat myself, I might realize how absurd it is and rescind my offer. I'll get my robes, Harry said. He turned and dashed back to his room, snatched his coat out of the wardrobe, and ran back into the hall. Sirius was just emerging from the den. Harry, I just want to say. No time, Harry said, brushing past Sirius. Snape's taking me shopping. What? Said Sirius. But Harry didn't wait, he was already down the hallway and back into the kitchen. I'm ready, Harry said, shrugging his arms into his robes. Good, Snape said. Follow me. We will travel to Diagon Alley by side-along apparition. No, you will not, Sirius said, bursting into the kitchen. You're not taking Harry anywhere. How do you propose to stop me? Snape asked coolly. It isn't as if you can follow us and bring Potter back. Then I won't let you leave, Sirius said, moving his hand toward his wand. Not with a greasy Death Eater like you. Sirius, we're going Christmas shopping, Harry said. It was my idea. It's not like Snape is luring me into some sort of trap. You don't know that, Sirius said. I am here on Dumbledore's orders, Snape said. Harry and I need to discuss his occlumency lessons. I thought that Dumbledore might have told you about them, but perhaps he did not see fit to trust you with such sensitive information. Listen here, Sirius began, but Harry cut him off. Sirius, stop. Dumbledore's a smart man. He's the leader of the Order for a reason. If he says we should trust Professor Snape, then we should listen to him. Sirius looked stricken. Harry was throwing Sirius's own words back in his face. Harry. Harry shook his head. It's getting late. Let's go, before the shops close. As Harry followed Snape out of the house, he pretended not to see the ugly, triumphant smile that Snape directed at Sirius. Harry and Snape arrived at Diagon Alley with the now familiar pop of apparition. Harry blinked his eyes several times, long blinks, trying to shake off the sensation of being squeezed through a pinhole. Where do you wish to begin? Snape asked. I reckon we could go to Madame Pimpernel's, Harry said. It was a safe choice. Perfume was always a reasonable gift, and Ginny didn't have a lot of money to spend on such things. You reckon? Snape said disdainfully. Have you nothing in mind? I just haven't had any time to think about it, Harry said. I realized I needed something more for Ginny's gift, and then I came to the kitchen and all of a sudden we were leaving. Harry shrugged his shoulders helplessly. I was hoping to browse a bit. Snape sighed wearily. Very well. But we will not start at Madame Pimpernel's. Contempt dripped from Snape's voice, the sort that Harry had only ever heard when Snape spoke of Neville Longbottom's performance in potions class. That store is the last refuge for wizards who are both desperate and unimaginative. If you are forced to purchase a gift at Madame Pimpernel's, then the night has truly gone awry. Okay. Okay, Harry said. We'll try somewhere else. Harry set off down the street, and Snape kept pace beside him. They did not speak for several moments, and Harry took the opportunity to look around Diagon Alley. The street was crowded with wizards and witches clad in thick winter cloaks, and everybody was bustling about, walking quickly from this place to that, trying to finish their business before the cold of the winter night truly set in. In the yellow-white glow of the street lamps, Harry could see that it was beginning to snow. What do you know of occlumency? Snape asked Harry, as they passed by the apothecary. Not much, Harry admitted. I only learned that it existed this morning, and I haven't had time to look into the subject. For most, even minor aptitude for occlumency is useful. You are different. For you, Potter, proficiency is absolutely necessary. Snape glanced at Harry out of the corner of his eye. As a student in my house, I would have hoped that your curiosity and ambition would have led you to discover this branch of magic on your own. I was a little distracted last year, Harry said. Couldn't just survive the tournament. I felt like I had to win it. A not so subtle reminder that it was Snape who had urged Harry to focus on achieving that victory. Snape appeared unperturbed. Let's go in here, Harry said, stopping in front of Flourish and Blots. Harry walked through the bookstore, running his hand along the spines of the books on the shelves, and Snape followed silently. Harry was hoping that a title would leap out at him, something that would scream, "Buy me for Ginny Weasley." Unfortunately, this was not the case. As he led Snape through the store, Harry passed a dozen books that he could have purchased for Hermione without a second thought, but nothing that seemed right for Ginny. Even the Quidditch books didn't have the right feel. Hermione had gotten Harry a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages a few years ago, which was a great gift. It was the intersection of Hermione's interests and Harry's interests, and it felt very special. But neither Ginny nor Harry was particularly invested in books. But both Harry and Ginny were interested in Quidditch. Harry abandoned his slow meandering and walked with purpose toward the front of the store. You have made a selection, Snape said, somewhat expectantly. No, Harry said, but I know where I want to go next. Harry and Snape stepped once more into the cold of Diagon Alley. It was distinctly darker, and Harry saw from the large clock at the end of the street that he had slightly less than 2 hours to shop before the stores began to close. That was fine, though. Harry knew where he needed to be shopping. Harry led Snape quickly down the street, bypassing several stores. Snape did not attempt to reopen the subject of occlumency, perhaps thinking it best to allow Harry an uninterrupted train of thought. If Harry managed to be successful in the next store, it would mean an end to the shopping trip. There it was. Quality Quidditch supplies. As Harry reached for the door, Snape's hand fell on his shoulder. No, Snape said. What? Harry asked, incredulous. Ginny loves Quidditch. I love Quidditch. Anything in there would be a perfect gift. You may not be the captain of Slytherin's Quidditch team any longer, Snape said, but I will not have you outfitting a rival house with equipment. Well, that's my best idea, Harry said. If I can't buy something here, then we're just going to be wandering around in the cold until the shops close. Snape folded his arms. You claim that this girl is your friend, but you seem not to know her. Quidditch supplies are not a special gift. Even I could have told you that Ms. Weasley likes Quidditch. Well, if you're such an expert on Ginny, then you tell me what I should get her. Harry said. Even if I could, I would not, Snape said. The gift itself is unimportant. It is merely a symbol. That's perfectly unhelpful, Harry said, rolling his eyes. The best gift is a gift that the other person wanted, but did not even know existed. It demonstrates that you know the witch better than she knows herself. And how am I supposed to figure that out in less than 90 minutes? Harry was struggling to control his temper. He wasn't mad at Snape, not really. He was mad at himself for being so inconsiderate that it took him until the night before Christmas Eve to realize that he needed another gift for Ginny. And he was mad at himself for being so rubbish at selecting a gift. You were supposed to think. Snape snapped. We would not be shopping for this gift unless you and Miss Weasley had spent a large amount of time together, and therein lies the answer to your question. Harry ran a hand through his hair. This was stupid. We should just go back. Think carefully about that, Potter, Snape said. There are consequences for wasting my time. I meant that we should go back to Madame Pimpernel's, Harry said. It's the last refuge of the desperate and unimaginative. I reckon that includes me. Very well, Snape said. As Harry and Snape walked toward Madame Pimpernel's, Harry used the time to think about alternative gifts for Ginny. They had spent time together, but much of it had been during DA meetings, or while they were cooped up in Grimmauld Place. Neither of those venues lent itself to gift ideas. Harry had a feeling that Molly Weasley would frown upon any gift related to dueling, and Ginny wouldn't like dusty books or 100-year-old clutter. The only other time that Harry and Ginny had spent a significant amount of time together, one-on-one, was at Yule Ball. During dinner, they talked quite a lot about Quidditch, but Snape had already ruled that out. They had talked about the Patronus charm, as well, but Harry was already giving Ginny lessons on that. They had walked in the gardens, an absolute fiasco, and they had danced. Harry stopped abruptly. Professor Snape, I've got an idea. Better than Madame Pimpernel's, I take it. Snape asked. It is, but I don't know where I would find it. Harry quickly described the gift to Snape. When he was finished, Snape nodded slowly. You realize that your gift is likely illegal. Snape said. So you're saying I can't buy it, Harry said. If I wished to say that you could not buy such a thing, I would have said that you could not buy such a thing, Snape said. So, how illegal are we talking? Harry asked. Discovery of your gift would result in confiscation by ministry authorities, certainly, Snape said. Perhaps a minor reprimand. Certainly nothing more serious. Your performance at your trial this summer was an absolute embarrassment for the ministry, and they will not make the same mistake again. Then I want to do it, Harry said. Snape glanced around Diagon Alley. Follow me, he said. Harry followed Snape across the street and down a dark alley across from Gringotts. Harry recognized the smaller street as Nocturne Alley. He had been down this way before, with Draco and Mr. Malfoy, before his second year of classes. Borgin and Burke's was the store they had visited, but Snape led Harry farther than that, past the storefronts displaying shrunken heads and poisonous candles. They took another left turn, and Harry was beginning to wonder if Sirius had been right to question Snape's motives in offering to take Harry shopping. Finally, Snape stopped in front of a closed shop. The front window displayed a few boxes, but they were covered in cobwebs and a thick layer of dust. The door was unmarked, and there was no indication that anybody had entered the building in years. Harry considered asking if this was their destination, but he realized that the question would be stupid. Either it was or it wasn't, but Snape was not the type to engage in useless detours. Snape raised his hand and knocked on the door 3 times. He waited, and waited, and waited. Finally, Snape reached out and opened the door, pushing it inward. That's it, Harry said. No secret password or anything. An elaborate disguise would be worthless if one answered every knock on the door, Snape said quietly. If the owner did not wish to allow us inside, the door would not have opened. Snape and Harry walked through the dark and dusty store. Snape walked confidently past the counter and into the store room in the back. Only when he was far out of sight of the front window did Snape whisper, Lumos. The light from Snape's wand was faint, just enough to allow Snape to lead Harry through the building without stumbling into anything. Harry wondered briefly where they were going, but his wonder was quickly dispelled as they arrived at a door. Snape opened the door and revealed a staircase leading down into the basement of the building. Harry could see the faint glow of candlelight coming from the basement. Closing the door behind him, Harry followed Snape down the stairs. The basement of the building was as clean as the ground floor was dirty. The room was surrounded by bookcases, and the shelves were full of important-looking tomes and impressively mysterious artifacts. At the center of the room was a large, cherry desk, and behind the desk sat an equally large man. The man looked up from the book he had been reading, and Harry saw that the man had blue eyes and blonde hair, and a rather rosy complexion. He was older than Snape, but Harry wouldn't have called him old. Then again, wizards aged slower than muggles, and their ages were notoriously difficult to judge. The man appeared to have once been muscular, but now the muscle was gone and only the weight remained. He did not look like the sort of man who would own a shop in Nocturne Alley. Harry expected somebody mousy, rat-like and conniving. This man. He looked jovial. And familiar. Why such a jovial man was sitting in the basement of a dark shop on the night before Christmas Eve, though, was something that Harry could not explain. Severus Snape. The large man said loudly. I haven't seen you in my store for some time. You haven't owned a store in some time, Snape said smoothly. Not officially, the large man said. But one must always look out for one's interests. How are you these days? As well as could be expected, Snape said. I have heard rumors, the man began. Snape cut him off with a wave of his hand. Rumors I will not substantiate. Rookwood has been trying to contact me. Should I make myself available to him? I wonder. My business is not related to that, Snape said. Fine, fine, said the large man, leaning back in his chair. What can I do for you? It is not for me, Snape said. My associate has a request to make. The man peered around Snape, looking at Harry curiously. Any associate of yours is a potential customer of mine. Come here, boy, tell me what you need. Harry stepped forward, but before he could speak, the loud man's voice boomed again. Harry Potter. My boy told me about you. Your boy? Harry asked. Yes, my boy. He said that you did a hell of a job in that tournament last year. When Harry failed to offer any sign of recognition, the large man spread his arms out. I'm Vic Bagman, Sr. You mean Ludo Bagman is your son? The resemblance between the two Bagmans was obvious, now that Harry knew to look for it. Ludo Bagman had been similarly built, muscular while playing Quidditch, but portly on his way to flabby in his retirement. Junior. Of course he is. He told me that if the Wasps had a seeker like you when he had been flying, they would have won the league every year. Tell him thanks, I guess. Harry rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably. Haven't seen him in months. Bagman pounded the table with the flat of his hand. After he saw you outfly that dragon, he made a big bet on you to win the second task. It didn't pay off. Got him into some trouble with the goblins. And you declined to assist him? Snape asked smoothly. I've been keeping my nose down, as you well know, Bagman said. I've been on the straight and narrow for almost 15 years. If you wish to continue in that regard, Snape said, then reconnecting with Rookwood would not be a wise decision. Not that reconnecting with you is much better. Bagman said cheerfully. Despite his pleasant voice, Harry saw that color was rising in Bagman's cheeks. Something in that last exchange had upset him. As I said, I have no business with you, Snape said. This is a matter for my associate. Bagman snorted, but turned to Harry. What is it that you need, boy? Harry described what he wanted for Ginny's gift. Bagman listened carefully, and by the time Harry had finished speaking, Bagman had removed a quill and a roll of parchment from his desk and was taking notes. Interesting, Bagman rumbled, as Harry finished. I think I can do this for you. It will cost you, though. What's the price? Harry asked. 40 galleons, Bagman said. Done, Harry said. It was expensive, but it was the right gift for Ginny. Bagman raised his eyebrows. Excellent. When do you need it? Tomorrow night, preferably, Harry said. Christmas morning at the latest. Bagman burst out laughing. My dear boy, even my associates rest during Christmas. I could probably arrange for the first week of January, though. I'll pay double, Harry said. I need it by Christmas morning. Bagman folded his hands. Triple it, and I might be able to get it by the 27th. Might. Harry looked up at Snape. I thought you said that this was a man who could make things happen. Snape had said nothing of the sort, of course. I won't be manipulated, boy, Bagman said gruffly. I know what you're asking, and so do you. I'm the only way you're going to get it. Who said anything about manipulation? Harry asked, turning back to Bagman. If you can't do it, you can't do it. It's worth 80 galleons to me if you can have it by Christmas morning. If you can't, then it's worth nothing. I'll buy a different gift, something that won't be ludicrously overpriced, and that will be that. Bagman stared at Harry for several seconds. He tore off a piece of parchment and scribbled a number on it. Transfer the 80 galleons into this account before you leave Diagon Alley. He pushed the paper at Harry, who stepped forward and took it off the desk. Where should I have your package delivered? Bagman asked. Harry opened his mouth to give Sirius's address, and felt immediately foolish when he was unable to say it aloud because of the Fidelis charm. Hogwarts, Harry said instead. Leave the package with a house elf named Winky. She will see that it is delivered to me. Winky will have it by Christmas morning, Bagman said. Now, if you will excuse me, I must immediately call upon some associates of mine. Of course, Snape said. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and gently guided him toward the stairs. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Liar, Bagman said. Ha ha ha. The echoes of his overloud laughter followed Harry and Snape up the stairs. Unless you have any other needlessly complicated errands, it is time that we return, Snape said, once he and Harry had reached the street. No, nothing else, Harry said. Excellent. Snape led Harry back toward Diagon Alley. When classes resume, you will meet me twice per week for occlumency lessons. What's the excuse? Harry asked. Umbridge is watching me like a hawk, and I don't think she'll like the idea that I'm practicing defensive magic outside of class. Remedial potions, Snape said automatically. Not even Crabbe or Goyle take remedial potions, Harry said. But their grades in potions are the same that they have always been, Snape said. Yours, however, have dropped rather noticeably. Snape was correct. Without Draco as his partner, Harry's potions grade had slipped. Instead of being consistently first in his class, Harry was almost always behind Daffy, Draco, and, because she was now Draco's partner, Pansy. This was all a relative measure, though, as Harry's work was still good enough to merit S and O's. How about OWL review? Harry asked. I don't need to have bad grades to want to review for OWLs, and the fact that my grades have slipped would explain it. OWL review. Then, Snape said crossly. You will meet me in my office, Tuesday and Thursday afternoons at 5. Until then, I wish you to practice a simple exercise. Every night, before you go to sleep, clear your mind. Not the easiest thing to do, Harry said. I have rather a lot to worry about. If occlumency were easy, I would not have to spend my time teaching you, Snape said. Practice clearing your mind. I have warned you in the past that your emotions are your greatest weakness. You have demonstrated the occasional ability to control them, now it is time to master them. Okay, Harry said. I'll clear my mind. Be certain you practice, Snape said. I will know if you do not. Remember. There are consequences for wasting your time, Harry finished. I know. Harry and Snape had reached Diagon Alley. After a brief stop at Gringotts to transfer the money into Vic Bagman's account, the two wizards made their way toward Diagon Alley's exit. On their right was Madame Pimpernel's, and as they passed by a harried-looking wizard burst out of the shop. The smell of flowers assaulted Harry's nostrils. It seemed that a floral-scented bomb had detonated inside the store. Through the front window, Harry could see an enormous line leading from the cashier to the back of the store. Each of the wizards in line wore the same expression of resignation. They were aware that their gift wasn't right, but had admitted defeat. Harry smiled to himself. He was more excited than ever to give Ginny her gift. On Christmas Eve, Molly took her children to St. Mungo's early in the day. She wanted to be back at Grimmauld Place by the early afternoon, so that she could prepare the holiday dinner. Harry suggested that Creature could get started, but both Mrs. Weasley and Sirius vetoed the idea. Creature needed close supervision and specific, direct orders, or else everything would go to hell in a handbasket. Harry and Hermione accompanied the Weasley family to St. Mungo's. Hermione was going to support Ron, and Harry was going because he and Sirius had never properly forgiven one another for their row the previous evening. Harry could tell that Sirius had been hurt by Harry's decision to go shopping with Snape. It was exactly what Harry had intended, but now, in the light of day, Harry felt bad about his actions. He would apologize to his godfather later, when everybody returned from the hospital. The hubbub of Christmas Eve would prevent an extended and awkward conversation, at least, Harry hoped so. He imagined that he and Sirius would each apologize to the other, and then they would be swept up by the Christmas cheer and all would be forgotten. At St. Mungo's, everybody immediately crowded into Arthur's room to wish him a Merry Christmas. His wound was still bleeding, so he wasn't going to be released from the hospital, but simple bandages were able to keep everything under control. Arthur earned a dark look from Molly when he admitted to experimenting with Muggle healing methods. He had allowed his healer to stitch his wounds shut. Both Arthur and the healer professed that their decision had practical justifications. They hoped that the mundane stitches would do what magical remedies could not, as the cursed wound had proved resistant to magical healing. Harry could see, however, that Arthur was simply excited to experience Muggle healing firsthand. As lunchtime neared, Harry offered to retrieve sandwiches for the whole family from the cafeteria. Hermione volunteered to come along to help, but Harry could tell that she didn't want to be apart from Ron. Like all the Weasleys, Arthur's injury was taking a great emotional toll on Ron, and Hermione was doing her best to be supportive. Harry demurred, and Hermione did not make a second offer. In the cafeteria, Harry collected sandwiches for the various family members. He stacked them on the counter near the cashier, then proceeded to select an assortment of crisps, and for dessert some pieces of pie and biscuits. The clerk packed the food in boxes and then shrunk everything to 1/4 size before placing it in a paper bag. Harry paid, thanked the clerk, and headed back to the lift. Harry wasn't sure whether the lift malfunctioned, or if he simply pushed the button for the wrong floor. Regardless, when the doors opened and Harry stepped out, he discovered that he was on the 4th floor. The sign above the desk read, "Permanent spell damage," and not the 5th. Harry turned to step back onto the lift, but the car had already left. Harry pressed the call button and resigned himself to waiting. "Sign right here, Mrs. Longbottom," a voice said behind Harry. Harry knew that Longbottom was an old pureblood name, but he had never met anybody in Neville Longbottom's family. Curiosity piqued, Harry turned to look at the desk. An old woman was standing at the desk, speaking with a healer. She was wearing a hat with an enormous vulture perched on top, and there was a quill in her hand, so she must have been the Mrs. Longbottom to whom the healer was speaking. Next to the old woman was Neville Longbottom, and next to Neville was a slightly crazed-looking woman in a nightgown. The woman's age seemed to be somewhere between Neville's age and old Mrs. Longbottom's, but she looked positively unkempt. Her eyes bulged slightly and her hair stuck out in odd places. In the woman's hand was a gum wrapper, and she was thrusting it toward Neville. "Just take it," old Mrs. Longbottom said distractedly, "whatever it is. And could you walk your mother back to her room so I could finish this?" "Sure, Gran," Neville replied. He accepted the gum wrapper from his mother, then gently took her arm by the elbow and directed her away from the desk. As Neville turned, he looked toward the lift and made eye contact with Harry. Neville froze in place, mortified. "Neville, what are you looking at?" old Mrs. Longbottom said. She turned and saw that Neville's gaze was focused on Harry. "Oh, is this one of your friends? Come on over and introduce yourself, dear," she said to Harry. Behind Harry, the lift chimed and the doors opened. Harry stuck a thumb up and gestured over his shoulder. "I, have to be going." "Nonsense," old Mrs. Longbottom said. "Neville is always telling me about his friends, and I'd like to meet them. Come over here." Harry was stricken with indecision. Should he stay or should he go? His hesitation made the decision for him, as Harry heard the lift's doors close behind him once again. Cut off from escape, Harry began to walk forward. "What's your name, dear?" old Mrs. Longbottom asked. I'm Harry Potter," Harry said. He transferred the bag of lunches to his left hand and offered his right to old Mrs. Longbottom. Harry expected Mrs. Longbottom to offer her hand for a feigned key. She was an old pureblood, after all, and he was surprised when Mrs. Longbottom seized his hand and shook it firmly. "Harry Potter," she said. "Neville never told me that he was friends with Harry Potter." "I'm not surprised," Harry said. "Gran, I'd really," Neville began. Old Mrs. Longbottom looked over and saw that Neville was still standing with his mother. "Neville, take your mother back to her room. There will be plenty of time to talk with your friend." "Yes, Gran," Neville said. He gave Harry one last glare, then led his mother down the hall. As Neville walked away, old Mrs. Longbottom shook her head. "He's a good boy, but sometimes he doesn't pay attention to details, you know. Not at all like his father." She jerked her head, indicating the hallway that Neville and his mother were walking down. "Neville's dad is here, too?" Harry asked. "You mean Neville hasn't told you?" Mrs. Longbottom said. I was sure that he would have told his friends. He shouldn't be ashamed of his parents, he should be proud. Of course he's told me, Harry lied. He didn't know why he was covering for Neville, but he was. I just didn't expect that they'd be here. Well, my Frank and Alice haven't been anywhere else for the past 15 years, have they? Old Mrs. Longbottom said. I'm glad that Neville's told you. You and he have so much in common, after all. Do you really think so? Harry asked. Of course. It was only a few days after your parents were killed by you-know-who that Frank and Alice were captured, you know. Neville hasn't really been that specific, Harry said. I didn't know how they got hurt. Frank and Alice were Aurors, very highly ranked, very well respected. And when the Death Eaters captured them, they did just what your parents did, Mrs. Longbottom said proudly. They sacrificed everything to protect Dumbledore and all the other wizards who were fighting against you-know-who. By the time they were rescued, they had been tortured into insanity. The Cruciatus Curse, Harry said, mostly to himself. Something that Moody had said to him during the previous year's lesson on the unforgivable curses suddenly made sense. If Harry wanted to know why the Cruciatus was unforgivable, he only needed to ask Neville Longbottom. Of course, old Mrs. Longbottom said. But I have to finish signing these papers. Neville can tell you the rest. She gestured behind Harry before turning back to the counter, and Harry found that Neville had returned from down the hall. Neville glanced at his grandmother, then gestured for Harry to step aside. Harry followed Neville until they were several steps away, and out of earshot. Well, now you know, Neville said quietly. Are you going to tell everybody? Of course not, Harry said immediately. Harry and Longbottom might be antagonistic, but family was off limits, especially when it came to lack of parents. But I think your grandmother is right. You should be proud of what your parents did. I am, Neville said fiercely. But it doesn't mean I have to go spouting off about them all the time. Longbottom gave Harry a nasty look, which Harry did his best to ignore. Were they ever caught? Harry asked. The Death Eaters. Harry was hoping, desperately hoping, that they had been caught. If they had been caught, then Mr. Malfoy couldn't have been among them. Not that Harry still cared about him. Neville nodded. They're still in Azkaban, most of them. Most. Harry asked. How do you get released from Azkaban after a thing like that? You don't, Neville said. You escape. Barty Crouch, Jr., was one of the Death Eaters who tortured my parents. I guess I don't have to worry about him, though. Dumbledore told me that he was key. Ed by a Dementor last year, at the end of the tournament. And the rest. The Lestranges, Neville said. Rabaston, his brother Rodolphus, and Rodolphus's wife Bellatrix. Neville glared at Harry again. You should know her. She's your best friend's auntie. Harry had thought that the name Lestrange sounded familiar. Now he knew how. He had seen it on the Black family tree at Grimmauld Place. Bellatrix Lestrange was Narcissa Malfoy's sister. It hadn't been Draco's father that had tortured Neville's parents, but it was close enough for Longbottom's purposes. There was a clatter of noise behind Longbottom. Harry looked past and saw that Longbottom's mother had wandered into the hallway. She was once again approaching Neville, arm extended, with a gum wrapper in her hand. Past Neville's mother was a man in his nightgown, wandering in the opposite direction. Dad! Neville cried out. He dashed down the hallway toward his dad, running right past his mom. Neville's mother began to turn, slowly, arms still extended, to follow Neville down the hall. As Neville struggled to gain his father's attention and turn him around, Harry put the bag of lunches on the ground and stepped forward to help with Neville's mum. Here, Mrs. Longbottom, Harry said. I'll take that from you. Harry extended his hand for the gum wrapper, but Mrs. Longbottom pulled her hand back quickly, as if she had been burned. It's okay, Harry said gently. I can throw that in the bin. Mrs. Longbottom began to shake her head and leaned away from Harry. She looked around the hallway, this way and that, stopping only when she saw her son. Neville was returning from farther down the hallway, escorting his dad by the elbow. Stay there, Mum, Neville said. I'll be right there. He ushered his father into the hospital room. Well, come on then, Harry said softly. Let's go follow Neville, He tried to touch Mrs. Longbottom's elbow, to lead her just as Neville had, but she stepped backward and started to trip on her nightgown. Harry caught her before she could fall, but once she had her balance, she began to slap at Harry's hands until he let go. "Stop it, Potter," Neville said. He had returned to the hall from the hospital room. "I can take care of this." "I'm just trying to help," Harry said. "I don't need your help." Neville led his mother back to the hospital room, but as soon as he was inside, Harry heard his voice call out again. "Dad, stop." Harry darted into the room and saw that Neville's father was once again trying to wander away. Harry stood in the doorway and blocked Mr. Longbottom's escape while Neville convinced his mother to climb back into her bed. Mr. Longbottom kept trying to push past Harry. "Come on, Mr. Longbottom," Harry said. "Don't you want to lie down in the nice bed over there?" Mr. Longbottom ignored Harry and continued to walk forward. Harry was forced to place his hands on Mr. Longbottom's shoulders and push back, or else the older man would have forced his way out of the room. With his mother safely in bed, Neville returned to the doorway for his father. "Come on, Dad," Neville said. At the sound of his son's voice, Mr. Longbottom relaxed. He allowed Neville to take him back to the bed and help him in. But now Mrs. Longbottom was trying to get out of bed, arm extended once more, holding a gum wrapper. Harry wasn't sure if it was her second or third gum wrapper of the afternoon, but he didn't want her to get out of bed again. "Just stay in bed, Mrs. Longbottom," Harry said. He stepped to the side of the bed to obstruct her escape, but she reached past Harry, extending her arm toward Neville. Mrs. Longbottom began to make a plaintive noise in the back of her throat as she waved her arm in the air. It reminded Harry of an infant, not yet able to speak, trying to catch her parents' attention. "Potter, just don't," Neville said. He crossed the room and took the gum wrapper from his mother. Mollified, she lay back on the bed and looked up at the ceiling. "You aren't helping." "Oh, and you could have managed to get them back into bed on your own," Harry said challengingly, stepping back from the bed. He knew that he and Neville weren't on the best terms, but he hadn't expected Neville to be so ungrateful. "They don't want your help," Neville said. "You've tried 3 times, and each time it was a disaster. Just back off, okay?" "Fine," said Harry, storming toward the door. He stood back and watched as Neville gently convinced his parents to lie down on their beds. Neville turned on the wizarding wireless for them, but neither of his parents gave any indication that they could hear the music playing. As Neville went about the room, Harry saw that Neville still had the gum wrapper in his hand. "At least give me that wrapper," Harry said. "The bin's right here, I'll toss it in for you." Neville's hand clenched around the wrapper, and he gave Harry a furious look. "I'd never throw away a gift from my mother." Neville jammed the wrapper into his pants pocket, and Harry felt himself begin to blush. "Why are you even still here?" Neville asked, coming around the beds to confront Harry. "Are you so horrible that you're enjoying this?" "No," Harry said, face hot. "Your grandmother said that we had a lot in common. I never knew. I just thought I would help." Neville rolled his eyes. "Come on, Potter. We're alone. Ginny and Hermione aren't around. You can drop the nice and good act. My parents won't ever be able to tattle on you." Harry was hurt. "Really?" he said. "I've just been trying to help." Neville said with a snort. "That's not who you really are. We both know that." Harry furrowed his brow. "Listen here, Longbottom." Neville poked Harry in the chest, interrupting him. "I know we're out of sight, so you need to know this. If you ever say anything awful about my parents, I will use every ounce of my energy to oppose everything you do for the rest of your life." "I wasn't going to say something awful," Harry said testily. "That would be a first." Harry sighed. "I was going to say that I'm not sure why we dislike each other so much." "It's because you're an ass," Neville said. "I know you think I'm an ass," Harry said, narrowing his eyes. "You made that clear on the Hogwarts Express. And you act like an ass to me, too. But that's not what I meant. What I meant was, I'm not sure where this all started between you and me, or why." Neville, for his part, seemed sure, because he answered immediately. "It started first year, when Draco took my Remembrall. You had it, and you could have given it to Ron, or Hermione, but you didn't. You weren't even there," Harry said. "You were in the hospital wing. So what? It wasn't yours, and it wasn't Draco's. You were using it to taunt people. Hermione and I are close friends. Harry said. Ron and I are mates. Maybe you should ask them before you harbor some crazy grudge on their behalf. It's not about that, specifically, Neville said. That's just where it started. You've done things like that over and over, ever since you've been at Hogwarts. Even Crabbe and Goyle. They were supposed to be your friends, and you and Draco treat them like dirt. That's why I don't like you. You're an awful person who makes people feel awful about themselves. You're a bully. Neville thought he was a bully. Harry had always felt as if people were bullying him. I didn't mean, Harry sighed. I didn't realize. How could you not? Harry closed his eyes and ran a hand through his hair. Before I came to Hogwarts, I lived with my aunt and uncle and cousin. Every chance they got, they made my life miserable. I did all the chores, I never got gifts for my birthday or Christmas, and my cousin and his friends would try to beat me up whenever adults were out of sight. I know what it's like to be bullied. And then I came to Hogwarts, and it didn't happen anymore. I guess I just thought it was karma paying me back. It wasn't karma, Neville said. Nobody beats you up at Hogwarts because you're the bully. You made your point, Harry snapped. He paused and took a deep breath. Longbottom was incredibly frustrating. Longbottom, I don't want to fight with you any longer. After seeing your parents. I don't need your pity. Damn it. Listen, Harry snapped. I think your grandmother was right. We have a lot in common. I disagree with you on that, Longbottom said smugly. Harry forged onward. We've both lost our parents to Voldemort, and we both want to see him exposed and defeated. I had a conversation with Dumbledore just a few days ago, and he reminded me that I could use some more friends at Hogwarts. So, I want to call a truce. I won't wind you up any longer. I won't be nasty to you at school. I'm sorry for all that I've done. Maybe we can move forward and focus our efforts on a mutual goal. You don't need to apologize to me, Neville said. You need to apologize to all the people at Hogwarts that you've hurt over the past 5 years. You've gotten very good at making people feel very bad. You can make people feel worthless, even though you're the one who isn't worth anything. Harry became angry. Why don't you cut me some slack? This is a genuine expression of remorse. It sounds much more believable when you're yelling it at me, Neville said. You know, apology and forgiveness is a two-way street, Harry said angrily. You got your apology, but you're holding back on the forgiveness. You think a few sentences are enough to make up for all that you've done. Forgiveness isn't about changing the past. It certainly isn't about retribution, Harry said. You seem more interested in punishing me than accepting an apology. Neville nodded. You're absolutely right. Because I don't think you really meant that apology. I think you're just saying what I want to hear, because you don't want me working against you. You're apologizing because it's convenient, not because you feel you've done something wrong. If you want an enemy, you'll have an enemy, Harry said. I've given you an apology, but you're acting like a spoiled child. More. Harry shook his head. I'm not going to grovel for anybody. If you've decided to hate me, that's okay. I don't live or die based on your approval. But since you're going to treat me like shite, you're going to get the same back from me. Good, Neville said. Now everybody will see exactly who you are. A voice called out from the hallway. Neville's grandmother. Neville, are you ready to go? Yes, Gran, Neville called back. He passed Harry as he walked out of the room, and patted Harry on the arm. See you at Hogwarts, chum. Harry slapped Longbottom's hand away. You'll regret this. So will you. Harry retrieved the bag of lunches from the hallway and took the stairs to the 5th floor, just so that he could get away from Longbottom faster. Ginny was the only one to ask where Harry had been for so long, but Harry silently shook his head. He didn't want to talk about it. During Harry's childhood, he had never been particularly excited to awaken on Christmas Day. It generally meant that he would be forced to cook an unusually complex meal while listening to the sounds of Dudley opening his Christmas presents. Harry had never been able to determine what was worse, the fact that he coveted the gifts that Dudley found extremely exciting, or the fact that he also coveted the gifts that Dudley found extremely boring. Christmases had been better once Harry was a student at Hogwarts, mostly because of Draco and his family. The Malfoys always took care to buy Harry thoughtful gifts for Christmas, but Harry was rather certain that he would not be receiving anything from them this Christmas. Taken together, Harry was rather content to sleep late on Christmas morning. Or he would have been, except for the pounding and yelling on his door. He had heard the loud footsteps coming, he had heard the banging on other doors, but Harry had hoped, foolishly, that he would be left in peace. It was not to be. Harry realized that this must be what Christmases were like with the Weasleys. A fist pounded against Harry's door, which rattled in its frame. Wake up. It's Christmas. Harry rubbed his eyes. Go away. No. There was more pounding on the door. Time to wake up. There are presents to be opened. How old are you? Harry asked. 8. I'm 35, Sirius answered cheerfully. Harry finally realized for the first time that it was not Fred and George, or even Ron, knocking on his door. And I love Christmas. Harry rolled out of bed and pushed his feet into his slippers. Are you trying to make up for all the Christmases we missed in one go? Finally, somebody who understands. Sirius cried. Are you out of bed? Harry opened the door to his room. Yes, he said wearily. Excellent. Sirius shouted. Onward. Onward for Christmas. As Sirius advanced to the next bedroom and began to pound on the door, Harry trudged downstairs in search of hot cocoa. He was certain that he could convince Creature to make him some, but he was less certain that it would be free of poison. Then again, Harry was confident in his ability to issue a direct order that could not be misinterpreted by the wretched house elf, so once he found Creature hiding among the pots and pans, Harry put the elf to work. When the Weasleys finally made it downstairs, along with Hermione, Harry was sitting on the couch, a warm cup of cocoa in his hands. Sirius wasted no time in starting the festivities, and immediately began distributing gifts to their recipients. Sirius insisted that Harry open his gift first, and Harry obliged him. Sirius was a juggernaut of holiday cheer, and although Harry didn't want to seem greedy, there was no resisting his godfather. Harry unwrapped the package quickly, and found that Sirius had gotten him a do-it-yourself broomstick modification kit. You'll be able to make all sorts of great changes to your broom, Sirius said, literally bouncing with excitement. You can do almost anything with that kit. Air brake, trim tabs, turbo boost, hell, you could add a sidecar if you wanted. Thanks, Harry said. I just wish I was still playing Quidditch. Don't worry about that, Sirius said. You'll be up in the air again in no time. Besides, there are more things to do with a broom than play Quidditch. Young witches, for example, often find their bedroom windows on the second floor of their houses. Sirius Black, shouted Molly Weasley. It is Christmas. Sirius laughed at Molly's consternation. It was merely an observation, he said. I'm certainly not suggesting anything. Sirius turned back toward Harry and leaned forward conspiratorially. I modified my Nimbus 500 when I was your age, and after that I could outfly just about anybody's angry father. You are a terrible influence, Molly said from the other side of the room. She was shaking her head, but she was smiling. I can't believe that I'm allowing my children to listen to this. If your broom was so nice, why did you get your motorcycle? Harry asked Sirius. Witches like brooms, Sirius said with a wink, but witches love motorcycles. It'll be yours one day, you'll find out. Both Sirius and Harry glanced at Molly Weasley, but she was pretending not to have heard. Anyway, if you decide to modify your firebolt, be sure to clear the modification with Madam Hooch before your next Quidditch match. Sirius put his hands out. I know, you're not playing Quidditch now, but you'll be back on the team in no time. Harry retrieved Sirius's gift from under the tree and handed it to his godfather. This seemed like something you could use, Harry said as Sirius opened the gift. When Sirius opened the small box, a strange expression crossed his face. Oh, boy, Sirius said. A mug, which is exactly what he removed from the box. Try filling it with something hot, Harry suggested. Creature, Sirius yelled. The house elf appeared at his feet with a pop. Fill this with hot cocoa and only hot cocoa, and then bring it back immediately. Creature scowled and took the mug from Sirius. 2 quick pops later, and Sirius had a steaming mug of cocoa in his hands. Now wah-oh. As Sirius watched, a shape appeared on the side of the mug. It slowly resolved itself into the form of a pretty young witch in very tight robes. Now this is my kind of mug, Sirius declared. Harry, honestly, Hermione said. That's tasteless. No, Harry said, nodding toward the mug, this is tasteless. On the mug, the shapely young witch had begun to move. She winked at Sirius, then slowly began unzipping her robes, revealing a tantalizing amount of flesh. Just as her robes were ready to fall open, she turned away from Sirius, but continued looking at him over her shoulder. When she finished unzipping her robes, she grabbed them, finished her 360-degree spin, opening her robes with a flourish. Sirius drew back from the mug in shock and disgust. In the brief moment that she was facing away from Sirius, the attractive young witch had transfigured into a bare-chested 90-year-old man, now clad only in dishwater gray boxer briefs. As Sirius watched, the old man gyrated his hips and leered suggestively. Harry! Hermione shrieked, and she suddenly began to laugh. Ron and the twins quickly joined her. During all the commotion, Harry leaned over to Sirius. Your real gift is a subscription to the Witch's Tit, Harry said quietly. The first issue is waiting for you upstairs. That is totally inappropriate, Sirius mumbled back. I just thought that you'd have a tough time meeting witches this year. Harry shrugged. Send a few letters. Maybe Miss January will write back. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Miss January. She seemed like your type, Harry said. And what do you think is my type? Sirius asked. Breathing. Harry replied. What are you two talking about? Molly Weasley called from across the room. You two are as thick as thieves. Nothing. Harry and Sirius said in unison. They grinned at one another, and Molly shook her head. More Christmas. Sirius shouted. Hermione and Harry exchanged books, rather predictably. Hermione gave Harry a defensive text about advanced shields, while Harry gave Hermione a historical retrospective on pro- and anti-Muggle legislation in the British Isles. Harry also included a magical highlighting set, which consisted of a marker and a pair of glasses. The marker was charmed to be invisible to the BPD eye, but a reader with the appropriate glasses would be able to see bright yellow highlights. Hermione seemed pleased. She was always torn between her desire to take notes and her desire to keep her books pristine and undamaged. Now she could do both. Everybody seemed excited about their charmed lockboxes, particularly the twins. Although Harry had intended for the lockboxes to hide things from Umbridge, it was clear that the twins, in a continuing effort to conceal their joke research and development from their mother, would be putting the boxes to immediate use. Harry received token gifts from most of the Weasleys, chocolates from Ron, an assortment of Zonko's Hiccup sweets from the twins, which looked suspiciously similar to the unlabeled sweets that the twins had gotten Ron for Christmas, and a pair of mittens from Ginny. The biggest surprise of the bunch came from Mrs. Weasley, who presented Harry with a large jumper with the letter H knitted onto the front. I worked hard on it, dear, she said. After what you did for Arthur, and Percy, and Ginny, she trailed off as she began to sniffle. Harry pulled the jumper over his head, giving Mrs. Weasley a moment to compose herself. By the time he had his arms and head through, Mrs. Weasley had dried her eyes. She gave Harry a big smile. It looks wonderful, she said. Ginny's gift from Harry was the last package waiting to be opened. Hermione was already reading one of her new books, and Ron and the twins were throwing a professional-grade quaffle around, Ron's gift from Charlie, to test out Ron's new keeper's gloves, Ron's gift from Bill. Don't throw that quaffle indoors, Molly said. Let them have their fun, Sirius said. He was cleaning up discarded wrapping paper and ribbon, trying to avoid paying too much attention to the gift that Harry had obtained with Snape's help. If they knock something over, they could break it, Molly said. So, Sirius shrugged. They'll be doing me a favor. It'll give me an excuse to get this dusty clutter out of the house. Molly did not press the issue any further, which Harry thought was a smart decision. She and Sirius were constantly butting heads over the behavior of the children at Grimmauld Place. If Molly let Sirius win the occasional trivial battle, she could push him harder on the more important issues. Making a face, Molly turned away from her sons and focused her attention on Ginny. In fact, as Harry handed Ginny the largish square box, which Winky had done a brilliant job of wrapping, it seemed that only Harry and Molly were paying attention. Ginny frowned, And Harry was amused by the similarity between Ginny's expression and her mother's. She hefted the box in her hands. It was heavy. I got you something small, Ginny said. You were supposed to get me something small. I did get you something small. And then I got you this, too. Don't tip it upside down, Harry said quickly, before Ginny could turn the box over in her hands. Go on, Harry urged. Open it. Ginny frowned again as she began to untie the ribbon, but by the time she tore away the wrapping paper and opened the lid, her expression was one of pure curiosity. As Ginny looked inside, she began to chew her lower lip. What is it, dear? Molly Weasley asked. She sounded too innocent. Harry was willing to bet that she was dying to know what he had gotten Ginny on his trip with Snape. Ginny pulled a strange contraption out of the box. It was a rectangular piece of equipment with a fine mesh screen on the side, a metal arm across the top, and a very sharp pin at the end. I think it's a record player. What's that? Molly asked. It's something that Muggles use to listen to music, Harry said. Muggle versions use electricity, but I wanted this to work at Hogwarts, so I got you one that is powered by runes and charms. There's a speaker built into the side, but there's a pair of headphones in there, too. You mean these earmuffs? Ginny asked. She set the record player aside and pulled the headphones from the box. Harry nodded. There's a tiny speaker for each ear, in case you want to listen to music privately. Just tap them with your wand, and the music will stop playing through the big speaker and will only play through the headphones. So it uses the Wizarding Wireless? Molly asked. No, it plays pre-recorded songs, Harry said. Muggles put them on these big black discs called records. There are some of those in the box, as well. Actually, Harry had ordered them and Winky had put them in the box, but who was keeping track? Let's see them, dear, Molly said. Her voice was starting to take on a patronizing tone. She didn't understand why Harry would purchase such a gift for Ginny. Ginny began to pull out the records. Please Please Me, A Hard Day's Night, and Rubber Soul. She paused before she pulled out the final record, She Loves You. There's only one song on the last one, Harry said. But it's a good one. It was Ginny's song that she would dance to with her father, when they snuck away from Molly. This is too much, Ginny said quietly. No it isn't, Harry said. I owe you for last Christmas, anyway. At that, Ginny grinned. You know what? You do owe me for last Christmas. Then, a moment later, thank you. You're welcome, Harry said, smiling back. There was a moment of silence, then Molly spoke. Well, that was very thoughtful of you, Harry. Harry recognized her comment as the sort of platitude that people said when they didn't actually think that a gift was any good. It was a non-compliment. I think it's time that we all get ready to go to St. Mungo's, though. Ginny and Hermione immediately gathered their gifts and headed upstairs, ready to begin the complex and mystifying ritual that was girls preparing to go out for the day. Ron and the twins mostly ignored their mother's comment, until she intercepted their quaffle. Quidditch can wait until later, she said. And, preferably, it can wait until you're outdoors. Come on, Mum, Ron whined. Ronald Bilious Weasley, you will go upstairs this instant and wash up. I will not have you showing up at St. Mungo's on Christmas Day looking like a vagrant. Molly snapped her head around and shot a glare at the twins, who were snickering off to one side. You too, as well. As the twins and Ron gathered their gifts, Harry did the same. Before he could start up the stairs, Mrs. Weasley spoke to him again. Harry, dear, are you going to the hospital with us, today? I thought so, Harry said. Not much else to be done around here. Actually, Sirius said, from the opposite side of the room, I have one more surprise for Harry. Maybe two. But at least one. He'll have to stay here for it, though. Harry looked back to Mrs. Weasley and shrugged. I guess I won't be coming along today, he said. Please tell Mr. Weasley that I say Merry Christmas. Of course I will, Mrs. Weasley said. Then she, too, went upstairs, leaving Sirius and Harry alone in the sitting room. So, what's the big surprise? Harry asked. Well, Sirius rubbed the back of his neck, sheepishly. I have a few more gifts for you. You're holding out on me? Harry asked teasingly. You dog. I didn't want to seem too extravagant. Not in front of Molly and the kids. Harry understood exactly what Sirius meant. The Weasleys were not a family of means, and Sirius hadn't wanted to embarrass anybody with a disparity of gifts. But I also have to compensate for 13 missed Christmases. Isn't that what the firebolt was supposed to do? Harry asked. Let me rephrase. I have to overcompensate for 13 missed Christmases. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Are you actually complaining about getting more gifts? No, not at all, Harry said, holding his hands out. You don't need to do this, you know. I know, Sirius said. But I have been filled with the Christmas spirit, in case you haven't noticed. You missed a decade's worth of holiday cheer, and now you're trying to make up for it all in one go. Precisely. Sirius smiled, and Harry smiled back. Then let's get to it, Harry said. Where's the eggnog? While Sirius went in search of eggnog, Harry started a fire in the fireplace with a combustion charm. It was nice to use magic outside of Hogwarts without fear of retribution. Between the presence of Molly Weasley, the unplottability of Grimmauld Place and the Fidelis charm cast by Dumbledore, it was impossible for the Ministry to use the trace on Harry's wand to catch him using underage magic. As Harry walked back to the couch, his toes felt cold against the floor. His socks, though thick, were not warm enough to protect completely against the winter chill. He decided to dash upstairs quickly, before Sirius was back, to retrieve his slippers. When Harry entered his bedroom, he found Hedwig asleep in her cage. The previous days had been tiring for Harry's owl. She had only just arrived at Grimmauld Place when Harry sent her back to Hogwarts with a Christmas present for Hagrid, a talking tea set that narrated the brewing of proper tea and yelled at you if you did something wrong. Hedwig had returned earlier that morning, and had immediately hunkered in her cage for a long winter's nap. On Harry's bed were a trio of wrapped packages, one large and two small. They had not been on Harry's bed when he left, nor had his bed been made up. Harry assumed that these packages, like Ginny's gift, had been delivered from Hogwarts by Winky. His suspicion was confirmed when he found a peppermint resting atop his pillow. The house elf still managed to remember Harry's fondness for peppermints, and Harry could imagine that she hadn't been able to leave without tucking Harry's sheets into place. Harry suddenly remembered that Ginny liked hot cocoa. She had mentioned it to Winky in the same conversation. Harry felt a little ashamed. He should have made her a mug this morning, rather than just making one for himself and drinking it in front of her. Harry made a mental note to make hot cocoa for Ginny next time she was around the house. Harry looked down at the two small packages first and immediately recognized the handwriting on the tags as Tracy's. The first package bore a tag declaring that the gift was from both Tracy and Theo. Harry was a little surprised. He hadn't thought that their relationship had reached the point that they would be giving Christmas gifts together. He also thought that he and Tracy were close enough to warrant individual gifts, regardless of how close Tracy and Theo had become. Harry was more than a little hurt, until he glanced at the tag for the second small gift. It was signed by Tracy alone, and Harry was relieved to see it. Finally, Harry turned to the large gift. Harry had assumed that the large package was from Tracy, but now that he looked more carefully, it was wrapped in different paper and used different ribbon than the other two. The tag was written in different handwriting as well. Harry pulled the tag off the gift and raised it toward his eyes. Who else would he have gotten a gift from? To Harry. From K.B.O. Katie. Of course she had gotten him a gift. Harry, however, had not done the same for her. The thought hadn't even crossed his mind. After discovering his gift from Katie, Harry sat on his bed for quite a while, face burning red with shame. It was several minutes before he slowly opened his gift from Tracy and Theo, trying to distract himself. Tracy and Theo had gotten him a book, leather-bound, with no title on the cover or spine. Harry opened the book, looking for a title page, and found a note on parchment tucked inside the front cover. The handwriting was not Tracy's, so Harry assumed it had been written by Theo. Harry, it's time for you to stop relying on curses that Draco gave you. I might not be on the best terms with my father, but my name still opens doors in Nocturne Alley. Theo. Below Theo's signature, Tracy had signed her name, as well. Harry skimmed through the book and was surprised to see how few spells had found their way into both of Harry's books of curses. Almost all of the spells in this book were new to Harry's eyes, and it made Harry marvel at the creativity demonstrated in some of them. Once he had thought that an entrails expelling curse was about the worst way that one wizard could mess about with another wizard's insides, but Harry had been very, very wrong. On page 28, the description for the blood freezing curse began. There are 100,000 miles of blood vessels in the human brain. The human brain is 75% water. Water expands as it freezes. A blood freezing curse will allow you to literally shred your opponent's brain with its own rapidly expanding fluids. Feeling a little nauseous, Harry turned to his other gift from Tracy. He opened the package and was surprised to find not just one book, but two. The first was titled 12 Fail-Safe Ways to Charm Witches. It seemed rather odd. Why learn spells that could only target one gender? Even if they were extra reliable, as the title indicated, Harry suspected that his time would be better spent learning gender-neutral spells. Harry set the book aside, stacking it on top of his book of curses. The title of the second book was short, but its subtitle did not leave much to the imagination. Get That Witch. 7 Tricky Techniques and 13 Charming Charms to Turn Friends into Lovers. The cover had a gold embossed picture of a wizard with a pretty witch on each arm. Harry looked back at the first book from Tracy and realized that he had dramatically misinterpreted the meaning of the word charm in its title. Harry opened Get That Witch and glanced at the table of contents. Chapter 9 was titled Better Living Through Alchemy, and Chapter 10 was titled Beyond Love Potion Number 9. Harry shook his head and set the book aside, stacking it atop the others. He wasn't sure what Tracy meant by the gift, but he would have plenty of time to read it later. As Harry had shifted on the bed, Get That Witch slid off the stack of books and fell open on his duvet. Harry reached to close it, but couldn't help glancing at the chapter title. Just because there's a keeper doesn't mean you can't score. Harry's jaw dropped open in shock. The book couldn't actually be. There was no way. Harry had picked up the book and begun to read. By the bottom of the first page, Harry's eyebrows were raised as high as they would go. Harry read through the chapter at a speed that would have made Hermione jealous, and by the time he finished his jaw was open with shock. The first half of the chapter suggested ways that you might convince a witch to leave a committed relationship, while the second half extolled the virtues of seducing witches who were in relationships but would not leave them. All of the fun, with none of the commitment. The last line trumpeted. Harry shut the book slowly and tucked it under his pillow. What kinds of books had Tracy bought him? Finally, with all the enthusiasm of a prisoner walking to his execution, Harry turned to his gift from Katie. The box was large, and Harry expected that it contained a set of robes, or a jumper of some sort. When he lifted it, though, he found that it was surprisingly heavy. He tore open the wrapping paper and opened the box. Inside was thin book with large pages, and a card. Briefly wondering if wizards did anything other than read during the holidays, Harry opened the card. Harry, I hope you like this. They were only produced for a few years. An American student brought the idea over from the States, and I guess it didn't catch on. I can't wait to see you after Halls. Merry Christmas. KB. Harry closed the card and looked more closely at the book. The cover was blue leather, with only the briefest bit of writing. 1977-1978. Harry opened the book and for the second time that morning his jaw dropped open in astonishment. The book was filled with pictures of Hogwarts. And not just Hogwarts, but the students at Hogwarts. Pictures of them pushing through hallways, eating in the Great Hall, flying over the Quidditch pitch, brewing in the potions classrooms, every situation imaginable. Harry turned through the pages slowly, marveling at the changes in fashion that had taken place through the years. After a few pages of miscellaneous photographs, Harry found a section marked, Year 1. It contained individual photographs of the students at Hogwarts, arranged in neat rows. Most were smiling and waving, but a few were blinking rapidly at an unexpected flash, and at least one was sneezing. Harry turned the pages slowly. It was a neat bit of history, this book, but why would Katie go through so much trouble? Harry stopped suddenly, hand raised in mid-page turn. This school year ended in 1978. Harry was born in 1981. His parents were 21 when he was born, which meant. Harry seized the pages of the book and turned rapidly toward the end. He flipped back and forth until he found the section marked, Year 7, then stopped. There she was, smiling at him and waving from her own little picture. Lily Evans. As Harry watched, she laughed and flipped her hair, then waved again. This was the woman who would grow up to be Harry's mother. Harry's eyes darted up the page. 3 rows higher was a picture with the name, Sirius Black, written underneath it, but there was nobody in the picture. Harry furrowed his brow, and a second later Sirius poked his head into the picture from the left side. He flashed a cocky grin, then disappeared again. Harry chuckled and turned the page, looking for his father. James Potter wasn't hard to find. Harry just needed to look for his own face. Harry found his father's picture a few pages later. James ran his hand through his hair and smiled, a brilliant and winning smile, full of perfectly shaped teeth. James's cheeks rose when he smiled, and the corners of his eyes wrinkled the tiniest bit. If he had ever reached old age, Harry imagined that his father would have had thick smile lines surrounding his eyes. This book, it was his parents' NEWT year. Any one of those pictures could have his parents in it, or Sirius, or Lupin, or Snape, or Peter Pettigrew. As much as Harry didn't want to see Pettigrew, he couldn't help looking. There he was, the horrible rat, on the page that faced his father. Pettigrew's eyes flicked back and forth nervously, as if he was expecting to be attacked. Pettigrew flinched and closed his eyes, then opened them one at a time, still glancing around nervously. He smiled half-heartedly, chuckled, then began to glance around once again. Harry closed the book. It would take hours to look through, trying to catch a glimpse of his parents, but now was not the time. He had to get back downstairs and spend time with Sirius. When Harry returned to the living room, Sirius was sitting on the couch with a steaming mug of cocoa. An identical mug rested on the coffee table, waiting for Harry. Harry took a seat on the couch next to Sirius and grabbed the mug. The warm mug felt comforting, and right now, Harry needed comfort. His egregious gaffe weighed heavily on his mind. How could he have failed to buy Katie a Christmas present? Especially when she gotten Harry something so thoughtful, so rare, so perfect. It made him sick to his stomach. Are you all right, Harry? Sirius asked. Harry started, almost spilling his cocoa on the armchair. Harry realized that he hadn't said anything since he came downstairs. He had been sitting, nursing his cocoa, while Sirius stared at him. Harry didn't even know how long he had been ruminating. Sure, things are fine, Harry said. He sipped his cocoa, trying to affect nonchalance. Has Christmas been all right for you? Sirius asked nervously. Harry could tell that his godfather was fishing for a compliment, and tried to drag his mind away from thoughts of the many confusing gifts that were sitting in his bedroom. It's been great, Harry said. Probably my best. Christmas at the Dursleys was awful. First year was pretty good, of course, because I got my dad's invisibility cloak, but none of my friends were at Hogwarts. Second year, everybody thought I was the heir of Slytherin, and third year a maniac was trying to break into the school. Hey, Harry grinned. But the firebolt sort of made up for that. And last year, the Yule Ball was a debacle. This year, Arthur was attacked, but he's going to be all right and I got to spend Christmas with you and some of my friends. I feel pretty confident in saying that this is the best Christmas I've ever had. Sirius smiled and raised his mug. I'll drink to that. Sirius Black. Molly Weasley had reappeared at the bottom of the stairs, her children and Hermione in tow. Is there fire whiskey in that cocoa? Mrs. Weasley did not wait for an answer. It's not even noon, and it is Christmas morning. Just an expression, Molly, Sirius said calmingly. Just an expression. Molly harumphed to herself as she walked across the room to the fireplace. You are a terrible influence on everybody in this house. Are you actively trying to corrupt Harry? Of course not, Sirius said. It isn't an active effort at all, it just happens unexpectedly. Molly sighed. She grabbed a handful of flow powder and threw it into the fireplace. Into the fire, dears, she said to her children. When Molly was the only one left in the room, she turned back to Sirius and Harry. Try not to burn the place to the ground while we're out. Is that a challenge? Sirius said. Molly sighed again, and stepped into the fire. Street. Mungos. She shouted, and then disappeared. You get too much enjoyment from winding her up, Harry said. She's so easily wound, Sirius said defensively. If she didn't react so much, it wouldn't be half the fun. Besides, I thought that she would never leave. Now, more presents. Accio gifts. Sirius jabbed his wand toward the stairwell. There were several thumps from upstairs, and then a half-dozen wrapped presents soared out of the stairwell and landed at Harry's feet. Sirius, this is too much, really, Harry said. It was a bit embarrassing, and Harry was deeply grateful that Sirius had decided to wait until the Weasleys were gone. I wasn't kidding when I said that I needed to make up for years of missed Christmases, Sirius said. It's a godfather's duty to spoil his godson, generally because it causes trouble for the parents. Aren't you just making trouble for yourself, at this point? Harry asked. Life's no fun without it, Sirius said. Now, start opening. Harry began to open his presents, slowly, trying to display an appropriate amount of humble reluctance. The first box was full of items from Zonkos, including fang frisbees, dung bombs, and all sorts of mischief-making materiel. Harry grinned and looked up at Sirius. This is all great, but I can't take any of it to school. It's like you went down Filch's list of prohibited items and bought one of everything. That would be crazy, Sirius said. Who would ever write a letter to a pair of red-headed twins and ask for a copy of Filch's list of contraband? And what kind of wizard would mail-order every single one of those things, and then wrap them up for his godson for Christmas? Harry began to laugh. The kind of wizard I'm looking at, I guess. Darn right, Sirius said. And you're wrong about what you can and cannot take to school. You absolutely can take these items to school. You'll be breaking over a dozen rules when you do it, but you certainly have the ability. Harry shook his head, smiling. So, don't get caught. That's what you're saying to me. I would never encourage such delinquency from my godson, Sirius said. I would be disappointed, however, if he did not engage in this sort of behavior on his own. Thank you, Harry said, setting the box aside. He would go through it more thoroughly at a later time, probably with the twins. Harry's box of goodies, combined with the ever-growing catalog of products that the twins had developed, were going to make life miserable for Umbridge and her Inquisition squad. Harry's next box contained a rolled-up cloth and a small stack of cards. Each of the cards had a rune inscribed on it, along with the logos of a pair of Quidditch teams. What is this? Harry asked. It's a model Quidditch set, Sirius said. Unroll it, then tap it with your wand. Harry unrolled the cloth. It was green, perhaps 3 feet deep and 4 feet long, and the lines of a Quidditch pitch were printed upon it. Harry tapped the model pitch with his wand, and 2 sets of rings grew out from the cloth. Meanwhile, 14 tiny Quidditch players blinked into existence, hovering motionless at the center of the pitch, staring at one another. This is brilliant, Harry said. I thought so, too, Sirius replied. If you put one of the cards at the center of the pitch and tap it with your wand, the players will act out a classic Quidditch match. You can speed it up or slow it down, watch from all angles, it's really spectacular. Last year's World Cup match between Bulgaria and Ireland is in there. And there are some blank cards, too. You can use those to create formations on your own, and then replay them later for your teammates. Harry whistled, impressed. I know I just said this, but this is brilliant. Sirius was beaming with satisfaction. We can try it out later. There's an old Hollieshead Harpies game that I've been wanting to watch. Their seeker gets hit by a bludger so hard that her uniform almost comes off. Harry rolled his eyes. He tapped the pitch once more with his wand, and the rings and players disappeared. Setting the pitch aside, he pulled the next gift into his lap, a pile of boxes, tied together with a red and gold ribbon. Couldn't resist the Gryffindor colors, could you? Harry asked. These are traditional Christmas colors, Sirius said. I'm sure you could have found green and silver just as easily, Harry countered. Possibly. But since I'm the one who had to spend the last month cooped up in this house, staring at these wrapped gifts, I think it's my prerogative to choose colors that are aesthetically pleasing. Harry chuckled as he unwrapped the gifts and opened the first box. Inside was a new set of dress robes. Harry could tell they were expensive. The deep black of the robe was the telltale sign that they had cost mounds of galleons. Harry pulled the dress robes from the box and discovered that they were trimmed in green and silver. It's a classic cut, Sirius said. You can wear those robes as long as they fit you, and they'll never go out of style. Did it hurt to buy these? Harry teased. Green and silver, I mean. I just closed my eyes and tried not to think about it, Sirius said. Actually, it wasn't as odd for me as you might think. Regulus and I exchanged gifts for most of the time that I was at Hogwarts, even if things were tense between us. I bought him his fair share of robes. Sirius reached up and scratched his beard. Now that I think of it, there might still be some of his things upstairs. You're welcome to them, if you can stomach wearing robes that have RAB stitched on them. He liked monograms. Harry asked. Loved monograms, Sirius said. I could have gotten him a dead cat for Christmas, and he would have been happy as long as it said RAB on the fur. Harry chuckled. It was nice talking to Sirius like this, casually, without any subtext or trickery. Sirius told Harry several more stories about his childhood, some of which naturally included Harry's father. Predictably, Sirius mentioned how much Harry reminded him of James. Several times, actually. Harry began to wonder if Sirius had added a little something special to his mug of hot chocolate. It was almost an hour after the Weasleys left before the fireplace roared once again with green flame. Harry looked over, expecting to see Ron or the twins, back to pick up something they had forgotten. Instead, he saw the familiar sandy hair shabby clothes of Remus Lupin. I hope I'm not too late, Lupin said, stepping into the room. Of course not, Sirius said, getting up from the couch and embracing his friend. Harry and I want Christmas to last as long as possible, don't we? Who wouldn't? Harry asked. Remembering the awkward handshake at Privet Drive earlier in the year, Harry raised his mug of hot chocolate, on its third refill, to acknowledge Lupin's arrival. Merry Christmas, P.R. Remus, Harry said. Lupin smiled. Merry Christmas to you, as well, he said. Sit down, Sirius said, gesturing toward a chair. Make yourself at home. Let me get you your gift. I thought you wanted Christmas to last as long as possible, Lupin said as he took his seat. I don't remember saying that, Sirius said. He was rummaging around under the Christmas tree. I know it's under here, aha. Sirius emerged with a small package in his hand. Merry Christmas, old friend. Thank you, Lupin said. He carefully opened the wrapping paper and pulled the top off a small box. The corner of Lupin's mouth ticked upward in a wry half-smile. I had hoped, for once, that you would have taken Christmas more seriously. He removed his gift from the box, a bright green flea collar. It's a practical gift, Sirius said with a shrug. They don't last forever, you know. Lupin turned to Harry. Sirius has gotten me a flea collar for Christmas for as long as we've been friends. Every year, I think that he's finally matured, and every year he manages to prove me wrong. I had one owled to Remus last year, Sirius said. I bet you didn't expect that, did you? Lupin laughed. No, I certainly didn't. Lupin reached inside his pocket and removed a pair of tiny boxes, each no larger than a canute, and scattered them across the floor. With a wave of his wand, the boxes expanded to full size, each larger than Harry's school trunk. Lupin pointed toward the box wrapped in green paper. That's yours, you old dog, he said to Sirius. Ha ha. Sirius dove forward and attacked the wrapping paper with gusto. He couldn't have destroyed it more thoroughly if he had used a shredding charm. Sirius tore off the top of the box, and found another box. A true mystery, Sirius said. He unwrapped and opened the second box, revealing a third box, which revealed a fourth, and a fifth, until Sirius finally held a small package in his hands, perhaps the size of a dinner plate. You're enjoying this, Sirius said to Lupin. Quite, Lupin replied with a smile. Sirius shook the package, and the gift rattled around in the box. I think this is the last one. Here we go. Sirius, smiling eagerly, removed the top of the box. When he looked inside, his face fell. What is it? Harry asked. Without a word, Sirius tipped the box upside down. A flea collar fell into his hand. Lupin could contain his laughter no longer. He laughed as loud and as long as Harry had ever heard him laugh, and before long, both Harry and Sirius had joined him. I was wondering when you'd get around to giving me one of these, Sirius said. It's long overdue, Lupin said. But not long enough. Sirius turned to Harry. I bet your father 10 galleons that you'd be 17 before Remus ever gave me a flea collar for Christmas, you know. I'll be happy to collect, Harry said with a grin. Later, Sirius said. I think the other gift is for you. Harry looked at Lupin, who nodded. But I didn't get you anything, Harry said. I know, Lupin replied. I meant this to be a surprise, and I knew what I was doing. Lupin gestured toward the large package. Go on. Harry stood and walked over to his present. He grabbed the paper and tore it off, revealing a beautifully crafted trunk. It was larger than Harry's school trunk, and had beautiful metalwork reinforcing the well-oiled leather. Harry could tell at a glance that the trunk was expensive, but he had never seen anything like it. It certainly wasn't new, perhaps Lupin had gotten it used. Regardless, there was no way that Lupin could reasonably afford something like this. This is too much, Harry said. No, it isn't, Lupin said calmly. I mean, I already have a trunk, Harry said. So did I, when your mother gave this to me, Lupin said, smiling. Harry turned back to the trunk. This was a gift from my mother, he said softly. No, Lupin said. It was your mother's. Oh, right, Sirius said. I had totally forgotten about that. Harry ran his hand over the trunk. He tried to imagine his mother packing her things in the trunk at the end of every summer, filling it with her books, her robes, her wand. How did you wind up with my mom's trunk? Harry asked. She gave it to me while we were still in school, Lupin said. 6th year. It's a wonderful piece of luggage, you can see that. It looked even better when it was nearly new. I always admired the trunk, and your mom knew it. Lupin gestured to his clothes. As you might have guessed from my current attire, most of my things come secondhand. It's hard to make money with my condition, and it doesn't make sense to invest in nice clothes when they get destroyed during my transformation. Lupin reached out and patted the trunk affectionately. I've been forced to move from town to town, never unpacking, always worried that my secret could be discovered at any moment. With that sort of lifestyle, a nice trunk is priceless. Then you should keep it, Harry said. I can't accept this. Lupin smiled. Harry, I want you to have it. I won't be traveling any longer. My work for the Order required me to travel, but now that is done. Dumbledore asked me to stay here, with Sirius, at Grimmauld Place. What about the werewolves? Sirius asked suddenly. Lupin shook his head. A lost cause. Fenrir Greyback had been filling their heads with lies for months before I even made contact. I tried my best, but they really do think they'll find a better life if you know who seizes power. Lupin shook his head again. That's a conversation for another day. Suffice it to say that I no longer need such a wonderful trunk, and I want you to have it, Harry. Thank you, Harry said quietly. This ranked with his invisibility cloak and his firebolt, among the greatest gifts that he had ever received. I never even imagined. Lupin broke into a broad smile. I'm glad you like it. You know, the best gifts are the ones that the other person wanted, but didn't even know existed. Why do you say that? Harry asked. Snape had said almost the exact same thing to him, only a couple of days earlier. It's just something that your mother used to say, Lupin said. She actually said it to me when she gave me this trunk. She was right. I hadn't even realized how badly I wanted a nice trunk, not until she offered it to me. It was the most wonderful gesture. Lupin shrugged. She knew me better than I knew myself. Sirius smiled. I had forgotten that Lily used to say that. He turned to Harry. Your mother placed a lot of importance on gifts. She would drive herself crazy, trying to find the perfect gift for everybody she knew. Something was tickling the back of Harry's mind, a distant memory of a conversation with Hagrid. They had been interrupted before Harry could ask for more information, but Hagrid had mentioned that Harry's mother and Snape were friends. Remus, Harry shook his head. Gosh, it's awkward saying that. It'll get easier, Lupin said. Was my mother friends with Professor Snape? Harry had hoped that the abrupt conversational shift from casual charm to abrupt bluntness would shock Lupin into a truthful answer, and he was not disappointed. Yes, She was, Lupin said. It was clear that he was uncomfortable with his answer, even as he provided it. When? How close were they? Why has nobody ever mentioned it to me? Lupin shook his head. It's not my place to say. When I came to Hogwarts to teach, Severus specifically asked me to stay silent on the subject. I'm going to respect his privacy. You don't owe anything to that hook-nosed git, Sirius said. Go ahead and tell Harry. Lupin gave Sirius a look. I do owe Severus, Lupin said. He perfectly prepared my wolfsbane potion every month as moon waxed full. I owe him this much, at least. Well, I don't owe him anything, Sirius said. He turned toward Harry. Snape attached himself to your mother like a greasy barnacle before they even got to Hogwarts. It was obvious to your father and me that Snape was going to go dark from the very moment we met him on the Hogwarts Express, but your mother was Muggle-born and it took her some time to come around. Snape practically had to take the dark mark before your mother would believe it. So that's why Aunt Petunia and Professor Snape seemed to know each other this summer, Harry said. Snape was friends with my mom. Friend is one word for it, Sirius said. I would prefer leech, or parasite, or malignant blight. Sirius, please stop, Lupin said. Harry has a right to learn about this part of his mother's life. Which is what I'm trying to tell him, Sirius said, interrupting. And he has a right to hear an objective version of events. Lupin put his hand up, stopping Sirius's response. You are many things, Padfoot, but objective is not one of them, especially when Severus is involved. And Snively will be, Sirius said. Maybe not, Lupin said. But I doubt that Harry wants to hear you rant about his mother's bad judgment. Lupin turned to Harry, eyebrow raised inquisitively, and Harry nodded in agreement. If Harry wants to know about James, or Lily after she and James became a couple, then he should ask one of us. If he wants to know about Lily's friendship with Severus, the better source of information would be Severus himself. But you just said that he didn't want to talk about it, Harry said. Severus asked me not to talk about it, Lupin said. He may have a different answer if you approached him directly. Enough talking about Snape, Sirius said, waving his arms. It's Christmas, and I've already heard his name too much. It's time to do something fun. Harry smiled in spite of himself. What did you have in mind? The other half of your Christmas present, Sirius said. Other half, Harry exclaimed. You've given me so many gifts it's embarrassing. Not from me, Sirius said. From me, Lupin replied. You, too, Harry said. You've already given me too much. I think you'll appreciate this last gift, Sirius said, giving Lupin a knowing look. Lupin grinned back. Harry glanced back and forth between his godfather and his former teacher. What have you two concocted? Well, Sirius said, now that Molly is out of the house. I'm going to teach you about dueling, Lupin finished. Harry did not expect Lupin to be a more challenging opponent than Sirius. Lupin had always been reserved and calm when he taught at Hogwarts. Harry anticipated that Lupin's demeanor would manifest itself in his dueling style as timidity and, therefore, vulnerability. When Sirius renovated Harry for the third time in under 10 minutes, Harry was forced to rethink his initial assessment. What are you doing wrong? Lupin asked. He was standing in the center of the room, hardly having broken a sweat. Sirius, meanwhile, was backing away toward the wall, giving Lupin and Harry room to resume their duels. Besides losing, Harry said as he pushed himself to his feet. More specifically than that, yes, Lupin said. He was grinning. Clearly he enjoyed dueling. Every time I try to change tactics, it gives you an opening to counterattack, Harry said. Then why are you changing tactics? Lupin asked. Because I can't get through that bloody shield of yours, otherwise, Harry said. Lupin's dueling style reminded Harry a little of Theo, but Lupin was even more conservative. Lupin refused to attack, and instead was content to rest behind a series of powerful shields. Harry's normal barrage of stunners, disarming charms and disruptive jinxes were completely ineffective, and nothing came close to breaching Lupin's defenses. And when Harry tried a different approach, reaching deeper into his repertoire of spells or changing his tactics, that was when Lupin struck. The older wizard shifted from impenetrable defense to unrestrained aggression, It had caught Harry completely caught off guard in their first duel, and he was defeated easily. In the next two duels, Harry was waiting for Lupin's tactical shift, but even then he was overwhelmed. Did you use a full body bind in that last sequence? Lupin asked. I was trying to figure out whether you were shielding yourself, or using counter curses and anti-jinxes, Harry said defensively. It was a reasonable spell. Why didn't you try something more aggressive? Harry narrowed his eyes a little. What do you mean? Lupin's face was full of concern when he spoke. Disarming charms and stunning spells form the basis of good dueling technique, certainly, but not every duel can be won that way. I know you might be reluctant to duel at full strength, Harry, especially after what happened last year at the tournament. You think I'm holding back? Harry said. I know you are, Lupin said. I know that everybody at Hogwarts teaches themselves spells outside of class. Boys gravitate toward combat spells and dueling spells, especially those who have been sorted into Slytherin. Am I right? Harry said nothing, but grinned a little. Maybe. I thought so, said Lupin. Show me everything you know in our next duel. Why are you encouraging this? Harry said, suddenly suspicious. This seemed like something Sirius might do, but not Lupin, not a former Hogwarts professor. Not somebody who was close enough to Dumbledore to be sent as an ambassador to speak with England's werewolves. Remus and I are concerned about you, Sirius said. He was leaning against a bookcase, now, with his arms folded. Death Eaters aren't openly attacking now, but that won't be true forever. When the first attack comes, we'll have no way of anticipating it. You'll need to be ready.
And I can't tell if you're ready to defend yourself if you won't show me what spells you know, Lupin said.
And you're sure about this? Harry asked. Some of them are dangerous. After our last 3 duels, you doubt my ability to defend myself. Good point, Harry said. He raised his wand to signal his readiness, and Lupin did the same. Harry waited only a heartbeat before firing his first spells. Incendio. Incendio. A pair of fireballs blasted out of Harry's wand, the first aimed high at Lupin's head, the second lower, near his knees. Lupin produced a shield, and the fireballs splashed harmlessly against it, disappearing after a brief burst of flame. Harry used the cover of the exploding fireballs to drift to his right. His next spell was a non-verbal bludgeoning curse, aimed high at Lupin's head. A knock on the skull would disable Lupin just as easily as a stunner. And, in case it didn't, Harry fired a pair of disarming charms and a non-verbal detonating charm. Lupin had anticipated that Harry would use the fire for cover, however, and had also begun to move. The bludgeoning curse passed harmlessly over his shoulder, and he deflected the disarming charm, as Harry's remaining spell was off target. Harry's blasting charm passed by Lupin and struck the bookcase behind him. The explosion threw Lupin off balance, and Harry pressed his advantage, firing stunners and disarming charms. Lupin desperately conjured a shield, and managed to prevent Harry's spells from striking home. Harry stepped forward, ready to fire again. And then Lupin was on the attack. Harry deflected one charm, then another. Lupin cast his spells without speaking, which meant that Harry quite sure what Lupin was using to attack. Using a shield would be risky. If it was ineffective against a particular spell, then the duel would be over. Harry relied instead on his reflexes, deflecting spells this way and that, dodging to one side or the other when he couldn't manage a deflection. Then Harry was struck heavily in the back. As he tumbled forward, shocked, he saw the bright red flash of Lupin's stunner, then blackness. Sirius renervated Harry for a 4th time. What was that? Harry asked, as soon as he regained consciousness. A summoning charm, Lupin said. Your use of a detonating charm was excellent. It anticipated that I would dodge the spell instead of deflecting it. I used your own tactic against you. Harry glanced toward the floor. An enormous, leather-bound book the size of Harry's torso was lying on the ground a few feet away. I should have expected that, Harry said. Probably. But that was a much better duel. For a wizard your age, you're remarkably advanced. For a wizard my age, Harry said, bitterly emphasizing the words. Don't let that discourage you, Harry, Sirius said. It's a compliment. It's just another way of saying I'm not good enough, Harry said. He turned to Lupin. Let's go again. That's the spirit, Lupin said. But if you want to take a break, we can. Dueling at full strength can be exhausting. Harry shook his head. I'm fine. Really, Harry, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm fine, Harry said vehemently. I need you two to keep this a secret, though. He looked from Lupin to Sirius, and when neither said anything, Harry continued. Just now, I still wasn't dueling at full strength. Lupin exchanged a skeptical look with Sirius. If that wasn't your full power, I'm curious to see what is, Lupin said. Harry was a little offended that Lupin didn't believe him. It wasn't surprising, though, all things considered. Lupin already thought that Harry was an excellent duelist for his age, and now Harry was claiming to be stronger. It seemed that Harry would simply have to show them. Harry hadn't planned on making this sort of display. His trance was a secret, and he had kept it a secret for a very good reason. The fewer people knew about it, the fewer people could betray him to Voldemort. The tournament had made Draco privy to every other advantage that might once have had over the Dark Lord, and Harry had no doubt that the information had made its way from Draco to Lucius to Voldemort. The trance, though, that was something that nobody else knew. Yes, Harry had once mentioned the idea to Snape, but it was a passing comment, and Harry was certain that Snape had forgotten by now. But Lupin and Sirius were worthy of his trust. They had arranged to train with Harry in secret, and they were looking out for Harry's best interests. They cared for him. They only wanted to know that he was safe. And if showing them his true power could reassure them, then Harry was going to do it. Harry took a deep breath and looked down at the ground. He thought of Umbridge, banning him from Quidditch. He thought of Pettigrew, murdering Cedric Diggory before his eyes. He thought of Lucius Malfoy, obsequiously assuring Voldemort that Harry had never been anything more than a pawn, and he slipped into his emerald trance. Harry looked at Lupin, seeing his teacher through a sea of green. He raised his wand. Are you certain you're ready? To his credit, Lupin treated the duel seriously. I am. Harry flicked his wand forward. Stupefy. Harry took care to snap his wrist and enunciate the spell. He wanted to make sure his stunner was as powerful as it could possibly get. Lupin and Sirius wanted to see Harry's full power, and Harry was curious to see it, as well. The stunner sizzled across the room, and Lupin barely managed to raise his shield in time to stop the charm. Surprisingly, however, the stunner did not disperse or deflect off of Lupin's shield. Instead, the red bolt of energy hovered in the air, forcing itself against Lupin's shield, crackling and snapping with energy as it tried to drive its way through. Lupin's shield charm began to turn milky white, starting at the point of contact with the stunner but rapidly radiating outward. Harry had only a few moments to see the surprise on Lupin's face before the shield clouded over completely. Suddenly, the shield disappeared as Lupin leapt aside. The stunner, energy still unspent, flashed through the space that Lupin had just vacated. Harry's spell struck the wall behind Lupin and left a scorch mark almost as large as the hole Harry had created with his detonating charm. By some unspoken agreement, both Harry and Lupin abandoned their duel. Harry released his emerald trance and the room returned to its normal color. He began to walk toward the scorch mark, slowly, hypnotized by its size. Lupin and Sirius joined Harry quickly. Nice bit of work there, Sirius said. I've never seen that sort of power behind a stunner before, Lupin said quietly. What do you mean? Harry asked. He had known that his trance made him powerful, but, certainly Lupin had seen more powerful stunners in his lifetime. He'd fought in the First War against Voldemort, alongside and against some of the most powerful wizards alive. I mean that I'm glad that you decided to use a stunner, Lupin said, and not a combustion curse. He reached out and touched the scorch mark on the wall, and soot smeared onto the tips of his fingers. How long have you been able to do this, Harry? I've only learned to control my power in the last few months, Harry said. And I've never dueled somebody at my full power. Does anybody else know? Lupin asked. Harry shook his head. Of course not. Keep it that way, Lupin said. If word got out that you had this sort of power, with the things the Prophet has been publishing about you, the fact that you're a Parselmouth.
I understand, Harry said. It was part of the reason he hadn't told anybody about his power.
We should tell Dumbledore, Lupin said to Sirius. No, Harry said immediately. This stays between us. Moody thinks I'm a threat to Dumbledore because of my dream about Mr. Weasley. If Moody even gets a sniff of this, he'll do everything he can to keep me away from Dumbledore. I think he'd even keep me out of Hogwarts. That would be Dumbledore's decision, though, Sirius said. Not Mad Eye's. If Mad Eye wanted me out of school, he could do it, Harry said. All it would take was one small word to Rita Skeeter, and poof, I'd be expelled. Harry looked back and forth from Lupin to Sirius. Please. If I'm attacked, I want the element of surprise to be on my side. You've got me convinced, Sirius said. What about you, Moony? Lupin was frowning. Harry, keeping secrets from Dumbledore has cost your family dearly. If Dumbledore had been selected as your parents' secret keeper, or if he had known about Peter's selection, or if I had told Dumbledore about Peter's animagus transformation, a lot of sorrow and hurt could have been avoided. I don't think my ability to cast a powerful stunner is putting us at risk, Harry said. And I don't think telling Dumbledore about it would unlock his understanding of a vast, undiscovered mystery. These lessons started as a secret, so let's keep them that way. Lupin sighed. Very well. I won't tell Dumbledore. But, Lupin added, I reserve the right to change my mind. I won't keep a secret if it's hurting the order. Harry nodded, recognizing that this was the best he was going to get from his former teacher. It would have to do, for now. Lupin and Harry dueled for another half hour before the older man called an end to their practice session. Harry tried dueling with both his full repertoire of spells and the full power of his trance, but never both at once. By the end, Harry could see that Lupin was nearing exhaustion. Harry wasn't feeling any ill effects from the extended dueling session, and he wondered if increased endurance was another side effect of his trance. It was mid-afternoon by the time Lupin said his goodbyes and left, promising to return within the next few days to begin moving into Grimmauld Place. Harry washed up for dinner, while Sirius set off to scream at Creature until the ill-behaved house elf produced something edible for their evening meal. Ginny Weasley briefly poked her head through the fireplace to tell Harry and Sirius that the Weasleys would be late, and that the two boys should eat without them. Sirius took issue with being called a boy, but Ginny's head had already disappeared by the time that Sirius was able to raise his voice in protest. Dinner was a quieter affair than it had been in several days, owing mostly to the absence of the Weasleys. Sirius took full advantage of the quiet time, regaling Harry with tales of Christmases past, spent with Harry's father and mother at their house in Godric's Hollow. The last Christmas we spent there, Sirius said, that was when your mother announced that she was pregnant with you. We turned it into a real blowout. Your father and I got to the bottom of a bottle of fire whiskey, and Remus had the music turned up so loud on the wireless that the neighbors came over and complained. When Sirius finally ran out of steam with his stories, he and Harry retired to their bedrooms for the night. Once he had changed into his pajamas, Harry lay down atop his bed and began to page through the book that Hermione had gotten him for Christmas. Some of the defensive charms seemed to be dead useful, certainly worth teaching to the DA at some point this semester. Despite that, Harry's eyes kept drifting toward the books Tracy had gotten him. Unable to resist, he grabbed Get That Witch and began to read. Harry was reading about self-effacement when he heard voices downstairs. The Weasleys had returned from the hospital. The sounds of distant commotion echoed through Grimmauld Place as they knocked about in the kitchen, probably fashioning some approximation of a late dinner. Harry continued to read, half paying attention to the voices that slowly began to drift upward toward the bedrooms. Fred and George, sounding like a man having a conversation with himself, footsteps almost perfectly in unison. Ron making monosyllabic comments as Hermione spoke rapidly about something only she found interesting. Mrs. Weasley clucking protectively about something and Ginny, slightly annoyed, reassuring her mother. It was nice having the noise in Grimmauld Place. Harry enjoyed his time with Sirius, but when only the two of them were around, it was apparent that the house was equal parts safehouse and prison. Harry was becoming stir-crazy after only a few hours. He couldn't imagine how desperate his godfather was to get out of the house. Harry continued to page through his book as the Weasleys went about getting ready for bed, and soon the house was once again quiet. Harry glanced at the clock. It was almost 10:30, and thought that he, too, should be settling down to sleep. There was a quiet knock on Harry's door. Just a second, Harry said loudly. It was probably Sirius come to say goodnight, or Hermione wanting to talk about something that had happened at the hospital, but didn't want to be caught reading Get That Witch by anybody in this household. Harry grabbed Hermione's book and tucked Get That Witch inside, using the larger book of spells to conceal the smaller book of advice. Settling back on his bed, Harry tried to look casual. "Come in," Harry said. The door opened, and Harry's eyes rose as Ginny stepped inside. Of all the people who could have been visiting his room this late at night, Harry would have thought that Ginny was the least likely. She was wearing pajamas with a button-up top, and they were slightly too short at the wrists and elbows. "I saw that your light was on under the door," Ginny said. "I hope I didn't wake you." "No, I was just reading," Harry said, lifting his book into the air, turning it slightly so that Ginny could see the title. Harry surreptitiously glanced at the chapter subject, Shields and Their Variations, in case Ginny asked what he had been reading about. "How's your dad?" "He's doing as well as can be expected," Ginny said. She reached across her body with one hand, and rubbed it up and down her other arm. "The healers still haven't been able to close his wounds or get them to start healing, but he's not in any immediate danger." "That's better than nothing, I guess," Harry said. "Anyway, I wanted to thank you for the record player," Ginny said. "I listened to a bunch of the records with my dad today, and it really seemed to improve his mood. He almost started singing along when I played She Loves You, and I had to start talking really loudly so that my mum wouldn't notice." "Good," Harry said with a smile. "I'm glad to hear that." Harry realized that Ginny was still standing in his doorway, looking as awkward as the current pause in their conversation. Harry recalled his discussion with Dumbledore earlier in the week, and suddenly decided to try fostering his friendship with Ginny, like the older wizard had suggested. "Do you want to sit down?" Harry said, gesturing toward the chair near the end of his bed. "Thanks," Ginny said. She crossed the room and sat down, tucking her feet underneath her as she sat. "I've never seen a record player like that before. Where did you find it?" "Oh, I knew somebody who knew somebody," Harry said. "Really? Muggle born and Muggle raised, and you knew somebody who could produce a magically powered record player?" Harry shrugged noncommittally. "So maybe I put a little effort into it. It was worth it to make sure that you got the right gift." "And I got you a lousy pair of mittens," Ginny grumbled. "Not lousy," Harry said. "They look quite warm." "They look quite misshapen," Ginny said, correcting Harry. "My mother is good at knitting charms, but I don't have the same talent." "That's the good thing about mittens, though," Harry said. "Nobody would ever call them shapely, not even at their best." "I still feel like my gift was horrible and inadequate," Ginny said. "I want to make it up to you, somehow." "You don't have to do that," Harry said. "Nobody's keeping score." "I am." Harry grinned. "Then you're doing a terrible job of it. I got you the record player to thank you for being such a good friend this year. And trust me, I know something about bad friends. So I'm a better friend than Draco Malfoy." Such high praise.
"I really mean it, though," Harry said. "I'm not the easiest person to be friends with. I attract a lot of trouble, and I can be
Moody. A jerk. Easily angered. When Harry gave Ginny a cross look, she shrugged. "Those were just a few things that came to mind. I'm sure I could think of more, if you gave me a little time." "No, that was enough," Harry said. "I can be a bit of a jerk, then. I certainly was last year, when it came to you and me and Yule Ball. But you gave me a second chance at a time when I really needed support. That means a lot to me, and I wanted to thank you for it. That's why I got you the record player." "Well, when you put it that way, I guess you did need to get me the perfect gift," Ginny said with a smile. "In fact, we might not be even, yet. You might still owe me. Let's just call this the last stage of the world's longest apology," Harry said. "Friends. Friends," Ginny agreed. "And now, as a friend, I need your help with something." "Sure. What is it?" Harry's interest was piqued. Why would Ginny ask him, as opposed to Hermione, or any of her brothers? "I've been thinking about the night that my dad got hurt," Ginny said. "Professor McGonagall came and got me and my brothers, and brought us to Dumbledore's office. You and Snape were already there when we arrived." Oh. Harry could see where this was going. As Ginny spoke, Harry began to dread her eventual question. There was no reason for Dumbledore to wake up you and Snape when it was my dad was attacked. Even if Dumbledore did send for you, there's no way that you could have made it up from the dungeons before we came down from the tower. And, to top it all off, nobody has ever told me how Dumbledore knew that my dad had been hurt, when my dad was off on a mission for the Order. Ginny had turned fully toward Harry, now, and was facing him directly. So why were you in Dumbledore's office, Harry? Harry's first instinct was to lie. The fact that he and Voldemort shared some sort of mysterious connection was not a fact that Harry wanted widely advertised. But Harry once again recalled his conversation with Dumbledore at the hospital. Dumbledore had told Harry that he could trust Ginny with anything. It was almost as if Dumbledore had anticipated this exact conversation. And, if he had, Dumbledore was practically ordering Harry to be honest with Ginny. I had a dream, Harry said, finally. About your dad. I saw what happened, so I woke up and told Snape. Snape took me to Dumbledore, and you pretty much know the rest. You saw it in a dream? Ginny asked skeptically. Like a vision. Divination. No, not like that, Harry said. I'm only calling it a dream because it happened while I was asleep. But it wasn't a dream. I literally watched it happen, when it happened. And you didn't tell anybody you could do this? Ginny asked. Harry shook his head. Doesn't sound like you, Ginny said. I've seen you when you do something impressive. You're usually looking around, making sure that people are noticing how great you are. Well, I'm not that impressed by this, Harry said, slightly irritated. Ginny huffed. I'm trying to thank you, okay. If it weren't for you, the last time I would have ever seen my daddy would have been 3 months ago when he dropped me off at King's Cross Station. I wouldn't have even known it. Ginny stopped and sniffed mightily, rubbing her fist across her face, wiping at her nose and her tears. Shite. I'm sorry, Harry said. I don't mean to be cross. But these visions, they aren't good. Even the vision of your father. Yes, it saved his life, but if we had been a few minutes slower, it would have just been a vision of your father being killed. Ginny nodded in understanding. Does anybody know how you can see these things? Dumbledore says that Voldemort and I are magically connected, so sometimes I can see what he's seeing. That's horrible, Harry shrugged. It's better than the alternative. Moody thinks that Voldemort has been possessing me. Ginny was silent for a long moment. Can you remember everything you've been doing? Have you been blacking out, or losing periods of time? Harry nodded at the first question, and shook his head at the second. Have you been waking up places and not knowing how you got there? Are there big blank periods where you don't know what you've been up to? No, Harry said. None of that. Then I don't think that you know who has been possessing you. Harry almost fired off a snappy retort. And you're an authority on the subject, but was able to stop himself. Ginny was an authority on the subject. She was the only person he knew who had actually been possessed by Voldemort. Is that what it was like? Harry asked quietly. I'd almost forgotten that, you know. Lucky you, Ginny said bitterly. I lost hours at a time. I couldn't remember where I had been or what I had been doing. Once, I woke up covered in blood and feathers. Ginny paused and looked at Harry. Have you recently woken up covered in blood and feathers? In spite of himself, Harry laughed. No. Then I don't think you know who has been possessing you, Ginny said firmly. Thanks, Harry said. That actually makes me feel a lot better. Good. Maybe now you can sleep at night. Who says I haven't been sleeping? Harry said, feigning nonchalance. The light under your door at night, Ginny said. And the dark circles under your eyes. I'm not afraid to go to sleep, Harry said quickly, and Ginny raised a skeptical eyebrow. I'm not, Harry repeated. Ginny folded her arms, and her eyebrow arched even farther upward. Okay, fine, so maybe I haven't been sleeping well, Harry said. But that doesn't mean I'm afraid to sleep. You said the word afraid, not me, Ginny pointed out. Ginny was insufferable when she was right. Well, wouldn't you be afraid? Harry asked. I would be. And I am, Ginny said. She looked away from Harry, and leaned forward.
Her arms were no longer crossed in indignation, they were wrapped protectively around her body.
I have dreams about him, too. I can still hear him in my head. Tom. I can hear his voice, like he's standing right next to me, whispering in my ear. Ginny shuddered. I dream about the things that he made me do. I don't remember them when I'm awake, but when I'm dreaming, I can see myself opening the chamber. I can see myself giving orders to the basilisk. I can feel his power whenever I cast a spell. And when I wake up, I'm scared, Harry. Harry scooted across his bed, closer to Ginny, and put a hand on her back. The diary is gone, Ginny. I destroyed it. He'll never possess you again. That's not what I'm scared of, Ginny said. What scares me is that I dream about that power, and I like it. I wake up, and for the first few seconds, I miss it. I miss that power. Harry nodded with understanding. He felt exactly the same way when he released his trance. I know what you mean, he said. It's like you had the power to do anything you wanted, but now you're suddenly average. Exactly, Ginny said. Then she looked up and met Harry's eyes. For one, I don't think you should be worried, Harry said. It's natural to wish you were stronger. To wish that you could change the things that are wrong in the world. Ginny shook her head. I don't know. Maybe I should be worried. Maybe we should both be. So you've realized that you're a little more ambitious than you once thought. Trust me, I'm in Slytherin, I know how to recognize ambition. Harry forced a grin onto his face. You would have done well in Slytherin. And I don't care what Pansy said at the beginning of last year, the green would have looked nice with your hair. Harry moved his hand up slightly, and tugged the tip of Ginny's hair playfully with his fingers. Ginny pulled away and swatted at Harry's hand. You are such a boy. It would look terrible. I never claimed to have an eye for color, Harry said. Obviously, Ginny said with a chuckle. Do you ever wish you were in a different house? I mean, have you ever thought about it? Well, things would be a lot easier if I had been sorted into Gryffindor, wouldn't they? Harry asked. None of this business with Draco. I wouldn't have to put defensive enchantments around my bed every night, the DA wouldn't hate me. And I'd probably be dead, Ginny said. Maybe both of us. What? The Chamber of Secrets, Ginny said. You convinced the basilisk not to attack by pointing out that you were a Slytherin that could speak Parseltongue. The basilisk wouldn't attack one of its own. I can't imagine that working if you were a Gryffindor. Harry nodded slowly. Ginny was right. He had no idea how he would have survived the basilisk if it weren't for being sorted into Slytherin. I guess it was for the best, then, Harry said. I guess so, Ginny said. And since you're too blind to see that Slytherin green clashes with my hair, I might as well tell you that it looks very nice with your eyes. Harry looked at Ginny, trying to make eye contact, but she had turned her face away. Harry could only see the corner of her jaw, but he could tell that she was blushing. It's getting late, Ginny said. She stretched her arms out and gave the worst excuse for a fake yawn that Harry had ever heard. I should get to bed. You don't have to go, Harry said. If you're worried about bad dreams, we might as well stay awake together. Ginny turned and gave Harry a sly grin. Harry Potter, are you trying to get me to spend the night in your bedroom? Harry felt his own face begin to flush. You're the one who said it, not me. You're going to have to try harder than that, Ginny said, grin blossoming into a full smile. She stood and walked to the door of Harry's room. I really enjoyed talking to you, Harry. Thank you again for the record player. Merry Christmas, Harry said. Merry Christmas, Ginny said. She stepped outside and closed the door behind her. Harry flopped back on his bed and stared up at the ceiling. It was a shame that all of his best flirting with Ginny somehow happened when Neville Longbottom wasn't around to see it. But at least he knew that some of the advice from Get That Witch was worthwhile. The chapter on self-effacement had proved to be rather effective. And whoever said that flirting with Ginny was solely to cause Longbottom anguish, anyway? For the first time in a week, Harry had pleasant dreams. 2 days after Christmas, Harry made an unsettling discovery. He had left Hogwarts without any resources to write his report for History of Magic. Hermione had brought along several books full of historic Gryffindors for herself and Ron, but she had made no such provision for Harry. Don't act all offended, she had said to Harry. I had enough faith in you that I assumed you and Tracy had already been to the library and checked out the appropriate titles. Harry's options were rather slim. He could wait until he got back to Hogwarts to start his research, but that would mean turning in his report late. But, according to Binns, the assignment had been ordered by the ministry, which meant that Umbridge would be watching it closely and looking for any excuse to punish Harry. Late work was not an option. Harry needed some books, and he needed them fast. Harry briefly considered asking Winky for help. She was dead useful for finding things in and around Hogwarts. But evaluating books at the library was a different matter altogether, and Harry wasn't sure that she would be the most reliable resource. On top of that, Madame Pants would not take kindly to Winky absconding with a book or three, and there was a strong chance that they would be traced back to Harry. Harry was wandering the halls of Grimmauld Place, disconsolate, when inspiration struck. He was living in the ancestral home of one of the most powerful, most influential, most prestigious, and most Slytherin families in all of Britain. Would the Black Family Library contain at least one biography of a famous and influential Slytherin? Does a Kneazle hate liars? Harry started in the den, on the second floor. The study had the largest collection of old books, and they seemed to be the books that Sirius cared the least about damaging, but their subject matter tended to focus on things like blood purist propaganda and muggle-baiting jinxes. The books that Sirius had deemed useful had long ago been moved to the library. On the first floor, these were mostly novels or books about defensive magic. In the middle, though, were the books that weren't obviously dangerous or bigoted, but still had no interest to Harry's godfather. These books had been left in the den, and this is where Harry expected to find biographies and histories. He was not disappointed. Harry and Sirius had dueled on the third floor in the study plenty of times, and he had spent long hours in the library in preparation for his trial, but he hadn't spent much time in the den. Apparently, nobody had. A layer of dust had already settled on the books and furniture, in spite of Mrs. Weasley's cleaning efforts over the summer. In the corner of the room, just behind a large mahogany desk, was a large, flat, square-ish something. Whatever it was draped in heavy cloth, and was just as dusty as everything else. Harry, remembering Mrs. Weasley's battle with doxies during the summer, gave it a wide berth. Harry moved along the walls, peering at bookshelves. As he went, he occasionally brushed the dust away from the spines of the books with his fingers. Every few steps, Harry would wipe his hand on his robes. The dust was greasy, somehow, and he didn't want it accumulating on his hands. After only 15 minutes of browsing, Harry had selected 7 likely books for his project. He carried them across the room toward the desk and sat them down in a large pile. The part of Harry that tended toward procrastination wanted to continue browsing, but the greater part of Harry didn't want to waste his time if he had already managed to select an appropriate book. Harry took a seat in the desk's chair and reached for the pile of books. Harry misjudged the depth of the desk, though, and accidentally knocked the top book off the desk and onto the floor, where it landed with a loud thump. Traitors. Scum. Defilers. Harry leapt out of his seat and spun, wand already in his hand. The screaming voice was coming from behind him, under the heavy cloth. Begone from this place. The voice was shrieking. How dare you befoul the house of my fathers? Wand still drawn, Harry advanced slowly toward the cloth and pulled it away. Underneath was a portrait of an old woman in a black cap, eyes clenched shut as she screamed. The portrait was still attached to a large portion of wall, which seemed to have been cut away around the portrait. The whole chunk had been carried away and deposited in the corner of the room. Harry reached out and tugged at the portrait. It remained firmly stuck to the loose piece of wall. Sirius must not have been able to get the portrait down from the wall, probably a permanent sticking charm, so he just took the whole wall down, instead. Based on the go-doffel racket that the portrait was making, Harry was not surprised that Sirius had been willing to take such drastic measures. Will you just shut up? Harry screamed at the portrait. The woman in the portrait opened her eyes, shocked by the sound of Harry's voice. She seemed even more shocked by Harry's robes. She looked him up and down, slowly. You, she whispered. You are one of us. Harry glanced down. He was just wearing his school robes, Slytherin green and silver. One of you. One of the pure, the woman said. So much filth is wandering this house. I thought I would never again meet one of Salazar's own. Harry wasn't sure he wanted to be categorized alongside this woman for any reason. But a talking portrait was not a screaming portrait, so Harry refrained from mentioning that he was a half-blood. Besides, being the acknowledged heir of Slytherin probably made up for it. Who are you? Harry asked as he tucked his wand away, hoping to keep the portrait calm. Who am I? The portrait asked. I am Walpurga Black, most recent holder of the title Lady Black. Sirius's mom. Then, Harry remembered seeing her name on the family tree that Sirius had shown him earlier in the year. What are you doing up here? Harry asked. I might ask you the same question, Walpurga said. I am here because my son, in the vilest of betrayals, has displaced me from my rightful position at the entrance of my ancestral home. Have you been exiled to the den, as well? Something like that, Harry said. I'm actually doing my schoolwork. Walpurga peered past Harry, inspecting the books on the desk. The lives of many of my most auspicious ancestors are chronicled in those volumes, she said. What is the assignment? 16 inches of parchment on a great wizard from Slytherin, Harry said. With so many obvious candidates, that will be easily done, Walpurga said. Finally, it seems that Hogwarts has corrected the course of its curriculum to focus on its most important alumni. Harry smiled. Everybody has to write about a wizard from his own house, Harry said. Walpurga frowned. An easy assignment for you, then. I would pity the Hufflepuffs, but their sorting is a result of their own personal failings. Harry was forced to laugh at that. He walked around the desk and picked up the book he had dropped. Any suggestions about where to start? He asked. Mylor Atherton, Walpurga said. A distant cousin of mine. Extremely influential in spell research. Atherton, Harry said. I'll give him a look. With no better place to start, Harry began searching the indices of his books for Atherton, Mylor. Naturally, Harry was suspicious of the suggestion made by Walpurga's portrait, just as he would have been suspicious of any suggestion made by a semi-sentient screaming source of insults. However, Harry didn't have a better place to start, and he trusted himself to discover on his own whether Atherton qualified as a great wizard. And, perhaps just as importantly, Harry hoped to placate the portrait by agreeing to research Atherton so readily. It took Harry only a few minutes to decide that Atherton would be the subject of his report. The man was absolutely fascinating. Walpurga was correct about his influence in the area of spell research. In the late 1700s, he had started Wizard Renaissance in the area of spell creation and distribution. Prior to Atherton, many spells were regional or familial in nature, taught by word of mouth alone. Some spells, like those on the Hogwarts curriculum, were widely known, but Hogwarts was the exception rather than the rule. Wizards jealously guarded their spell knowledge, refusing to teach the incantations and wand movements to one another. Harry had noticed, for example, that wizards often referred to spells by their common name, Tripping Jinx, or Cruciatus Curse, rather than by incantation. One part of this was practical. If you had a wand in your hand and accidentally said an incantation, you might cast a spell. But, according to his research, the other reason was the desire to maintain secrecy surrounding familial or regional spells. At one point in his early research, Atherton calculated that as many as 50 unique spells per year were being forever lost, largely due to the death of the last wizard able to cast the spell. Atherton changed all of that. He believed that information should be shared freely, and that wizarding society as a whole would benefit if knowledge was available to all. It would prevent duplicative research. Why create a full-body bind, a stunner, and a chaining charm, or a cutting curse, a slicing curse, and a severing charm? Just one would do, and the minds of the world could turn themselves to creating the next useful spell. With that purpose in mind, Atherton devised a book-copying spell, then promptly used it to distribute copies of itself to bookstores throughout Britain and Europe. The effect was immediate and impressive. No longer constrained by the handwriting speed of error-prone scribes, copies of regional tomes were distributed throughout Britain in less than a month, and foreign spellbooks began appearing within a year. Atherton's book-copying spell had an unintended side effect. Pureblood libraries became even more closely guarded. These libraries gave pure-blooded wizards access to a variety of spells that were unknown to their half-blooded and muggle-born neighbors, a state of affairs that bolstered the widespread belief that blood purity had a direct connection to magical and intellectual prowess. Harry assumed that Atherton would have become reviled among the pureblood community, but that never came to pass. Instead, Atherton's spell created a new battleground for familial and political feuds, as wizards from one family would attempt to access another family's library in order to copy and distribute their enemies' tomes. Atherton was able to avoid retribution because pureblood families were far too busy trying to ruin one another. Several families fell victim to this sort of espionage, according to Harry's research, and the most notable was the Weasleys. Having invested so much of their wealth in their library, the Weasley family was devastated when their books appeared en masse on the shelves of bookstores throughout Britain. The Weasleys had never managed to recover economically from the incident. After his book copying spell, Atherton was awarded the Order of Merlin, second class by the Ministry of Magic. He took a position in the Department of Magical Development, and in the next decade conducted research that led to the development of over 36 major charms and enchantments. After that decade of unprecedented productivity, Atherton had proposed legislation to the ministry that would allow him to conduct research into anti-jinxes and counter-curses. According to the book, the legislation was still pending, and Atherton hoped to have a decision within the next year. This seemed odd to Harry. Atherton had lived in the late 1700s, and although wizards lived longer than muggles, there was no way that Atherton was still alive. Harry flipped to the front of the book and glanced at the title page. It had been published in 1814. Harry cursed. He had spent the last 2 hours reading a book that was 2 centuries out of date, and he only knew about half of Atherton's life. Harry quickly rifled through the other books that he had selected, checking their indices and tables of contents. Some of them mentioned Mylor Atherton, but none of them discussed his proposed legislation or his life after 1815. Harry had a decision to make. He could start over with a new wizard, or he could go with what he knew about Atherton. Really, the decision was easy. Harry had already put in hours of work, and there was no reason to let that go to waste. The information that Harry had discovered would easily fill Bin's 16-inch requirement, anyway. It might not be the best grade that Harry had ever gotten, but nobody really cared about history of magic. Harry packed up his notes and returned the unneeded books to their places on the shelves. He'd write the essay on another day before the end of break. Right now he was frustrated by his lack of complete information. It had totally ruined the excitement he had felt when he was doing his research. Before Harry left, he took another look at Walpurga Black's portrait. The old woman had grown bored watching Harry read and had fallen asleep, leaning her head against the picture frame. Harry quietly and carefully lifted the curtain and replaced it over the portrait. Harry left the den and stopped at Ron's room. Through the open door, Harry could see his friend was lying in bed, reading a book about the Chudley cannons that Hermione had gotten him for Christmas. Harry poked his head inside the room and knocked on the doorframe. "Hey, Ron, do you have a copy of Quality Quidditch Supplies Fall Catalog?" "Maybe," Ron said, setting down his book. "Let me check." Ron's trunk was at the foot of the bed, and the red-headed boy scooted down until it was within reach. As Ron began rummaging around, an odd collection of objects were tossed into view: mismatched socks, a deflated quaffle, a pocket sneakoscope, an old Potter Stinks badge. Finally, Ron emerged, catalog in hand. "Knew it was in here somewhere," he said, holding it out to Harry. "Thanks," Harry said, crossing the room and taking the catalog. "Do you know something I don't about Quidditch?" Ron asked hopefully. "Are there going to be reinstatements?" Harry shook his head sadly. "Nothing like that," Harry said. "I just wanted to kill some time. Didn't want to fall too far behind on new equipment." "Oh," Ron said. His face fell. Fred and George would not be returning to the Gryffindor Quidditch team anytime soon. "Thanks again," Harry said, waving at Ron on his way out. Ron waved back, and returned to reading about the Chudley cannons. Harry took the catalog back to his room and turned directly to the back. Harry had no interest in the latest developments in Quidditch gear. With Umbridge around, there was no way that he would be playing again before the end of the year, and possibly not even next school year, either. Everything in the catalog would be out of date by next fall, so reading about new products would be a colossal waste of time. What did interest Harry, however, were the listings of brooms for sale in the used equipment section. Harry had forgotten to get Katie anything for Christmas, and years of living with Pansy had taught Harry that, when it came to apologies, the size of the gift must exceed the size of the gaffe. Katie had previously mentioned to Harry that she desperately wished for a newer broom, so Harry was going to make that happen. The Slytherin team was currently flying on Nimbus 2001s. Good brooms, but they were several years old and several models behind. The Nimbus 2002 had been released the same year as Harry's Firebolt, followed by the Nimbus 2003 and, just a few months ago, the Nimbus 2004. Harry didn't want to buy Katie anything quite as nice as the Slytherin brooms, he still had a shred of house loyalty, and if Harry's Quidditch ban were ever rescinded he would be competing against Katie in whatever broom he bought her, but he wanted to get her something that would put her current broom to shame. Harry settled on a used Nimbus 2000. It was loads better than any other broom on the Gryffindor team, but the price was nowhere near what Harry's Firebolt had cost. Not to say that a used Nimbus 2000 wasn't an expensive present, that was half the point, but Harry was well aware of the amount of gold in his bank account and he didn't think twice about purchasing it for Katie. He quickly filled out an order form and tied it to Hedwig's leg. Harry gave his owl a treat, scratched her under her beak, and then sent her on her way. The broom would be delivered to Hogwarts, and Katie would find it waiting on her bed when she arrived. With that, Harry considered the day's work complete. Shortly before New Year's Eve, Mr. Weasley was released from St. Mungo's, under orders to stay home and perform no physical labor or major charms until February. With Arthur's release, the Weasley family and Hermione left Grimmauld Place in favor of the Burrow. Harry and Sirius weren't alone in Grimmauld Place for long, though, as soon as the Wellies moved out, Professor Lupin began moving his things in. The company of his old friend seemed to brighten Sirius's mood, which had begun to flag after the Christmas celebration. Sirius and Lupin spent hours with Harry in the study practicing dueling, and bickering with one another over who got to duel Harry next. Harry didn't often access his emerald trance during their practices, he didn't want his power to mask flaws in his dueling technique. Harry wanted to be a skilled duelist, in case he someday found himself unable to enter his trance, or, worse, facing Voldemort himself in a duel. With Lupin around to lighten the mood, the last few days of Harry's break went very quickly. Harry devoted some time to writing his essay, and he was rather pleased with the results. The more time he spent thinking about Atherton's policies, the more they made sense. Knowledge was power, and allowing the pureblood elite to suppress knowledge of spells was a heavy-handed attempt to keep the masses weak and powerless. It seemed like the sort of thing that Umbridge and Fudge would do. Their motto might as well be, when in doubt, suppress. The Sunday evening before term was set to begin, Harry packed his new trunk. It was larger than his Hogwarts trunk, and Harry's things fit easily inside. The extra room was nice. He could get to the bottom of his trunk without unpacking everything, and his bulky robes wouldn't have to be folded nearly as much in order to fit. As Harry packed, he imagined his mother doing the same when she was his age, preparing to return to Hogwarts after her winter break. How many sets of robes had she taken to Anne from school? What Christmas presents had she received, and where had she stored them? Had she brought home many school books? Was she as eager to return to Hogwarts as Harry, or was there sadness at the thought of leaving her parents? Harry smiled wistfully and ran his hand along the lining of the trunk. And the lining on the trunk was charm-reinforced silk, tear-resistant but soft as could be. Lupin's gift was incredibly generous, and the trunk was at least 20 years old. That his mother had given away such a wonderful piece of luggage was almost unthinkable to Harry. He had always heard that his mother was exceptionally kind and generous, but for the first time Harry was realizing what that meant. She must have been an amazing woman. It was no surprise that his father had wanted to marry such a woman. And, if Harry really thought about it, it was no surprise that Snape would have wanted to be her friend. The next morning, as Harry stood in front of the fireplace, ready to return to Hogwarts, his spirits were high. His new trunk was packed, his homework was done, and his muscles still ached slightly from the previous evening's dueling practice. The holidays had improved Harry's mood almost as much as Sirius's. Everybody else had returned to Hogwarts the previous evening, but Harry and Sirius made arrangements with Dumbledore for one last night at Grimmauld Place. Harry would never have said it aloud, but this morning he felt almost optimistic. Sure, He would have to contend with Umbridge's Inquisitional squad this semester, but Harry was forming an army of his own right under Umbridge's nose. Harry had some loyal friends and a girl to snog. Dumbledore was mostly on his side, and Sirius was only a mirror away. With that, he thought that he might just be able to make it through the year. Before Harry stepped into the fireplace, he said his last goodbyes to Sirius and Lupin, receiving a hug from each. Sirius released Harry from his embrace, then grabbed the younger wizard around the shoulders. "Don't forget to use the mirror," Sirius said. "We want to know what's going on at Hogwarts." "I won't forget," Harry said. "Don't worry." Sirius ruffled Harry's hair and stepped back. "Good. Now, it's about time you left. If you don't go soon, Dumbledore might leave for breakfast." Harry took a handful of flow powder and threw it into the fireplace. The flames turned green and he stepped inside, carrying Hedwig's cage and pulling his new trunk behind him. "Hogwarts headmaster's office," Harry shouted, and in a burst of green flame, Grimmauld Place disappeared. Harry stumbled out of Dumbledore's fireplace and Hedwig gave an angry squawk. Dumbledore, seated at his desk, and Fawkes, perched nearby, both looked up in slight surprise. Behind Dumbledore stood a scowling Mad-Eye Moody, arms folded, wand in hand. "Hello, Professor," Harry said to Dumbledore. "Thank you for letting me use your fireplace." "It's no trouble," Dumbledore said kindly. "No trouble for Dumbledore," Moody grumbled. "Alistair, I told you that your presence this morning was not necessary," Dumbledore said gently. "You are here on your own accord." Moody grunted, but said nothing further. "Please excuse Alistair. He and I have had many sleepless nights, of late." Dumbledore smiled. "Most of the school is at breakfast. I suggest you hurry, if you wish to eat." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, recognizing that he was being dismissed. He had eaten already, but there was no need to inform Dumbledore of that. Harry collected his things and left Dumbledore's office. Once outside, Harry used a hovering charm to lift his mother's trunk off the ground, and he maneuvered it easily down the stairs and through the halls. Harry stopped briefly at the Ollery, both to drop off Hedwig and to use a school owl to send a quick note to Katie. Next, Harry made his way to the Slytherin common room. Dumbledore was right. The whole school was at breakfast, which meant that both the Slytherin common room and dormitories were empty. That suited Harry just fine. He placed his mother's trunk at the end of his bed, grabbed his books for the day, then quickly ran through his warding spells. Satisfied that his trunk was safe, Harry made his way to his first class, History of Magic. Harry was one of the first students to arrive, and he turned his paper in immediately. Harry was excited to see what Binns had to say about the paper, more excited about this assignment than any in recent memory. Atherton wasn't anybody that Harry had ever heard of prior to his research, so Harry was fairly certain that his work wouldn't be duplicated by anybody else in the class. Harry greeted Tracy and Theo when they came into the class. "How was break?" Harry asked, when they joined him at his table. "I was worried that it would be boring without you," Tracy said. "Turns out, it wasn't," Theo said, waggling his eyebrows and giving Harry a lascivious grin. "Enough said," Harry said, holding up his hands, palms out. "I'm surprised you managed to get your essays written." "So am I," Tracy said, her tone implying all manner of unspeakable deeds. Harry covered his eyes. "Ugh. Please, stop. So, where were you?" Theo asked casually. "Can't really say," said Harry. "I was visiting some of my father's old friends." "Lupin?" Tracy asked. "The werewolf?" Theo asked, surprised. News of Remus's lycanthropy had spread throughout the school after his departure. Harry wasn't sure of the source, but he suspected somebody in Slytherin. "He was friends with your father." "Yes, he was," Harry said. "And you're willing to see him, even though he's a..." "Of course I am," Harry said. "He taught us for a whole year, and not a single student got devoured." It was a nearer thing than that, but Theo didn't know. "Anyway, he's the best defense teacher we've ever had. Which is dead useful, because we spent most of the holidays practicing dueling." "Nice," Theo said. "I can't wait to see." "Essays, please," Professor Binns droned from the front of the class. Harry hadn't even noticed him float into the room. Theo and Tracy silently handed their essays forward. Daphne, who was seated in the front row, collected the essays from the entire class and placed them on Bin's desk. Harry had half a mind to continue his conversation with Theo even though class had started, but it was the first day back at Hogwarts after break and Harry wasn't certain of the breadth of the Inquisitional Squad's newfound powers. Best to play things safe, until he knew what Draco and the rest of the Inquisitional Squad were up to. By the time class was over, Harry had completely forgotten that he and Theo had been interrupted mid-conversation. The rest of Harry's classes passed without incident. Draco strutted around displaying his Inquisitional Squad badge, which was sewn onto his robes above his Quidditch captain badge and his prefect badge. Harry wondered aloud at the ability of Draco's robes to stay on his shoulders with all the added weight. Theo and Tracy responded with polite snickers. Despite Draco's conspicuous membership in the Inquisitional Squad, however, he did not turn his attention to Harry. Harry eventually discovered why. The difference between prefects and members of the Inquisitional Squad was that Inquisitional Squad members could take house points from other students. Draco wasn't going to curse himself in the foot by taking house points from Slytherin, so Harry seemed to be safe, for now. Ron Weasley, however, was not. After History of Magic, Draco found Ron in the hallway. Making sure that Harry was watching, Draco began docking Ron points. Weasley, 5 points from Gryffindor. Draco said. What for? Ron asked. For being in Gryffindor. Draco said. Crabbe and Goyle, standing nearby, laughed uproariously. And another 5 points because your hair is too red. What? Ron's face was flushing, now. And 10 points from Gryffindor for being a blood traitor, Draco said. Hermione stepped forward. You arrogant prat, she said loudly. The Draco Malfoy I knew last year would never have been so awful. Draco looked at Hermione contemptuously. 20 points from Gryffindor for being a mudblood. Hermione slapped Draco across the face. Before Hermione was able to slap Draco a second time, an act for which she had drawn back her hand, Ron and Neville Longbottom grabbed her and dragged her away. Draco was so stunned by Hermione's actions that he did nothing. He simply stared at her, holding his cheek with his hand, mouth open. Harry, Tracy and Theo slipped away quietly, lest they draw Draco's displaced ire. That night, after dinner, Harry and Tracy and Theo were relaxing in the common room. Theo and Tracy were playing a game of wizard's chess, although both of them were terrible players and neither had any real grasp of tactics. Harry, seated nearby, casually paged through one of his defense books that he had received for Christmas, and periodically glanced up at the clock. As it neared 8, Harry stood. Where are you off to? Theo asked. Potions review, Harry said. For OWLs. My grades are down, and Snape made some extra time for me. On your first night back. Theo said. Harry nodded. I don't get to set the meetings, I just get to attend them. Good point, Theo said. Good luck. I'll need it, Harry said, sighing dramatically. He gave his friends a wave and left the common room. Potions review was going to be a great excuse, both for occlumency lessons and for visits with Katie. Tonight, Harry was going to meet Katie in the unused potions classroom that Harry had begun to think of as his. Nobody else used it. Such was the nature of an unused classroom, and Harry kept other students out of it with a locking charm set to his password. It was too late and too cold to meet Katie outside, and tonight the other reuniting couples of Hogwarts would make broom cupboards both highly trafficked and nearly unavailable. As Harry approached his potions classroom, he quickly realized that something was wrong. The hallway, normally dark and dank, was unusually well lit. Harry could also hear the murmur of voices. In all his time using this classroom in the last 2 years, Harry had literally never encountered someone in this hallway other than the friends that he had specifically invited. As Harry rounded the last corner, he discovered the source of the voices, Crabbe and Goyle, standing outside his potions classroom. Harry realized that he hadn't seen the older boys in the common room that evening. For that matter, Harry hadn't seen Draco, or Pansy, or Warrington or Montague, or any of the members of the Inquisitional Squad after the confrontation between Draco and Ron and Hermione. Harry had the sinking feeling that he was approaching a hornet's nest. He stopped in his tracks and began to back away, but before he could conceal himself behind the corner, Crabbe had turned. Oi, Potter, Coming to see our new headquarters. Crabbe shouted. Harry struggled not to wince at being discovered. Just on a walk, Crabbe. Harry made a show of looking past the older boys. What have you got there? Headquarters, Crabbe repeated. For the Inquisitional Squad. We've got a sign and everything, Goyle said. He pointed toward the wall, and Harry saw that there was, indeed, a sign. Inquisitional Squad Headquarters. Harry took a deep breath. Locating the Inquisitional Squad headquarters in Harry's potions classroom was no coincidence, and only Draco could be responsible for this. Draco knew that Harry used this classroom during the tournament last year, and he must have suspected that Harry would continue to use the classroom in some capacity. As if summoned by Harry's thoughts, Draco emerged from the door of the Inquisitional Squad headquarters. Before the door closed behind him, Harry could see that the room had been dramatically reconfigured and now featured plush chairs, couches, and even a piano. Harry, how are you doing? Draco asked with false cheer as the door clicked shut behind him. Did you stop by because you want to join the Inquisitional Squad? Draco shook his head. I have to tell you, we have standards here and I just don't think you're up to snuff. Oh, I wasn't looking to join, Harry said, feigning casualness. Just wanted to see how the punch line looked. Goyle frowned. Punch line. Your Inquisition is a joke, Harry said, forcing arrogant confidence into his voice. But it's nice to know I can come down here if I ever need a laugh. Harry turned and walked away. It looked like his meeting with Katie was not meant to be, not tonight, at least. Before he returned to his common room, Harry took a detour to the Ollery. Using one of the school owls, he sent Katie a letter, apologizing for their missed connection and rescheduling their meeting for Wednesday evening, in the gardens. It would be chilly, but Harry knew just the activity that would keep them warm. The next morning, Tuesday morning, Harry watched as a school owl delivered his message to Katie during breakfast. She read it and, without reacting, crumbled the parchment and shoved it into the pocket of her robes. Harry concealed a grin with his hand. Katie was getting good hiding her emotions. If Harry hadn't known better, he would never have thought that she was reading a message that was scheduling a secret snogging. Harry's second class of the day was defense. Despite Umbridge's increasingly bold provocations toward the end of last term, Harry was managing to mostly stay out of trouble. All that changed the moment he walked into the defense classroom. Detention, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said, as soon as Harry stepped through the door. For what? Harry asked. Tardiness, Umbridge said. Really? Harry asked. He gestured around the room. It was only half full. Class doesn't start for 5 minutes. Not to class, Umbridge said. Your return to Hogwarts from winter holidays was over 12 hours late. I cleared that with the headmaster, Harry said. You violated a rule, Umbridge replied. Although, headmaster, Dumbledore might encourage wanton rule-breaking, I do not. And pursuant to Educational Decree Number 23, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor is in charge of all punishments. Umbridge smiled. For your tardiness, you will receive detention. Harry sighed. Fine. When? Friday evening, Umbridge said. Harry was fine with that. It was an inconvenient time generally, but it wouldn't conflict with his meeting with Katie. When classes were over for the day, Harry found Hermione in the library. Harry didn't plan on studying. There was no need to begin revising so soon after break, no matter what Hermione said, but he did need to schedule the next DA meeting. When do you think we should meet next? Harry asked quietly, once he was certain that nobody was eavesdropping. Friday, Hermione said. Harry frowned. I have detention. Why not Saturday or Sunday? Quidditch, Hermione said. We can't do it sooner. There isn't enough notice. And I want to get a meeting in during our first week back, so people don't forget. Are you going to be okay, running things on your own? Harry said. I'll be fine, Hermione replied. I always have Ron and Ginny to help, if I need something. That sounded pretty reasonable to Harry. If things went well, then that was good for Hermione. If they didn't, then Harry would be one step closer to seizing control of the DA. Harry was in a fairly good mood when he returned to the Slytherin common room, but his mood immediately soured when he entered his dormitory and discovered Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle standing around his bed. All of them were wearing their new Inquisitional Squad badges. The badges were truly horrid. Now that Harry could see them up close, the badge was a pink shield, and on the shield was a lavender lowercase letter, I, dotted with an eyeball. Harry could only assume that I stood for Inquisition, and he thought the eyeball image was rather heavy-handed. Nice trunk, Harriet, Draco said, nodding toward the end of Harry's bed. I especially love the flowers. Harry glanced at his trunk. There was a vine pattern carved around the lid of his trunk, and there were, indeed, flowers growing on the vine, along with leaves and grapes. Harry hadn't thought the pattern was particularly feminine, but a quick look around the dormitory revealed that none of the other boys' trunks had any sort of embellishment. I like the trunk more than the flowers, Harry said with a shrug, affecting nonchalance. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you're attracted to decoration more than the craftsmanship. Draco didn't rise to Harry's bait. Open it up, Draco said. My trunk. No. That was absurd. Draco stepped forward and reached into his pocket. He removed a piece of parchment and handed it to Harry. Inquisition Decree Number 2: members of the Inquisitorial Squad may turn out a student's trunk, in order to inspect for contraband. Harry read the decree twice before looking up. Draco was smirking. Open it up, Draco repeated. No, Harry repeated. He looked down at the Inquisition Decree and began to read aloud. Members of the Inquisitorial Squad may turn out a student's trunk. So, go ahead. Open up my trunk. I dare you. Draco snatched the parchment out of Harry's hands and read it again, and again. And again. Finally, Draco glanced over his shoulder. Goyle, open up the trunk. What? Goyle asked. No. Draco scowled and turned, but Goyle continued to shake his head. No way am I touching that. Harry grinned. Goyle had learned his lesson, after trying to curse Harry in his sleep at the beginning of the year. I told you, your Inquisition is a joke, Harry said to Draco. Thanks for wasting my time. Harry turned away from Draco and left the dormitory. Harry knew that he would have to return later and empty his trunk of all contraband, cursed books, anything related to defense or dueling, his invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, all would need to be stored somewhere else. He might have been able to dodge Inquisitional Decree Number 2, but Harry had a pretty fair idea that he would soon see Inquisitional Decree Number 3. Members of the Inquisitional Squad may order a student to turn out his or her trunk, in order to inspect for contraband. Harry needed a safe hiding spot. He could use the Chamber of Secrets, but that would be a lot of trouble to access, especially since his broom was still at Grimmauld Place with Sirius. What he needed was someplace safe, someplace easy for him to access but difficult for the Inquisition. Harry smiled slowly. He knew exactly where he would store his things. Harry needed a safe place to hide things. He needed it so badly that one might almost say he required it. Harry arrived at Snape's office promptly at 7:30 for his first occlumency lesson. Snape was seated behind his desk. Close the door behind you, then sit, Snape said. Harry did so. Before we embark on your lessons, Snape said, rising out of his own chair, we must assess your inherent skill. Prepare yourself. Snape drew his wand and raised it to his shoulder. For what? Harry said, suddenly frightened. Try to keep me out of your mind, Snape said. Legilimens. Harry was suddenly tumbling through his own memories. He was at the zoo with Dudley, just before his own 11th birthday. He was running from Dudley and Piers, just before the Dementor attack. He was inflating Dudley's Aunt Marge, after she insulted his parents. And then the memories disappeared, and Harry found himself back in Snape's office. Sweat had broken out on Harry's forehead, and he was breathing heavily. A poor performance, Snape said. Have you been clearing your mind before you fall asleep each night? Yes, Harry said. Liar, Snape said slowly. I'm not lying, Harry snapped. You said, prepare yourself, not, clear your mind. I gave you one instruction prior to this lesson, Snape said. Why would you do anything else? Harry glared at Snape. Let's try again. Legilimens, Snape said suddenly. Snape had given Harry only a moment to clear his mind, but Harry felt like he had done a reasonable job. Instead of immediately being thrown into his own memories, Harry experienced several seconds of inky blackness and the sensation of pressure. Then, with unexpected suddenness, Harry was launched once again into his past. Tracy spraying a Hufflepuff with water in the hallway. Draco reconciling with Harry after facing the boggart during third year. Pansy on the Hogwarts Express. Pansy, accepting her birthday present last year. Pansy, holding Harry's hand and leading him into a broom cupboard. And then, the present. Harry was bent forward, now, elbows on his knees, taking deep gasping breaths. His wand was in his hand, even though he didn't remember drawing it from his robes. Harry looked up and saw that Snape was rubbing the bicep of his wand arm. "Did I tell you to use a stinging jinx?" Snape asked. "No. Then why did you?" "I didn't know I was doing it," Harry said. That was private." Snape sneered. "Do you think the Dark Lord will hesitate to use your most private memories against you?" "I didn't think you were the Dark Lord," Harry said. Snape stared at Harry for several seconds. "Your unconscious use of a stinging jinx suggests that you have some inherent talent for occlumency. Woefully underdeveloped, of course. Maybe it wouldn't be underdeveloped if you taught me something instead of just rifling through my memories." "This is an assessment, Potter," Snape said. "I cannot teach you properly unless I understand your current talent, or lack thereof." Harry sighed and wiped the sweat off his forehead. "So, again." "Again," Snape said. He waited 1 second, then 2. Legilimens. After nearly an hour of bombardment, Snape finally called a halt to the assessment. Harry was covered in cold sweat. His hands were clammy, and his hair was plastered to his forehead. After the first few rounds, Harry had improved slightly, until he was overcome with exhaustion. By the end, Harry was as helpless as he had been during his first attempt at occlumency. "Have you learned anything, Potter?" Snape asked. "I've learned that I'm helpless, apparently," Harry said. "So how do I get better? What can I practice?" "Before you go to sleep, practice clearing your mind," Snape said. "Clear my mind. That's it." Harry shook his head. "At this stage, yes," Snape said. "But it doesn't do anything," Harry exclaimed. Yelling at Snape was a dangerous thing to do, but Snape's instructions seemed stupid. Snape sighed. "As I said before, I had hoped that you would conduct some independent research into the subject. If you had, you would have learned that learning to clear your mind is the vital first step toward the many protections of occlumency. How is clearing my mind supposed to protect me from that sort of assault?" Harry asked. "If your mind has been cleared of thought, then your thoughts are not vulnerable to attack," Snape snapped. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Snape forged onward. "A clear mind can easily recognize when it is under attack, under inspection, or under surveillance. And, most importantly, clearing your mind teaches you control," Snape said with a sneer. "Something you are sorely lacking. If you cannot control your mind, then you cannot protect it." "Thank you for the explanation," Harry said, with only a hint of sarcasm creeping into his voice. "At least I understand what I'm doing, now." "Do your own research, Potter," Snape said. "At your age, I was writing my own spells. Your father had managed to set aside his arrogance for long enough to become an animagus. Surely you can trouble yourself to open a book." "You and Dumbledore both said that this was an obscure branch of magic," Harry said. "Is there really a book about occlumency just sitting around the library?" "The restricted section is full of such oddities," Snape said. "I can't. I know that you haven't been granted access to the restricted section," Snape said curtly. "That has never stopped you before." Harry folded his arms and scowled. "We have done enough for tonight," Snape said. The older man turned away from Harry and waved vaguely at the door. "Return to my office on Thursday evening. By that time, I expect you to have begun your own research into occlumency. Continue to clear your mind before sleep, as well." Harry gritted his teeth together and stormed out of Snape's office. That lesson had been completely unfair, and it had left him totally exhausted. Harry had no problem with clearing his mind before bed, but Snape assumed that Harry would be sleeping tonight. With every passing moment, the prospect of sleep looked less and less likely to Harry. Snape had practically ordered Harry to sneak into the restricted section with his invisibility cloak. It didn't seem like a big job, but if Harry wanted to properly avoid Filch and Mrs. Norris and search through the restricted section without making any noise, the whole business would take at least a couple of hours. And not only that, but Harry also had to empty his trunk and hide his things in the room of requirement. On top of it all, Harry would have to wait until his dorm mates were soundly asleep before beginning any of his nighttime activities. He wouldn't be getting started until well after midnight. Harry decided that emptying his trunk and securing his things into the room of requirement was the most urgent matter at hand. He had 2 days before his next lesson with Snape, but there was no telling when Draco would show up with a modified inquisitional decree and begin inspecting Harry's things. Harry waited until everybody was asleep in his dormitory before draping his invisibility cloak over himself and creeping out of bed. Harry cast a silencing charm on his trunk, transfigured one of his bed sheets into a sack, and unloaded all his contraband from his trunk. Books of spells and curses, books about defense, and, carefully wrapped and stored in a wooden box, the mirror that Harry used to communicate with Sirius. Harry was surprised by how much room was left afterwards. There had been more illegal things in his trunk than legal. Once his trunk was closed and secure, Harry threw the sack over his shoulder, adjusted his cloak, and made his way toward the room of requirement, using the Marauder's map to avoid the evening patrol of Minerva McGonagall. When Harry arrived at the empty stretch of hallway, his thought was simple: I need someplace to hide things. Harry could not have been more surprised by the room he entered. It was a vast chamber with a ceiling supported by enormous pillars and arches. The room was lit by torchlight, and in the gloom Harry was barely able to see the ceiling, and completely unable to see any of the room's walls. Inside the room were massive piles of everything. Broken furniture, old clothes, statues, countless schoolbooks, miscellaneous toys, just about anything that Harry could imagine. Harry needed someplace to hide his belongings, and this certainly qualified. It would be impossible to find anything in this chamber, unless you knew exactly where to look. Harry set off to his left. He counted 2 piles to the left and 3 piles back, and made note of some landmarks that he passed while he walked. A high-backed chair that looked out of place in an enormous pile of desks. A large wardrobe standing next to a bust that was wearing a tarnished tiara. A heap of ancient and threadbare school robes. Satisfied that he had chosen a sufficiently random location, Harry emptied his sack into a chest of drawers and secured his items with the strongest sticking charms he could muster. It wouldn't prevent a focused attempt to access, but it should be enough to discourage the casually curious. Not that anybody frequented this version of the room. Everything was covered in thick dust, but it never hurt to be careful. When Harry was done in the room of requirement, he proceeded to the library. After a brief detour to avoid Mrs. Norris and Filch, Harry slipped into the restricted section. His search for a book on occlumency was successful, but it took far longer than he would have liked. Dumbledore had not been kidding when he said that occlumency was an obscure branch of magic. Eventually, though, Harry found a few tomes on the subject. The Secret Mind gave an overview of the basic principles of both legilimency and occlumency, and discussed some of the theory behind each branch of magic. Obfuscation techniques was more practical, and suggested exercises that would help Harry occlude his mind. The last volume, The Mind Trap, was the most advanced, and discussed theory on a level that Harry wasn't even sure he understood. Harry tucked it in his bag, regardless. When Harry returned to his dormitory, it was almost 4:30 in the morning. Alarms began to ring at 7, and Harry forced himself out of bed. Breakfast was a chore, and Harry didn't even attempt to engage in conversation with Tracy and Theo. Luckily, Harry's first class on Wednesday was History of Magic, a class that was known among less diligent students as nap time. As soon as he arrived, Harry took his seat next to Theo and placed a quill in his right hand atop a piece of parchment. With his left hand, Harry propped up his chin. Harry turned his head down toward the desk and parchment, adjusted his arms slightly so that Binns could not see his face, and closed his eyes and fell asleep. Harry dreamt about a blue door, of course, and his dream was interrupted by Theo's elbow being jabbed into his ribs. "Harry, Binns wants you." Harry raised his head, trying not to look as if he had been sleeping. The rest of the students were packing up. It seemed that class had ended. He hadn't been caught, but Harry also had no idea why Binns would want to talk to him. Harry quickly threw his things into his bag, then approached the ghostly professor at the front of the class. "Mr. Potter, I wanted to speak with you about your research paper," Binns said. I turned it in on time, Harry said defensively. He wouldn't be surprised if someone on the Inquisitional squad had nicked it off Binns' desk, though. Oh, that isn't the problem, Binns said. As you know, this assignment was made at the behest of the Ministry and the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Harry nodded his understanding. The High Inquisitor has taken it upon herself to review several of the papers, and yours was selected for review. Harry sighed. Of course it was. What did she say? She expressed some concern over your choice of subjects. Atherton is a rather unconventional selection, and you seem to have ignored the more controversial portions of his life. Personally, I was excited to see a wizard such as Mylor Atherton as the subject of a student paper. His good works have largely been forgotten. But, I am forced to agree with the High Inquisitor. The assignment wasn't to tell his life story, Harry said. It was to write about somebody important. Nevertheless, the High Inquisitor suggested that you be given no credit for this assignment. She called it woefully incomplete. You're not giving me credit, Harry exclaimed. That paper did everything you asked. Binns held up his translucent hands. Mr. Potter, professors may no longer control discipline, but they still control their grades. I am offering you the opportunity to write a supplement your paper. The subject of the supplement will be the second half of Atherton's time with the Ministry, and the circumstances under which he was dismissed. If you complete the supplement, you will receive full credit. And if I don't? Harry asked. He had better things to do than twice the work for the same credit. Then you will receive no points for the assignment, Binns said simply. I thought you said that you still controlled your grades. I also said that I am forced to agree with the High Inquisitor, Binns said, ignoring Harry's tone. She is correct. Your paper, as written, is incomplete. If it is made complete, however, you will be rewarded for your efforts. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Fine. Is there anything else? Your supplement will be due at the beginning of class on Friday, Binns said. That gave Harry tonight and tomorrow to write his supplement. Harry was thankful that he had scheduled his meeting with Katie to take place almost immediately after classes were over. He would have time to read and write before dinner. Good luck with your research, Mr. Potter. Harry made a noncommittal noise in his throat, and walked out of the room. This week just kept getting better. When Harry returned to the Slytherin common room after classes, he had a throbbing headache. He had managed to keep himself awake through arithmancy, but only by giving the inside of his cheek a vicious bite whenever he noticed his eyes drooping. Harry was looking forward to a nap. A long nap. But as soon as he stepped inside his dormitory, Harry discovered that there would be no sleep in his future. Draco was once again standing at the foot of Harry's bed, clutching an inquisitional decree in his hands. Crabbe and Goyle were again flanking Draco, each with a stupid grin on his face. Behind them all, arms folded, stood Dolores Umbridge. Hello everybody, Harry said as he approached his bed. He gave them a flippant wave. What can I do for you? Turn out your trunk, Draco said, holding out the Inquisition decree. Harry took the decree and read it. Inquisition Decree Number 3. Members of the Inquisitorial Squad may order a student turn out his or her, to allow the contents of the trunk to be inspected contraband. A student who does not comply with such an order is subject to discipline at the discretion of the High Inquisitor. That last part is redundant, Harry said, handing the decree back. All discipline is already at the discretion of the High Inquisitor. Umbridge's face darkened for a moment before she composed herself and plastered a tiny smile on her lips. Are you refusing to turn out your trunk, Mr. Potter? Not at all, Harry said, dropping his school books to the floor. He reached into his pocket, removed the key to his trunk, and opened the lock. Harry lifted the lid and began to remove the trunk's contents, placing everything on the bed. Several carefully folded piles of clothes, a few books about Quidditch and a copy of Hogwarts, a history, his dragonhide gloves and winter robes, a half-full bag of candy, left over from his last trip to Honeydukes, and some extra parchment, quills, and ink. When he was finished, Harry stepped back and gestured to his trunk. All clear, he said. Draco's jaw had literally dropped open. He immediately stepped forward and looked in the trunk, disbelief evident on his face. Draco took his hands and began to push against the lining of the trunk, as if searching for some secret compartment. It has to be here, Draco muttered. He turned away from the trunk and began to rifle through Harry's things, unfolding the clothes and knocking over Harry's carefully stacked books. What, exactly, are you looking for? Harry asked, feigning innocence. Draco rose from the bed with a scowl. He drew his wand and pointed it at Harry. Accio invisibility cloak. Nothing happened. Harry waited for a few seconds before breaking the silence. Is there anything else? Or can I pack my trunk again? Umbridge slowly shook her head. I'm afraid you won't be packing that trunk anytime soon, she said. Reliable sources have informed the Inquisitional Squad that you are in possession of a significant amount of contraband. Since the contraband was not discovered when you unpacked your trunk, I am forced to conclude that this trunk contains secret compartments of some sort. I will be seizing this trunk in order to inspect it more thoroughly. You're doing what? Harry yelled. Harry's fury plunged him into his emerald trance immediately. He was seeing the world through a lens of green. Umbridge smiled. I think I was quite clear, she said. Mr. Goyle, Mr. Crabbe, please close the trunk and carry it to my office. As Umbridge led the members of the Inquisitional Squad out of the dormitory, Harry noticed that his fingers were drumming restlessly against his leg, only inches away from his wand. How easy it would be to draw his wand and curse them all into oblivion. Harry shook his head, let out a long breath, and the emerald trance began to fade from his vision. Indulging himself in fantasies of blowing Umbridge to smithereens was a waste of time. Harry needed to do something to get his trunk back from Umbridge, and that meant that he had to go to Dumbledore. But Dumbledore was off limits until Harry was better at occlumency, which meant that Harry would be approaching Snape for help. Or Sirius. Or both. Once he was certain that Umbridge and the Inquisitional Squad had left the Slytherin common room, Harry emerged from his dormitory. Ignoring the curious glances of his housemates, Harry left the common room and went directly to the caved-in secret passage behind the mirror on the 4th floor, where he retrieved his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map from their hiding place. Harry could have left them with his other items in the room of requirement, but he wasn't willing to risk revealing the room's existence by entering and leaving it without both the cloak and the map to ensure that he was alone. Harry draped himself under the cloak, activated the map, and slipped through the halls to the room of requirement. Harry entered the room and walked directly to his pile of hidden things. Seconds later, Sirius's mirror was unwrapped and in Harry's hand. Sirius? Harry asked, after he tapped the mirror. There was a second of fumbling noise before Sirius's face appeared. Harry, how are you? To answer so quickly, he must be carrying the mirror around the house with him. Probably still bored, even with Lupin around the house. Terrible, Harry said. Umbridge just forced me to turn out my new trunk. Did she find anything? No. So she decided that the lack of anything suspicious was, itself, suspicious. She took my trunk to check it for secret compartments. That's outrageous. You don't need to tell me that, Harry said. I need you to tell Dumbledore that. I'll get right on it, Sirius said. Thanks, Harry said. If Umbridge is forcing me to turn out my trunk, though, I won't be able to keep the mirror close by. Don't worry if you don't hear from me for a few days, okay? Okay, Sirius said sadly. As soon as you hear something, try to get back to me, okay? I will, Harry said. Thanks again. Anything, Sirius said. With a wave, his face disappeared. Harry wrapped the mirror in cloth once again and placed it atop his pile of books. It was only when Harry left the room of requirement that he realized he was over an hour late for his meeting with Katie. One glance at the Marauder's map showed that Katie was not in the gardens. Harry eventually located her in the Gryffindor common room, next to Alicia and Angelina. It seemed that she had not waited very long for Harry, and he didn't blame her. The gardens were cold in January. Harry was furious. Umbridge had taken his trunk, and caused him to miss his liaison with Katie. The afternoon had been almost completely ruined. He wanted nothing more than to hex her toad-like face into oblivion, but, seeing as that was not an option, Harry resolved himself to being productive. And that meant a trip to the library. Harry found Hermione at her usual table, with Ron and Ginny seated next to her. Everybody greeted Harry as he took a seat. What brings you here? Hermione asked. I thought we already scheduled our next meeting. She meant the DA, of course. Mylor Atherton, Harry said. Do you know the name? Hermione shook her head, and Harry continued. I wrote my history of magic report on him. Umbridge decided that my work was incomplete, and now I have to write a supplemental report if I want Binns to give me credit. Can you help? Before Hermione could answer, Ron reached over and shut her book. Yes, Ron said. This is loads more interesting than Care of Magical Creatures. You don't even know who Atherton is. Hermione said. Hagrid was so spooked by Umbridge that he's been teaching us about flobberworms all year, Ron said, more to Harry than Hermione. Anything is more interesting than flobberworms. Flobberworms are a vital part of the magical ecosystem, Hermione began. Vitally boring, Ron said. That doesn't make sense, Hermione responded, but she was smiling, and Ron knew that he had won. I guess we'll all help, Ginny said, closing her herbology book. What this guy's name again? Harry repeated the name and spelled it for everybody, then told them when Atherton had lived. I wrote my report about his early life, but Binns wants me write something about his career at the ministry and his eventual dismissal. Whatever that means. That doesn't sound suspicious at all, Ron said. And it's loads better than flobberworms. He seized Hermione's hand and began pulling her toward the stacks. Let's go. Harry watched as Hermione allowed herself to be hauled deeper into the library. Are those two officially a couple, yet? Harry asked. I don't know, Ginny said. Ron asks Hermione to every Hogsmeade weekend, and they're practically inseparable. But I've never seen them key. Or hug. Or really give any indication about being together. Sometimes their hands touch. She shook her head. Honestly, it's a mystery to us all. As long as they're happy, I guess, Harry said. It sure looks like they are, Ginny said, smiling softly. Come on, let's go find your mystery wizard. Harry followed Ginny into the library, and together they searched for books that might contain some reference to Mylor Atherton. Harry was worried, based on Professor Binns' comments, that it might be difficult to find information on Atherton. Harry's concern was a valid one. After a half hour of searching, Harry and Ginny had only found 3 books that even mentioned Atherton's name. Let's go see if Hermione and Ron have found anything, Harry said, as he closed yet another book that did not reference Atherton in the slightest. Maybe they've had better luck. Ginny and Harry found Ron and Hermione back at their table. They only had 1 book with them, but it seemed to have the answers that Harry had been seeking. Hermione was reading aloud in a quiet voice, and she had a severe frown on her face. Ron, seated next to her, was taking notes on a piece of parchment. It was already half full. You found something? Harry asked, and Hermione nodded. You're not going to like it, Hermione said. She laid her book down on the table and spun it around so Harry could read. I had a hunch about Atherton, so the first place I looked was Notorious Wizards of the 19th and 20th centuries. Because he's in Slytherin? Harry asked. Because Binns and Umbridge were focused on your essay being incomplete, Hermione said gently. You must have missed something significant, and if they were threatening to give you no credit, it was probably something bad. So what was it? Ginny asked. Atherton was famous for his firm belief that spells needed to be available to the masses. He believed in freedom of information, Hermione said. Doesn't sound like a bad thing, Ginny said. It's not, Harry said immediately. Unless it's applied to the dark arts, Hermione said. Once Atherton joined the ministry, he made dozens of requests for information from the Department of Mysteries. He wanted to publish and distribute their research on the dark arts. He said that a better understanding of curses would lead to better counter curses. Sounds logical, Harry said. But he wanted to publicize everything, Hermione said. Information about most awful curses that had ever been created, information about curse creation, horrible research into curses that had been obtained by experimenting on prisoners of war. There's no such thing as dark magic, just dark wizards, Harry said. Moody taught us that. It sounds to me like Atherton just wanted to publish facts. Just facts? Hermione asked incredulously. Did you hear what I just said? The reason there's a power divide between pureblood and muggleborn wizards is because purebloods had been suppressing information, Harry said. They wouldn't share the contents of their libraries with anybody outside the family, which meant that muggleborns were starting from a severe disadvantage. Harry had no problem presenting one of Atherton's early theories as if it were his own. The only way to change that was with a greater supply of information. Atherton was trying to even the playing field. Harry, Atherton was a pureblood, Hermione said. He wasn't trying to help Muggle-born wizards, he was trying to publicize the secrets of other pureblood families. If the Black family were the only ones left with a secret library, then they would be the most powerful wizards in Britain. Where does it say that? Harry asked. Right here, Hermione said, pointing at a spot in the book. Well, that's one author's opinion, Harry said defensively. And there's a footnote that cites another half-dozen books that all come to the same conclusion. Hermione pointed her finger at the bottom of the page. It's a historical fact, Harry. This wasn't about helping Muggle-born wizards, Hermione said. It's about government oppression, Harry said, cutting Hermione off. If there was anybody who was familiar with government oppression at the moment, it was Harry. His motives don't really matter, Harry said. It was the right thing to do. So what if it put him in a more powerful position? Hermione gave Harry a strange look. Why are you so invested in this? Is it because he's part of the Black family? Sirius told us himself that most of his family was dark. It isn't about that, Harry said. The government was keeping information from the populace, and it was putting them in danger. Atherton wanted to give people the ability to make decisions based on complete information. It's practically the same thing that's going on right now. Voldemort has returned, but the Ministry has the Daily Prophet printing a steady stream of lies and people are in danger. It's not the same, Hermione said. Atherton wanted. The Ministry purebloods are hiding the truth, and that's wrong. Atherton was right. When there's something hidden in the darkness, turn on the light. Light reveals the truth, and vermin flee from the light. Harry, Atherton became a Dark Lord. Hermione snapped. She shook her head as she did so, sending her bushy hair flying. There weren't many things that Hermione could have said to disrupt Harry's train of thought, but that was one of them. He what? He became a Dark Lord, Hermione said. She paused for a moment and put her hair back in place. It was his plan from the very beginning. Making that research public would do two things, simultaneously. Other purebloods would be weakened when their secrets were revealed, and Atherton would be strengthened by his newfound knowledge of the dark arts. That was the goal of everything he did, everything from the very beginning. I don't believe it, Harry said. Read, Hermione said, spinning the book around and pushing it toward Harry. Harry read. When the Department of Mysteries refused Atherton's requests for information, he decided to run for Minister of Magic. His popularity among purebloods was rather low, but among the populace he was the most well-liked candidate in a generation. His victory seemed so certain that only one other wizard was willing to oppose him in the election. The campaign was bitterly contested, and Atherton was slandered in every manner possible by his opponent. Despite his opponent's antics, Atherton was still the heavy favorite to win. Then, 1 month before the election, Atherton's opponent disappeared without a trace. Aurors investigating the disappearance traced it back to Atherton. When they arrived at his home, Atherton and several of his closest political associates were present, wizards and witches that Atherton had announced would be his choices as future ministry department heads and undersecretaries. When the Aurors announced their intent to arrest Atherton, they were met with immediate and violent resistance. Atherton escaped, as did most of his colleagues. 6 Aurors were killed. The 2 Aurors who survived had managed to capture a wizard named Merwin Peltier. Peltier had been Atherton's choice to manage the Department of Mysteries. Under the influence of Veritaserum, Peltier confessed that his first act as head of the Department of Mysteries would have been to declassify the department's information on the dark arts. Peltier then led Aurors through Atherton's home, where they discovered hundreds of copies of some of the Department of Mysteries' most highly restricted magical tomes. Peltier could not explain how they had been removed from the Department of Mysteries. To this day, nobody is sure how Atherton obtained those volumes, and it remains the largest single security breach in the history of the Department of Mysteries. The Ministry hoped that they had seized Atherton's entire inventory, but that hope was quickly dashed. Almost immediately after the battle at Atherton's home and in spite of the Ministry's best efforts, copies of the books Atherton had stolen from the Department of Mysteries began to circulate through Nocturne Alley. Harry reached out to turn the page. Before he could do so, Hermione began to speak. It took the ministry over a year to finally catch Atherton, Hermione said. By that time, he had organized an entire crime syndicate to publish and distribute those books. A dozen more Aurors were killed in the investigation, at least 4 by Atherton himself. The prophet called him the Dark Lord of the Library. That's irrelevant, Harry said. His policies were good, even if the ends didn't justify the means he used to achieve them. Restricting access to curses gives dark wizards weapons that the rest of us don't have, and that puts good people at risk. Harry held out an open hand to Hermione. We had this same discussion at the beginning of the year, when you joined dueling practice. Harry, you're an exception. You know who is trying to kill you, we know that for a fact. But normal people don't need easy access to horrible weapons. Hermione shook her head. Giving everybody access to those curses is absurd. By that logic, why don't we just give a nuclear bomb to everybody in the world? That'll make us safe, right? Hermione raised her eyebrows and turned to Ron and Ginny for affirmation of her position. What's a nuclear bomb? Ginny asked, slightly perplexed. I'm not saying that we should give everybody nuclear bombs, Harry said, still talking to Hermione. But if criminals are the only ones with weapons, then we're all in danger. What's a nuclear bomb? Ginny repeated, much louder. Harry answered distractedly. It's something that Muggle militaries developed. It's a big bomb. Big enough to blow up an entire city, Hermione corrected. And when it blows up, it poisons the ground and the water so that nobody can live there for hundreds of years. Muggles can shoot them from continent to continent so they don't even have to see the people they're killing. There was a moment of silence before Ginny spoke again. Why have I never heard of this? Harry glanced over and saw that Ron was equally horrified. Don't worry, Harry said. Nobody ever uses them. Not in an actual fight, anyway. You want to know why? Hermione said to Ron and Ginny. If one country shoots a nuclear weapon, then everybody else shoots nuclear weapons back, and all the cities in the world get blown up and we'll all be dead forever. Everybody in the world is holding everybody else hostage. Ron and Ginny were horrified. The looks on their faces said more than any words could. But the point is that nobody uses nuclear weapons, Harry said. The only time that nuclear bombs were ever used against people, it was because only one country had them. Now that more countries have them, they don't get used. Which is Atherton's point. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry, which version of the world is more likely to end in a nuclear holocaust? One where every family in the world is armed with an intercontinental nuclear missile? Or one where nuclear bombs don't exist at all? That's a totally unfair hypothetical, Harry said. Nuclear bombs do exist. We can't unmake them. And we can't unmake the killing curse, either. If the bad guys have a weapon, then the only way to keep them in check is if the good guys have a weapon, too. I can't believe you're arguing this. What is wrong with you? Hermione rubbed her eyes. Using dark curses is just wrong. It's ethically and morally wrong. I'm not saying that we should invent more curses, Harry said, also exasperated. I'm saying that it's not wrong to learn how to defend yourself. Defend yourself with violence, you mean, Hermione countered. Would we even be here today if our ancestors hadn't made weapons to defend themselves from wolves? Harry asked. Wolves had teeth, so our ancestors made spears. A curse is not a spear, and a person is not a wolf, Hermione said. When it comes to Voldemort, I'm not so sure, Harry replied. As long as there are wolves like him, people will need to defend themselves. Hermione shook her head. You know what? I got you the information you wanted. Write your supplement however you want. Hermione pushed away from the table and stood. In fact, if you believe that Atherton's policies are so great, why don't you refuse to write a supplement? Just tell Binns that you stand by your paper as written. Harry laughed, and Hermione's frown deepened. That's actually a pretty good idea, Harry said. I'd lose points, but it's not like I'll be top of the class this year, anyway. Not with Umbridge teaching defense. I was being sarcastic, Hermione said crossly. I know, but I like the idea, Harry said. I'm not going to give in to Umbridge's whims. I've got better things to be doing than writing supplemental reports for history of magic. Like what? Quidditch, Hermione said. That stung Harry, but he wasn't going to let it show. I was going to say that I could help you plan the next DA lesson, Harry said. Well, it's going to be about defense, so you probably won't be interested, Hermione said. Of course I'm interested, Harry said. But I'm also a realist. If I defeat Voldemort, it won't be with a shield. Hermione wiped a hand across her face. I don't want to talk about the DA right now. Are you actually procrastinating? Harry said. No. But I'm so frustrated with you that I can't stand it. Hermione tapped Ron on the shoulder. Come on. Let's go for a walk. Ron hopped to his feet and followed Hermione out of the library. When they were out of earshot, Harry turned to Ginny. I'm not being unreasonable, am I? I don't know, Harry, Ginny said. You're right that we should be able to defend ourselves, but Hermione's right that Atherton's policies were reckless and easily abused. What do you think? Harry asked. He suddenly realized that he was very concerned about Ginny's opinion of him. I think that there's a middle ground between publishing every curse that's ever been created, and only allowing people to cast shield spells. Ginny shrugged. Both extremes have problems. Harry nodded. Ginny's point was probably the most insightful thing he had heard the whole afternoon. Why can't Hermione see that, though? She does. Otherwise, she wouldn't have joined you at dueling practice, and she wouldn't have started the DA. Ginny paused. But she's worried about you. We all are. Worried. Why? Everything, Ginny said. Umbridge, the Inquisitional Squad. She was speaking slowly, and it was obvious that she was choosing her words carefully. You're under a lot of pressure, Harry. Harry ran a hand through his hair and sighed. It felt nice that somebody else was acknowledging how difficult this year had been, instead of just criticizing and second-guessing his responses. You know, I thought that things had turned around after Christmas, Harry said. I felt so good when I came back to Hogwarts, but this week it seems like I can't do anything right. Ginny smiled sadly. We're here for you, if you need us, she said. We're your friends, and we really do care. Thanks, Ginny. Harry glanced down at his watch. It's almost dinner time. I'm meeting Theo and Tracy back at the common room. Not true. In actuality, Harry needed to run to the Ollery and send Katie a letter. Yet another apology, and yet another rescheduled meeting. With occlumency lessons on Thursday and detention on Friday, it seemed that Harry wouldn't get to see Katie until Saturday afternoon. All right then, Ginny said with a smile. Nice talking to you, Harry. Oh, practice on Friday after the meeting. Harry shook his head. I have detention with Umbridge that night. I won't be at the meeting at all. Ginny stuck her tongue out and made a gagging noise. Enjoy your time with her inquisitiveness, she said sarcastically. Harry gave Ginny a smile and a wave, and left the library. That evening, after dinner, Harry had his second occlumency lesson with Snape. As soon as Harry closed the door behind him, Snape began his interrogation. Harry was in no mood for an occlumency lesson, not if it was going to be anything like his first. Then again, it was one of the few things that would distract him from his misery about Katie. What have you learned about occlumency? Snape asked. Almost nothing, Harry said. I got 3 books, and they all contradict one another. One book says that I have to clear my mind, another says I have to cloud my mind, and a third says I have to create illusions in my mind. One says that imagining blackness is the best technique, but the next says blinding whiteness, and a third says that I should picture a thick gray fog. Harry shook his head. They're interesting, but they aren't much help. Snape nodded slowly. Have you thought about why that may be? Well, occlumency is different from most magic, Harry said. A charm is supposed to have a consistent effect. It works the same way every time, and for every wizard. But occlumency seems more like Quidditch, to me. How so? Snape asked. Quidditch players all sit differently on their brooms. Their legs are in different positions, they hold their torso differently, they fly with left hand or right hand or both, whatever works best for them. Draco and I fly with different styles, because we're different players in different bodies. Go on, Snape said slowly. I got to thinking, what if occlumency is the same? Harry said. My mind is different from yours, and both of our minds are different from the people who wrote these books. The techniques that work for them might not work for me. Maybe black or white or gray won't help me clear my mind. Maybe I need to focus on blue or green. In what book did you find that suggestion? Snape asked slowly. I didn't. Like I said, I just got to thinking about it. Snape reached into a drawer of his desk and removed a smallish book. It seemed significantly newer than anything Harry had found in the restricted section. If you had discovered finite defenses for infinite thoughts in the restricted section, you would have found a thorough discussion of the principle of the distinct psyche. You will read the first 3 chapters before our next lesson. Snape paused, and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. As it is, you have managed to paraphrase the principle rather well. Because no 2 minds are alike, no 2 people will learn occlumency in the same manner. Harry was still looking at the book on Snape's desk. If I had discovered it, that wasn't in the restricted section last night. There was no response, and after a moment Harry turned his eyes up. Snape was staring at him, eyes black and inscrutable. Harry braced himself for a legilimency attack, but none was forthcoming. Snape began to tap his finger on the book. How are you so certain? Because I would have found it. If you had found it, it would not have been on the shelf this morning for me to retrieve. Which shelf? Harry said. The one in your office, or the one in your bedchamber? Because it wasn't on a shelf in the library. Snape hesitated, and the corner of Snape's mouth twitched again. Office, he said. Harry ran his hand through his hair. So you sent me to look for books, but you took the most useful book away before I could find it. What's the point in that? Occlumency is self-discovery, Snape said. You need guidance, but you must discover the path for yourself. The greater your struggle, the greater your ultimate understanding, and the greater your mental defenses. Harry frowned. So you're going to keep setting me up to fail? No, Snape said. I am giving you an opportunity to succeed. And when you do succeed, we will explore how and why. Doesn't that seem backwards to you? Harry said. You explained it yourself, Snape said. Only you can know your mind. And this is how you learned? Harry asked. Snape shook his head. No. When I learned occlumency, it was a matter of life and death. Life and death eaters, you mean, Harry said. Snape's mouth pressed into a thin line. There was no hint of amusement on his face any longer, and his voice was hard when he spoke. Do you have any questions before we begin tonight's practice? Harry sighed. No. Snape raised his wand. I will provide a stimulus, in the form of an intrusion into your mind. You will attempt to keep me out. If you fail and I gain entry into your mind, you will attempt to eject me. Use the techniques suggested in your books. Alter them, if you deem it necessary. Use techniques of your own invention. Short of hexing me, do whatever you must to prevent me from rifling through your thoughts. Snape paused, then jabbed his wand at Harry. Legilimens. After 30 minutes of relentless mental assault, Snape called an end to the practice. So that's it, Harry said, wiping cold sweat from his brow. He had a massive headache, and Harry wasn't sure whether it was because of or in spite of his inability to protect his mind from Snape. We're just going to do this over and over until I figure things out. Not at all, Snape said. You have noticed that you tend to re-experience your memories as I delve through your thoughts, yes. You see glimpses of your past, you feel the emotions that you once felt. Harry nodded, and Snape smiled cruelly. If your skill as an occlumens does not improve at a suitable pace, I will provide greater incentive. Some memories are more humiliating than others, after all. On Friday, in History of Magic, Harry approached Professor Binns at his desk and told the ghost that he had not prepared a supplement to his report. His headache from the previous evening's occlumency lesson still lingered, and was making it difficult for Harry to think clearly. Do you need more time, Mr. Potter? Binns asked. No, Harry said, absently rubbing his temple. I chose not to prepare a supplement. I completed the assignment as it was given. I did a report on an important wizard. Nobody asked me to chronicle his life from birth to death. You realize that I will be forced to record your assignment as incomplete, Binns said. It is not my wish to do so. I understand, Harry said. And your oral presentation will be graded as incomplete, as well, Binns said. You will not be permitted to present half a research paper to the class. Harry hadn't considered that. In fact, he had almost forgotten the oral component of the assignment. But, in for a penny, in for a pound. I expected as much, Harry said. But it's unfair to ask me to do twice the work for the same grade. Binns sighed. Well, actually, Binns pretended to sigh. Ghosts did not breathe. Very well, Binns said. If you're absolutely certain. I am, Harry said confidently. Binns shrugged as he floated toward his book of grades. Binns waved his ghostly hand and Harry saw the word, incomplete, appear twice next to his name. I must say that I'm disappointed, Binns said glumly. We had hoped that you would take this opportunity and make the most of it. Disappointing Umbridge is something I take pride in, Harry said. Who said anything about Professor Umbridge? Binns said. It was Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore that suggested the idea of a supplement to me. Binns shook his head. Take your seat. Class is about to start. Harry blinked several times. Snape and Dumbledore had suggested the supplement. Not Umbridge. Take your seat, Binns repeated. Harry walked slowly back to his desk, and discovered that his headache had gotten dramatically worse. Refusing to write his supplement was supposed to be an act of defiance against Umbridge, and her attempt to give Harry extra work. Instead, he had played right into her hands. She had never been attempting to give Harry extra work, she had been attempting to deprive Harry of credit for the work that he had done. Dumbledore and Snape had arranged for Harry to receive credit, and he had squandered the opportunity. At the end of class, Harry approached Binns once again. Professor, I was wondering, could I have an extension to write that supplement? Just over the weekend. Binns shook his head. Umbridge has increased her oversight with respect to grading. Any alteration to a grade receives additional scrutiny, and any alteration to your grades would receive more scrutiny than most. Your grade will remain incomplete. Harry nodded and turned away. You should think more carefully about the consequences of your actions, Mr. Potter, Binns called after him. This could have been prevented. It was the last thing that Harry wanted to hear. Harry hadn't spent much time in detention after his initial spat with Umbridge, but the time he had spent had convinced him that Umbridge was some sort of sadist. Even though she could no longer force Harry to write lines with a blood quill, she was smart enough to realize that she could still make Harry hurt. Thus, Harry arrived at Umbridge's office ready for one of two things: debilitating manual labor, scrubbing the floors with filch, or humiliating and debilitating manual labor, scrubbing the floors of the Inquisitional Squad headquarters. When Harry arrived at Umbridge's office, however, he found something that he had not expected: his trunk, sitting in the middle of the floor. Have a seat, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said, gesturing toward one of her chairs. Harry sat, and Umbridge walked to her desk where a large, pink teapot was resting. She poured 2 cups of tea into delicate pink teacups that were resting on delicate pink saucers. When she was done, she presented one of the teacups to Harry. Harry was surprised by the tea almost as much as the presence of his trunk, and automatically accepted the cup and saucer. Umbridge smiled sweetly and returned to her desk, where she took her seat and began to sip her own tea. Mr. Potter, it is the start of a new term, Umbridge said. We can both agree that last term was not what either of us expected, yes? Harry nodded mutely. Last term, I believe that we got off on the wrong foot, Umbridge said. The words sounded strange coming from Umbridge's mouth. She was being as oblique as she ever was, but her attempt at familiarity was pathetic. Our relationship has been contentious. You tried to have me expelled and snap my wand for defending myself against a Dementor, Harry said. But you were not expelled, and you still have your wand, Umbridge said. No thanks to you. A dark look crossed Umarbidge's face, and was gone a heartbeat later. As I was saying, our relationship has been contentious. But it does not have to remain that way. Harry turned his head and looked at Umbridge from the corner of his eye. This was suspicious, but he would be a fool if he didn't hear her out. Go on, he said. The ministry finds itself in an awkward position, Umbridge said. Several highly esteemed wizards have placed themselves at odds with the ministry, and it is causing great confusion among the public. How is your tea, dear? Harry looked down at his tea, which was resting on the saucer in his lap. He hadn't taken a drink. He raised the teacup to his lips automatically, and took a drink. It was better than Hagrid's tea, that was certain. It's quite good, thank you, Harry said politely. Umbridge smiled. Where was I? Oh, yes. The public's confidence in the government has been damaged. Perhaps rightfully so, Harry said. Perhaps, Umbridge said. And perhaps not. At the same time, the public's confidence in these highly esteemed wizards has also been damaged. When respected wizards are at odds with the government, there is nothing to be gained. But when respected wizards and the government come together, everybody might profit. You want me to take back what I said, Harry said. There was no need to mince words or dance around the subject. You want me to say that Voldemort hasn't returned. It is the source of our greatest disagreement, Umbridge said. But he has returned, Harry said. Why would I recant? It would put everybody in England in danger. Umbridge paled slightly as Harry spoke. Have some more tea, dear, she said. Harry took another drink, and Umbridge continued. Now, what was that you said about you-know-who? Voldemort returned, Harry said. At the end of last year. Cedric Diggory and I were abducted by a portkey. Peter Pettigrew, who was a Death Eater, murdered Cedric Diggory. I killed Pettigrew, escaped, and used the portkey to return to Hogwarts. It was more than Harry had intended to say, far more, actually, but the words flowed easily from his lips. Umbridge's face had gone white as a sheet as Harry spoke. She took a sip of her own tea, and her hand was shaking so badly that the teacup rattled loudly against its saucer as she replaced it. You saw him with your own eyes. I did, Harry said. Why did you say that you know who had returned? Umbridge asked. Because he has, Harry said. The questions had started to seem odd to him. Umbridge was just asking different versions of the same questions. Have you finished your tea? Umbridge asked. Harry held out his empty teacup. Yes, I have. I would like just a bit more, though, it was quite tasty. Umbridge stood and brought the teapot to Harry. She refilled his teacup, but her trembling hands caused her to splash a bit. When she returned to her desk, she stood facing away from Harry for several moments, taking deep breaths. Where did you get this trunk? Umbridge asked, still facing away from Harry. Remus Lupin gave it to me, Harry said. The werewolf. Umbridge turned to Harry, surprised. Yes, Harry said. Where did he get it? My mother gave it to him, Harry said. Remus was friends with my mother and father. It was my mother's trunk, when she was in school. Umbridge sat down at her desk. Are there any secret compartments in the trunk? No. Are there any enchantments or concealment spells? No. Where do you hide your contraband? In a chest of drawers next to an old pile of robes, Harry answered. But why? Why had he said that? He hadn't thought that. He had thought, I don't have any contraband. Where is the chest of drawers? Umbridge said, leaning forward. In FHWFRWWMFFFRFWFRRFMFT. Harry clamped his hands over his mouth, muffling his words. Why had he almost said the room of requirement? What was going on? What was wrong with him? A distant memory tickled Harry's mind. Snape, rolling a vial of clear liquid across his desk. Veritaserum, odorless, tasteless, and a few drops would cause a young wizard to answer even the most embarrassing of questions. The most powerful truth potion known to wizards. And Harry had just drunk an entire cup of tea that Umbridge had prepared for him. It couldn't have been in the teapot. Umbridge would never drug herself, but a few drops of clear liquid, waiting at the bottom of a teacup. Even if Harry had seen it, he might not have been suspicious. Hands down, Umbridge said. She drew her wand and gave it a flick. Harry's hands were ripped away from his mouth and pushed into the arms of the chair. Harry twisted his body, trying to move his hands and arms, but he was clamped down tightly by Umbridge's spell. Now, Umbridge said, where is your contraband? The room of requirement, Harry said, helpless to stop himself. The Veritaserum was too powerful to resist by force of will alone, but Harry wasn't willing to give up and allow Umbridge to pump him for information. What did he know of Veritaserum? Snape had said that a young wizard would answer the most embarrassing of questions, but what about older wizards? Wizards grew more powerful as they aged. Was the effectiveness of Veritaserum related to magical power? Umbridge was not giving Harry much time to think. How do I get to the room of requirement? She asked. Even though there was no way she could have known, Umbridge had asked the most damaging question possible. The location of the room of requirement was far less important than the knowledge of how one made it appear. Harry felt his mouth beginning to move. If he was going to do something, now was the time. Summoning all his rage, his anger at Umbridge for tricking him, his fury for allowing himself to be so easily deceived, Harry slipped into his emerald trance. Harry's vision went green, and his lips stopped moving. I said, how do I get to the room of requirement? Umbridge repeated. Again, Harry's lips did not move. Then, slowly, making sure that he truly had control of his vocal cords, Harry spoke. I'll never tell you. A look of panic crossed Umbridge's face. What is the Order of the Phoenix? Harry shook his head. I won't tell you that, either. Who are the members of the Order of the Phoenix? It's too late, Harry said, sight clear and emerald green. His words were coming more easily, now, and he spoke more confidently. What is the DA? Harry began to laugh. You should have asked earlier, Harry said. Before I realized that you had used a truth potion on me. How? Umbridge shrieked. How are you resisting the effects of the Veritaserum? I wouldn't call it resisting, Harry said. It's still perfectly effective. I'm just exercising a bit of discipline. If I speak, I have to tell the truth. But the choice to speak is my own, as is the choice of the truth I say. You little brat. That's no way to talk to somebody when you're trying to end a contentious relationship, Harry said. Whatever happened to the two of us reaching a mutually profitable arrangement? I'll give you a mutually profitable relationship, Umbridge snapped. Tell me about the Order of the Phoenix, and I might return your trunk to you. No, Harry said firmly. I won't betray them. They're the only ones doing anything to oppose Voldemort. You know who has not returned, you filthy liar. Umbridge was storming back and forth behind her desk, shaking her head vigorously. Yes, he has. I saw him. Harry suddenly burst into a grin. And now you know it's true. That's why you were afraid, earlier. Because I'm under the influence of Veritaserum, and I don't have any problem saying this next sentence aloud. Voldemort has returned. No, Umbridge said, still pacing. No, no, no. It just isn't possible. It is, Harry said. Quiet, Umbridge shouted. Harry fell silent, and Umbridge began mumbling to herself. You know who has not returned. But I've been given Veritaserum, Harry said again. Voldemort has returned. Umbridge shook her head back and forth. No, 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 no. You are honestly convinced that you know who has returned. But you know who is gone, which means that you must have been deceived. Umbridge began nodding. Yes, yes, I see it now. Dumbledore is powerful enough, and he certainly has the resources. He constructed an elaborate ruse to make it appear that you know who had returned. You, a muggle-raised boy, were easily taken in by his deception. That is why you are able to proclaim you know who's return, in spite of the Veritaserum. Umbridge looked Harry full in the face. I'm sorry to tell you this, Mr. Potter, but you are being manipulated by one of the most powerful and intelligent wizards ever to have lived. Umbridge came around to the front of her desk and approached Harry where he sat in the chair. Her face was different than Harry had ever seen before. She seemed earnest and optimistic. It's so clear. You were just a pawn in Dumbledore's scheme. He tried to trick Cornelius, but the minister refused to be taken in by his ploy. I rightly opposed your lies with great vigor, but I bear you no animosity for being the victim of deception. You had no malicious intent. You're just a schoolboy, after all. Umbridge smiled. We can set this right. Working together, we can uncover Dumbledore's subterfuge and reveal his devious plot to the world. The public will welcome you with open arms. I am sure that Minister Fudge will see things the same way. Harry wanted to say, I think you're crazier than Trelawney, but apparently Veritaserum did not react favorably with hyperbole. If I did that, I would be putting the whole world in danger, Harry said instead. My dear boy, I understand that it is difficult to acknowledge that you have been deceived for the last 8 months. I fought Voldemort during my first year at Hogwarts, Harry said, and again during my second year. His resurrection wasn't an isolated incident. Umbridge clasped her hands together. Dumbledore's conspiracy goes even deeper than I thought, she said. From the very moment you began attending Hogwarts, he has tricked you into believing that you know who was a threat. Have you ever heard of Occam's razor? Harry asked suddenly. It's a logical tool, and it says that a simpler explanation is more often the correct explanation. So, It's possible that Dumbledore has crafted a vast conspiracy against the Ministry, and that it began during my first year. That Dumbledore fabricated 2 attempts by Voldemort to return to power. That Dumbledore broke Sirius Black out of Azkaban. That Dumbledore has used vast amounts of Polyjuice Potion and enormously powerful illusions to convince me that Voldemort has returned. And that all this is done to depose Minister Fudge and seize a job that Dumbledore had previously been offered and freely declined. Harry paused. Or, Voldemort has returned. Umbridge was beginning to scowl. Nobody returns from the dead except in children's stories. Rare and unprecedented bits of magic tend to happen rather frequently when I'm around, Harry said. He directed his eyes upward, and saw Umbridge glance at his scar. When Umbridge once again looked Harry in the eye, her face had settled into an expression of steely resolve. Will you retract your statement about the return of you-know-who, and help me ferret out Dumbledore's conspiracy? Umbridge asked. There is no conspiracy. My answer must be no. Very well. Umbridge turned back to Harry's trunk in the center of the room. If you will not join me voluntarily, then I must assume that you are part of the conspiracy. This trunk was given to you for a reason. It was my mum's, Harry said. And while you might not have uncovered its secrets, I have no doubt that they exist. You didn't even examine it. Harry yelled. You took it 2 nights ago. There hasn't been time. Harry remembered distinctly the complicated process that Snape had gone through in order to inspect Harry's firebolt 2 years ago. Snape had said at the time that there were only a handful of wizards with the skill to inspect an object so quickly, and Harry was certain that Umbridge was not one of them. Trunks with secret compartments and unknown enchantments are considered contraband, Umbridge said, ignoring Harry's protests. Her voice was steadily growing louder. I have no doubt that these compartments and/or enchantments exist. Contraband may be destroyed by the High Inquisitor wherever she finds it. Umbridge raised her wand. Don't. Harry cried out. Please. Umbridge glanced back at Harry. Have you changed your mind, Mr. Potter? Are you willing to join the side of truth? Harry looked from Umbridge to his mother's trunk, and then back to Umbridge. If he allowed the trunk to be destroyed, it would be gone forever. He needed to stop her, even just for a little while, just long enough for Sirius to contact Dumbledore. Dumbledore could do something to save the trunk. You won't destroy the trunk if I recant? Harry asked. Truth follows truth, Umbridge said. If you tell the truth about you-know-who, then I have no reason to believe that you are lying about your trunk. Will you announce that you-know-who has not returned? Harry tried to lie, and found he could not. The effects of the Veritaserum had not passed. I'll tell the truth, Harry said, hoping that Umbridge would not notice his equivocation. Excellent, Umbridge said. I'll call on the minister and tell him the good news. We can arrange a press conference within the hour, and after you recant you will have a private interview with Rita Skeeter. Now, Harry said, I haven't even thought about what I would say. This was too soon. He didn't want to actually recant, he just wanted to buy some time. If he actually was on the record denying Voldemort's return, he would do irreparable harm to the Order's cause, worse than everything the Ministry had already done combined. We've just discussed it, Umbridge said. She crossed the room and took a small jar off the mantel of her fireplace. After lighting a fire with her wand, she took a handful of flow powder out of the jar. Simply tell the world about Dumbledore's conspiracy. At least wait until tomorrow morning, Harry said. Umbridge hesitated, and did not throw the flow powder into the fire. Do you think me a fool, Potter? You agreed to tell the truth, but you have already demonstrated that you can proclaim Voldemort's return while under Veritaserum. If you wish to regain possession of your trunk, you will recant, and you will do so tonight. Umbridge raised her hand. A trickle of flow powder ran out from between her fingers. Shall I disturb the minister? If we arrange for this press conference and you fail to recant, the punishment will be quite severe. Harry looked at his trunk once more. He tried to fix it in his mind, memorize every angle and curve, every whorl in the wood grain. Potter, Umbridge shouted. What is your answer? Harry hung his head. Put the flow powder back, Harry said quietly. I'm sad to hear you say that, Umbridge said. She released her handful of flow powder into the urn, and replaced the urn atop the mantel. Umbridge brushed her hands free of dust, and drew her wand once again. Contraband may be destroyed wherever the High Inquisitor finds it, Umbridge said once again. Confringo. A yellow bolt of light flew from Umbridge's wand, and Harry's trunk exploded into splinters. Harry couldn't remember much of what he did after Umbridge released him from detention. The rest of the evening was just a haze of foggy memories. When he awoke the next morning, he staggered to breakfast in complete silence. Neither Theo nor Tracy was able to elicit a response from Harry, and eventually they stopped asking questions. When mail was delivered, a school owl swooped down and dropped a letter in Harry's lap. Harry recognized that handwriting as Katie's, and opened the letter immediately. She wanted to meet him in the gardens, today, which was an absolute godsend. Harry needed comfort. He needed somebody who wanted to make him feel good, but wouldn't ask any questions. The note said that Katie wanted to meet at 8:45 in the morning. 8:45 was right now. I have to go, Harry said to Tracy and Theo. He stood and grabbed his bag. What's wrong? Tracy asked. Nothing, Harry said. Finally, something was going right for him. I'll see you in class. Harry was deep in the snow-covered gardens before he found Katie. The morning was still dark, as the sun had not yet made its way above the mountains that surrounded Hogwarts. As Harry approached, he could see tiny puffs of breath coming from Katie's mouth. She had left a deep trail of footprints in the snow where she was pacing back and forth, wrapped tightly in her winter robes. Katie, Harry called out as he approached her. I've missed you so much. Why do you keep writing me? Katie asked angrily. Harry stutter-stepped. That had not been the response he expected. I want to see you. Haven't you figured out that I don't want to talk to you? Katie said. I blew you off twice in a row. Take a hint. You blew me off. Harry said. I didn't know. What did you think when I didn't show up? Katie asked incredulously. That I was playing hard to get. You'd already gotten me. I know you think I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I don't think that, Harry said. Harry knew that Katie would never be mistaken for a Ravenclaw, but he didn't think she was stupid. Harry knew what stupid looked like. Crabbe and Goyle. Why are you so mad, anyway? Harry asked. Christmas, you jerk. Katie yelled. We were together for more than a month, and you didn't even get me a present. Yes, I did, Harry lied. It was waiting for you at Hogwarts, wasn't it? Harry knew perfectly well that the used broom he had purchased for Katie had been waiting at Hogwarts when she returned from holidays. Harry had directed Winky to put it in her dormitory. You're actually lying to my face. Katie shouted. A few strands of her owned hair came loose from her ponytail as she shook her head back and forth in anger. I can't believe you. I might not be as clever as you Slytherins, but I know what happened. Katie, I had to leave Hogwarts unexpectedly, right before Christmas. I didn't know your home address, so I asked a house elf I know to put your present in your dormitory. Harry had practiced saying this ever since Christmas. He thought that he sounded fairly convincing. You mean Winky? Katie asked. Because I talked to Winky before Christmas, when I need a house elf to deliver your present. Winky agreed, and then she asked where I would like my gift delivered, if the great and honorable Harry Potter had a gift for me. Katie snorted derisively, but Harry could see that she had also begun to cry a little. I gave her my address at home. Winky knew how to find me weeks before Christmas, but the great and honorable Harry Potter didn't care enough to get me anything. Harry's jaw dropped open. He had never thought to ask Winky about his gift from Katie, or how it had arrived at Grimmauld Place. Katie, I. Just shut your mouth, Katie said. Whatever lie you're about to say, don't even bother. Winky must have taken my order literally. Harry blurted, thinking as fast as he could. I told her to leave your gift in your dormitory, and she must have done that even though she knew your address. Blame the house elf. Really? The last time I used that excuse, I was 8 years old. Katie pushed the palm of her hand across her face, wiping at her eyes. Maybe you haven't grown up, but I have. I know why I didn't get a gift on Christmas morning, and I deserve better than a boy who forgets me. I deserve better than you, Harry Potter. Katie stormed past him, back toward Hogwarts. As she passed by, she whispered harshly at him. Never talk to me again. Harry stood in the gardens, staring at his feet. How had he gone about that so badly? How had he ruined things so quickly? The gardens suddenly grew bright. The sun had finally risen above the mountains, casting its light across the grounds of Hogwarts. Harry looked back toward the castle. The path was surrounded by barren shrubs with gnarled branches, and Katie was already out of sight. There was no sign of movement from man or beast. The whole world appeared frozen and dead. The sunlight did nothing to warm Harry on the walk back to the castle, and by the time he returned to Hogwarts he was bitterly cold. When Harry returned to the Slytherin common room, still cold from his walk in the gardens, Tracy and Theo were waiting for him. "We need to talk," Theo said. "Now is not the time," Harry snapped. Last night, his trunk had been destroyed by Umbridge. This morning, Katie had ended there, whatever they had. He was in no mood to talk. "Yes it is," Tracy said firmly. She grabbed Harry's arm and hauled him back toward the door of the common room. When Harry struggled, Theo grabbed his other arm and began pulling, as well. "Come on," Theo said. "We're going for a walk." Tracy and Theo led Harry through the halls of Hogwarts, talking quietly as they did so. As they spoke, they scanned the halls for teachers and members of the Inquisitional Squad. It was a Saturday morning, which meant that few students were walking among the classrooms. Most people congregated in their common rooms or on the grounds. "Last night's DA meeting went well," Tracy said. "Good for Hermione," Harry replied. "It was the first meeting after break. If it had gone poorly, people might have abandoned the club." "No," Tracy said impatiently. "Not good. Hermione got some help. She told me she was going to," Harry said. That conversation had taken place, on Tuesday? With all that had happened, it felt like 6 weeks ago. "From Neville Longbottom," Theo said. Harry's eyebrows went up. "She told me she was going to ask Ron and Ginny for help." "Oh, they helped," Tracy said. After the demonstration at the start of class, Ginny and Ron walked around the room and gave tips while everybody practiced. "But guess who gave the demonstration?" "Longbottom," Harry said angrily. "Right in one," Theo said. "What did they teach?" "Spell deflection," Tracy said. "When Longbottom announced the subject, I had a moment of hope. If people were bouncing stunners and stinging jinxes all around the place, it would have been an absolute debacle. Longbottom realized the same thing, though, and had everybody practice with tickling charms. By the end of the night, the whole room was laughing," Theo said. "I heard more than one person say it was the most fun that they'd ever had at the DA." Harry lowered his head in thought. Hermione probably thought she was doing him a favor by bringing Longbottom on board. He had been the source of Harry's staunchest opposition, but if the two of them were working side by side, it would be more difficult for Longbottom to blame Harry for any mistakes or failures. And she probably had some other motives as well. Harry could practically hear her voice. If Neville just got to know Harry, he'd see that Harry is a good person. This will give him the chance. But Harry had been antagonizing Longbottom all year long. Harry had made an attempt to mend fences at St. Mungo's over Christmas break, but Longbottom had rejected him. Hermione didn't realize it, but she wasn't giving Longbottom a chance to become Harry's ally, she was giving Longbottom a chance to become Harry's replacement. Harry was certain that Hermione didn't mean for Longbottom to replace Harry, but Harry was equally certain that Longbottom was going to try his hardest to make sure it happened. "What do we do?" Harry asked. Tracy and Theo had been thinking about this all night, so they had probably come up with a plan. And whatever their plan was, it would certainly be better thought out than whatever Harry could come up with on the spur of the moment. "Take control," Tracy said. "Go to Hermione, and offer to run the next lesson solo. Say that you're making up for all the extra work she had to do on Friday, or something like that. You run the next lesson yourself. Make it enjoyable, make it useful. Make it something where you can show off. Make it clear that they have more to learn from you than they do from Longbottom." "Okay." Harry glanced at his watch. "Hermione's probably in the library by now. I'll go talk to her." "Wait. You already know what you're going to teach?" Tracy asked. Harry nodded. "You said I need to show off, so I think the lesson is obvious." "No more drills. No more practice," Harry said firmly. "I'm going to teach people to duel." Tracy and Theo stayed behind while Harry went to speak with Hermione in the library. Harry found her seated at her usual table, the only student who could be found studying on a Saturday morning. Even the Ravenclaw 5th and 7th year students, for whom OWL and NEWT examinations were impending, were not as dedicated. Harry and Hermione had the library to themselves, with the exception of Madame Pants, who was seated far away at her desk near the door. "How'd things go last night?" Harry asked casually, as he approached Hermione and took a seat. "Very well, thank you," Hermione said. "I think you would have really enjoyed it. We worked on spell deflection." "I'm glad things went well for you," Harry said, which was something approaching the truth. "I know that I volunteered to help you with this, and I'm sorry that detention got in the way. Frankly, I'm surprised it hasn't happened more often. What did you do to earn detention so quickly, anyway?" Hermione asked. "I came back from break." When Hermione raised her eyebrow, Harry held up his hands. "Really? That's all I did. I came back from break at the time arranged by Dumbledore, and by the method arranged by Dumbledore. And for that, I got detention." Hermione shook her head. "That woman is vile. If only there were some way to be rid of her." "There isn't," Harry said. "Believe me, I tried my best. I guess we're doing all that we can, then." Hermione sighed. "And to think of all the learning that we're missing." "Less so, because of you," Harry said. "And you," Hermione said, pointing her quill at Harry. "Actually, that's what I meant to talk to you about," Harry said. "Since you had to teach this lesson to the DA all by yourself, I think you deserve a rest. I'll take the next lesson, and you can just relax." "Are you sure?" Hermione asked. "It wasn't that big of an inconvenience. I had plenty of help." "I'm certain you did," Harry said, struggling to keep sarcasm from flowing into his voice. "But I still want to do this." "Well," Hermione thought for a moment. "What are you going to teach?" "We've practiced a lot of charms and such," Harry said. "I think it's time to put it all together. I want to teach the basics of dueling." Hermione's eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm not sure that's a good idea. It could get out of hand very quickly. What happens when a hex misses its target and hits somebody else in the back?" "That's why we'll be focusing on dueling basics," Harry said. "Disarming charms, stunners, shields and spell deflection. Nothing harmful, nothing we can't fix ourselves." Hermione made an unhappy noise in the back of her throat. "I'm still not sure. The whole purpose of the DA is to prepare us for the real world," Harry said. "And Death Eaters won't stand in one place and exchange spells in an orderly manner. If we're truly preparing ourselves for the fight against Voldemort, we have to teach dueling." "Couldn't it wait?" Hermione said. Harry shook his head. "Now is the time. We can identify our mistakes and weaknesses, and correct them before the end of the year." Hermione sighed. You're right. I had just hoped." She glanced down. "Actual dueling makes it all seem more real. If we're just practicing spells, it's like we're taking a new class for extra credit. Learning spells is schoolwork. But dueling, it's war," Harry said. "It's always felt that way to me, ever since last year." "Ever since Cedric," Hermione said. Harry nodded. "Ever since Cedric. Ever since Pettigrew. I've tried to understand that," Hermione said. "And I know it, intellectually. But this is the first time I've really felt it in my heart. It's war. And it's frightening." Hermione sighed. "But, you're right, this lesson is necessary. Thank you for teaching it." "You're welcome," Harry said. Harry had expected to feel relief at Hermione's acquiescence, but instead he felt as if he were sinking into quicksand. He felt Hermione's sadness like a weight upon his shoulders. This was the first thing to have gone right for Harry in the last week, but it just meant that he had another responsibility. He didn't want to disappoint Hermione by teaching a bad lesson, but if the lesson went well, it meant that Hermione and the rest of the DA would be training for war in a way that they previously hadn't been. He would be turning students into soldiers. And even though it was absolutely necessary, he understood why Hermione was sad. Even when Harry was winning, he was losing. "Is everything all right, Harry?" Harry's eyes snapped up. He realized that he had been silently staring into space, frowning, and he had no idea how long he had been doing it. Hermione might have been taking notes. Or had she been watching him the whole time? Harry wasn't sure. He had been so lost in his thoughts that he had no recollection. "Everything's fine," Harry said. Hermione's eyes narrowed suspiciously. How did things go with Binns? She asked, after a moment. I don't want to talk about that, Harry said glumly. His failure in that area had been complete. He didn't even have the satisfaction of righteous martyrdom. By refusing to do the extra work, he had squandered the opportunity that Dumbledore and Snape had arranged, and instead had played right into Umbridge's hands. Hermione caught herself before she could finish with told you so. Harry appreciated her effort, even though he knew what she was going to say. I'm sorry it didn't work the way you had hoped, she said. Well, not everything works out how I plan, Harry said. It was an understatement. Lately, nothing seemed to work out as he had planned. Is that why you want to teach this next lesson? Hermione asked. It'll be something you have complete control over. Partly, Harry admitted. Hermione reached over and patted Harry's shoulder. Things are going to be all right, Harry, she said. Umbridge can't last forever. And Voldemort won't always be hiding in the shadows. He can't conquer England without revealing himself. So, on one hand, I'll be vindicated for claiming that Voldemort has returned. On the other hand, we'll be at open war. Harry shook his head. Once again, even when he was winning, he was losing. You have Dumbledore, and the Order, and the DA, Hermione said quietly. We're all here for you. Harry wasn't sure about that. Opposing Voldemort and supporting Harry were two very different things, both Longbottom and Moody had made that clear. But just because Harry was in a foul mood didn't mean that he had to make Hermione miserable. She was one of the people who actually believed in Harry, and she was only trying to make him feel better. Thanks, Hermione, Harry said. Your support means a lot to me. Even through all this. I wish I could do more. Hermione fell silent, and so did Harry. After a moment, Harry spoke. I'll get out of your hair. You were busy before I got here. If you want to talk. Harry shook his head and stood. I think I'm going to take my misery elsewhere. Misery loves company, I've heard, Hermione said. No reason for both of us to be upset, Harry said. I'll be fine, really. If you say so. Hermione gestured around the library. If you need me, you know where to find me. Harry forced a smile onto his face and gave Hermione a wave. She waved back, and Harry turned and left the library. The next DA meeting was Wednesday night. Harry's headache had not faded in the least. Maybe it was because of his occlumency lessons. Maybe it was because of lack of sleep. Maybe it was because Harry had caught himself grinding his teeth whenever he thought about Umbridge or the Inquisitional Squad. Maybe it was all three. Regardless, Harry felt like his head was ready to explode. Both Tracy and Theo had sensed his mood, and they had allowed Harry to walk in silence from the Slytherin common room to the room of requirement. When Hermione called for the meeting to come to order, Harry was shocked to see the change in the DA that had occurred over Christmas. Gone was the ragtag group of potential learners, and in their place was a completely chaotic assortment of children. A mob, really. Besides Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, only Tracy and Theo seemed to have heard Hermione's voice yelling for attention. The rest of the DA was just standing about in small groups, chatting away. They seemed to be treating the meeting more as a social event than a class. True, there were a few members who seemed as if they were ready to get to work. Cho Chang, for example, her facial expression was dead serious. Katie Bell didn't seem terribly happy, either. The look on her face said that she was ready to hex somebody, and Harry knew that he was the likely target. But the Weasley twins were laughing and joking with Lee, Angelina and Alicia, while the fifth-year Hufflepuffs were standing around in a large cluster and chatting with the fifth-year Gryffindors. They were unfocused, uncooperative, and uncoordinated. As Harry gazed around the room, he overheard snatches of conversations. It sounded as if the DA members were more interested in chatting about last week's romp than learning more defense. Was Harry the only one who realized that there was a war on? Nobody was treating the DA with sufficient gravity, other than Harry's best mates. All the levity made Harry's bad mood even worse. Despite the unfortunate moniker, the DA was supposed to be the beginning of Harry's army. Or, at least, that's how Harry and Tracy had planned it. Hermione was supposed bore the DA with too many lectures, while Harry conducted the enjoyable parts of the meeting, dueling and spell practice. Harry was supposed to have a stage to demonstrate his dueling skills and power. Eventually, after many meetings, the DA was supposed to realize that Harry was the power behind the throne, and Hermione, who had never wanted to lead in the first place, would gracefully step aside. That would never happen, though, if the members of the DA weren't interested in learning. Hermione was still standing at the front of the room, calling for attention. Fred and George had quieted down, but that was about it. Everybody else was still carrying on as if they were at the Three Broomsticks on a Hogsmeade weekend. Across the room, Harry could see Ernie Macmillan canoodling with Susan Bones, his arm draped around her shoulders. Hermione was waving her arms, now, but barely anybody was responding. It wasn't that the members of the DA didn't respect her knowledge, Harry was certain that they did. Everybody in the DA agreed that Hermione was the smartest person in the room. So why were they ignoring her? There had to be a difference between the people who had come to order and the people who hadn't, and Harry was beginning to suspect what it might be. Arthur Weasley had been attacked by Voldemort's snake during Christmas break, while he was on a mission for the Order. Cho Chang had lost Cedric, her boyfriend, when Peter Pettigrew killed him the previous year. Theo had rejected Voldemort and committed to both Harry and Tracy. As a result, he had been disowned by his father. Both he and Tracy were pariahs in Slytherin because of their friendship with Harry. They knew the DA was incredibly important, because they had already suffered through some sort of real-life consequence. The rest of the DA, though, they were treating these meetings like a lark. So, while the members of the DA respected Hermione, they didn't respect her mission. What they learned at these meetings could be the difference between life and death, but nobody seemed to care. Nobody had any sense of urgency. It was the fundamental flaw in Harry's larger plan. Members of the DA might be afraid to say Voldemort's name out loud, but in their hearts they didn't truly believe that he was back. They hadn't yet felt the terrible truth of Voldemort's return. And that's why Longbottom's lesson had been so successful last week. Spell deflection was a useful skill to have, war or not. Being jinxed was a fairly frequent occurrence at Hogwarts, whether it was a joke between friends and an act of antagonism from another house, and everybody wanted to be able to defend themselves. If Harry had any hope of salvaging an army from this lot, he needed them to start respecting both him and his mission. The first step would be to present a lesson that would be useful in their daily lives as well as in a war. Harry wanted to teach dueling basics, yes, but the first step to that was practicing a disarming charm. Disarming charms were terribly useful, as they definitively ended a duel, but did so in a non-lethal manner. It was the sort of thing that could be used against other students without worrying about the consequences. So, Harry would start class by practicing disarming charms, which should appeal to everybody. Once he had everybody's attention, he would transition to basic dueling techniques. And, if everything went according to plan, by the end of the class Harry would once again have control of the DA. If things didn't go according to plan, Harry would try again next meeting. Although, perhaps that was optimistic. Harry had the sinking feeling that if tonight's meeting went poorly, he might not have another opportunity to teach. When Hermione finally managed to quell the hubbub, she announced the day's lesson. Today, Harry will be teaching disarming charms, she said loudly. The crowd began to murmur discontentedly, and Harry cringed. The small group of students surrounding Neville Longbottom seemed to be the center of the dissatisfaction, and Cormac McLagan's voice was loudest of all. Disarming charms. Why are we even bothering with that? We learned those second year, from Lockhart. McLagan said. He was ostensibly speaking to his friends, but his voice was loud enough to carry across the room. Harry was certain that it was intentional. They are the foundation of proper dueling technique, Hermione began, but McLagan cut her off. Proper technique to duel a first year, McLagan said. I thought we were preparing to fight you-know-who. His voice was full of sarcasm. Harry wasn't certain what, exactly, McLagan was implying. Possibly that Voldemort hadn't actually returned, possibly that Harry wasn't adequately preparing them for the fight against Voldemort. Either way, it was bad news. And if McLagan kept acting like an ass, then the DA wouldn't be preparing to fight anybody. Harry thought of a few nasty things to say to McLagan, and it was a struggle to keep his composure. Hermione huffed and put her hands on her hips. Harry specifically asked to teach this lesson. It was exactly the wrong thing to say to the Gryffindor. Oh, McLaggen said, it must be a great idea if Harry Potter wants to teach it. McLaggen made a rude noise. No wonder Potter's scared of you-know-who. The only spell Potter knows is a disarming charm. Harry sighed. It was Crabbe and Goyle and Urquhart all over again. Harry needed to control the DA, so couldn't let McLaggen carry on like this. Left unchecked, McLaggen's insubordination would cause irreparable harm to Harry's reputation. Unfortunately for McLaggen, Harry had dealt with this sort of challenge before, and he knew exactly how to put an end to it. Harry stepped forward, placing himself slightly in front of Hermione. Even Voldemort needs a wand to cast spells, Harry said. And, yes, last year I was scared when I fought against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. I'm not ashamed to say it. If you show me a person who isn't scared of Voldemort, then I'll show you a fool. But at least I'm not scared to say his name. McLaggen began to turn red. So you're saying you used a disarming charm last year? He asked angrily. Yes, I did, Harry said. It was clear that McLaggen hadn't expected Harry's response. Even though McLaggen was an idiot, he wasn't stupid. He fired back at Harry almost immediately. Then why did you tell us that you killed a Death Eater? McLaggen asked. You can't do that with a disarming charm. I know how to cast more than one spell, if that's what you're asking, Harry said, rolling his eyes. So you claim that you used something more powerful, McLaggen said, sounding satisfied, but you haven't taught us any of those spells. We haven't established a foundation in dueling fundamentals, Harry said. If we don't know proper dueling technique, then we're just going to hurt one another when we use powerful spells. So you think you're better than us? McLaggen said. That none of us are good enough to learn the same spells that you know. I just told you, Harry said. Or maybe you're just full of shit, McLaggen said. Maybe you didn't kill a Death Eater last year, after all. Maybe you don't know any spells more powerful than a disarming charm. Maybe you're just trying to make yourself seem important. You really think that? Harry asked. Yeah, McLaggen said, growing more confident with every word. I do. Great, Harry said. Come up here and prove it. Harry shrugged his shoulders, allowing his robes to drop to the floor. He wanted to be free and unencumbered for this duel. What do you mean? McLaggen asked. There was wariness in his voice, now. Still plenty of bluster, but caution, as well. I'm sick of listening to you flap your mouth, Harry said. He unbuttoned his cuffs and began rolling up his sleeves. I say that everybody in this room needs to improve their dueling fundamentals before we move on. You say that you're already a strong enough duelist, and you want to learn more powerful spells. So prove it. Come up here and duel me. Harry drew his wand and settled into a dueling stance. Prove that you deserve to learn. You're not serious, McLaggen said. Harry was still in his dueling pose. I am very serious, Harry said. If you think you're ready to learn advanced dueling, then prove it. McLaggen hesitated as he considered Harry's challenge. He looked around at his friends. Longbottom was standing a few feet away, arms folded, a scowl on his face. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan were there, as well, but they seemed more excited about the possibility of a duel than Longbottom. Harry was very satisfied with this turn of events. Dueling McLaggen would serve many purposes. It would silence one of his most obnoxious critics, it would demonstrate his superiority as a teacher, it would show the necessity of learning fundamental dueling techniques, and it would be interesting for the rest of the DA to watch. The importance of the duel as a spectacle couldn't be overstated. Since Longbottom's lesson had been so enjoyable, Harry needed the members of the DA to be similarly engaged with his lesson tonight. Harry knew that nothing drew a crowd in the hallway like a pair of dueling students, so this would do an excellent job of keeping the DA's attention. McLaggen's friends were speaking to him, now. Offering encouragement. You can beat him, Finnegan said quietly. He's all talk, Thomas added. McLaggen glanced back and forth between his friends and Harry. Sensing McLaggen's uncertainty, Thomas continued. Potter never does anything for himself, you know that. He wants to be the center of attention, but he never does any real work. This is a duel, and Davis won't be able to help him. He wasn't even here to practice spell deflection last week. Harry raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. That was interesting. Harry hadn't realized that anybody other than Draco and Hermione recognized how much Harry relied on Tracy. McLaggen nodded and turned to face Harry. Fine. Let's duel. The rest of the DA members began to back away from Harry and McLaggen, clearing a space for them to duel. Hermione and Tracy both had small frowns on their faces, but Harry did his best to ignore them. He knew what he was doing. The whole purpose of Harry's conversation with McLaggen had been to goad the Gryffindor boy into a duel he couldn't win. Finnegan and Thomas moved away from McLaggen, but Longbottom did not. Longbottom tilted his head down and began to speak to McLaggen in a low voice. Probably trying to give the other Gryffindor boy some sort of dueling tip. Not that it would matter. Harry planned to embarrass McLaggen more thoroughly than he had embarrassed Crabbe and Goyle. After a few more words, Longbottom finally stepped back, settling into the crowd with the rest of his friends. Harry raised his wand, signaling his readiness, but McLaggen turned around and once again began to speak with Longbottom. Harry sighed. This was ridiculous. Expelliarmus! Harry yelled, flicking his wand upward. Harry's disarming charm struck McLaggen in the back, and the Gryffindor boy stumbled forward into his friends. McLaggen's wand was tossed high into the air. Harry stepped forward and caught it before it could fall to the ground. What the hell was that? McLaggen yelled, rounding on Harry. You just turned your back on your opponent. Harry said. Do you think Death Eaters are going to wait patiently while mill about and chat with your friends? Whatever happened to constant vigilance? Moody would be ashamed. So you're the Death Eater in this scenario? McLaggen said nastily. Harry rolled his eyes dramatically, but otherwise ignored McLaggen's comment. Are you ready to duel? Harry asked. Once again, he raised his own wand to signal the beginning of a duel. No, McLaggen yelled, holding out his hands. You haven't given me my wand back. What's the problem with that? Harry said. It was only a disarming charm. It's only useful if you're dueling a first year, right? McLaggen scowled. Give it over, Potter. Why don't you come and get it? Harry said. Harry pinched McLaggen's wand between his left thumb and forefinger and waggled it in the air. Or have you finally realized that no wand means no spells? Of course I know that. Then why did you ever question the usefulness of a disarming charm? Harry asked. Isn't it obvious? We all know how to cast a disarming charm, McLaggen said. We should be learning something new. And I think you need to practice dueling fundamentals first, Harry said. For example, why disarming charms important, and why it's a bad idea to turn your back on your opponent. McLaggen was quiet for a few moments. Harry could see that McLaggen was almost trembling with fury. You're a cheater and a snake, McLaggen said finally. And you're a wizard without a wand, Harry replied. What are you going to do about it? Neville Longbottom stepped forward from the crowd, held out his own wand. Take this and make him shut his mouth, Longbottom said. Please. With pleasure, McLaggen said, seizing Longbottom's wand. He turned to face Harry immediately. At least he was smart enough not to make the same mistake as before. What are the terms of the duel? McLaggen asked Harry. Who needs rules? Harry asked. According to you, I can't cast anything stronger than a disarming charm. You just shot me in the back, McLaggen said. I don't want any more cheating. Harry grinned. Fine. We can use whatever spells we want, but nothing that Madame Pomfrey can't fix. The duel is over when one of us surrenders. Agreed. Agreed, McLaggen said, nodding once. Expelliarmus. The red jet of McLaggen's disarming charm flew directly at Harry's face. Harry easily batted it out of the air, deflecting the charm into the ground. So much for Thomas's theory about Harry being at a disadvantage for missing last week's meeting. Defending against McLaggen's charm had been easy. McLaggen's wand motion contained loads of unnecessary movement, and the Gryffindor had slightly mispronounced his incantation, as well. This duel was going to be easier than Harry had originally thought. McLaggen's ego vastly outstripped his skill. Harry knew that he had two options. He could end the duel quickly and decisively, demonstrating his power. Or, he could toy with McLaggen for a while, emphasizing the enormous gap between McLaggen's skills and his own. Although a quick victory was appealing, Harry was worried that it wouldn't accomplish his goals. True learning was a product of time and effort, as Hermione frequently told Harry. Harry wanted McLaggen and the rest of the DA to realize how much they had to learn when it came to dueling fundamentals, which meant that Harry needed to take his time teaching McLaggen his lesson. Harry focused on his irritation at McLaggen and the series of horrible events that he had faced last week. He slipped easily into his emerald trance, and once his vision was fully green, Harry let fly with a disarming charm of his own. Not his most powerful, but stronger than anything he could have produced without his trance. The extra second that it took Harry to enter his trance allowed McLaggen to recover from his attack and erect a shield. Harry's charm struck the shield squarely, and the entire shield turned milky white as it struggled to disperse the energy of Harry's disarming charm. Harry shook his head. A shield that turned white so quickly was a telltale sign of an inefficient charm. Probably an error in form. Harry did not press his advantage, and instead allowed McLaggen to fire back. This time, the Gryffindor boy chose a blinding hex, the same hex that Victor Crumb had used the previous year to fight a dragon. An interesting choice, and it would have given McLaggen a terrific advantage, if it had struck its target. Powered by his trance, Harry easily deflected the hex upward, where it harmlessly struck the ceiling. Harry countered with a tripping jinx and again McLaggen stopped the spell with a shield. A tripping jinx wasn't nearly as powerful as a disarming charm. McLaggen's shield dispersed the energy more easily, but it still became slightly foggy. Harry fired another pair of tripping jinxes, testing the shield's strength. When the third jinx struck, McLaggen's shield was as opaque as it had been after the disarming charm. Harry paused in his assault, allowing McLaggen a moment to recover. McLaggen dismissed his shield and fired back with a bludgeoning hex. Harry jabbed his wand forward and cast a shield charm, meeting the bludgeoning hex with the tip of his wand. The hex rebounded directly backward at McLaggen, striking him in the ribs and causing him to bend over in pain. Harry had grown tired of toying with McLaggen. By now, it should be apparent that McLaggen was only able to counterattack because Harry was allowing him to do so. It was time to end the duel. Harry raised his arm, focused carefully, and snapped his wrist. Expelliarmus. McLaggen desperately waved his wand, conjuring a shield into existence. Harry's disarming charm wasn't slowed in the least. When Harry's disarming charm struck the shield went instantly opaque before shattering with a mighty crack a split second later. Harry's charm, its energy unspent, struck McLaggen directly in the chest. Longbottom's wand was thrown into the air and McLaggen himself was blasted backward. Harry made no attempt to catch Longbottom's wand, he allowed it to fall to the floor with a clatter. The room of requirement was absolutely silent. Harry looked slowly around the room, and through the green lens of his trance he recognized varying degrees of shock on everyone's face. Even Tracy, who was most familiar with Harry's power, seemed impressed by Harry's demonstration of dueling skill. But Harry's skill and power had been evident long before tonight, and people still weren't taking the DA seriously. The members of the DA needed something to make them realize that these lessons might mean the difference between escape and capture, between freedom or torture, between life and death. Most of the members of the DA were treating this like a game, because they hadn't experienced the truth of Voldemort's return. But that was about to change. Across the room, McLaggen was slowly pulling himself to his feet, clearly shaken by the fact that his shield charm had failed so completely. He looked from Longbottom to Thomas to Finnegan, as if hoping for an explanation of how Harry had so easily demolished his shield charm. And by looking at his friends, McLaggen once again turned his back to Harry. Harry raised his wand again. McLaggen still hadn't learned the very first lesson of the day. And, more importantly, he hadn't yet conceded the duel. Harry's wand moved quickly. A leg locker jinx brought McLaggen's legs together and a sticking charm fastened his feet to the floor. As McLaggen twisted his torso back and forth, struggling to break the leg locker jinx, Harry began to saunter forward, twirling his wand through his fingers as he went. "Let me go," McLaggen said as Harry approached. "No," Harry said quietly. When he reached McLaggen, he began to walk around him in a slow circle. "I'm the Death Eater in this scenario, remember? So let's imagine what a Death Eater would do, once he has you wandless." Harry let an edge creep into his voice, the sort of tone that Snape used so often. Harry understood, now, why his head of house so frequently lost his patience during potions class. These people came to him, of their own accord, for the purpose of learning, and yet they resisted his every attempt to teach. Harry was going to force McLaggen to learn, even if he had to beat him into submission to do it. McLaggen began to speak again. Let me. Silencio, Harry said, flicking his wand and cutting off McLaggen's protests. He had completed his slow circuit and was now standing in front of McLaggen. A Death Eater wouldn't let you call for help. McLaggen's mouth continued to move, but no sound came out. Instead, it was Neville Longbottom who spoke. The duel's over, Potter, Longbottom called out. Let him go. The duel isn't over, Harry said. McLaggen never surrendered. Maybe he would, if you hadn't silenced him, Longbottom snapped. McLaggen nodded in agreement. But that isn't how it works in the real world, Harry said. Surrender won't keep you safe from Death Eaters. They'll just take what they want and kill you afterward. Harry fixed Longbottom with a withering gaze. Now, be quiet, I'm teaching. Harry found himself imitating the cadence of Snape's voice, the quiet but insistent tone that demanded attention and compliance. And why not? Hadn't Snape been a Death Eater once, himself? Harry's tone had its intended effect. Longbottom, who was frequently the target of Snape's cruelest comments, fell silent. Death Eaters want information, Harry said, once more addressing McLaggen. They want to know the identities of other people who oppose them. They want to know about your friends, and your family. They want you to betray the people you love. They want you to talk. And because you're a big, brave Gryffindor, they know you won't do that willingly. Harry leaned forward and narrowed his eyes, reducing the distance between himself and McLaggen to a few scant inches. Even though Harry was shorter than the Gryffindor boy, McLaggen seemed afraid. Good. This is what I want to hear you say, Harry said coldly. You're going to say, Harry, you're a better wizard than me. When you say that, I'll let you go and I'll give you back your wand. Easy, right? Harry pulled McLaggen's wand from his back pocket and dangled it in front of McLaggen's nose. Just one little thing. That's all I want to hear. Are you ready? Here we go. Finite. With a wave of his wand, Harry terminated the silencing charm. F.K.U. Potter, McLaggen said immediately. Silencio, Harry said again. They'd be doing this the hard way, then. But that was okay. Harry wanted to do this the hard way. The hard way was more impressive, and Harry needed to make an impression on the DA. Harry took a deep breath and focused on all the nastiness he had received from McLaggen and Longbottom, all the resentment he had felt about Draco and Pansy becoming a couple, all his self-hatred for messing up his assignment with Binns, and all the fury he felt about Umbridge. The green of his trance became darker, the darkest it had ever been. In the distance, the walls of the room of requirement faded into a dark green mist. Last year, Mad Eye and I had a conversation about a cutting curse, Harry said, much more loudly than before. He was talking to McLaggen, but he was also talking to the rest of the DA. Moody said a cutting curse could be as effective as the Cruciatus, when it came to getting answers. Cut off his toes, one by one, until he talks, that's what Moody said. Harry raised his wand and looked down at McLaggen's shoes. Focusing all the power of his emerald trance, and without speaking, Harry cast the most powerful stinging jinx he could muster. McLaggen began to twist in place, face contorted in pain, but he could not move away from Harry's jinx, not with his legs locked together and his feet stuck to the floor. Harry hadn't been sure that his stinging jinx would simulate the feeling of having a toe snipped off, but based on McLaggen's reaction, Harry had guessed correctly. Longbottom burst out of the crowd and came charging toward Harry. That's enough, Potter. Harry's left hand snapped upward, and he pointed McLaggen's wand directly at Longbottom's eyes. Back off, Longbottom. McLaggen agreed to these rules. This isn't anything that Madame Pomfrey can't fix. Harry and Longbottom stared at one another for a few seconds. Harry knew what Longbottom was thinking. How could he stop Harry? Longbottom didn't have a wand. He had given it to McLaggen for the duel, and now it was lying in the middle of the floor, where Harry had let it fall. Longbottom could try to retrieve his wand, but Harry would stun him before he ever got there. Longbottom could try to attack Harry physically, but Harry had him held at wand point. Again, Harry would have him stunned before he was able to do anything. Sensing Longbottom's indecision, Harry turned his head slightly, addressing McLaggen while still keeping one eye on Longbottom. You can end this, McLaggen, or I can move on to another toe. Your choice. You know what to say. Finite. Harry waved his wand, once again terminating the silencing charm. Harry, you're a better wizard than me. McLaggen gasped immediately. He couldn't say the words fast enough. Good, Harry said. Are you ever going to be a problem for me again? No. Excellent. Harry terminated all the charms and jinxes that held McLaggen captive, and took 2 quick steps backward. No longer held in place by the sticking charm or the leg locker jinx, McLaggen collapsed to the floor. The Gryffindor boy ripped off his shoe and sock to investigate the damage to his foot. Every toe was completely intact. Harry turned to the crowd of students, who were watching with varying degrees of shock. You have just seen the importance of dueling fundamentals, Harry said. Without your wand, you are nothing. Without your wand, you might as well be a muggle, and Death Eaters have no mercy for muggles. Without his wand, McLaggen didn't have the fortitude to withstand a simple stinging jinx, a spell we learned as first-year students. He said told me exactly what I wanted to hear, because of a stinging jinx. Harry paused, allowing that to sink in. Death Eaters will not be so kind. Harry looked around the room, his dark green gaze moving from person to person, making eye contact with each. The majority of the DA recoiled slightly, including Hermione, who seemed absolutely horrified. Ginny's face was an unreadable mask, and Tracy seemed absolutely furious. Harry was pleased. Finally, everybody seemed to understand that this was not a game. Harry raised his voice and spoke in a commanding tone. Break into pairs and practice dueling. Focus on the disarming charm. Defend with the shield charms and spell deflection. When Hermione and I are satisfied that you have mastered these basic spells and techniques, we will move on to dueling fundamentals. Harry paused. If you do not take this exercise seriously, you will find yourself practicing against me. I will ensure that you understand the gravity of the situation. As the DA members quietly divided into pairs, Harry released his emerald trance and color returned to the world. Harry cast a quick summoning charm and retrieved Longbottom's wand from the center of the room. Harry tossed Longbottom's wand and McLaggen's onto the floor, next to the spot where McLaggen was pulling his shoe back onto his foot. Harry began to walk away. There was no need to say anything more, but Longbottom's voice called him back. Potter, come back here. Harry stopped and turned slightly, looking at Longbottom over his shoulder. Yes. There are no words to describe how vile you are, Longbottom said. I thought you had something useful to add, Harry said. I can't waste time trading insults. I have a class to teach. We're supposed to practice dueling, right? Longbottom asked. He had picked up his wand from the floor. I thought I was rather clear about that. Good, Longbottom said, raising his wand. I'm going to practice by dueling you. Have you run out of friends to hide behind? Harry asked. Why don't you send Finnegan out here, or Thomas? It worked out so well for McLaggen, after all. The expression on Longbottom's face darkened, and Harry knew that his barbs had struck home. Just you and me, Potter. Right here, in the middle of the room, where everybody can see. Harry glanced around. The rest of the DA was vigorously practicing their disarming charms, and Hermione was wandering around, giving occasional bits of advice. Unlike previous meetings, in which Harry had been surrounded by lazy errors that nobody was even trying to correct, the DA members seemed to be focused on improvement. Which meant that Harry had some free time, and could focus on thrashing Neville Longbottom. Fine, Harry said. Let's duel. Harry considered re-entering his emerald trance for the duel against Longbottom, but decided against it. The true depths of his power were a still secret, and would make for a powerful surprise when he finally found himself dueling Death Eaters in real life. If Harry was nonchalant about displaying his power, there was a chance that word would make its way back to Voldemort. Better to duel Longbottom without the emerald trance, rather than risk losing one of his few real-life advantages. Besides, there was no way that Longbottom was a better duelist than Tracy or Theo, and even without his trance Harry was never in danger of losing to either of his Slytherin friends. And without his trance the duel would last longer. Harry wouldn't overpower Longbottom immediately, and it would give him a better measure of Longbottom's skill level. Harry and Longbottom lined up across from one another, raised their wands, and began to duel. Harry was impressed by Longbottom's ability. When Longbottom was focused, he had quite a bit of skill, far more than McLaggen. Gone was the bumbling child that Harry remembered from his first flying class, and in his place stood a confident and skilled wizard. Longbottom wasn't as good as Tracy or Theo, but it was a nearer thing than Harry expected. Longbottom looked surprised when Harry disarmed him. He was thrown backward by Harry's disarming charm, and as his backside crashed to the ground he gave Harry a look of utter astonishment. Apparently he had thought that righteous anger would make up for the difference in skill. Harry caught Longbottom's wand as it twirled through the air. "Let's go again," Harry said, tossing the wand to Neville. The second duel was very much like the first, except Harry zapped Longbottom with a few stinging jinxes before disarming him. "Again," Harry said, catching Longbottom's wand and throwing it back. In the third duel, Harry deflected one of Longbottom's disarming charms back at him, and disarmed the Gryffindor boy with his own spell. "Again," Harry said. The fourth duel ended with Longbottom collapsing due to a jelly legs jinx and a disarming charm. Longbottom was sent tumbling end over end in the fifth duel, victim of a disarming charm that struck his shoulder. Harry saw that Longbottom was getting up more slowly, now. The bumps and bruises and aches of being tossed to the ground were catching up with him. "Again," Harry said, tossing the Gryffindor boy his wand once more. When Harry disarmed Neville to end their sixth duel, he saw that the rest of the DA had abandoned their individual duels. Once more, all eyes in the room were turned toward Harry. Harry prepared to shout at them for abandoning their practice, but a quick glance at the clock showed him that it was almost time to leave. Harry and Longbottom had been dueling for nearly an hour. "Last chance," Harry said, throwing Longbottom his wand. The Gryffindor boy caught it and hauled himself to his feet without a word. Before Harry raised his wand to signal his readiness, he once again summoned his emerald trance. Surely, one burst of power wouldn't hurt. And with everybody watching, Harry wasn't going to risk losing this duel. Harry raised his wand, and through the green of his trance he saw Longbottom raise his wand, as well. Harry waited half a second, then snapped his wand downward. Expelliarmus. The spell shot across the classroom and obliterated Longbottom's hastily erected shield. Longbottom was thrown backwards, almost to the doorway. For the second time that night, there was complete silence in the room of requirement. Harry glanced at his watch. Between his argument with McLaggen and his duels, Harry had wasted nearly the entire meeting. Introduction to dueling would be forced back to next week's lesson. "We're done for the night," Harry announced. He tucked his wand in his pocket, turned his back on Longbottom, and walked out of the center of the room. Harry and Hermione released the DA as usual. Harry had retrieved the Marauder's map and his invisibility cloak from the room of requirement earlier in the day, when nobody was looking. There was less chatter than normal. Harry's demonstrations seemed to have had their desired effect on the members of the DA. Finally, when only Hermione, Ron and Ginny remained with Harry, Ron hesitated. "Ginny, are you staying late again?" he asked. "Of course," Ginny said. "Are you sure?" Ron asked. "Yes," she said, fixing Ron with a stare. "Why wouldn't I be?" "Just checking," Ron said. He glanced at Harry, then looked down. Hermione gave Ron's arm a tug, and the two of them left. Harry and Ginny were alone in the room of requirement. "Harry, is everything all right?" Ginny asked, as soon as the door closed behind Ron and Hermione. "Of course," Harry said. "Because you don't look like it. And you certainly haven't been acting like it." When Harry didn't respond, Ginny pressed onward. "Do you want to talk about what happened with McLaggen?" Harry's instinct was to demur, as he had no desire to be interrogated about his decisions. McLaggen had been out of line tonight. Actually, McLaggen had been out of line all year long. Tonight was just the night that Harry chose to finally deal with the insubordination. Harry knew how his friends felt about his actions. He had seen their accusatory glances in between his duels with Longbottom. Even Tracy had disapproved of Harry's actions, and that was a feat not easily accomplished. She hadn't even said goodbye when she and Theo left for the Slytherin dormitories. But Harry had dealt with McLaggen's constant disobedience as he felt appropriate. The same method had worked to bring Crabbe and Goyle in line, and it would work on McLaggen, as well. But before he spoke, Harry realized that Ginny wasn't demanding answers from him. Hermione would have been interrogating Harry, using leading questions and loaded hypotheticals to trap Harry into feeling like a horrible person. Tracy wouldn't have bothered with trying to lead Harry to her point of view. She would simply have told Harry that he was wrong to do what he did, and why, and how to fix it. Ginny wasn't complaining about what he had done. She wasn't making accusations. She wasn't spouting off about morality or public perception or about how McLaggen must have felt. She was worried about Harry. And with that, Harry discovered that he did, in fact, want to talk to her about what had happened. "I'm just so tired," Harry said, finally allowing his shoulders to slump with exhaustion. "Ever since we've been back to Hogwarts, I've felt like I've been 2 steps behind. I'm sprinting to catch up, but I just keep falling farther and farther back. Christmas was so nice, and I thought that everything was under control. But now, it's not." "You look exhausted," Ginny said. Harry closed his eyes and nodded. "I am. If it's not Umbridge, is the Inquisitorial Squad, are my new lessons with Snape, or a pack of lies that Rita Skeeter prints every week in The Prophet. RDA meetings are the only place where I felt safe from all that, and then we showed up tonight and McLaggen was trying his best to undermine me. The DA is supposed to be on my side." Harry shook his head and brushed his hair back out of his eyes. "I guess I just lost control. I didn't have the energy to put up with his crap any longer. I was so tired, so I decided to end it." "That's one way to describe it," Ginny said dryly. "I don't think McLaggen is ever going to look at you again, let alone give you trouble." Harry smiled and shrugged. "Mission accomplished, I reckon." "Did Sirius teach you how to duel like that?" Ginny asked. "Sirius and Professor Lupin," Harry said, before realizing that Sirius and Remus had been violating Dumbledore's direct orders when they did so. "But you can't tell anybody. It's a secret." "Well, it's not a secret any longer," said Ginny. "Or, at least, it isn't a secret that you know how to duel. I won't mention Sirius or Professor Lupin to anybody, not even my mum, but I do expect you to teach me everything you learned." "Everything." "Bored with the Patronus charm?" "A little," Ginny admitted. "And you've got enough people making you feel awful. You don't need to spend an evening confronting a boggart in order to practice a charm you already know." Ginny reached up and tucked her hair behind her ear. "Mostly, though, I want to learn more. Getting rid of Dementors is great, but I'm much more likely to face a duel than a Dementor." Harry held his arms out and looked up at the ceiling. "Finally, somebody recognizes that I know something worth teaching." He looked down at Ginny. "McLaggen and Longbottom would rather act like a bunch of assholes than actually learn something." "I think they want to learn," Ginny said carefully. "They just don't trust you." "What have I ever done to make them distrust me?" Harry had a pretty good idea, starting with his fight with Longbottom this year on the Hogwarts Express, but he doubted that Ginny did. The question was mostly rhetorical, asked for Ginny's benefit rather than his own. The more she struggled for an answer, the more it would turn her away from Longbottom. Unfortunately, Ginny's answers, actually, came fast. "You're a Slytherin, your best friend is Draco Malfoy." "Was," Harry corrected. "You dated Pansy Parkinson for half of last year. One of your closest friends is related to some of the most notorious dark wizards in American history. You acted like an arrogant prat for most of last year. You gave one of Neville's close friends a bad time at Yule Ball. You're a Parselmouth. You were the most likely candidate to be heir of Slytherin during second year." Ginny grinned a little. "Do I need to go on? Haven't I proved myself by now?" Harry asked. "Harry, you saved my life and still managed to make me hate you. That's a lot of credit to exhaust, but you managed it." Harry hung his head. "I guess you're right. Does everybody hate me that much?" "Nobody hates you," Ginny said. "Well, maybe Neville and McLaggen do, after today. But I think most people just resent you. You're famous, you're rich, you're at the top of your class, you're a Quidditch star, and it all comes so easily to you." "You could say the same about Cedric," Harry said. "Except for the rich thing, I guess. But everybody loved him." "Cedric was humble," Ginny said. "He never acted like he was better than anybody. He never acted entitled. And I'm arrogant." Harry snapped. He was starting to get angry. Sometimes. Yes, Ginny said. Less now than you were before. And don't start acting all offended. You told me that yourself. Last year, you acted like you knew exactly how great you were. You acted like Draco. This year you've been different, at least in private. But your close friends are only ones who get to see it. Me and Hermione and Ron and Luna, that's why we're your friends, and everybody else resents you. Harry hadn't realized that Luna felt so close to him. That was nice. Having another close ally was always useful. So I'm supposed to prostrate myself in front of the DA and beg forgiveness. Cloak my lessons in a bunch of false humility. Harry rolled his eyes and started speaking in a silly voice. Gosh, guys, I'm not sure if this will work, but maybe if we all got better at disarming charms we would be better at dueling. Honestly, it might help. It's stupid, Harry said firmly. Or you could just back off and let Hermione teach. You don't need to subject yourself to this. It's just extra stress. Ginny seemed to be serious about her suggestion. Harry shook his head. Hermione is barely holding this together. The DA looks like it's about to fall apart. Everybody enjoyed the lesson Hermione taught with Neville. And they all came back for tonight's lesson. Harry opened his mouth to make a counter-argument, but Ginny cut him off with a wave of your hand. Anyway, even if it is falling apart, why do you care? Maybe somebody needs to hold the DA together, but why you? Ginny stepped forward and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. You've got enough to deal with. Why give yourself another responsibility? Just let Hermione do it. If it fails, it fails. It won't keep you from practicing, or anybody else who really cares from getting better. I'm trying to earn everybody's support, Harry said. Umbridge has the Ministry and the Inquisitorial Squad, and Voldemort has his Death Eaters. I'm trying to rally people to my cause. What about the Order? Ginny stepped back and let her hand drop to her side. The Order obeys Dumbledore, and Dumbledore forbade Sirius to teach me to duel, Harry said. I don't know what he's trying to accomplish by that, but I won't allow myself to be vulnerable. Well, if you want people to support you, yelling at them and intimidating them is not the best way to go about it. It hasn't worked for Snape, has it? Harry realized suddenly that Ginny was right. What he had done to McLaggen was the sort of thing that Snape did to his Gryffindor students. It controlled them, but it also alienated them. The main difference between Harry and Snape was that Gryffindor students were required to attend the potions classes that Snape taught, while Longbottom and the rest of the DA had no such mandate to attend Harry's DA meetings. Harry had sought to control McLaggen the same way he was controlling Crabbe and Goyle, through fear, but he hadn't considered that his actions might simply frighten the members of the DA away, rather than scaring them into compliance. Harry closed his eyes tightly. Was it really that bad? Yes, it really was. Harry sighed. That would explain why Tracy spent the entire meeting glaring at Harry, and why she left without saying goodbye. She was probably sitting in the Slytherin common room right now, waiting for Harry to return so that she could give him an earful. What am I going to do? Harry muttered, mostly to himself. Right now, you're going to give me a dueling lesson, Ginny said brightly. Like I said, you have enough to worry about. Let's just relax and have fun for a while. You think dueling is fun? Last year, I would have given anything to have a chance to hex you, Ginny said. At the moment, I'm not quite that eager, but I have to admit, the prospect still has some appeal. Harry grinned and raised his wand. Well, then, let's duel. When Harry finally returned to the Slytherin common room, he was exhausted, but also smiling. Dueling with Ginny had been surprisingly relaxing. Ginny had a burning desire to learn, and Harry had been able to relax and teach. When they actually dueled, Harry didn't feel pressure to win. Instead, he was able to focus on improving Ginny's skills. It was an enjoyable evening, and far better than any of their Patronus lessons. By the end of the night they were both sweating and smiling, and thoroughly relaxed. When Harry stepped inside his common room, however, his smile disappeared. As he had predicted, Tracy was waiting for him, sitting alone, arms folded, scowling at the door. Waiting for me? Harry asked, although he already knew the answer. Of course, she snapped. We need to talk. Harry glanced at the clock. It was past curfew, but it wasn't safe to talk in the common room. Come on, then, Harry said. I know a place. As soon as Harry and Tracy stepped outside the common room, Harry tapped his forehead with his wand. A chill ran across his skin as he began to fade from view. Now that the Inquisitional squad had made it unsafe to hide his invisibility cloak or the Marauder's map in his dormitory, Harry had been practicing a disillusionment charm to allow himself to move undetected through the halls of Hogwarts. Harry's charm wasn't perfect. Quick movement or direct lighting tended to ruin the charm. But walking at a normal pace, at night, his disillusionment was fairly effective. And for an added layer of safety, Harry added a notice me not charm to subtly turn attention away from himself. Hold still, Harry said to Tracy. He tapped his wand atop her head, and before she disappeared from his view, Harry saw her shiver as the charm moved over her skin. A second wand tap added the notice me not. Move slowly and nobody will see you, Harry said. Follow me. How am I supposed to do that? Tracy said. I can't even see you. Harry reached out and groped at the space where he had last seen Tracy's hand. When he found her arm, he pulled it forward. Hold on to my robes, he said. When he felt Tracy's fingers take hold of his clothing, Harry began to walk. Avoiding prefect patrols was easy, and before long Harry and Tracy were standing in front of the mirror that concealed the caved-in secret passage on the 4th floor. Harry gave the password and led Tracy inside. When mirror had once again moved into place and the passage was safely closed behind them, Harry dispelled their disillusionment charms and lit his wand tip. In its silvery white light, Harry saw that Tracy was still scowling. Well, Harry asked. Let's talk. You have ked up absolutely everything, Tracy whispered. It took me weeks to convince Hermione that we should start this little club, and even longer to convince her that you should be the one to lead it. That was a revelation for Harry. He thought that the DA had been Hermione's idea, but it seemed that Tracy had planted the seed. Once I managed to get her convinced, you were too thick to realize that you were being handed the ingredients to create your own army. I finally managed to pound that into your skull, and then you marched in tonight and ked up everything. Tracy lashed out with her hand and punched Harry in the shoulder as hard as she could. There was nothing friendly about the gesture. Everything is ked. I know, Harry said. I already realized how much I buggered things up. Tracy had raised her hands and was pulling at her hair. I worked so hard to give you this, Harry. How could you ruin it like that? I thought I was doing the right thing, Harry said. I thought that I needed to establish my dominance and authority, like I had with Crabbe and Goyle. But you're not trying to terrorize the DA, you're trying to lead it. Yeah, Ginny pointed out the same thing, Harry said. Tracy's expression, already angry, turned absolutely murderous. I'm going to make it right, Harry said. I don't think you're going to get the chance, Tracy said. Do you know who benefits the most from your display of monumental stupidity? Neville Longbottom. He's been trying to take your place since the first day the DA started, and now you've given him a chance to do it. Hermione won't agree to it, Harry said. She won't be able to stop it, Tracy countered. Plenty of people support Longbottom, but he needed to get you out of the way, first. He hasn't been able to do it, but tonight you gave him the perfect excuse. So what should I do? Harry asked. Tracy always had some sort of plan. Maybe he could still salvage the situation. For once in my life, I'm not going to tell you, Tracy said. I'm tired of working so hard and having you take it for granted. I don't take you for granted, Harry said. Yes, you do, Tracy said incredulously. And it's a real problem. It stops tonight. You and I are going to have a talk that's long overdue. Harry knew that there was no escaping whatever Tracy had in store for him. He just needed to weather the storm and try to pick up the pieces at the end. Go ahead, then, Harry said. Thanks for your permission, Tracy snapped. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before speaking again. Okay. Since you don't like to think about things, I'm going to walk you through this, step by step. You sit by me at meals and in all your classes, right? Yeah, Harry said. He wasn't sure where Tracy was going with this, but he was willing to play along. You spend time with me every night in the common room, don't you? Of course, Harry said. We do our homework together, we revise together, we write essays together, we go to the library together? Sure, Harry said. You were upset when I didn't write this summer, weren't you? I was terrified, Harry said. I'm one of your closest friends, right? Of course, Harry said. I think that goes without saying. Tracy raised a wry eyebrow, but did not respond to Harry's comment. You trust me with your secrets, don't you? All of them. And you would agree that, from the first day we talked to one another, I have worked tirelessly to further your goals, right? Your goals become my goals. Whatever you need, I do it. Harry shrugged sheepishly. Yeah, he said. It was one of Tracy's best qualities. Last year, everybody expected us to go to Yule Ball together. Including me. Remember that? Harry averted his eyes. He still felt bad about that. I remember, he mumbled. Tracy paused and looked at Harry. A few moments stretched into a few seconds, and then even longer. Well, Tracy said. Put that all together. Doesn't that suggest anything to you? Harry had a pretty good idea of what Tracy was going to say, but he wanted to put it off as long as possible. You're a great friend, Harry said. I'm in love with you, Tracy yelled. Once again, she lashed out and punched Harry in the arm. Harry held up his hands. You're dating Theo. You can't be in love with me. Don't tell me what I'm allowed to feel, Tracy said, narrowing her eyes. Are you saying that you can't fancy two people at once? You didn't say you fancied me, Harry countered. That's just an issue of scale, Tracy said, waving her hand in the air. Now, stop trying to distract me. I'm not trying to distract you, Harry said. This is coming out of nowhere, and I'm trying to process it. This is not coming out of nowhere, Tracy yelled. This is obvious, and it's been obvious for months. Years. Tracy pointed a finger at Harry. I have made no secret about my feelings for you, which is why everybody assumed that you were going to ask me to Yule Ball. Well, it's still surprising to me, Harry said lamely. That's the whole problem, Tracy yelled. It shouldn't be surprising to you. It should be obvious that a girl who devotes practically her whole life to you is completely in love with you. Tracy shook her head disbelievingly. You're friends with Hermione, too, right? How much time does she spend making sure that you're maximizing your social standing, that you're talking to the most important seventh-year Slytherins, that you're dressing like you have some concept of style? I order my own robes and clothes, Harry said. Oh, like the robes you're wearing right now? Tracy asked. Why did you order robes with silver trim? Because I think I look good when I'm wearing them, Harry said. Why do you think that? Tracy said, pressing for a more precise answer. Merlin. Tracy threw her hands up in the air. Harry, I complimented your robes with green trim at the end of last year, but I told you that you'd look better in silver. I did that 3 times. Shite. Now that Tracy mentioned it, Harry did remember her complimenting his robes. He hadn't been thinking about it when he placed his order for this year, but those compliments must have had some sort of unconscious effect on him. You see, Tracy said, gesturing with both her hands. This is what I mean. You don't pay enough attention to what's going on around you. I was a little distracted last year, Harry said. You know, with the return of Voldemort. I know, which is why I've been practically throwing myself at you. It's right in front of your face, every day. Tracy snorted. When somebody is constantly thinking about you, working with you, working for you, helping you, protecting you, supporting you, when somebody devotes her entire life to you, the least you can do is ask her to go to AF King dance with you. You aren't still mad about Yule Ball, are you? I'm mad about everything, Harry. Tracy yelled. I have made no attempt to hide the fact that I am in love with you. You have no problem completely integrating me into your life, from the biggest secret to the smallest detail. But every trip to Hogsmeade, you ignored me. And when you finally had a chance to take a date to a formal dance, what did you do? Tracy began punctuating each of her sentences by punching Harry in the arm. Harry discovered that she had the uncanny ability to hit exactly the same spot, every time. He would have a horrible bruise there, tomorrow. Did you take Tracy, the girl who was completely devoted to you? No. You told me to go to the dance with someone else, when you didn't even have a date yet. Then you asked Ginny Weasley to the dance, on a complete whim. And you ed her. What is wrong with you? Tracy. Harry began, but Tracy interrupted him. It's not like I stopped trying to get your attention after Yule Ball, either, she said, turning away and throwing her arms in the air. How many times do I have to take my robes off in front of you before you'll look at my body? I've been dueling in a tank top all year, and you can't even give me a glance. Tracy gestured at her chest. Harry blushed and turned his head away. Seriously. We're alone in a dark hallway. You can take a look. Theo caught me looking earlier in the year, Harry said. He had thought that Tracy was doing that on accident, or that she was doing it for Theo and Harry just happened to be able to see. So you stopped. Tracy rolled her eyes. Do you think Draco would let himself be intimidated that way? He wouldn't stop looking, Harry, he'd stop getting caught. Hell, that's what he did last year when you were dating Pansy. He never stopped looking at her. He just didn't do it when you were around. Tracy raised her hands and began rubbing her temples. No wonder this has been so hard. You know, if you wanted to date me, maybe you shouldn't have been dating somebody else, Harry said nastily. It'd be easier to think about you romantically if you and Theo weren't always tucked away in some broom closet. Tracy laughed. You can't be serious about that. I told you exactly what I was doing. Her frustration was palpable. The way you bungled Yule Ball made me realize that you were thicker than a brick, so I spelled it out for you, word for word. You even told me that you understood. You never did that, Harry said. Tracy laughed again. I don't know why I'm still surprised, but I am. You are so dense that you have your own gravitational pull. Tracy took a deep breath. Tell me if this sounds familiar. A witch fancies a wizard, but the wizard doesn't notice her in a romantic way. So she dates another guy to make him jealous. She compliments the ways her boyfriend is similar to her real target, and criticizes the ways her boyfriend is different. Once her real target expresses sufficient interest, she ditches her boyfriend and starts the relationship she's always wanted. That's what you told Hermione to do to Ron, Harry said carefully. Operation Ruin Lavender Brown. Of course it is. Tracy yelled. Why do you think I helped her in the first place? I wanted to put my plan out in the open, so you would realize what I was doing. I thought you were helping Hermione because she was your friend, Harry said crossly. Well, sure, Tracy said. That, too. But half of the things that Hermione was getting angry about, I had completely fabricated. Oh, Hermione, I ran into Ron and Lavender today. Did they ever stop snogging? Lavender was talking about Ron's arms in divination today. She says they're really strong and muscly from Quidditch. Last night, I overheard Ron and Lavender making plans for this summer. They sounded really happy. Tracy rolled her eyes. That one was the last straw. Hermione finally came and asked our advice after that. You didn't, Harry said. Of course I did, Tracy said. And what was the harm? We wanted Ron and Hermione to get together. They're obviously happy. But Ron was happy with Lavender, too. Not as happy as he is now, Tracy countered. It was a win-win-win situation. Ron is happy, Hermione is happy, and I got what I wanted, too. A chance to describe to you the exact nature of my relationship with Theo. And then you started suggesting ways that Hermione could criticize Victor while praising Ron, so I thought you had gotten the message. I thought you understood. Tracy shook her head disgustedly. It's the same mistake I always make. Harry felt horribly embarrassed. He remembered the way that Tracy had spoken about Theo last year, and it was exactly as she had advised Hermione to speak about Ron. Harry could distinctly remember how frequently Tracy had mused that Theo would have been much more attractive if he were a Quidditch player. She had been laying it on really thick, especially while Harry was preparing for the second task. How could he have missed that? And how about the Christmas presents I sent you? Tracy asked. Those were hardly ambiguous. Get that witch. Turn friends into lovers. Did you even open them? Of course I did, Harry said defensively. Good. Tracy said sarcastically. You opened them, you just didn't read them. I've read them, Harry said. Then why haven't you been taking their advice? Tracy asked. You haven't changed a thing about the way you treat me. Tracy laughed acerbically. I mean, it's not like I meant for you to use those books to flirt with Ginny Weasley. Harry could feel himself turning red. It was the worst possible thing he could do, and he struggled valiantly against it, but his body betrayed him. Tracy folded her arms and began tapping her foot. Harry, Tracy said slowly. Tell me you haven't been using those books to flirt with Ginny Weasley. Harry said nothing, but his face flushed even more deeply than before. You are absolutely unbelievable, Tracy said. She looked away, into the darkness of the secret passage, and Harry could see the muscles in her jaw working as she clenched her teeth. Listen, I'm sorry, Harry said. Is that what you want me to say? No, Tracy said, turning back to face Harry once again. I just want you to listen to me, for once in your life, and try to understand what I am saying. Tracy paused and took a breath. Let's review. I have worked as hard as I possibly could to make you into the most influential and powerful wizard that you could be. I have done this because I am in love with you. We can agree on that, yes. Harry nodded. Good, Tracy said. You have been taking advantage of the fact that I love you. You give me no thanks for my work, you assume that I will continue to work for no reward, and you capriciously destroy my carefully created plans whenever an impulse strikes you. I would never do that to you. Harry said. He wasn't that type of person, he would never hurt a friend that way. Yes, you would, Tracy said. I know that you would do that to me, because you already have. Last year, Draco got to march around Slytherin, basking in your reflected glory, acting like he was a Tri-Wizard champion as well. Hermione wound up dating an international Quidditch star, and she got to participate in the second task. In which, I might remind you, Draco was your most valuable friend, not me. And while the three of you reveled in all that praise and adulation, I was the one with my nose in a book, making sure you didn't get killed by shapeshifting water demons. It wasn't like that, Harry said lamely. Yes, it was. Tracy, I didn't know about your feelings for me. Harry said. How could I take advantage of them if I didn't know they existed? You knew, Tracy said. Even if you didn't consciously recognize my feelings, you understood enough about my loyalty to know that you could take advantage of me. I thought that's what friends would do for one another, Harry said quietly. It is. Tracy shouted. I'm supposed to be your best friend. I'm supposed to be so invaluable to you, so inseparable from your success, that you want to make me part of your life. Permanently. Tracy threw her arms out at her side. I don't think that's too much to ask. Instead, you ignored all our history together, told me to date Theo Knott, and then asked Ginny Weasley to Yule Ball. It wasn't like I planned that. Tracy threw her arms in the air. Really? You didn't plan it. You didn't think ahead. You did something stupid in the heat of the moment because you didn't stop to think about the implications of your actions. That doesn't sound like you at all. You could have just told me, you know, Harry said. Would that have been so hard? I was telling you, Tracy said. I was telling you every day, in 100 different ways. Ways that everybody in Slytherin understood, except for you. Even Goyle was teasing me about how badly I fancied you. Ouch. Since I obviously didn't understand what you were doing, why did you keep doing it? Why didn't you ask me to Yule Ball, instead of waiting for me to ask you? Harry asked. Because I knew that I fancied you, she said. That wasn't the problem. I needed to know if you fancied me, and asking me to Yule Ball would have been a pretty clear signal. Tracy put her hands on her hips and faced Harry directly. What exactly is wrong with me, anyway? Am I not attractive enough for you? You're very attractive, Harry said honestly. Then what is it? I've been very open about my willingness to sneak into broom cupboards. Haven't I made it clear that I would do things to you that Pansy only teases about? Tracy took 3 quick steps forward. Harry instinctively moved backwards, but his back was almost immediately against the wall of the secret passage. Tracy was suddenly directly in front of him, her face turned up toward Harry's. She reached up with her hand and ran it through the hair on the back of Harry's head, and when Tracy spoke it was in a low voice. Don't you want to key me? Tracy's words hung in the air for a moment, and Harry looked into her eyes. Tracy did not look away. After a moment, Harry tilted his head downward, and allowed Tracy's hand to guide their lips together. When a pretty girl asked you a question like that, there was really no other way to respond. Tracy reacted immediately to Harry's touch, opening her mouth to his key. She lifted her right leg off the ground and wrapped her heel behind Harry's left knee, locking the two of them in place. Harry placed his left hand on Tracy's back, pulling her tight, but once it was clear that Tracy was not trying to escape, Harry allowed his hand to travel downward along her hip and her thigh. They stayed like that for several minutes, dotting continuously, pulling their mouths away only slightly when it became necessary to breathe, but never letting their lips break contact completely. Finally, Tracy placed the palm of one hand against Harry's chest and began to push gently, forcing back until finally their lips parted and their ended. Her leg was still wrapped around Harry's, however, and she gave Harry an appraising look. "What was that?" Harry asked breathlessly. "That is what you could have had all along," Tracy said quietly. "But you were too thick to realize it." Harry ran his hand through his hair. "So what happens now?" Harry asked. He didn't know the protocol for these things. Would Harry and Tracy be a couple, or just friends who ed on occasion? Would Tracy break up with Theo immediately? Would Harry and Tracy have a secret relationship for a while, until Tracy reached the optimum time to end her relationship with Theo? "You mean, between us?" Tracy asked. Harry nodded. "Nothing happens now," Tracy said. "Nothing happens between us, because I deserve somebody who respects me. Somebody who appreciates me, and doesn't take advantage of me. Somebody who realizes how amazing I am. Luckily, I'm already dating that wizard. It's Theo. What happens between us, Harry? Nothing. I'm not dating you, so you don't get to me. Not anymore." When Tracy said the words me, she tugged Harry forward with the heel she had wrapped behind his knee, pulling them even more closely together for the briefest of seconds, and Harry realized that she wasn't talking about ing at all. Then Tracy unwrapped her leg and stepped backwards. She was no longer looking up at Harry, not in the same way she had been. "I'm through with your shite, Harry Potter," Tracy said. "I deserve a relationship with somebody who loves me back, so I'm not going to waste my time with you any longer. This whole dynamic, where I give you everything and get nothing in return, where I work hard to reach a goal and you do whatever you want and screw it all up, it's over." Tracy took a moment to straighten her robes and her hair, so that she no longer had the disheveled look of the recently snogged. "That's what I wanted to say. Do your own work from now on, because I'm through with letting you take advantage of me." Tracy pushed past Harry and walked toward the exit of the secret passage. Harry put his head back and looked at the ceiling. Things were seriously ked. "Tracy, wait," Harry called, pushing himself off the wall and rushing after his friend. He caught up to her just before she reached the back side of the mirror. "What, Harry?" Tracy asked, pausing. "Listen," Harry said, "I know that you've probably thought his all out. You've probably had this conversation 100 times in your head, working through every possible response, every possible social repercussion." Tracy nodded in agreement. "So," Harry said, "if you've thought this through, then you know that one of the obvious options is for you and Theo to ditch me and ditch the DA. Theo gets to make up with his dad, you reconcile with your mom, and you go back to being friends with Daphne and Pansy and Draco and Blaze and everybody else in Slytherin." Tracy nodded. "It is an option. Don't do it," Harry said. "I know it seems like the right answer. You'd both get your friends back, neither of you wouldn't have to fight with Umbridge, and it seems like a good way to punish me. But please, don't do it. Give me a reason why I shouldn't," Tracy said coolly. Harry's face hardened into an emotionless mask. "Peter Pettigrew betrayed my father and joined the Death Eaters. I killed him for it." Tracy looked at Harry for a long time before doing something that Harry never expected. She reached out and gently cupped the side of his face in her hand. "Oh, Harry," she said, slowly rubbing her thumb across his cheek. "When you say things like that, you remind me that you do have greatness inside you. It's there for the taking, Harry, you just have to take it." Tracy let go of Harry's face and turned toward the mirror once more. Harry grabbed her arm before she could leave. "What are you and Theo going to do?" Harry asked. Tracy half turned toward Harry, so he could see her face in profile. "This is the last hint I'm going to give you. After I walk out this door, you're on your own," she said. "And if you spend some time thinking about this conversation, Harry, you'll know what I'm going to do." I never said that I stopped loving you, I said that I'm going to stop trying so hard to make you love me. Tracy turned and opened the door. It's all there for the taking, Harry. You just have to decide whether or not you want to take it. Harry did not sleep very much that night, after his conversation with Tracy. When he returned to his dormitory, he lay awake in bed, replaying the night's events over and over in his mind. He kept coming back to the same question: what was he going to do? At breakfast that morning, Harry and Tracy sat with Theo between them. Theo and Tracy were deeply engaged in some conversation about something, and Harry was content to remain silent and let them talk. Harry attempted to focus on his breakfast, but found that it was nearly impossible to keep himself from glancing over at Tracy. He wasn't sure how, but every glance seemed to reveal Tracy laughing at something that Theo had just said, or smiling and touching Theo on the arm, or blushing prettily at some compliment he had just given her. Every glance sent a pang of longing through Harry's heart, but he couldn't keep his attention away from her. Tracy was his friend, and he wanted her to be happy. And she was right, that she deserved somebody who treated her well and appreciated her. Was Harry that person? Could he be that person, given the role he would be playing in the upcoming war? Harry hadn't consciously considered Tracy as an object of romantic interest before last night. Yesterday morning, Harry had assumed that Theo and Tracy would continue dating for the foreseeable future. Today, Harry was somewhat seriously considering the idea of sabotaging their relationship and betraying Theo in order to steal Tracy for himself. The thought made him somewhat nauseous, but Harry wasn't sure whether he was repulsed by the thought of stealing Tracy away, or excited by it. Harry finished eating as quickly as he could. He didn't know why he felt this way, but he knew that it was because of Tracy. He had to get away from her. Harry left the Great Hall early, and headed toward his first class, arithmancy. That was a stroke of luck, as it meant that he wouldn't be sitting next to Tracy. She and Theo were still studying care of magical creatures and divination. But even without Tracy in the classroom, however, Harry was terribly distracted. Hermione noticed, and asked if he was feeling well, but Harry demurred and made some excuse about an upset stomach. True enough, but the underlying cause wasn't illness, not even close. After arithmancy was herbology. Harry was fortunate that Professor Sprout's lesson did not involve group work. Tracy was almost always Harry's partner, leaving Theo to work with Blaze. The two boys were dispassionate enough to still do some schoolwork together. As much as Harry tried to focus on Professor Sprout's lecture, he was driven to distraction by Tracy's presence. Everything she did, every move she made, seemed to demand Harry's attention. He was noticing things about her that he never had. The way her hair fell across her shoulders, the way the corners of her mouth came to sharp points when she smiled, the way she leaned back and stretched her arms while taking notes in class. Harry had never been so eager for herbology to end. Harry's reprieve was brief. Herbology was followed by lunch, which was no better than breakfast. After lunch came transfiguration, another class he shared with Tracy. Harry wasn't sure he was going to be able to survive 3 state class periods with Tracy nearby, and so he was unusually excited to discover that he had forgotten his transfiguration homework in his trunk. The trip back to his dormitory to retrieve the parchment gave him a much-needed respite. In the middle of the day, the Slytherin common room was almost empty. Only a few other students were present, mostly running to and from their dormitories to grab forgotten assignments, just like Harry. When Harry entered his dormitory, he found the room completely empty, unsurprising, as everybody else should still be at lunch. Harry opened his trunk and shuffled through the top layer of papers, searching for his transfiguration homework. It wouldn't be buried very deeply, as he had just completed it a few days ago. "Turn out your trunk," Draco said. Harry spun on his heel, and his wand was in his hand in an instant. Draco was standing just inside the dormitory door, his wand held loosely at his side. Not a threatening posture, but not unthreatening, either. "Did you hear me?" Draco asked. "Turn out your trunk." Harry sighed. "This again. It's the middle of the day." "Yes," Draco said with a sneer. "Again." Harry rolled his eyes. "Don't we have to be in class?" Harry asked pointedly, emphasizing the we of the sentence. Inquisitional Decree Number 11. Members of the Inquisitional Squad are excused for tardiness and absences related to or caused by Inquisitional business. Draco folded his arms. Now, turn out your trunk. Harry turned back to his trunk and began unpacking his belongings, setting them on his bed in neat piles. This was the 5th time in a week that he had been ordered to turn out his trunk, and he was becoming very good at unpacking and repacking it. Books went on one side, clothes on the other, boxes of miscellany in the middle, parchments on top. As set his parchments near his pillow, he saw the corner of his Transfiguration homework sticking out of the pile. At least he had solved that mystery. What's this? Draco said, reaching toward the pile of parchments. Before Harry could stop him, Draco had plucked Harry's Transfiguration homework out of the pile. It's my Transfiguration homework, Harry said. He was amused to see Draco's face fall. The own boy had thought that he had finally laid his hands on the Marauder's map. It looks suspicious, Draco said lamely. I think I'll hold on to it. Make sure it isn't anything dangerous. It's homework, you ass, Harry said. You did the assignment last night. Harry had watched Draco and Pansy writing in the common room. If it isn't dangerous, I'll return it to you. It should take, 8 days to evaluate. Draco grinned. 8 days was one more than McGonagall allowed for the submission of late work. Harry would either do the assignment again, or take a T for his grade. Fine, Harry snapped. Are you done? Yeah, we're done, Draco said. He laughed as he walked out of the dormitory. Harry repacked his trunk as quickly as possible. Leaving his belongings exposed would be foolish, but renewing the wards on his trunk took a bit of time, and even though he sprinted through the halls, he still arrived 5 minutes late to Transfiguration. When McGonagall asked him to explain himself, Harry merely shrugged his shoulders. I didn't expect the Inquisition, Harry said. Nobody expects the Inquisition, McGonagall replied dryly. Draco was watching the exchange eagerly, but his eagerness turned to frustration when he realized that McGonagall intended neither to discuss Harry's lateness further, nor to punish Harry. Harry took his seat next to Tracy as McGonagall resumed her lecture. At least one good thing had come of Draco's meddling. Harry was so furious that he was finally able to think about something other than Tracy's mere presence. When McGonagall collected homework at the end of class, Harry had nothing to give her. Please stay after class, Mr. Potter, she told him. Harry was more than willing to do so, as it mercifully separated him from Tracy once again. This is unlike you, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, after the other students had left. You don't always complete your homework, but you always present me with something. I did the assignment, Harry said. But the definition of contraband was recently expanded, and now includes schoolwork. McGonagall frowned. Very well. It seems that the practical component of my class will now rise to the forefront. She waved her wand, and conjured a medium-sized terrier into being on her desk. If you completed the homework satisfactorily, please describe how you would vanish this terrier. Like this. Harry drew his wand and waved it across his body. Evanesco. The terrier vanished. McGonagall raised her eyebrows. Impressive, Mr. Potter, she said. Harry shrugged and put his wand away. It was the assignment, wasn't it? The assignment was about the theory of vanishment, McGonagall said. Practical lessons in vanishment aren't scheduled to begin until next week. Oh, Harry said. They stood there for a long, quiet moment, each looking at the space on McGonagall's desk where the terrier had once stood. Full marks, Potter, McGonagall said with a smile. And if you ever manage to retrieve your written assignment, please deliver it to me at your earliest convenience. You are overdue to receive some extra credit. That evening, Theo was in detention. Harry and Tracy were studying in the Slytherin common room, sitting at opposite ends of a couch with their books between them. At least, they started that way. As the evening wore on and Tracy moved from subject to subject, she placed the books she had finished reading onto the coffee table. One by one the books moved to the table, until there was nothing between Tracy and Harry other than open couch. Eventually, Harry noticed that Tracy had gotten extremely close to him. He hadn't even realized that she had been moving, but now they were sitting right next to one another. All it would take was one accidental movement, and their legs would be touching. Tracy shifted in her seat and reached for some of her notes that were lying on the table. Her knee bumped into Harry's, and she made no move to pull her leg away. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Tracy, this isn't helping. It isn't, Tracy asked, without looking up from her notes. Because you haven't made a decision yet, and I've seen how you've been looking at me all day. I thought you said you were done trying, Harry said. I am, Tracy said easily. All that effort for no reward. I'm sick of it. But this. Tracy reached across the table once again, placing her hand high on Harry's leg to support herself as she did. This is easy. Harry closed his eyes and let out a slow, controlled breath. Could you stop that, please? Stop what? Tracy asked. I'm just trying to get my notes. While Tracy pushed parchment around the table with one hand, her other slid even higher on Harry's leg. Enough, Harry said. He grabbed Tracy's shoulders and lifted her away, allowing him to stand. I'm going for a walk. Tracy said nothing, but followed Harry with her eyes until he had left the common room. Harry moved quickly through the halls. If he could have set off running he would have, but he was too likely to stumble upon an Inquisitional Squad member of a prefect and be docked house points. Besides, the desire was ridiculous. Harry couldn't run from this problem. There was no way Harry could escape his emotions. Except for occlumency, of course. Harry slowed his pace as he approached Snape's office. It wasn't their scheduled evening for an occlumency lesson, and inviting that sort of discomfort seemed like a stupid idea, but at least it would take his mind off of Tracy. And Snape had hinted that mastering occlumency would allow Harry to exercise better control over his emotions, which was something that Harry could desperately use at this moment. Harry knocked on Snape's door, and the older man's voice called out from inside. Enter. Harry stepped inside. Snape was seated behind his desk, quill in hand. It seemed that he had been grading papers. What do you want, Potter? Snape asked. Harry glanced down. I've just been thinking about occlumency, and I wanted to practice. Snape was perfectly still, regarding Harry carefully with his dark eyes. Finally, just as Harry was about to apologize and leave, Snape gestured to the chair in front of his desk. Take a seat, Potter. When Harry had finally taken his seat, Snape spoke again. Tell me, what is so important that it cannot wait until our next lesson? Why should my NEWT students wait to receive their marks? Under Snape's withering gaze, Harry wanted to shrivel up and die. He looked down at the floor and briefly considered lying, but nothing good came to mind. Better to just blurt out the truth and hope that Snape didn't laugh him right out of the office. I'm sick of dealing with my emotions, Harry said, finally. It's like I'm barely in control of myself. This comes as no surprise to me, Snape said. You've told me that I need to master my emotions, and the way you said it made it sound like it was part of our occlumency lessons, Harry said. And I've thought about it a lot, but keeping other people out of my mind seems like the opposite of keeping my emotions from bursting out of my body. So, I want to know. Snape raised an eyebrow. Walls can prevent intrusion as well as escape, he said. Consider a military force. For example, discipline prevents attack from within as well as without, both invasion and insurrection. Had you not considered such a prospect? So there's no extra training, then. Harry's shoulders slumped. I just have to keep practicing occlumency, and it will help me control my emotions. Snape leaned back in his chair and folded his arms. What is the source of your sudden interest? Snape asked. Based on your previous behaviors, I assumed that you had gave no stock to self-discipline. Harry glanced down. The real answer, that he was upset because of his feelings for Tracy, made him feel so weak. There are some things going on in my life. Snape snorted. Please, be more vague, if you possibly can. Harry ran a hand through his hair. He stammered for a moment, before Snape interrupted. Potter, stop wasting my time and answer my question. What has made you come to me today, rather than any other day? You did not seek my advice when Draco revealed his new allegiances, nor when you were removed from the Quidditch team, nor when Umbridge destroyed your mother's trunk. How did you know about that? Harry blurted. Your godfather and I have an antagonistic relationship, but I am able to speak slightly more rationally with Remus Lupin. Snape waved a hand. That is beside the point. At any of these times, You could have sought my assistance in controlling your emotions, yet you did not. Tonight, when no discernible change has occurred in the school, you appear in my office. Tell me why. Harry felt his cheeks begin to flush. Perhaps this hadn't been such a good idea. Maybe I shouldn't waste your time, Harry mumbled. Potter, if you do not answer me immediately, you will serve detention for the rest of the week. And no matter what horror that Professor Umbridge chooses to inflict, I will not intervene. Harry sighed. He could feel the heat spreading from his cheeks to his neck. It was so stupid. It's girls. Girls, Snape repeated, after a beat. It's stupid, I know, Harry said. That's why I want to learn how to shut it off. There are more important things to do. I have to learn occlumency. I have to keep up with my classes. I have to placate Draco. I have to avoid the Inquisition. I have to learn how to fight the Dark Lord. Harry leaned forward and looked at his feet. You said that I need to control my emotions, or my emotions will control me. That's exactly how I feel. Like I'm not in control. I'm not going to make it through the year, let alone this war. I would have expected you to ask your godfather for assistance on matters such as this, Snape said slowly. Sirius's solution to everything is snogging, Harry said. It's not as effective as he thinks it is. I mean, snogging is great, but I'm not being driven to distraction by the urge to key somebody. I have enough self-control for that, at least. This is something deeper, and Harry's words trailed off into silence. Snape was staring at him with a look of mild revulsion. Are you certain you cannot talk to your godfather about this? Snape said. Harry suddenly had the impression that Snape would rather do anything than speak with Harry on the subject of girls. Harry ducked his head in shame. I'm sorry. This is completely absurd. Harry placed his hands on the arms of his chair and pushed himself standing. Stop, Snape said. Snape had covered his eyes with one hand, rubbing them as if to relieve a headache, and he was holding his other hand up, palm out, as if he were directing traffic. Your godfather does not understand our kind. You were right to ask me for assistance. And this is related, at least tangentially, to occlumency. Snape moved his hand away from his eyes and saw that Harry was still standing, frozen in place. Sit, Snape said, gesturing once more to the chair in front of his desk. Harry sat. You are not the first Slytherin to face this struggle, Snape said slowly. What might come naturally to a Hufflepuff or a Gryffindor seems exceedingly difficult to you or me. We are a part of a rational, pragmatic group. Many Slytherin relationships, even friendships, begin from the idea that the parties will complement one another, resulting in mutual profitability. Harry nodded. This is exactly how Tracy had described their friendship. Many of our relationships begin this way, Snape said, but not all. Sometimes, another person comes into your life, becoming important in a way that defies all logic and reason. She challenges your fundamental assumptions about life, but supports you in the face of all opposition. While you approach life with cool rationality, she blazes her way through the world in a firestorm of passion. Harry noticed that Snape no longer seemed to be speaking to him. Instead, Snape was looking at a space somewhere behind Harry's left shoulder. She comes from a world far different from your own, a place that is foreign and strange, and yet she understands you better than any person you know. Her presence in your life is an all-consuming distraction, but her absence would be even worse. Because of her, you find yourself doing things or saying things that you otherwise would never even consider. Her effect on you cannot be quantified, categorized, or anticipated. Snape blinked twice, and seemed to realize that he was waxing romantic. An eye blink later, Snape regained his composure and fixed Harry with an intense look. Simply put, her existence causes you act like a fool. Exactly, Harry said. Snape had gotten to the very heart of the matter. Not everything Snape had said was true of Tracy, actually it seemed to apply more to Ginny, but Snape was more right than wrong. How do I put an end to all that? Snape shook his head slowly. You cannot. We Slytherins struggle against our emotions because they are not logical, because they are impractical, but we inevitably fail. Our emotions are not an enemy to be defeated, they are a part of us. Force of will cannot stop your emotions from existing any more than it could stop your heart from beating. Snape leaned forward and rested his elbows on his desk. He clasped his hands together, but left his index fingers upraised. Nor would you want to destroy your emotions, even if you had such ability. Why? Harry asked. You almost never show emotion. Neither does Professor McGonagall, for that matter. Professor McGonagall keeps her emotions to herself, but she feels them nonetheless. Her self-control is admirable, and almost unparalleled. Harry heard Snape's unspoken addendum. Except by me. But think, Potter, think. Who is the cruelest wizard you know? The wizard who would hurt anyone, do anything to achieve his goals. Loyal only to himself, vicious and merciless, a wizard who has no regard for the pain or pleasure of others. Harry coughed. The Dark Lord, Harry said, correcting himself. Precisely, Snape said. Okay. Then, I don't want to stop feeling altogether, Harry said. But how can I control my feelings? Snape laughed harshly. If I knew the answer to that, Potter, I would not be teaching at this school. I would be one of the most powerful wizards alive. Snape shook his head. You cannot control your feelings. You can, however, control your actions. No matter how strong your emotions, the decision to act on them, or not, is yours. That's it? Harry asked, feeling himself growing angry. That's your advice? Snape frowned. Feel your emotions, but control your actions. Your emotions are not the problem. Your problem is a lack of control. That's circular logic, Harry exclaimed. How do I prevent my actions from being controlled by my emotions? Simply prevent my emotions from controlling my actions, of course. Are you a weak-willed wizard, Potter? Snape asked, his voice sharp. No, Harry answered immediately. I have reached the same conclusion, Snape said. Whenever you have been challenged, you have revealed your inner strength. You refused the Dark Lord's offer to join him. You did not break with the Malfoys betrayed you. You stand in defiance of Umbridge and the Ministry. Snape leaned forward, looking Harry squarely in the eye. But not all threats are external, Potter. Turn your focus inward, and use your strength to control yourself. Harry threw his arms up in the air. If I could do that, I wouldn't be in here asking for help. My entire problem is that I can't stop my emotions from controlling my actions. Harry was shouting now. Obviously, Snape said. His tone suggested that Harry was pushing the limits of Snape's patience, but Harry was angry enough to ignore that. Do you have any real advice? Harry asked. Or is this another, learn for yourself, lesson, where you'll take credit for all my epiphanies? Enough, Snape bellowed, slamming his fist down on his desk. You want advice, Potter? Learn to suffer. Prepare yourself for a lifetime of disappointment and loss. That is the only truth of the world, even for those who do not been marked for death by the Dark Lord. Harry and Snape glared at one another for a second. Something tickled the back of Harry's memory, something that Lupin had told him once. Suddenly, memories began to fall into place in Harry's mind. The final piece of the puzzle was Snape's description of a woman who was important, in a way that defies all logic and reason. It had reminded Harry of Ginny for a reason. Snape had been talking about the relationship between a dark-haired Slytherin and a red-headed Gryffindor, after all. Professor, Harry said tentatively. What? Snape said abruptly. How did you know my mother? Harry asked. Snape stared intensely at Harry for a moment before turning away. Get out of my office. But, out, Snape thundered, pointing at the door. Harry left. Despite his frustration with Snape, Harry was forced to acknowledge that the older man's advice was sound. Harry didn't need to decide how he felt about Tracy. How he felt was fairly obvious. What Harry needed to decide was what he was going to do about his attraction to his best friend. There were still a few minutes left before curfew, and Harry spent them wandering around Hogwarts, trying to organize his thoughts. Before he saw Tracy again, he needed to decide what he was going to do. Tracy had certainly made a compelling case for herself. Tracy was an attractive witch, and she certainly knew how to snog, but as Harry had recently learned with Katie Bell, snogging and physical attraction alone could not create a stable relationship. But Harry already had a close friendship with Tracy, so Harry didn't need to worry that things with Tracy would be purely physical. The other concerns that had kept Harry from committing to Katie were also mooted by Tracy. Her longtime friendship with Harry meant that she was already a target for Umbridge and the Inquisitional Squad, whether they were dating or not. Dueling practice had shown Harry that Tracy could take care of herself, which meant that people weren't going to be able to use her as leverage against Harry. And on top of it all, Tracy was unwaveringly loyal. Even if she was targeted, there was nothing that would scare her away from Harry. Harry could trust Tracy with his deepest fears and secrets. Her social acumen was dead useful. She was already Harry's closest friend, now that Draco had become a ministry stooge. Tracy was the one person that Harry turned to whenever he needed help, no matter the situation. The one person who wouldn't judge him, no matter what he had done. Tracy was his best and closest friend, who was also an incredibly attractive witch. Why wouldn't he want to be with her? Because of Theo, obviously. If Harry alienated Theo, the delicate social equilibrium in Slytherin wouldn't just be upset, it would be blown to pieces. Theo was only one person, but he made a big difference. Harry had someone to watch his back, and that someone was the son of a Death Eater. Their defiance projected an aura of strength, and Harry and Theo were stronger together than either was as an individual. Harry needed that strength now more than ever, as Harry's enemies were becoming increasingly bold. Umbridge was far more aggressive, and Draco was more than willing to abuse his powers as a prefect and member of the Inquisitional Squad. Harry no longer had the Quidditch captaincy to act as a brake on Draco, which meant that the only thing protecting Harry was strength, or the perception thereof. Harry couldn't afford to lose that, no matter how much his heart dragged him toward Tracy. Having Theo as an ally was more important than having Tracy as a girlfriend. And from a more emotional perspective, Harry was already making himself nauseous by even considering the idea of betraying Theo. He found the concept absolutely repulsive. Betrayal was something that Pettigrew did, or the Malfoys, but certainly not Harry Potter. Harry and Theo were mates. Not best mates, but mates nonetheless. They ate together, joked together, relaxed together. Harry couldn't bring himself to steal Theo's girlfriend. It would be the worst sort of treachery. But hadn't he betrayed Theo already, by dotting Tracy? It wasn't as if Harry had protested, he had participated. Vigorously. And he had certainly enjoyed it. Since Harry had already ed his mate's girlfriend, did it even matter what he did now? The very thought made Harry's stomach lurch. The only consolation was that Tracy's betrayal of Theo was larger than Harry's. Harry wasn't dating Theo, Tracy was. And unless Harry said otherwise, Tracy would continue dating Theo, and their would never be repeated. Harry couldn't change the past, but he could ensure that it would not happen again. Even if it never happened again, though, didn't Harry have an obligation to tell Theo that Tracy had ed him? When you know that your mate's girlfriend is dotting other blokes, you tell him, right? Harry rejected that idea rather quickly. If Harry told Theo about the it would destroy the other boy's relationship with Tracy. And once Tracy was single, Harry knew it would only be a matter of time before the two of them were a couple. Harry wasn't going to trick himself into thinking that telling Theo was somehow the morally right thing to do. It would be just as selfish as any other scenario in which Harry stole his mate's girlfriend. No, the would remain a secret. Choosing Tracy over Theo would have consequences beyond the four walls of the Slytherin common room, as well. When Harry did something, everybody in Hogwarts tended to notice. Stealing Tracy from Theo wouldn't sit well with the Hufflepuffs, who strongly valued loyalty. They had always supported Harry in the DA because of Cedric, and Harry wouldn't want to lose that support. The Weasleys probably wouldn't like it, either. Ginny and Tracy had never gotten along, and a relationship with Tracy would likely be the end of Harry's burgeoning friendship with Ginny. Ron had always been uncomfortable about Harry's friendship with Hermione, and he certainly wouldn't be happy to see that Harry was willing to flagrantly steal a mate's girlfriend. If Harry lost the support of the Weasleys, he lost his inroads into Gryffindor, a house that would probably form the backbone of the resistance against Voldemort. If Harry's mind hadn't already been made up, there was one last consideration. Keeping Theo as an ally was important, but it was even more important to prevent him from becoming Harry's enemy. When the Malfoys betrayed Harry, Harry assumed that all his secrets had been revealed to Voldemort. All his talents, all his powers, all his magical items, all his exploits. Harry had to assume that the Ministry and Voldemort knew it all. The only secrets he had, the only advantages he had, were the things he had learned or acquired this year. If Harry lost Theo, he would lose those secrets and their attendant advantages, as well. By the time Harry arrived at the Slytherin common room, Harry knew what he had to do. The decision left a sour taste in his mouth, because he knew how badly Tracy would be upset, but there was simply no way they could be together. Harry hadn't expected that realization to hurt as much as it did. When Harry stepped inside Slytherin, he was surprised to see that Tracy hadn't moved from where he had left her. Theo was still nowhere to be found, so Harry took his seat next to Tracy once again. "I've made my decision," Harry said quietly. "I'm sorry." For a moment, Tracy did not respond. She continued taking notes, and only after she had completed her sentence did she set down her quill and turn toward Harry. As Tracy turned, she scooted closer and pushed her leg against Harry's. She reached out and rested her hand atop his, grabbing Harry's hand before he could pull it away. "Are you sure?" Tracy whispered, moving her lips close to Harry's ear. "We could be great together. You could be great with me." "I can't do it," Harry said, looking away. "I'd lose too much. You should understand that. You taught me to think like that." Tracy nodded sadly and released Harry's hand before scooting back to the opposite end of the couch. "I know," she said quietly. She was curled up in a little ball, and there was no longer any chance that any of her body parts would brush against Harry, either intentionally or unintentionally. "Are we still okay?" Harry asked. "You aren't still worried that I'll betray you to the Dark Lord, are you?" Tracy asked quietly. Harry, face turning red, nodded shamefully. "Of course I won't," Tracy said. "Although, maybe I should have leveraged that a little harder. Me or all have you killed." "So romantic," Harry said sarcastically. "It would work on Draco," Tracy said. "But that's beside the point. I won't betray you now for the same reason I haven't betrayed you yet." "Which is?" Harry asked expectantly. Tracy smiled. "Harry, if you win this war you'll become the most popular and influential wizard alive. And I'll be there, with you, right at your side. From beginning to end. I won't be some nameless half-blood, and I won't be the rotten fruit dangling from the last withered branch of the Whately family tree. I'll be Tracy Davis, the witch who saved the world alongside Harry Potter." Tracy paused and looked across the room, where Pansy and Daphne were deep in conversation. "If I join the Dark Lord, what am I to them?" "The same thing I always have been," Daphne's tag along. "An afterthought. Even if I delivered you to the Dark Lord himself, I wouldn't be any better than Peter Pettigrew. And I expect that my rewards, or lack thereof, would be the same." Tracy turned back to Harry, and she smiled once again. "With you, I can be great." The nausea that Harry had felt earlier returned suddenly and in full force. "So, the reason you haven't betrayed me, the only reason you haven't betrayed me, is because I'm your best chance at greatness." "I haven't betrayed you because I love you," Tracy said quietly. "And you love me because I'm your best chance at greatness," Harry said. "Well," the corner of Tracy's mouth twitched into a grin. "Yes." Harry ran his hand through his hair. "At least it's something I can trust." "Always," Tracy said. The door to the common room opened, and Harry turned in time to see Theo walk through. He looked haggard, and as soon as he saw Tracy he began to walk directly toward her. "I'm going to bed," Harry said. "It looks like Theo needs you." "What about what I need?" Tracy whispered. Harry didn't answer. Theo had arrived. Harry stood, wished his two friends good night, and walked upstairs to his dormitory. On the evening of the next DA meeting, Harry was so nervous that he could hardly eat his dinner. What happened at tonight's meeting would in many ways define the rest of the year, and he wanted to make sure that things went right. Tracy and Theo were off in their own little world. She had not been bluffing when she told Harry that she was going to reduce her commitment to him. The longest conversation they'd had in several days was when Harry revealed that Umbridge had used Veritaserum to interrogate him during detention earlier in the week. Theo thought that they should tell the entire DA immediately, but Harry demurred. Theo and Tracy were willing to believe that Harry could resist the Veritaserum because they were intimately familiar with his powerful magic, but the rest of the DA would be much more skeptical. They might think that Harry was lying in an attempt to save face or make himself seem important, which would be counterproductive. Or, worse, They might start asking questions about how Harry managed to be so powerful that he could resist Veritaserum, an uncomfortable question that Harry preferred not to answer, as it would reveal the existence of his trance. Better to just let it be and not give his DA antagonists additional ammunition to use against him. After that conversation, Tracy and Theo hadn't said a word about the DA or the mess Harry had made with McLaggen at the previous meeting. Harry was receiving Tracy's signals loud and clear. It would be up to Harry to fix things, or ruin them forever. Harry had considered his options from every possible angle he could imagine, and finally had settled on a plan that he would put into motion at tonight's meeting. But just because Harry had a plan didn't mean he wasn't nervous. Harry desperately wanted to talk to somebody. It didn't matter what they would talk about, so long as it would distract him from what was to come this evening. Harry had tried to engage Theo and Tracy in conversation early on at dinner, but it was clear that, for tonight at least, they preferred each other's company to Harry's. Harry glanced over at the Gryffindor table, where his remaining friends were sitting. He found the cluster of fifth-year students, and noticed immediately that Ron and Hermione were missing. Harry wondered if they were off in a broom cupboard somewhere. Maybe Ron had finally managed to add a physical aspect to their obviously romantic relationship. Good on him, if he had, but that meant that Ginny was now Harry's only option for reliable conversation. Except that Ginny was absent from the Gryffindor dinner table, as well. Harry was perplexed. Had something happened to the Weasley family? No. Fred and George were still at dinner, talking to Lee Jordan and Angelina. But why would Ron, Hermione and Ginny all be missing? One of the Gryffindor fifth-year students stood to leave the table, Neville Longbottom. Longbottom folded his napkin and glanced around the Great Hall. He couldn't have been more conspicuous if he had tried. He even made eye contact with Harry before quickly glancing away. Harry saw Neville bend down and place his hand on the shoulders of one of his friends. After a few whispered words, Neville walked out of the Great Hall. Harry allowed Neville a head start of a few seconds before rising to follow him. When Harry left the Great Hall, Longbottom was nowhere to be seen, but Harry had a strong suspicion of where Longbottom was headed. Harry began to run through the corridors. If Harry was correct, he didn't have much time. Harry's first stop was the secret passage on the 4th floor, to retrieve his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map. Harry threw the cloak over his shoulders and activated the map immediately. His eyes went directly to the 7th floor, where Ginny Weasley's dot was just disappearing from the map. 2 floors down, Neville's dot was moving slowly toward the room of requirement. Harry once again broke into a sprint. He tucked the map away as he ran, then drew his wand. He muttered a pair of silencing charms as he ran, casting one on each of his shoes, and the sound of his footsteps disappeared. One of two things was happening right now. The first possibility was that Ron and Hermione were, in fact, snogging in a broom cupboard, and that Harry hadn't seen their dots when he glanced at the map. If that was the case, then Longbottom and Ginny were meeting privately in the room of requirement, and Harry could only think of one reason for them to do that. They were romantically involved. The second possibility was that Longbottom was meeting privately with all three of Ginny, Ron, and Hermione. The only reason the 4 Gryffindors would hold that meeting in the room of requirement was if they needed a massive amount of privacy. If, for example, Longbottom was plotting Harry's ouster as co-leader of the DA. Harry wasn't sure which option would be worse. As Harry rounded the corner on the 7th floor corridor, he saw Longbottom finish walking back and forth in front of an empty wall. A heartbeat later, a door appeared. Longbottom opened the door, stepped inside, and began to pull it closed behind him. Harry fired a tripping jinx at Longbottom's feet. The Gryffindor boy fell into the room of requirement, releasing the door's handle as he did so. As Longbottom picked himself up from the floor, Harry slipped through the doorway, unseen and unheard. Harry was relieved, then horrified, to see that Ginny was not the only other person in the room of requirement. Hermione and Ron were present, as well. "Are you okay?" Hermione was asking Neville. "I'm fine," Longbottom said glumly. "I haven't done that in a long time." He shut the door behind him. "Why did you want to meet with us?" Ginny asked. Longbottom turned back to his friends, face grave. "It's about Potter." "Why would it be about anything else?" Ron said. I don't think he should be helping Hermione lead the DA, Longbottom said. Potter is a menace. Nobody likes him. I like him, Ginny said. Almost nobody likes him, Neville corrected, and almost nobody wants to listen to him. If we're not learning, we're wasting our time. I don't care how good he is at defense, or that he's dueled you-know-who and survived. Are you sure you aren't just holding a grudge against Harry? Ginny said. Grudge. It doesn't matter what I feel about Potter. He's dangerous. Too dangerous to give him any sort of power over the rest of us. You saw what he did to Cormac last week. And Harry's still the best duelist we've got, Ginny said. Hermione nodded in agreement. Harry is best in our year at defense. Probably best in the whole school, she said. There are loads of other people who would be good enough to teach, Longbottom said. The difference between the best and good enough might be the difference between surviving a duel and getting killed, Ginny fired back. Harry had expected Hermione to be his greatest supporter in this conversation, and it was a surprise to hear Ginny come to his defense so vigorously. A surprise, but not an unpleasant one. But it doesn't matter if he's the best, Longbottom said. If people stop coming to DA meetings because Potter is teaching, then we've failed completely. I think we can all agree that no training is worst possible outcome. And who, exactly, has stopped attending meetings? Ginny asked. Hermione. Ron, has anybody told you that they've quit? Nope, said Ron. Hermione shook her head as well. That's what I thought. And I certainly haven't seen any change in attendance. Until people actually stop coming to meetings, I think we should stick with Harry. Why do you keep defending him? Longbottom asked angrily. Because he's a good person, Ginny answered immediately. No, he's not. He's awful. Longbottom threw his arms up in the air. He's horrible and selfish, and he only thinks about himself. He saved my life, Neville, Ginny said. He didn't owe me anything when he rescued me from the Chamber of Secrets. He was only 12, he knew that you-know-who was waiting down there, and he still came to save me. You think that he's selfish? That was years ago, Longbottom said. People change. Potter certainly has. He saved Percy's life last year, Ginny said. McGonagall told me about it. Everybody was questioning Barty Crouch, Jr., and Harry was the only one who realized that Percy was still alive and hidden somewhere. When McGonagall found Percy, he was on the edge of starvation. He's alive today because Harry remembered to think about other people. Longbottom's jaw dropped open. How can you be so blind? After the way he treated you last year. Potter's nasty, he's manipulative, and he's selfish. He does good things, but only if they pay off for him later. I know, Ginny screamed. I know all that. But when it matters, when it really matters, Harry does the right thing. Ask Hermione. Last year, Harry knew the first task of the tournament would be fighting a dragon. Krum knew, and so did Fleur. Who told Cedric Diggory to even the playing field and maybe save Cedric's life? Harry did. Ginny and Longbottom both looked toward Hermione. It's true, Hermione said. Harry didn't even ask us about it. He just did it. Longbottom began to protest. But Harry is a good person at heart, Ginny said, interrupting Longbottom. I know it. And maybe he does bad things sometimes, but look who his friends are. He spent the last 4 years with Draco Malfoy, for Merlin's sake. What's he supposed to do, with Davison not whispering in his ear? That's the whole point, Longbottom said. We can't trust him to teach the DA. Ginny shook her head. You're wrong. When you see somebody in trouble, you shouldn't ignore them. You should help. Harry needs good, loyal friends. He needs people who won't abandon him when he makes a mistake. He doesn't need condemnation. He needs a chance at redemption. Ginny clutched her hand into a fist. I'm going to help Harry become the good person I know he is, whether you like it or not. She almost shouted the last bit at Neville, and the Gryffindor boy drew back slightly. Wait a second, Ron said. I thought we were talking about the DA. We are, Longbottom said lamely. This isn't about me. Of course it's about you, Ginny said. It's been about you ever since Harry asked me to Yule Ball last year. You've hated him ever since then. Ginny sighed, and some of the anger faded from her voice. Why didn't you ask me first, Neville? I would have said yes. That doesn't make me feel better, Longbottom said, flushing red with embarrassment. He looked sideways, refusing to make eye contact with Ginny. Besides, you would have ditched me for Potter, anyway. No, I wouldn't have, Ginny said softly. You know I wouldn't have. Longbottom pinched his eyes shut. None of that matters. This isn't about whether I'm holding a grudge against Potter, it's about learning to fight you know who. Potter is dangerous. What he did to Cormac was inexcusable. If it had been Malfoy or Snape or Umbridge, nobody would even consider defending his actions. Longbottom looked at his Gryffindor friends. We should put it to a vote. Why? Ginny said. It's not like we have any authority over the DA. We all agreed on one person as leader. It should be Hermione's decision. Hermione glanced down at the ground. Ginny's right. Harry's position with the DA isn't anything formal. I asked him to help plan and demonstrate lessons because he's the best we've got at defense. I'm still the leader. Hermione looked up. But that means that Harry's actions reflect on me. If I continue to ask Harry to demonstrate, then I'll be endorsing what he did to McLaggen, and we all know that what Harry did was wrong. Hermione turned to Ginny. I'm sorry, but Neville's right. I'll break the news to Harry after tonight's meeting. Harry felt a horrible emptiness in his stomach. That was it. Any remaining chance for Harry to take control of the DA had just disappeared. And, although it was difficult to admit to himself, Harry knew that Hermione was making the right decision. It's the decision he would have made, if he were in Hermione's position. This disaster was a mess of his own making. Now he would have to live with the consequences. Across the room, Ginny was scowling at Hermione. You're making a mistake. Harry has had things taken away from him all year. His friends, his best friend, his Quidditch captaincy. In any other year, he'd brush this off. If you take this away now, he's what? Go berserk and kill us all? Longbottom asked. Ginny glared at Neville, but did not otherwise respond to his comment. So, what now? Who's going to help you with the DA? Ginny asked Hermione. We are, Longbottom responded. You mean, you are, Ginny said. Is that what this is all about? You want to take Harry's place? The flush had barely faded from his face, but Longbottom turned red again. Of course not. I want what's best for the DA. And in your opinion, what's best for the DA is you, right? Ginny fired back. Better than Potter. Longbottom said. Cut it out. Ron yelled. Ginny and Longbottom fell silent, but continued to glare at one another. Hermione made her decision, and we're going to follow it. If she wants help, she'll ask for it. Until then, we are all going to stop yelling. The four Gryffindors fell silent, and Harry took that as his cue to leave. He crept over to the door of the room of requirement and pushed it open, into the hallway. All eyes turned to the door. To the other occupants of the room, it appeared to have been opened from the outside. Harry slipped around the door and, once he was out of sight, removed his invisibility cloak and jammed it into his robes. Harry then walked around the door and entered the room of requirement, pulling it shut behind him. Harry feigned surprise when he looked up and saw Ginny and company standing in the room. Oh, hi, I thought I'd be the first one here. Harry forced some puzzlement into his voice. Did I miss something? No, it's nothing, Hermione said. We were just talking. It would have been obvious that she was lying, even if Harry hadn't heard every word of the previous conversation. Okay, Harry said. There was an awkward silence, in which nobody spoke. I guess I'll go find something to read, then. Harry walked over to the bookcase and selected a book at random. He didn't plan on reading. Anyway, Harry had some thinking to do. Before Hermione's decision to cut him out of the DA leadership, Harry had planned to make a public apology to McLaggen. Harry had planned to humble himself, admit his wrongdoing, and generally grovel for forgiveness. With a little luck, he would have bought himself enough time to repair his reputation. With Harry gone from the DA, though, Hermione would need a new assistant. That wasn't strictly true. Hermione would make an adequate leader even without help. But after watching Hermione and Harry work together, the DA members would expect her to select another assistant. And, as Ginny had already realized, the most likely selection for that position would be Longbottom. Harry had to stop that from happening. As Harry pondered his situation, he intermittently glanced up from his book. The rest of the DA was filtering into the room of requirement. Ron and Hermione were whispering to one another in the front corner of the room. Hermione looked worried, and Ron was clearly trying to soothe her. Ginny, meanwhile, was making a point of not talking to Longbottom. Every part of her body, from her facial expression to her folded arms, warned Longbottom not to approach. When Harry saw Luna enter the room, he gave her a wave. She smiled and crossed the room toward Harry, eyes twinkling brightly. A moment later, Ginny approached, as well. "Hello, Harry and Ginny," Luna said as she and the red-headed girl converged on Harry. "What are we going to be doing tonight?" "I don't know," Harry said. After our last meeting, Hermione decided to plan this one on her own. Which was probably a good idea. "I agree," Luna said. "Last week's meeting was another fascinating demonstration of the contradictions in your character. It was also a complete debacle." Harry snorted. "Don't I know it?" He glanced around the room, and saw that most of the DA had arrived. Tracy and Theo were off to the side of the room speaking with one another. Tracy made eye contact with Harry, and Harry waved, but Tracy did not wave back and made no move to approach. "Harry, listen," Ginny said. "There's something you should know." Harry held up his hand. "Hold on. I have to make an announcement." Harry walked into the middle of the room. If he waited much longer, he'd lose the opportunity to get in the first word. "Oi, can I get everybody's attention, please?" As the crowd directed their attention toward Harry, Harry scanned the assembled faces. "Is McLaggen here?" Harry asked. He knew perfectly well that McLaggen had arrived, but he wanted to call the Gryffindor boy to the front. "What do you want?" McLaggen's sullen voice called out from somewhere in the back of the room. Harry took a deep breath. "I owe you an apology," Harry said. "I'd like to do it face to face." McLaggen pushed his way to the front of the crowd. "Say what you want, then." "There's no excuse for what I did last week," Harry said. "I've been dealing with a lot. Umbridge, Skeeter, Malfoy, Voldemort, and last week, I had reached my limit. I'd run out of self-control. Everybody is allowed to raise objections and ask questions, Hermione and I should encourage that. But last week was a bad time, and I got angry. I'm sorry. I was upset about other things, and I took it out on you." "And now you want me to forgive you?" McLaggen asked. "No," Harry said. "If I were in your place, I wouldn't be in a forgiving mood. But what I did was wrong, and it would be just as wrong if I failed to apologize. So, for once, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to admit I'm wrong. I'm going to apologize, and what you do with that is totally up to you. If you want to stay mad at me, that's your right, and there's nothing I can do but accept it." Harry turned away from McLaggen and cast his gaze over the rest of the DA. The easy part was over. Harry had been planning to make that apology all day. Now came the hard stuff. "And when I decided to apologize, I also made another decision. Effective today, I will no longer be helping Hermione plan meetings or demonstrate spells for the DA meetings." A surprised murmur went through the crowd, and Hermione's jaw literally dropped open. "I wish I could help. I want to help. But Umbridge and the Inquisition aren't going away anytime soon. I can't give the DA the attention it deserves, so I have to step down." Harry paused. "Hermione will still need help. This job is too large for any one witch or wizard. I think there is one obvious choice to replace me, and as my last official act," Harry took a deep breath, "I'd like to nominate Neville Longbottom to be my replacement." Another murmur of surprise rumbled through the crowd, this one much louder than the last. Everybody in the room seemed surprised, none more than Longbottom himself, with Tracy as a close second. As the DA members chattered amongst themselves, Harry stepped back slightly, until he was shoulder to shoulder with Ginny. "Ask for it to be put to a vote," Harry whispered. "What are you doing?" Ginny whispered back. Not suspicious, just incredibly curious. "Trust me," Harry said. "Ask for it to be put to a vote." Ginny shook her head and stepped forward. "Let's put it to a vote. All in favor of Neville replacing Harry, hands up." Harry's hand was first in the air, ahead of even Ginny. Nearly every person in the room voted for Longbottom. The only obvious exceptions were Tracy and Theo, both of whom were glowering and glaring at Harry. "That settles it," Harry said loudly. "Let's hear it for Neville." Harry began to clap, and everybody in the room followed suit. So, do you mind telling me why you did that? Ginny asked somewhat angrily. Harry felt sorry for her. She had just spent 15 minutes yelling at her friends in support of Harry, despite the unpopularity of her position. Our talk the other night really helped put things in perspective, Harry said. You told me that I didn't need the extra worry of the DA, and you were right. Well, I'm glad that I could be of some help. Ginny glanced over Harry's shoulder. Although, I'm guessing you didn't tell Tracy your plan, either. Harry glanced behind him, and saw that Tracy was storming toward him, Theo trailing slightly behind. Do you mind giving us some privacy? Harry asked. Not at all, Ginny said. We'll make ourselves scarce. Ginny grabbed Luna by the arm, and hauled her friend away. When Tracy arrived, she didn't give Harry the opportunity to speak. Longbottom was taking over your job anyway, wasn't he? She asked. Harry nodded. He called a meeting with Ron, Hermione and Ginny. Longbottom wanted me out, Ginny wanted me in, and Hermione sided with Longbottom. Harry sighed. Hermione is one of my closest friends. I can only imagine what the rest of the DA felt. Tracy sighed with relief. I was worried that little Miss Weasley had triggered some misguided attack of conscience. Tracy didn't know it, but she was closer to the truth than Harry would ever admit. This was probably the best you could have done. Everybody will accept you more easily as a comrade than they did as a leader, anyway. Harry sincerely hoped Tracy was right. If she wasn't, Harry would be left with only a handful of his closest friends to oppose the combined might of Voldemort and the Ministry. Now that teaching the DA was no longer his responsibility, Harry had more time on his hands than he knew what to do with. Tracy was focusing on her relationship with Theo, Hermione was working hard on DA meetings with Neville, and Ginny and Ron were in the middle of a hotly contested race for the Quidditch Cup. In any other year, Harry would have been spending time preparing for Quidditch or the Tri-Kizzard tournament, but this was the first time since Harry's first year at Hogwarts that his free time was truly free. For a certain value of freedom, that is. Harry quickly determined that the Slytherin common room, although safe enough when Tracy and Theo were around, was not a pleasant place for him to be alone. Harry's aura of invulnerability was beginning to shrink. Nasty comments were being said more loudly, people moved out of Harry's way more slowly, even the younger students were beginning to speak up against Harry. And that wasn't even touching the issue of the Inquisitional Squad. Draco and his friends had been a thorn in Harry's side since the beginning of the year, but Harry had managed to keep them in check, first with the Quidditch captaincy, and later with threats of violence. Even Draco's status as a prefect hadn't given him much leverage over Harry, as any house points that Draco deducted from Harry would also hurt Draco himself. Draco cared about winning the House Cup too much to take points from Harry with any frequency. The Inquisitional Squad, however, had given Draco a new set of powers, including the power to issue detentions. It was not a power Draco frequently exercised against Harry. Snape had put some not-so-subtle pressure on the Inquisitional Squad members, hinting that they could investigate in Slytherin, but that any discoveries should take place outside the house. Harry remembered Snape's exact words to Draco, whispered during a potions lesson. If you are so eager to have Slytherin closely examined, I will be happy to do so. Draco had swallowed uncomfortably and nodded, and no more had been said on the subject. After that conversation, Draco and the Inquisitional Squad had stopped assigning detentions to Harry, Tracy and Theo. Harry did his part, as well, and made himself scarce whenever an Inquisitional Squad member might be tempted to lash out at him. When Harry was successful in his efforts to avoid the Inquisitional Squad, however, he found himself with little else to do. Normally, Harry would fill his extra time with school work, but Umbridge's version of defense was such a joke that Harry had literally never studied for her class for a single moment of a single day. The time that he might have devoted to defense allowed Harry to keep easily east of his other classes. Harry used some of his free time on his independent studies. Despite Snape's aggressive tutoring, Harry's skill at occlumency was improving at a glacial pace. Determined to improve, Harry devoted an hour or so each day to reading and rereading his occlumency texts. Unfortunately, the epiphany he so desperately desired remained as elusive as a freshly released snitch. The more Harry studied, the more he understood why occlumency was an obscure and little-studied field, it was absolutely infuriating. Whenever Harry grew frustrated with occlumency, which was frequently, he shifted the focus of his studies to the tomes he had liberated from the library and study and den of Grimmauld Place. Even the most concrete discussions of occlumency were vague and inscrutable. Compared to occlumency, the volumes from Grimmauld Place were refreshingly straightforward. Although Harry didn't understand some of the more advanced magical concepts, he always was left with the impression that they could be understood, eventually, with enough study. And Harry was certainly making progress toward that understanding. When he reviewed spells that he had studied earlier in the year, he was surprised both by how much easier he understood those spells on a second reading. Harry reveled in the irony of the situation. If Umbridge were willing to give Harry work that was actually challenging, then Harry would never have had the time to learn these forbidden spells on his own. But both of Harry's independent studies required him to be secreted away from prying eyes. While the solitude was occasionally calming and refreshing, Harry was experiencing it far too frequently. He had friends, yes, but his friends had concerns of their own. While they could certainly be bothered to keep Harry company, Harry was well aware that he would be bothering them. Harry might not have the razor-sharp social savvy of some of his Slytherin classmates, but he knew enough not to make a nuisance of himself. Which is how Harry found himself on the way to Hagrid's cabin, carrying a small, gift-wrapped box in his hands. If there was one person at Hogwarts who was always eager to make time for Harry, it was Hagrid. Or, at least, that person had been Hagrid, before his last argument with Harry. The sun was sinking in the sky, but Harry wasn't concerned. If his conversation with Hagrid went well, then he would likely accompany Harry back to Hogwarts after dark. If his conversation with Harry went poorly, well, Harry would have plenty of time to make it back to the castle before the sun set. Harry knocked and waited patiently while Hagrid rumbled toward the door. Hearing Hagrid's voice brought a smile to Harry's face. He had missed his friend. Hagrid was simpler than any of Harry's friends in Slytherin, simpler, even, than Harry's friends in Gryffindor. Talking to Hagrid was easy and enjoyable. It had been a mistake to let their friendship languish for so long. Sometimes Harry just needed to talk and feel good, and Hagrid was always willing to help. Hagrid pulled the door open, and not even his thick beard could hide the surprise on his face. Harry. Hi, Hagrid, Harry said. He held up the box. Do you mind if I come in? No, go right ahead, Hagrid said, stepping back from the door. Harry walked inside, and Hagrid closed the door behind him. You're looking well, Harry said. It was true. Unlike the last time they had spoken, Hagrid did not appear as if he had just been trampled by a stampede of Gundarks. Are things going better with Grop? Hagrid scratched his head and the back of his neck as he stammered. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Sorry. First things first. Harry placed the wrapped gift on Hagrid's table, freeing his hands. I want to say that I'm sorry. What I said during my last visit, I was way out of line. If I had family, a brother, I'd do anything for him. I'd risk anything for him. You were looking out for family, and that's something I dream about doing. I shouldn't have second-guessed that. I should have supported it, and celebrated it. Harry gestured at the box on the table. That's why I got you this. Hagrid sniffed loudly. Harry's apology already had him on the verge of tears. You shouldn't. Harry shook his head. I shouldn't have insulted you, Harry said. I absolutely should have gotten you a gift. Now, open it. Hagrid stepped forward and tore the wrapping paper off his gift. He opened the box to find an enormous thermos and two comically oversized metal teacups. They dwarfed Harry's hands, but in Hagrid's they looked approximately proportional. I thought you might like to share a cup of tea with Grop, Harry said. Hagrid was definitely crying now. He set down the cups and before Harry could move Hagrid had enveloped him in an enormous, gamey-smelling embrace. Thank ye, Harry, Hagrid blubbered. This means a lot to me. Harry pushed himself away slightly. You mean a lot to me, Hagrid, Harry said. I might not have a family, but I do have friends. And you're my friend. Hagrid sniffed mightily and once again crushed Harry against his chest with his mighty arms. Easy, Harry shouted, but his voice was muffled by Hagrid's bulk. When the force of his friend's hug finally began to ease, Harry extracted an arm and patted Hagrid on the shoulder. Now, why don't we sit down? Harry said. We can have a normal-sized cup of tea, and you can tell me about Grop. On the morning after Harry's reconciliation with Hagrid, Harry was feeling rather pleased with himself. A lot of bad things had been happening lately, but as long as Harry could maintain the support of his closest and oldest allies, he felt as if he had a chance at succeeding against Umbridge and Voldemort. In spite of everything, Harry was in a good mood. Until he saw the front page of the Daily Prophet at breakfast. The headline said it all. Mass breakout from Azkaban. Harry looked up from his paper almost immediately, watching the reactions of his fellow students as owls delivered copies of the Prophet to other tables. Many seemed frightened, but an uncomfortably large contingent at the Slytherin table seemed unsurprised, perhaps even pleased. Harry glanced back at the paper to see exactly who had escaped. 10 Death Eaters had escaped altogether, but only 7 were named. Anton Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, Travers and Mulciber, who were apparently so notorious that they were known by one name only, the Lestrange brothers, Rodolphus, Rabaston, and, finally, Rodolphus's wife Bellatrix. Fudge was quoted in the article, and he blamed escaped convict Sirius Black, cousin of Bellatrix Lestrange, for orchestrating the mass breakout. Harry glanced up from his newspaper and saw that Neville Longbottom was storming out of the Great Hall. He must have seen that the Lestranges had broken free. Nobody from the Gryffindor table was moving to follow him. Harry stood and began walking after Longbottom. Tensions were still high between the two of them, but, to Harry's knowledge, he was the only one who knew the fate of Longbottom's parents or the identities of their torturers. Harry might not be the comfort that Longbottom wanted, but he was also the only comfort that Longbottom was going to get. Harry remembered how frightened and angry he had felt after Voldemort's return, and he would have accepted companionship from anybody at that point, even Neville Longbottom. Hopefully Longbottom would feel the same. As Harry rounded the corner of the Slytherin table, Draco appeared in front of him. Where do you think you're going? Draco asked. Past you and out of the Great Hall, Harry said, moving to the left and stepping past Draco. Draco stepped back and to his right, once more putting himself in Harry's path. Draco said. I've got some questions for you. It can wait, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Probably not, Draco said. Unless you'd rather answer questions in detention. Harry sighed and looked over Draco's shoulder and saw that Longbottom was out of sight. The only way he'd find Longbottom now would be to retrieve the Marauder's map from its hiding place in the secret passage, and Harry wasn't willing to risk that. Fine, Harry said. What do you want to know? Have a seat, Draco said, gesturing to the end of the Slytherin table. The first-year student who had been sitting at the end of the table scooted over, making room for Harry. Harry sighed and sat. Harry had expected Draco to take the seat opposite him, but instead Draco stepped behind him and loomed over his shoulder. Where's Montague? Draco demanded suddenly. Harry glanced down the table toward the Slytherin 7th years. Montague usually sat with Warrington, and neither boy was small or quiet. But, while Harry easily located the latter, there was no sign of the former. No idea, Harry said to Draco. Maybe ask Warrington. I did, Draco said. Montague wasn't at Quidditch practice last night, and he didn't come back to Slytherin before curfew. He wasn't in his bed this morning, either. So where is he? Why should I know? Your guess is as good as mine, Harry said. Hospital wing. Maybe he did something stupid and got himself hurt. Draco leaned forward, looming over Harry. Maybe he had a little accident, you mean? Like the one Crabbe and Goyle had, earlier in the year. Harry shook his head. The whole purpose of an accident is to scare people away from me. If Montague had an accident, I wouldn't keep it secret, I'd be advertising it. Harry turned back to the table, grabbed a piece of bacon off a first-year's plate, and popped it in his mouth. If he was going to sit here, he might as well eat. I don't know where Montague is. Draco leaned forward, putting his mouth next to Harry's ear. I know you're lying, he whispered. And I'm going to make your life miserable until you tell me what happened to Montague. Draco reached around Harry's shoulders and grabbed Harry's tie. He lifted it into the air and delicately dipped the bottom half into the glass of pumpkin juice that had been left behind by the seat's previous occupant. It was nothing more than an annoyance, really, A simple Scourgify would have Harry's clothes as clean as new, but it was an annoyance nonetheless. Draco was true to his word. The Inquisitional Squad's harassment of Harry and his friends, already a serious inconvenience, became so relentless that it was almost unbearable. Harry was ordered to turn out his trunk 2 times that day, Theo once, and Tracy a startling 3 times. Nor was the pressure confined to Slytherin. Gryffindor lost over 200 house points in an afternoon, when Hermione and assorted Weasleys were accused of committing infractions such as walking too slowly, walking too quickly, and too many freckles. Things hadn't been this bad since the first day the Inquisitional Squad had gained their powers. Just before lights out, Harry checked his DA galleon. He was not surprised to see a message notifying him that a meeting was being called for the next evening. The next morning, Harry quietly slipped away from breakfast. Draco had been watching him like a hawk yesterday, which had prevented Harry from retrieving the Marauders map to search for Montague. But breakfast was always more chaotic than dinner, and Draco's best attempt at constant vigilance wasn't good enough to keep Harry in sight. Once Harry retrieved and activated the map, he was surprised to find that Montague's dot was nowhere to be seen. Harry had expected Montague to be in some distant corner of the castle, probably knocked unconscious as a result of his own ham-fisted attempt at a curse or a prank. Instead, it was as if Montague had vanished into thin air. Not an impossibility, when one was a wizard, but certainly an impossibility when one was within Hogwarts' powerful anti-disapparition wards. If Montague wasn't on the map, then something very strange must have occurred, and Harry was willing to bet that someone in the DA knew something about it. Later that night, Hermione called the DA to order. The Inquisitional Squad has increased its pressure over the last 2 days, Hermione said, once everybody quieted down. I assume that most of you have already noticed the sudden surge in severe punishments for spurious offenses. Neville Longbottom took over speaking. He showed no sign of being disturbed by the recent news of Bellatrix's escape. If anything, he seemed more assertive and confident than ever. We're here tonight to determine 2 things, he said, ticking them off on his fingers. First, why the increased activity? Second, what should we do about it? Because the meeting had been called on short notice, a large portion of the DA was missing. Alicia and Angelina were in detention, but Katie Bell was present and casting occasional glares at Harry. Harry knew that several Hufflepuffs were at Quidditch practice, and a handful of other members were missing for unspecified reasons. Longbottom's posse was all in attendance. I think we should go on the attack, Seamus Finnegan said. A few hexes in the hallway will make Malfoy think twice before taking more house points from us. There was a murmur of agreement from the crowd. I'm sick of hiding, Finnegan said. We've trained in dueling and defense. I think it's time we put Malfoy and the Inquisitional Squad in their place. Great idea, Tracy said. Except Malfoy can give you detentions. Are you scared of a little detention? Finnegan taunted. I'm not. I'm not scared of detention. I'm scared of the woman who proctors it, Tracy said. You can hex Malfoy all you want, but I'll still be in school after Umbridge has you expelled. Tracy's right, Hermione said, cutting off Finnegan's response. We're not going to do anything that will get us expelled. Then why are we even here? Finnegan shouted. Anything that's worth doing is going to carry risks. We're here because we need to find Montague, Harry said loudly. All eyes in the room turned toward him. That's the answer to Longbottom's first question. Why has Inquisitional Squad activity increased? Because Montague is missing. And why is that our problem? Finnegan asked. Because Draco's making it our problem, Harry said. So, if you know anything about Montague, please tell me. Hermione. Neville. And if you don't know anything, keep your eyes and ears open. The faster Montague is found, the faster this stops. Why should we know where Montague is? Dean Thomas called out. What makes you think we know anything? You shouldn't, Harry said, even though he strongly suspected otherwise. That's what I told Draco. My friends and I had nothing to do with Montague's disappearance. But Draco didn't believe me. We might not have created the problem, but things will get better if we're the ones to solve it. Harry paused. And finding Montague is a lot more productive than hexing Malfoy and getting detention. Hermione spoke again. I agree with Harry. We should focus on locating Montague. Until then, try to avoid situations where the Inquisitional Squad can harass you or deduct points. Stay near neutral teachers, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout. The Inquisitional Squad won't take unjustified points in front of them. Hermione put her hands on her hips and cocked her head to one side. And for Merlin's sake, please don't hex anybody. She turned to Longbottom. That's all I have. Do you want to talk about tonight's lesson? As Longbottom spoke, Harry surveyed his fellow DA members. Most of them seemed to be giving Longbottom their usual amount of attention, and nobody seemed to be acting strangely. There were no pointed glances at Harry, no suspicious aversions of eyes, no attempts to disappear into the crowd. Harry felt a flicker of doubt. Maybe Thomas was right. Maybe Harry's suspicion that someone in the DA knew Montague's whereabouts was off target. But Harry's gut told him that the answer was here. Harry's gut was right. Once practice began for the night, Fred and George Weasley sidled up to Harry's usual group. They sported identical smiles, and they were carrying themselves with their normal casual ease, but their mere presence was enough to catch Harry's full attention. Looking to expand your dueling horizons? Harry asked quietly. We'd like to have a discreet discussion about the disappearance of Draco's drudge, Fred said. Harry nodded. Meet me in the caved-in tunnel behind the mirror on the 4th floor, Harry said. Midnight. Done, Fred replied. The twins were waiting in the tunnel when Harry arrived, their wands out and lit. Once the mirror had safely closed behind him, Harry spoke. What do you know? The twins glanced at one another. Their faces were pale in the light of their wands, but Harry thought that they were paler than usual. Montague likes to give us detentions, George said. Lots of them. Usually unwarranted, Fred added. A few days ago, he tried to give us detentions for looking alike, George said. I told him to sod off. He drew his wand, but we stunned him before he could do anything. We were already on the 6th floor, so we hauled him to the room of requirement and stuffed him into a cabinet, Fred said. We reckoned that he would wander out when he woke up. Seems we were wrong. And how long ago was this? Harry asked. 3 days. Maybe 4, George said. Harry cursed. You need to take me there. Now. Harry seized the Marauder's map from the back of the passage, then led the twins through the school. They easily avoided patrolling prefects and professors, and shortly found themselves standing in the 7th floor hallway. Fred walked back and forth in front of the wall 3 times. Harry blinked, and in the split second his eyes were closed, a door had appeared on the wall. What were you thinking about when you created this door? Harry asked, in case he needed to leave the room and make it reappear at a later time. I was thinking that I needed a place to hide something, Fred replied as he opened the door. Harry followed Fred and George into the room of requirement, and was astounded to see the exact room that Harry sued to hide his contraband books. Fred and George led Harry through the room, following largely the same path that Harry himself had used. The twins did not travel as deeply into the room as Harry had, however, and instead stopped at a cabinet that was standing next to a large bust. Harry had passed the cabinet every time he entered and exited the room. This is it, George said. Harry stepped forward and grabbed the knobs of the doors. He steeled himself against the thought of what he might find inside, then flung the doors open. The cabinet was empty. Montague was nowhere to be found. He was stunned when you brought him in? Harry asked, and George nodded. Maybe he let himself out and wandered off in the wrong direction, then. Harry raised his hands and cupped them around his mouth. Montague, can you hear me? His voice echoed away into nothingness, and there was no response. Harry was about to call out again when he suddenly remembered a spell from his past. He drew his wand and waved it through the air. Hominem Revelio. 3 dots appeared in the air above Harry's wand. 2 red and gold, 1 green and silver. Damn, Harry muttered. What does that mean? George asked. Is he already gone? Or he got himself killed, Harry said. He was in a foul mood. What the twins had done to Montague was reckless and dangerous. Even in the best-case scenario, where Montague left under his own power, the twins still would have revealed the location of the room of requirement. In the worst-case scenario, Montague was dead. Harry reached out with his left hand and slammed the doors shut. F.K. He spun away from the cabinet and the twins, trying to control his rage. Harry wanted nothing more than to berate the twins for their stupidity. Harry. Fred asked tentatively. What? Harry snapped. Look, said George, pointing to the air above Harry's wand. The two red and gold dots still hovered in the air, but a second green and silver dot had appeared next to Harry's. The new dot shined weakly, at times almost flickering out of existence. Harry turned back to the cabinet and slowly opened the door. Montague's crumpled form lay at the bottom of the cabinet. The large boy was breathing shallowly and irregularly, and his skin was paler than Luna Lovegood's. The two of you need to get out of here, Harry said. If he wakes up and sees you, we're history. What are you going to do? Fred asked. I'm going to be a hero, Harry said. Harry stared down at Montague's unconscious body, frowning. The twins had gotten themselves in a right mess, and Harry was going to have to act quickly if he was going to bail them out. The first step was getting out of the room of requirement and reviving Montague in a different location. The older boy was still breathing shallowly. There wasn't much time to waste. Levicorpus. Montague's body rose into the air, and Harry maneuvered him through the room of requirement to the door. The Marauder's map showed nobody between Harry and the classrooms on the 6th floor. If Harry moved quickly, he and Montague would make it there unseen. Harry deactivated the map and tucked it inside an old set of robes that was lying on the ground next to the door. He would come back for it later. On the 6th floor, Harry let himself inside the first classroom that had any sort of cabinet inside it. He closed and locked the door, then gingerly maneuvered Montague so that the older boy was half in, half out of the cabinet. Perfect. There was only one last thing to do. Harry reached inside his shirt and wiped his hand against his armpit, then raised it to his nose and inhaled deeply. The strong scent of sweat mixed with deodorant filled Harry's nostrils, anchoring his memory in this moment. If he was asked to produce a memory in Dumbledore's pensieve, it would start here, safely away from the room of requirement. Harry composed his face in a look of shock, then cast a reviving spell. Renervate. Montague stirred and opened his eyes slowly. His lips parted, and he made a croaking noise that might have been an attempt at speech. Harry glanced around, then summoned a bowl from a table across the room. Aguamenti, Harry incanted, filling the bowl with conjured water. He leaned into the cabinet and touched the bowl to Montague's lips, carefully tilting the bowl and allowing the other boy to drink. When the first bowl of water was empty, Harry filled another. Montague drank that, as well. By the time he had finished the second bowl of water, Montague was starting to return to his senses. Montague, what happened to you? Harry asked, hoping that his voice contained an appropriate mix of confusion and excitement. Montague blinked his eyes several times. Potter. Harry realized that Montague hadn't yet recognized him. Between his desperate thirst and the fact that he had been stuck in a dark cabinet for several days, Harry couldn't fault him. Yes, it's Harry, Harry replied. Where am I? How did you find me? That's not important, Harry said. You've been missing for days. What happened? Where have you been? I don't know, Montague said. I've been floating. He was blinking his eyes rapidly, now, and Harry could see that they were starting to focus on his face. It was black, all around me. There were voices in the darkness, quiet voices, whispering about curses, dark magic, horrible things, hand of glory, human bones that had been cleaned of flesh. Voices in the darkness. It sounded like hell. Montague nodded. Sometimes they felt like they were closer, sometimes far away. I could sleep, a little. Most of the time I was awake, I spent trying to disapparate. Anything to get away. You can't apparate or disapparate inside Hogwarts, Harry said. I know, Montague said. But I couldn't find my way out, and what else was I going to do? I would have done anything to get away from those whispers. And sometimes, when they were close, I felt as if I could almost do it, almost escape. Montague shook his head. That's the last thing I remember. Trying to disapparate. Maybe I passed out from exhaustion. When I woke up, I was here. Montague pushed himself up so that he was sitting in the cabinet, feet resting on the floor outside. Where is here, anyway? A classroom on the 6th floor, Harry said vaguely. How did you get in here? Do you spend a lot of time wandering into strange cabinets? I'm not sure, Montague said. Things got confusing. I wasn't sure how long I had been in the darkness, it could have been a few hours, or a few weeks. The last thing I remember is, Montague frowned. Weasleys. Yeah, I talked to them, Harry said. You took some house points from them, and they were pretty mad. But after that, you scared a couple of third-year Hufflepuffs out of a broom cupboard. That's the last anybody saw of you. How do you know that? Montague asked. I've been trying to find you for days, Harry said. Everybody in Slytherin has. The logical thing to do was track down the last person who saw you. And why were you so concerned? Montague asked slowly. Draco has been putting pressure on everybody in Slytherin to find you, Harry said. And I'm an easy person to put pressure on. Harry paused and tilted his head sideways. Are you complaining about being rescued? Montague closed his eyes and shook his head. No, but I didn't take house points from the Weasleys. I gave them detention. Yeah, detention. And then, Montague's eyes flew open. Harry set down the bowl that he had been holding and placed both hands on the doors of the cabinet. He leaned forward slightly. And then you generously decided to take house points away, instead, Harry said intensely. Afterwards, you scared a couple of third-year Hufflepuffs out of a broom cupboard. You remember that, right? Montague pushed himself upward, so that he was sitting with his back against the rear of the cabinet. What were their names? What? Harry was caught off his guard. Their names. The Hufflepuffs. You said you talked to them. Who were they? It was Harry's turn to frown. He stared at Montague for a long moment, then bit the inside of his mouth, hard. The pain was sharp, and the coppery taste of blood filled his mouth. If anybody wanted to review Harry's memory of Montague's rescue, that would mark the end of the memory. Harry didn't want anybody seeing what he was about to do next. As Harry began speaking, he allowed his left hand began to idly move one of the cabinet doors back and forth. You know, Montague, you're starting to sound ungrateful. Finding you wasn't easy to do. It was difficult. Very difficult. You're a very lucky man. Harry looked over at the door, and he continued to move it back and forth on his hinges. His motion was a little larger, now. A little more dramatic. And the door came quite a bit closer to closing. Finding you was difficult, Montague, but losing you was very, very easy. Harry leaned forward, looming over his classmate. He pulled the doors shut, closing them as tightly as they could, crushing them against Montague's legs, allowing only a narrow beam of light to enter the cabinet. I need to know that you understand what happened. You spoke to the Weasleys, and you took house points away from them. After that, you caught a couple of fourth-year Hufflepuffs in a broom cupboard. I thought you said they were third year, Montague said. Harry heard his voice trembling a bit. I don't care what year they were, Harry snapped. But you didn't know their names, either, and you certainly can't remember their faces. You just scared them out, told them to get lost, and that's the last thing you remember. Isn't it? Harry pulled hard on the doors, causing them to dig into Montague's meaty thighs. Or am I wrong? You're not wrong, Montague said quietly. Hufflepuffs, that's the last thing I remember. Excellent, Harry said, throwing the doors of the cabinet wide open. Now, let's get you to the hospital wing. Harry helped Montague climb out of the cabinet, and allowed the large boy to throw an arm over his shoulders. Together, they slowly made their way toward the door. Where did you say we were? Montague wondered aloud. 6th floor, Harry said. A classroom that almost nobody uses. I don't remember being on the 6th floor, Montague said quietly. Harry pinched Montague on the arm and twisted, viciously. You didn't remember those Hufflepuffs either, right? Oh, Montague said. Right. Harry smiled and released Montague's skin. Glad we understand one another, Harry said. And where did you find him, again? Umbridge asked. In a wardrobe in a 6th floor classroom, Harry said irritably. He had already told her 3 times. Harry was sitting in Umbridge's office. Umbridge was seated behind her desk, regarding Harry with suspicious eyes. Snape was standing off to one side, face calm, betraying nothing. Dumbledore, meanwhile, had taken a seat next to Harry and was lounging rather comfortably in one of Umbridge's chairs. When Harry and Montague had arrived at the hospital wing, things began to happen very quickly. Madame Pomfrey immediately placed Montague in a bed and began casting a series of diagnostic spells. When Montague proved to be too confused to answer her questions, she turned to Harry. Where did Harry find him? 6th floor, classroom, in a cabinet. What was his condition like? Sometimes lucid, sometimes incoherent. Had Montague said anything? He had been locked in for days. Had he eaten since he went missing? Not that Harry knew. Anything to drink. Harry had immediately conjured some water. Signs of spells, charms, potions. Nothing that Harry saw. Once Madame Pomfrey was satisfied that Harry had no further information to offer that would allow her to treat Montague, she sent Harry to notify Snape that Montague had been found. Harry found Snape, and Snape in turn found Dumbledore. When the trio returned to the hospital wing, Dolores Umbridge was waiting for them. Nobody was quite sure how she had gotten wind of Montague's reappearance. Potter, follow me, Umbridge had said. She breezed past Harry on her way out of the hospital wing. I have some questions to ask you. I think the same can be said for us all, Dumbledore said, turning to follow Umbridge. The High Inquisitor does not need your assistance, Umbridge said snappishly. Of course not, Dumbledore replied. But the headmaster of Hogwarts has a duty to inquire into the whereabouts of Mr. Montague, as does the head of Slytherin House. Snape had turned to follow Umbridge, as well, even though Harry hadn't noticed it. Surely we can satisfy our curiosity at the same time. After all, we all want the same thing, to determine the true nature of Mr. Montague's disappearance. Umbridge's mouth puckered, as if she had eaten something sour. Harry had the distinct impression that Umbridge wasn't interested in the truth of Montague's disappearance, but rather the easiest way that she could blame Harry for it. Very well, Umbridge said. All of you, follow me. Umbridge proceeded to question Harry for almost 40 minutes. Most of Harry's answers flowed smoothly from his lips. Harry had known that this interrogation was inevitable from the moment he discovered Montague, so he had done his best to anticipate Umbridge's questions. Why was Harry in an unused classroom on the 6th floor at this time of night? Just looking for some peace and quiet. Sometimes it takes extraordinary effort to make people leave you alone. Where were you before you found Montague? In the Slytherin common room, talking to my friends. You expect me to believe that you had nothing to do with Montague's disappearance. I just made him reappear, didn't I? Harry was beginning to grow worried. His plan had seemed elegant in its simplicity, but it seemed that Umbridge didn't believe him. Which, of course, Harry should have expected. His explanation seemed logical on its face, but under Umbridge's scrutiny Harry was beginning to crack. It was only a matter of time before she exposed some logical or factual inconsistency. Harry could feel himself getting turned around by Umbridge's questions, and even though he hadn't gotten caught in a lie yet, he was beginning to worry. Professor Umbridge, I don't understand why you're so interested in all this, Harry said, ignoring Umbridge's latest question. It was a desperate bid to regain control of the conversation. Harry had been doing fine at the beginning of this inquisition, and if he could steer the conversation back to that point, he'd be putting himself back in a position of strength. I mean, I'm the one who found Montague. If I wanted to make him disappear, why would I be the one to find him again? I can think of several reasons, Umbridge said. Perhaps you realized that Mr. Montague's discovery was inevitable, and you acted to protect yourself. Perhaps you never intended for Mr. Montague to disappear forever, and his reappearance was in accordance with your initial plan. Or perhaps you had grown accustomed to the adulation of your peers, and you hoped that this incident would make you seem like a hero. Umbridge sneered. Regardless, the fact that you, found Mr. Montague will not allow you to escape my questions. Umbridge resumed her barrage, and Harry felt himself beginning to wilt. Between the pressure from the Inquisitional Squad, the DA meeting, and the actual business of saving Montague, Harry was exhausted. Harry's answers were becoming more and more desperate, and it seemed that Umbridge could sense it. Harry would slip any moment, now, and then Umbridge would have him. Umbridge asked an innocuous question. Who was the last person Harry had spoken to, before he found Montague? Harry knew that staying close to the truth would be the easiest to remember, so he answered truthfully, Hermione. Why was Hermione Granger in the Slytherin common room? Umbridge said. She wasn't, Harry answered. But that's where you left from. before you wanted time to yourself, Umbridge said. You said that you were talking to your friends in the Slytherin common room. Harry froze. Umbridge was right. Harry knew he was caught, and the blossoming smile on Umbridge's face showed that she knew it, as well. It might not be the next question, or the one after, but Umbridge had found a crack in Harry's defenses. She would attack Harry relentlessly, like the elements of nature eroding a rock, until finally Harry would crumble. Then Dumbledore stepped in. Dolores, I cannot allow you to deliberately misunderstand Harry. Deliberately misunderstand. Umbridge sputtered indignantly. There was no misunderstanding. You were already well aware that Harry was in the Slytherin common room prior to finding Mr. Montague, speaking with Ms. Davis and Mr. Knott, Dumbledore said patiently. Harry assumed, rather naturally I think, that you wouldn't waste our time asking questions to which you already had answers. I would never accuse you of wasting our time, Harry said magnanimously. Be quiet, Umbridge snapped. Dumbledore continued speaking placidly. When you asked about Harry's last conversation prior to discovering Mr. Montague, Harry answered the question you meant to ask. Other than the conversation with Ms. Davis and Mr. Knott, who was the last person you spoke to? I'm sorry I wasn't clearer about my answer, Harry said. Umbridge had turned so red in the face that Harry expected steam to begin pouring out her ears. She launched back into her questioning, but the tenor of the room had changed completely. Every time Umbridge seemed to be getting an advantage, Dumbledore stepped in. He would agree with Umbridge's question, but rephrase it in a way that was easier for Harry to answer. Or he would muse about the subject of the question, giving Harry time to construct an answer of his own. Every time Dumbledore spoke, Umbridge's expression grew darker, but there was very little she could do. She couldn't eject Dumbledore from the interview. He was the headmaster, after all, and by the time Dumbledore had finished speaking, the damage had already been done. Montague will confirm everything you told me, Umbridge said. Of course, Harry said. But, he was rather delirious when I found him. He was only lucid part of the time. I'm not sure how much we'll be able to trust his memory. Umbridge made a noise in her throat that was something between a growl and a wheeze. She was out of patience, but no closer to implicating Harry in Montague's disappearance than she had been at the beginning of the night. I have no further questions, Umbridge said. But, I want you to take me to this classroom where you discovered Montague. Of course, Harry agreed. Shall we? Harry struggled against the urge to smile as Umbridge scowled at him. Clearly she had not expected Harry to agree so quickly, or offer to take her to the location immediately. It was after midnight before Umbridge allowed Harry to return to Slytherin. She had searched every corner of the classroom where Harry claimed to have found Montague, but she could find no evidence of Harry's deception. By the end of her search, Harry was beginning to feel a little smug. The beauty of his lie was in its simplicity. Harry found Montague in a cabinet, and everything else remained completely unexplained. There was nothing for Umbridge to latch onto and use against him. The lights were off in Harry's dormitory, and although he tried to remain respectfully quiet, the noise of his return awoke Draco. Potter. Draco's voice was muffled, sleepy. What time is it? midnight, Harry answered quietly. Detention, Draco said. I was with Umbridge, Harry countered. I'll be sure to check on that tomorrow, Draco said. His voice was becoming clearer as he spoke. Harry could tell that Draco was fully awake. You do that, Harry said. Then, a moment later, Montague's back. When? How? I found him this evening, Harry said. He was jammed in a wardrobe, unconscious. It was you, then? Draco said. His voice was getting louder. No, it wasn't, Harry said. He didn't stuff himself in a cabinet, Draco said. And if you didn't do it, then why were you looking for him? Because you made it my problem, Harry snapped. What would kidnapping Montague have accomplished for me? There's no advantage. The only thing it did was give you an excuse to come after me with the Inquisition. Harry grinned suddenly in the darkness, then wiped the expression from his face before Draco could notice. Harry had been wondering how he would get Draco to let go of the issue of Montague's disappearance, and now he knew. Of course, Harry muttered, as if he was having an epiphany. It was you, wasn't it? What do you mean? Draco said. You're the one who kidnapped Montague, Harry said. Why didn't I see it before? You kidnapped Montague, a veteran Quidditch player, right before our last match. You blame it on me, and suddenly everybody in the house has a reason to hate me, even the Slytherins who don't have Death Eaters for parents. I look like I'm petty and spiteful, like I'm willing to hurt everybody in Slytherin just to get at you. What? That's crazy. Draco said. Harry was on a roll, now. He stood and began to pace back and forth. But even without Montague on the team, your chances of losing to Ravenclaw are negligible. Harper gets promoted from the reserves, and you win the last match of the year despite Harry Potter's trickery. You're a hero, and I'm the GOAT. And after the match, you rescue Montague. Now you're a hero twice over. And when Montague accuses me of being the one who attacked him, I get expelled. Harry stopped pacing and fixed Draco with an intense stare. You'd better watch your back from now on, Malfoy. You seem like the type of person who might have an accident in the near future. It's so easy to lose your balance at the top of the stairs, you know. The hallway looks empty. Nobody around that you can see, at least. And suddenly, there you go. Harry grinned, just a little, and this time he made sure that Draco could see. Or maybe you slip on some ice on your way to the Ollery. Maybe your broom malfunctions at Quidditch practice. Harry's grin had blossomed into a predatory smile. Maybe one morning, you just don't wake up. This was what the most important part of Harry's gambit. Draco and the Inquisitional Squad were pushing Harry as much as they could. Ideally, Harry would lose his temper, get himself expelled, but, barring that, they were content to simply make Harry miserable. At some point, however, Harry would not passively accept their provocations, Harry would strike back. Draco knew that Harry had the resources to move around Hogwarts undetected, and that Harry could carry out any of his threats at any time. If Draco believed that Harry was willing to escalate their conflict beyond petty pranks and retribution, if Draco thought that Harry would resort to severe violence as a form of revenge, then Draco would back off. You really didn't do it, did you? Draco asked, leaning back slightly and giving Harry a quizzical look. Harry knew that he had won. Of course I didn't do it, Harry said, preserving his angry facade. You did. If I had created a plan that brilliant, do you seriously think I would have left Montague in a cabinet in an abandoned classroom where you could find him? Draco said. I know you have that map. Harry scowled and drew his eyebrows together. That, Harry paused for dramatic effect. That would be incredibly stupid of you. Exactly, Draco said. And I am not incredibly stupid. So if you didn't put Montague in the cabinet, who did? Harry asked. There was a momentary silence. Draco was the first to speak. Maybe Montague actually did stuff himself in the closet, he said. Harry tried to maintain his expression of frustration, but the absurdity of Draco's suggestion was just too much. Harry began to chuckle in spite of himself. A moment later, Draco joined him. Montague's just dumb enough to pull it off, isn't he? Harry said. I can't believe I seriously thought that he would be named Quidditch captain, Draco said, shaking his head. The two boys were laughing louder, now. There was a creak of bedsprings as Goyle rolled over in bed. What's going on? What are you talking about? Goyle asked, voice thick. Shut up, Goyle, Harry and Draco said in unison. Harry covered his face in his hand, trying to stifle his laughter. It felt good to laugh with Draco again, even if they had spent the last several minutes arguing with and lying to one another. Goyle frowned and flopped onto his belly. He grabbed his pillow and pulled it up and over his head. Harry looked at Draco once again. I'm sore. Harry paused. Actually, I'm not sorry. But I'm willing to let this go if you are. Draco waved his hand in the air. Montague isn't worth it. I've got my chaser back, so I'm not going to ask any more questions. Fine by me, Harry said. As he turned toward his bed, he automatically called out over his shoulder, Good night, Draco. Good night, Draco responded just as quickly. Harry glanced over his shoulder, and saw that Draco was still looking at him. The two boys stared at one another for several seconds, and Harry wondered what his old friend was thinking. Draco was the first to turn away, rolling over in bed and pulling his covers up over his head. Harry stared at his friend's covered form for a moment longer before turning away and walking to his own bed. Watching Longbottom lead the DA alongside Hermione was galling, but Harry was grudgingly forced to admit that Longbottom had talent as a teacher. Not that Harry would ever say that aloud. Harry would rather get hexed than compliment Longbottom on anything, but Harry was at least willing to admit it to himself. The DA was more engaged with Longbottom as a leader, and they were learning at a faster rate than they had under Harry. It seemed that Longbottom had been correct. It didn't matter if Harry was the best duelist or the best teacher, if nobody was willing to listen to him. Tonight Longbottom was teaching jinxes and anti-jinxes. There were no protests, no catcalls, no complaints that these were spells they had learned during first year. Longbottom demonstrated their usefulness as distractions and disruptions, emphasizing that the familiar spells could be cast easily and quickly, allowing you to disrupt more powerful magic and shift the balance of a duel against a better wizard. Longbottom then set the class to practicing. There was another significant difference between Longbottom and Harry's teaching styles, beyond the fact that the DA actually listened to Longbottom. When Longbottom was giving feedback to a member of the DA, he would personally duel that person to judge their understanding and progress. It became somewhat of a joke among the members of the DA that Longbottom's most frequently spoken words were, "Now, show me." As much as Harry hated to see Longbottom take his place next to Hermione, Harry was glad to rejoin Tracy and Theo for dueling practice. He had tried to sneak over and duel with them on occasion, but it was always difficult to do so when he was teaching. Now, Harry could duel as much or as little as he wanted, and since Theo still refused to duel Tracy, Harry's dueling generally skewed toward the much end of the spectrum. Harry was surprised, but pleased, to see that Ginny and Luna had remained part of the dueling group. Harry had expected Tracy to expel the other two girls now that Harry had returned, and when he asked Theo about it, the owned boy chuckled. Tracy still can't figure out why Luna wins half of their duels. We'll be practicing together until she does. Harry had always known why Tracy couldn't consistently defeat Luna. It had been obvious to him from the first time the two owned girls had dueled. Tracy was an optimizer. She used her most powerful spells over and over, with minimal variation. Harry could practically hear her voice in his head. Why would I intentionally use an underpowered spell? Tracy was powerful, but predictable. Luna, however, was the very definition of unpredictability. Luna used disruptive hexes and jinxes, almost to the exclusion of other spells. Luna might cast one stunner or disarming charm for every 10 jinxes she cast. Tracy wasn't prepared to deal with the speed or variety of Luna's simple spells, and she seemed unable to comprehend their usefulness. Harry had wanted Tracy to discover the secret on her own, but tonight Longbottom had laid it out for her, word by word. Now that Luna's secret had been revealed, Harry could tell that Tracy was eager to duel. She was on her feet and had her wand out, tapping it impatiently against her leg as she paced back and forth. When Luna and Ginny arrived, Tracy immediately challenged Luna to the first duel. Luna agreed, and literally waltzed to where Tracy was standing, taking steps in small groups of 3. The duel was over quickly. Tracy fired a stinging jinx, and Luna responded with 3 disarming charms and a stunner. Tracy was on the ground in under 15 seconds. What the hell was that? Tracy yelled after Theo renovated her. You were supposed to disrupt me with your jinxes, correct? Luna said. That's wasn't. Tracy stopped herself mid-sentence and glared at Luna. Harry knew what she had been about to say. That wasn't fair, or that wasn't how you've been dueling. Tracy had expected to exchange a flurry of jinxes with Luna, and had probably expected that her own jinxes would be more powerful. Instead, Luna used Tracy's own tactics against her and had overpowered the Slytherin witch. Luna smiled serenely, and Tracy began to go red in the face. Luna's behavior was infuriating to Tracy. The blithe comments, the vacant expressions, the strange stories, the innocent smiles. In this case, though, Harry could see a mischievous twinkle in Luna's bright blue eyes. She was provoking Tracy, specifically trying to make Tracy lose her composure. Tracy, though, was blinded by the assumptions she made about Luna, and could not see that Luna was wielding her frivolity as both a sword and shield. Tracy and Luna dueled again, and the second time Tracy lasted 2 minutes before Luna had her disarmed and on her back. Tracy got up spitting curses. Harry was worried that she was going to hex Luna out of spite, and stepped forward to intervene. Hold on, Harry said. You can't completely abandon your normal dueling style, Tracy. You need to supplement it with anti-jinxes, not supplant it. Tracy gave Harry a nasty look, which Harry ignored. Take a break. Think about the optimal time to disrupt your opponent's spells. That's when anti-jinxes will come most naturally to you. Maybe practice by jinxing Theo for a bit. Fine, Tracy snapped. Once she had stepped out of the way, Harry drew his own wand and turned to Luna. Do you mind if we duel, next? I'd like to see how well I can do when faced with the queen of the anti-jinx. Are you certain? Luna asked. She tilted her head and gave Harry an odd look. Her large blue eyes made her resemble a deranged owl. Slytherins seem to have some difficulty defeating me. Shut up. Tracy had been jinxing Theo repeatedly while he shielded himself, but she paused long enough to yell at Harry and Luna. I think I'll be okay, Harry said. He raised his wand. Are you ready? Ready, Luna said. Harry and Luna dueled several times, and Harry emerged as the victor of every duel. The exchanges were lively and fun. The pair quickly traded jinxes and hexes and charms, interrupting one another with incredible rapidity. Harry deeply respected Luna's ability to interrupt his more complicated spells. It was only when a disruptive jinx of his own struck home that Harry could take the time to properly cast a stunner or disarming charm at Luna. During his fourth duel with Luna, a stinging jinx struck Harry on the shoulder. Harry yelped in pain and surprise. He hadn't seen any of Luna's spells get past his defenses. Harry lashed out with his wand and deflected an incoming stunner from Luna, and almost immediately afterward he felt another stinging jinx strike him in the left thigh. That spell definitely hadn't come from Luna. Harry cast his eyes about, trying to find the source of the spell without taking his eyes of his opponent for too long. Harry wasn't a second too late. A third stinging jinx was coming his way. This time, he was able to erect a hasty shield, and the jinx harmlessly impacted on the charm's surface. Harry's eyes traced the path of the jinx backwards, and discovered its source, a grinning Ginny Weasley. Yow! Another stinging jinx had struck Harry, this one on his right shoulder. Harry turned his attention back to Luna, and immediately saw a flash of light from his left. Ginny, again. Harry suddenly found himself dueling two of his friends, desperately snapping his wand back and forth, deflecting the spells that he could, dodging the spells that he couldn't, and occasionally shielding himself if things got too rough. Finally, he saw an opening. Ginny was late in firing a Jelly Legs jinx, and Harry was able to deflect it directly at Luna. Luna, who was preparing her next jinx, was caught off her guard, and the deflected jinx struck her squarely. Luna's legs began to wobble, and Harry followed up with a disarming charm that yanked her wand out of her hand. Harry quickly turned back to Ginny, barely in time to shield himself from her next jinx. Now that the duel was once again one-on-one, Ginny abandoned her relentless stream of annoying jinxes in favor of her full dueling repertoire. Harry did the same, and the two students exchanged a flurry of spells. Even though Ginny had improved significantly due to their private lessons, Harry's victory was inevitable. Harry caught Ginny in the shoulder with a high stunner, and she crumpled to the ground. Harry followed her, flopping down and letting his arms splay out to the side, exhausted by the unexpectedly difficult duel. Harry lay there for a few moments, looking at the ceiling. That had been challenging. And fun. He wanted to do it again. After he caught his breath, Harry rose and renervated Ginny. That wasn't very nice, Harry said, reaching out with his left hand to help her up from the ground. Ginny grabbed Harry's hand and hauled herself to her feet. No, but it was funny. You should have seen the look on your face the first time I jinxed you. It was classic. I'm Harry Potter. Nobody can jinx me. What strange sorcery is this? Ginny broke into laughter. Har, Harry said sarcastically. Ah, learn to take a joke, Ginny said, pushing Harry's shoulder. Harry cracked a small smile. Actually, I rather enjoyed that duel. I'd like to keep practicing that way, dueling both you and Luna. One woman isn't enough for Harry Potter, Ginny said, waggling her eyebrows suggestively. Not even me. Harry blushed, and Ginny laughed, delighting in her ability to make Harry uncomfortable. Do you want to try again? Luna asked. She had somehow appeared right next to Harry and Ginny. Yes, I do, Harry said. But this time, I don't want you to hold back. Are you sure? Ginny asked. I know you're a better duelist than either of us, but, 2 against 1. It seems a little unfair. I guess we'll see, won't we? Harry said obliquely. As he walked away, he worked up some rage at Umbridge and entered his emerald trance. The room turned green, and Harry raised his wand. Several minutes later, after Harry released his trance and renovated both of the girls, Ginny was no longer laughing. Using the power of his trance, Harry had defeated Ginny and Luna even more soundly in the second duel than in the first. Ginny didn't like to lose under normal circumstances, and she particularly didn't like losing to Harry. But losing when she and Luna were fighting Harry, 2 against 1, at full power. And losing so definitively, it was enough to put a dramatic scowl on her face. Luna, however, was almost overflowing with energy. When Harry renovated her, Luna leapt up from the floor so quickly she almost crashed into Harry. That was spectacular. Luna said. How long have you known that you could duel 2 people at once? Why aren't you getting tired? Who taught you how to deflect spells like that? She started walking in a circle around Harry, tilting her head this way and that, bending over at the waist and squinting her eyes. Her gait reminded Harry of a stooped old man, and it put Luna's face uncomfortably close to Harry's midsection. Harry turned slightly, trying to follow her as she circled him, but Luna was already coming around his other side. Now she was looking upward, either at Harry's armpits or his nostrils. Whoa, Harry said, holding up his hands and stepping back. I hadn't ever dueled 2 people at once before today. That's even more interesting. Luna darted forward and grabbed the sides of Harry's head with both her hands, forcing him to look upward toward the ceiling. She was definitely examining his nostrils now. I knew there was some sort of mystery going on here. Are you part Vila, part dragon? Did you do some secret ritual? Did Tracy put you in contact with an ancient, inscrutable evil? Are you tapping into eldritch powers from beyond the universe? Luna moved closer, and Harry discovered for the first time that having a pretty witch only inches from his face could be awkward rather than exciting. Harry shook his head, freeing himself from Luna's grip. The bee-owned girl reached toward him once again, and Harry grabbed her by the wrists. He had a secret, but not the sort that Luna suspected, and he didn't want her misguided curiosity to put ideas into anybody else's head. Luna, I'm just very good at dueling, Harry said firmly. Let it go, please. Luna raised her eyebrows. Ah, I see. She glanced left and right before winking at Harry and giving him a secretive smile. Very good at dueling, then. She opened her hands in a gesture of surrender, and Harry released them. Before Luna stepped away, she whispered under her breath. You are a mystery, Harry Potter. And I solve mysteries. Harry looked around. Ginny was still brushing off her robes. Again, Harry asked. I've been embarrassed enough for one night, Ginny said, forcing humor into her voice. I think I'm done. But we're not, Tracy said, suddenly appearing at Harry's elbow with Theo by her side. How long have you known you could duel 2 people at once? Why weren't you getting tired? Harry shrugged. Tonight's the first time, so, I don't know why I wasn't getting tired. Well, you're going to do it again, Tracy said. But this time, you'll be facing Theo and me. If you insist, Harry said, preparing his trance. Oh, I do, Tracy said. 5 minutes later, Harry was renovating his 2 Slytherin friends. Theo was laughing incredulously as Harry helped him to his feet, but Tracy was less amused. Her lips were pressed together in a thin line, and she said nothing when Harry revived her. A few feet away, Harry caught a glimpse of Ginny and saw that she had a small smile on her face, a reaction to Tracy's defeat. Or Tracy's subsequent irritation. Or both. Probably both. Where'd you learn to do that? Theo asked loudly. He was shaking his head in amazement, still chuckling to himself. Harry didn't get a chance to answer. I hear that Potter is dueling 2 people at once, Longbottom said. Harry looked over his shoulder and saw that Longbottom and Seamus Finnegan were glaring at him, arms folded. True. True, Harry said. What of it? I came to watch. I wanted to see if you can keep that smirk on your face after you get your head handed to you, Finnegan said. Maybe some other time, Theo said, stepping up to Harry's right shoulder. Harry hasn't lost yet. He beat Ginny and Luna twice, and then turned around and beat Tracy and me. Not fighting the strongest competition, are you? Finnegan said. A couple of girls and a couple of snakes. Is that a challenge, Finnegan? Ginny said, stepping up to Harry's left side. If you want to know the quality of Harry's competition, I'll be happy to show you. We're over here to get Potter back on task, Longbottom said. We're supposed to be learning how to use disruptive jinxes. Fighting as a group and fighting against groups is a different lesson. If he wasn't using disruptive jinxes, then how, exactly, do you think Harry was able to beat us? Tracy called out. She was several feet away, picking at a loose thread on her robes, and she didn't look up when she spoke. Harry hadn't even realized that she was listening. Longbottom scowled. Regardless, it's a distraction. You should be practicing the lesson. Did Hermione send you over here to say that? Harry asked. I came over here on my own, Longbottom said. Well, how about this? Harry said. Why don't we have a little duel, and you can decide for yourself whether or not I know how to use disruptive jinxes. I told you, it isn't about you, Longbottom said. You're a distraction and you're taking away from other people's ability to learn. If other people are stopping to watch me, maybe it's because there's something for them to learn, Harry fired back. So, how about that duel? Beat me, and I'll concede that I should be working on the basics of disruption instead of advanced technique. If I beat you, Harry grinned. You walk away, and I train how I want to train. We already know that I can't beat you in a duel, Longbottom said. Harry was impressed that Longbottom admitted it so readily. Harry smiled and spoke with feigned generosity. Of course, and I would never insult you by making you such an unfair offer. Harry paused. When I'm insulting you, I'll be much clearer about it. What I actually meant was for you, plural, as in you and Finnegan, to duel me. And if you, plural, manage to beat me, then it's back to basics for Harry Potter. Longbottom turned to Finnegan. Are you in? Is it even a question? Finnegan said. All right then, Longbottom said, turning back to Harry. Looks like you've got yourself a duel. Harry's friend stepped back, clearing a large space for his duel with Longbottom and Finnegan. The nearest DA members were the first to notice that something unusual was going on, and when it became clear that Longbottom and Harry were about to duel, the nearest DA members were also the first to put away their wands in order to openly gawk. You realize the irony of this situation, Harry said to Longbottom, as they situated themselves for the duel. You want me to stop distracting people, but yours is the duel that has drawn everybody's attention. Longbottom shook his head and drew his wand. Are you ready? Almost, Harry said. He cleared his throat and raised his voice, projecting so that he could be heard throughout the room. Neville and I have been discussing the power of disruptive jinxes, Harry said to the DA at large, and we agreed that a demonstration was in order. So, how effective are disruptive jinxes? Watch and see. That had been more enjoyable than Harry had thought it would be, and it was a struggle to summon his emerald trance as he raised his wand to Longbottom and Finnegan, signaling his readiness to duel. By the time Longbottom and Finnegan did the same, however, Harry had found the deep reservoirs of his rage and his vision was brilliant emerald green. Harry struck first. He fired a pair of stinging jinxes to his left, directly at Longbottom's eyes, putting the Gryffindor boy on the defensive. Harry stepped to his right as he turned his attention toward Finnegan, and the redhead's disarming charm passed through the space that Harry had just vacated. Harry sent a tripping jinx toward Finnegan, and a jelly legs jinx toward Longbottom. Any of his jinxes could have incapacitated his opponents, but both Gryffindors managed to shield themselves. As Harry sent his next assault at Finnegan, Longbottom finally managed to cast a stunner, a spell that Harry couldn't afford to ignore. Harry drew his arm back and snapped it across his body, perfectly deflecting Longbottom's stunner toward Finnegan. Finnegan raised another shield, but Harry was prepared for Redhead's response. Accio books, Harry cried out, and a whole shelf's worth of books flew off the nearest bookcase. A half dozen of the largest books struck Finnegan in the back, sending him stumbling forward. Few wizards would be able to maintain a shield in spite of such an unexpected assault, and Finnegan was not one of them. As his shield flickered out of existence, Harry unleashed a stunner and knocked the Gryffindor boy unconscious. Harry raised a shield as he turned his attention back to Longbottom, and it was a good thing. A pair of disarming charms splashed harmlessly against Harry's shield, but they would have struck him directly in his chest. Harry smiled. That had been Longbottom's last, best chance to win the duel. Now that Harry could give him his full, trance-enhanced attention, Longbottom's defeat was inevitable. Less than a minute later, the inevitable came to pass. Longbottom lay on the floor stunned, and Harry was strolling over to renervate him. Harry crouched down next to Longbottom's unconscious form and tapped his wand against Longbottom's chest. The Gryffindor boy's eyes sprang open. "I'm going to practice how I want to practice," Harry said in a low voice. "And you are never going to bother me again." Longbottom scowled and waved his hand, trying to bat Harry's wand away from his chest. Harry had already pulled his wand away to tuck it in his robes, and Longbottom's hand passed through empty air. "Nice dueling with you," Harry said. He stood and walked away, leaving Longbottom to stare impotently at his back. January and most of February passed somewhat monotonously. Harry attended DA meetings every week and was quite enjoying them, now that Longbottom had stopped trying to micromanage Harry's practice group. Longbottom had stopped by at the end of several meetings and challenged Harry to duel. Harry had accepted and soundly defeated Longbottom on every occasion. It wasn't a challenge, really, but Harry had to admit that Longbottom was getting better. The inquisitorial squad had backed off a little bit after Montague's reappearance. Harry attributed most the decline in activity to the impending Slytherin-Ravenclaw Quidditch match, but he hoped that the threats he had made to Draco were contributing in some small fashion. Whatever the cause, the reprieve was welcome. Harry continued to attend his occlumency lessons, and was making incremental progress for most of January. They were small increments, but Harry kept telling himself that progress was progress. But Harry's improvement was slowing down, and by mid-February it had ground to a complete halt. For 2 lessons in a row Harry was painfully aware that he had not made any advancement at all, and Snape recognized that fact, as well. Harry began dreading his occlumency lessons. Harry hadn't succeeded at very much this year, and he didn't want to add occlumency lessons to his long list of failures. When Harry entered Snape's classroom for his next occlumency lesson, Snape was sitting at his desk. Harry took a seat in the single chair that was facing Snape's desk and waited for Snape to begin the lesson. Snape regarded Harry coolly and drummed his fingers across the desk. Just as Harry began to grow uncomfortable, Snape spoke. "Tell me why your progression has stalled," Snape said. "If I knew, I wouldn't have stalled," Harry replied. Snape snorted. "Your ability to detect my intrusions continues to improve, but your thoughts and memories remain exposed. You have made marginal improvements on your ability to eject me from your mind, but you are still vulnerable." "I know that," Harry said. "What am I supposed to do? I've read all the books. Twice. I clear my mind every night before I go to sleep, and every time I have class with Umbridge. We've been practicing for weeks. I was getting better for a little while, at least." Snape's fingers continued to drum across the desk. "Self-discovery is the essence of occlumency. What have you learned about yourself?" "Apparently I broadcast my feelings as if I were the emotional equivalent of the wizarding wireless," Harry said. "I'm not sure how silence that. I've tried losing my thoughts in the fog, or hurling them into the blackness of space. I've tried burying them under an avalanche of white snow. And after I ran out of colors suggested in the books, I tried sinking them into the blue of the ocean or burying them in the brown of a peat bog. Nothing works." Harry shook his head. "But you know that. Why haven't you tried other methods?" Snape asked. "You mean another color? Maybe the pink of a massive flock of flamingos?" Snape snorted disapprovingly. "Despite your insolence, your tropical birds are the closest you have come to progress," Snape said. When Harry opened his mouth to respond, Snape held up a hand, forestalling any comment. "Your lack of introspection concerns me, Potter. Weeks ago I told you that no 2 minds are alike, and yet you resist self-analysis with all your might. You know, there's kind of a lot going on for me, right now," Harry said. "Inquisition, Return of Voldemort, character assassination in the Daily Prophet, ex-best friend constantly tormenting me, OWLs are coming up. Introspection hasn't been very high on my to-do list." Snape stared at Harry for several seconds, and Harry began to prepare himself for the evening's first legilimency attack. Snape would sometimes ambush Harry, attacking him mid-sentence, or as soon as Harry walked into the room, or one final time just before Harry left. You were right, Snape said. Wait, what? Nothing could have surprised Harry more. You were correct in your assessment of your priorities, Snape said, steepling his fingers. While learning occlumency is vitally important, a lengthy journey of self-examination and soul-searching is a luxury that we can no longer afford. So, what do we do? Harry asked. Snape leaned forward. It is time we accelerated your learning process. That's a possibility, Harry asked, irritated. Why haven't we done this from the beginning? Imagine that you were flying your broom from Privet Drive to Hogwarts, Snape said. At what speed would you fly? Compared to your maximum speed. Harry shrugged. I don't know. Half speed, maybe. Why not full speed? Snape asked. I'd get tired, Harry said. Precisely, Snape said. If you traveled at full speed, you would get somewhere very quickly, but you would tire before you arrived at your ultimate destination. The same is true with occlumency. With enough time and self-reflection, your mental protections could become as strong as my own. But, as you so recently pointed out, the time you would require for such introspection exceeds the time available to you. Harry nodded with understanding. So we're going to sprint instead of walking, because getting somewhere closer to the destination is better than getting nowhere. Snape nodded, and Harry smiled. What do we do, then? We cannot afford to let you discover the magic of the mind at your own pace. You will learn it at mine, Snape said. Let us return to the subject of self-discovery. When you imagine your memories, what form do they memories take? Harry furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The question was neither complex nor ambiguous, Snape said. Imagine yourself searching your brain for a memory, your first day of school, for example. When you find it, what does it look like? I've never really thought about it, Harry said. How can you hope to conceal something if you do not know what you are concealing? Snape said, irritation evident in his voice. Could you hide a hippogriff in a handbag? Does a boulder stand out from the beach of Black Lake? Harry leaned forward and buried his head in his hands. Sometimes he could be so stupid. He didn't even know what he was supposed to be hiding. How could he possibly know whether or not he was being successful? Snape's fingers were once again drumming across the desk, and Harry knew that Snape's patience was wearing thin. Well, Potter, what do your memories look like? There, Silver, Harry said. Terribly original, Snape said. Do you store them in a large stone bowl that you have creatively dubbed a pensieve? No, Harry said. They aren't liquid. He was speaking from instinct, just allowing the words to flow. Perhaps he had thought too much about occlumency. Perhaps, for once, he needed to trust himself. They're globes, almost as clear as glass, but they glow with silver and blue light. They're stored on shelves in a dark room, and row after row stretches into the distance. Harry stopped speaking and realized that the room had become absolutely silent. Snape was no longer drumming his fingers against his desk. In fact, when Harry raised his head, he realized that Snape wasn't moving at all. Sir, Harry asked, why did you choose this image? Snape whispered. I didn't, Harry said. Choose it, that is. It was right. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment. When he spoke quietly and quickly. Before our next lesson, you will devise several methods to conceal, confuse, and obfuscate your memories in their form as silver globes. Do you understand? Yes, Harry said. Good. You may leave. Tonight's lesson is concluded. Snape waved distractedly toward the door, and Harry could tell that Snape had already stopped paying attention to him. Sir. Harry was confused. We've barely been here for. Get out. Snape snapped. He burst to his feet, stalked across the room, and threw the door open. He extended his arm into the hallway, pointing. Now. Harry leapt to his feet. Snape had needed to tell him twice, but Harry wasn't foolish enough to make him say it a third time. When Harry returned for his occlumency lesson later in the week, Harry was excited to see how his new mental protections would fare against Snape's attacks. Snape seemed curious, as well, and did not waste time with pleasantries. What methods have you devised to protect your memories? Snape asked. Harry grinned and took his seat. Why don't you find out? 30 minutes later, Harry was no longer grinning. An improvement, Snape said, tucking his wand back into his robes. Perhaps not as much as I had hoped, but an improvement nonetheless. Now, tell me what methods you were using to protect your mind. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow. I kept coming back to the comment you made about the flamingos, Harry said. They're pink. They don't even try to hide. They're right there in the open. But the chance of picking any particular flamingo out of the thousands in the flock, it's nearly impossible. So I imagined hundreds of thousands of shelves, millions of shelves, shelves all the way to infinity. To what end? Snape asked. Hopefully you'll waste your time looking at my memories of Dudley's birthday, and I'll catch you and throw you out before you get to anything important, Harry replied. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. It seems like it didn't work. Your error, Snape said, is relying on your ability to catch me and eject me or your mind before I discover the object of my search. You challenged me to a race, but it is a race you will not win. So I'm back to square one, Harry said despondently. No, Snape said. As I said before, you have made progress. One layer of protection is better than no protection at all. How many layers of protection do you have? Harry asked. No less than 5, Snape said. Harry put his head down on his desk and swore. A moment later he looked up, horrified at the thought of Snape's reaction, but he found the older man smirking. At least you have finally recognized the inadequacy of your current defenses, Snape said. So, thousands of rows of shelves is one kind of protection, Harry said, mostly to himself. Then I need to hide the shelves in fog. And sink the whole thing into the ocean. It all seems so absurd. Potter, please. You act as if you have no understanding of legilimency, Snape said. Harry gave the older man a blank look. But, I don't. You, Snape clenched his teeth together. You don't understand legilimency. Snape's nostrils flared and he began to take slow, deep breaths. Harry got the impression that Snape's anger was about to boil over. Did it occur to you that you might be able to better defend yourself against an attack if you understood how you were being attacked? Everybody kept telling me to learn how to defend my mind. Harry said. Learning how to read other people's minds didn't seem like a priority. You have known for months about a branch of magic that will give you insight into the mind of another, Snape said. Does that strike you as advantageous? Yes, Harry said slowly. Rather obviously advantageous, Snape said. Yes, Harry admitted. But, rather than studying this obviously advantageous area of magic, you chose to ignore it, even though your greatest foe might be using it against you at this very moment. Harry glanced down at his shoes. There wasn't really anything to say. Harry didn't think it was as bad as Snape was making it out to be, but it was pretty bad. Snape rapped his knuckles on his desk, calling for Harry's attention. Very well. Let us rectify your failure. Harry nodded. Of course. Failing Snape was bad, but failing to correct his mistake was worse. Legilimency is a spell like any other. It can be as delicate as a hummingbird or as forceful as a sledgehammer. Occlumency seeks to protect you against all manner of legilimency. You mean there's more than one kind of legilimency? Harry asked. In a literal sense, no, Snape said. In practice, yes. Imagine a house. By looking at the outside of the house, you might make reasonable inferences about the contents. A large home with a well-kept lawn would likely contain nicer furnishings and more valuable objects than a small, dilapidated home. Similarly, one can look at a person's face and demeanor in order to determine whether that person is happy, angry, upset. That isn't legilimency, though, Harry said. Muggles do that all the time. How observant of you, Snape said sarcastically, and Harry felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. After a moment, Snape continued. The subtlest form of legilimency can be likened to sneaking up to a house and peering into the windows. It is almost completely undetectable, but it also provides the least amount of information. So how do I protect against something like that? Harry asked. Preemptive measures, Snape said. You cannot wait to be attacked. You draw the shades and hide your valuables. Snape raised an eyebrow. This is the flaw with the defense you attempted today. You created clutter, assuming I could not sort through it, but you did nothing to actually conceal your thoughts. The thoughts of a properly trained occlumens are concealed even when at rest. Harry nodded. That made sense. More aggressive legilimency is akin burglarizing a home, Snape continued. The legilimens seeks to enter undetected, and so long as he remains hidden he has the ability to explore your mind at leisure. The legilimens gleans more information, but every passing moment carries the possibility of discovery. Against this sort of attack, occlumency provides two protections. First, it acts as a locked door, making entry into your mind more difficult. Second, it acts as an alarm, alerting you to the intrusion by a foreign mind. Harry nodded again. I understand, he said. The most aggressive form of legilimency, Snape said, provides the most information, and the most accurate information. It is the mental equivalent of kicking down the door to a house, pointing a wand at the homeowner, and holding him hostage while you collect his valuables. The drawback, of course, is that this form of legilimency is easily detected. It invites a direct conflict between the legilimens and the occlumens. If the occlumens fights back successfully, the legilimens will be thwarted. Otherwise, the occlumens is completely vulnerable. You've been practicing the third form with me, Harry said. As if there were any question. Of course, Snape said. Why are we starting with that, if it's the most difficult to defend against? Harry asked. Shouldn't we practice with one of the easier types? Snape sighed and shook his head. Potter, I have used all three forms of legilimency against you in every one of our lessons. I have used all three forms against you tonight. You remain unable to detect anything but the most overt forms of legilimency. But with better protection, I'll be able to detect more. Harry asked. Presumably, Snape said. However, you have defied all expectations of competence thus far. Harry leaned back in his chair, turned his head toward the ceiling, and began rubbing his eyes. Okay. So, if I understand you correctly, my protections have to be logically consistent with my mental concept of my mind, right? Like your house analogy. Lock the door, draw the shades, clutter the room, set an alarm, hire a guard. More insight in 2 sentences than I have seen from you in the last 2 weeks, Snape said. It's because I have something to work with, Harry said. What did you expect me to do? Create something from nothing? Are you a wizard or not? Snape asked. You know what I meant, Harry said, finally pulling his hands away and looking at Snape. Harry was surprised to find Snape's wand pointing directly at him. Wait. Legilimens. Harry was sent tumbling into his own mind, and he desperately cast about for ways to protect his thoughts. First he organized them into shelves, then an infinite number of shelves, then he tried to lock the shelves away in a vast warehouse. He imagined the warehouse was hidden at the center of an enormous maze. But then his memories were flashing before his eyes, and he knew that Snape was already in the center of the maze, already in the warehouse, already sorting through his mind. The spell ended abruptly, and Harry discovered that he had slumped downward in his chair, so much so that he had very nearly fallen out. What was that for? Harry asked as he pulled himself erect. I thought we weren't doing that any longer. My decision to provide you with additional information has no bearing on the manner in which I test your application of that information, Snape said. If your mind is attacked, it will be an unexpected and violent assault. In no way will it resemble a carefully controlled classroom. Harry sighed. I guess that's fair. No, it isn't, Snape said. Legilimens. In early March, Umbridge fired Trelawney. Harry hadn't even known that Trelawney was on probation, but it made plenty of sense. She was one of the worst teachers in the school. Harry didn't see the drama as he was tucked away in the recesses of the Slytherin common room, but Ginny and Ron were both present to see Umbridge dragging Trelawney down the stairs and toward the front doors of the school. Dumbledore had intervened and prevented Trelawney's ejection from the premises, noting that Trelawney, although no longer a teacher, was still a resident of Hogwarts at his discretion. Umbridge had fumed, but rather gracefully conceded the small victory to Dumbledore. According to Tracy, when she arrived for divination the following day there was a centaur standing at the front of Trelawney's classroom, and Dumbledore was seated in the back. How the centaur had managed to climb up the ladder and into the divination tower was left unaddressed. The centaur introduced himself as Firenze and told the class that he had been hired by Dumbledore to be Trelawney's replacement. Class was 10 minutes underway when Umbridge arrived with a ministry lackey in tow, a young woman that was obviously Umbridge's chosen replacement for Trelawney. Umbridge was rather less graceful in conceding this particular victory to Dumbledore. She ranted and raved, shouting that the Ministry was responsible for selecting an appropriate replacement for a vacant position. Dumbledore quietly noted that the Ministry could select such a replacement, in the event of the current headmaster being unable to provide a candidate for a teaching post. At this point, according to Tracy, Dumbledore had nodded toward Firenze. Umbridge shouted that Firenze was wholly inappropriate. Dumbledore quoted Education Decree No. 22, which stated that the Ministry should select an appropriate person, but merely required that the headmaster of Hogwarts provide a candidate. After a brief pause, Dumbledore stated that not only was Firenze a candidate to fill Trelawney's position, but also that Firenze was the most appropriate person. Umbridge yelled that Firenze wasn't a person at all, he was a centaur. Tracy said that Dumbledore's face had darkened and the mood in the room had chilled considerably. Almost everybody had been enjoying the fight between the Dumbledore and Umbridge, but now they were all a little bit frightened. Dumbledore quietly advised Umbridge that she was disrupting Professor Firenze's classroom, and that if she did not leave immediately he would be forced to remove her himself. Umbridge and her lackey left. Harry was sad to have missed the confrontation. By late March, due in large part to Snape's careful instruction, Harry's occlumency defenses had markedly improved. Harry's infinitely large warehouse of glass memories was now tucked in the center of a labyrinth, and Harry was working diligently to increase the complexity of his mental maze. Snape was still able to find Harry's memories and rifle through them, but it was taking Snape longer and longer. Harry was beginning to feel quite pleased with himself, and he said so to Snape. The next time they practiced, Snape shredded Harry's defenses in less than a minute. Harry was left with a throbbing headache and a dozen questions. "How'd you do that?" Harry said. "I've been getting so much better." "Better is a relative term, not an objective one," Snape said. "Objectively, you are still a below average occlumens." "You've been coddling me," Harry said. "I've been encouraging you," Snape said. "You seem to require constant praise, which I find to be abhorrent. Rather than fill your ears with insipid platitudes, I repeatedly tested you with the weakest of my legilimency attacks. If I had not, you would never have recognized your meager progress." Harry sighed. "So you'll go back to that?" "Not tonight," Snape said, smiling cruelly. "Tonight, you will see how far you have yet to go." The next hour was pure torment, as Snape annihilated Harry's defenses over and over and over. Harry was constantly cast adrift in his own thoughts, catching glimpses of memories as Snape browsed at his leisure. But as Harry was tossed about like a ship in a storm, he felt something that he had never felt before. Harry had always been able to sense the location of Snape's attention. It jabbed at his mind like a needle, but tonight, Harry could detect something else. If Snape's attention was the needlepoint, then Harry was beginning to see the hand holding the needle. Harry tried tracing Snape's attention back to its source, from needle to hand to arm to head, but the metaphor fell apart and Harry was adrift once more in his own mind. Structure. Structure. Harry needed structure. He forced himself to imagine his mind as a warehouse of glass orbs, and a few moments later the image snapped into place. There was the warehouse, and there was Snape, browsing through the shelves with one hand. In his other hand was a ball of twine, just like in the legend of the labyrinth and the Minotaur. Snape was in Harry's mind at present, but Snape couldn't stay there forever. At some point, he would return to his own mind, which meant that Snape needed a reliable way to find the exit of Harry's labyrinth. Thus, the twine. If Harry followed that twine, it would lead him to Snape's mind. And if Harry found Snape's mind, he would be able to search through Snape's memories, a counterattack. Snape would be forced to divert his attention, which would give Harry time to re-establish his own defenses. Harry seized the thread and began following it. He could feel himself moving closer and closer to Snape, closer and closer to a foreign mind. And suddenly he was awash in chaotic images, images of a sallow-faced boy, images of dark nights, images of bubbling cauldrons. Harry had no context, no control, nothing to hold onto, no structure, nothing, until he remembered Snape's analogy of legilimency. "It's like looking at a house. Snape's mind slowly resolved itself into an image of a large house, something Harry would have called a mansion if he still lived on Privet Drive and had never seen Malfoy Manor. The house was 2 stories with a spire in one corner. Dark, with Gothic construction, Harry could see that candles were lit in the windows of 2 rooms upstairs. Harry slowly approached the front door, reached out, opened it. He was in the foyer, now, looking at a picture of a red-headed woman. Harry knew his mother in an instant. He had only seen her in pictures, but that made it easier to recognize her, not harder. On the floor was a picture frame that appeared to have fallen from the wall, surrounded by shattered glass. Harry used his foot to brush away some of the glass, revealing a photograph of his father. Harry was surprised. Snape and his father had hated one another. Why would a memory of Harry's father be so prominent in Snape's mind? A foot appeared at the top of Harry's vision, next to the picture frame. Then another. Harry looked up, slowly, and saw Snape standing in front of him. Without a word, Snape pushed Harry in the chest. Harry expected to stumble backwards, but instead found himself flying out the front door of the house. Harry's eyes opened with a start as he rocked back in his seat. Snape was sitting behind his desk, hands folded, eyes closed. Harry looked at his head of house with trepidation. Following the twine into Snape's mind had been an impulse, an improvisation. He hadn't had time to think through the consequences of his actions, and now that he had a moment to consider them. Snape opened his eyes slowly. That certainly took long enough, he said. What? For months I have been waiting for you to counterattack by attempting to breach my own mental defenses. You have. Of course, Snape said. Until now, you have simply parried my mental thrusts. Today, for the first time, you attempted a riposte. I am pleased to see that you are not wholly incompetent. Snape stood and placed his hands on his desk. Tonight's lesson is over. Continue to improve your mental defenses. When we resume next week, our lessons will be less structured. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Harry said. If you don't, then I have failed you, Snape said. He smiled, and Harry was reminded all too much of Dolores Umbridge. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.